Imagine being in the Stone Age and you don't have any stone. Imagine being in the Bronze Age and you have no access to bronze. We're in the information age, and our kids aren't getting access to the information because they can't read.
Burton says that while the film shines a light on the problem, it also elevates what he sees as a solution.
We were asking kids to memorize words and take their cues from the pictures as to what the words on the page mean. We now know that that doesn't work. The problem, as the experts see it, is that we've been spending money in the wrong direction, right? And we can change that. What you need is the phonics. You need a really scientifically based approach to reading instruction.
Burton says the right to read explains how a turn towards structured, science-based reading tactics is creating better outcomes for children, and he encourages parents to ask questions about what's happening in their children's classrooms.
Parents can ask their school board. They can ask their child's teacher, how are you teaching my child to read? Are you using evidence-based curricula or not? Because if they're not, then there's a problem. And once you identify the problem, only then can you address it to fix.
Thanks to Aaron for that story. I mean, got to trust LeVar Burton. How many millions of kids has that guy helped to read?
And opening up a whole new world by just opening up the pages of those books. Wow, so great to see it, and really, really smart approach.
Yeah, great to see him too. All right, thanks for starting your morning with us. I'm Philip Mena.
And I'm Francis Rivera. Have a great Thursday. See you back here tomorrow when we celebrate Friday. Have a good one. Breaking overnight, a serious fall for Senate Minority Leader Mitch McConnell. The Kentucky Republican raced to the hospital after tripping at a hotel.
The Louisville Police Department comes under fire by the Justice Department. The scathing report that uncovered a pattern of civil rights violations 3 years after Breonna Taylor was killed in a botched raid.
Norfolk Southern on a collision course with Capitol Hill. The rail company's CEO in the hot seat this morning, facing tough questions on safety after a series of derailments, including that toxic crash in Ohio. What we could learn today.
The truth is out there, and it could be closer than you think. The Pentagon expert warning about a possible UFO mothership coming close to Earth.
The old adage says money can't buy happiness, but science says otherwise. The new research that's sure to put a smile on your face.
And the grandma taking the ultimate leap of faith to celebrate her 95th birthday. We're diving into Thursday. Early Today starts right now. Good morning, I'm Philip Mena.
And I'm Francis Rivera. There's breaking news out of Los Angeles. 3 LAPD officers are in stable condition after they were shot at during a confrontation in the city's Lincoln Heights neighborhood. The officers were injured while searching for an individual who fled from a traffic stop before barricading himself within a residential area. Police tell NBC Los Angeles that the suspected gunman is now dead following a lengthy standoff. As of now, it is unclear how the gunman died.
More breaking news this morning. Senate Minority Leader Mitch McConnell has been hospitalized after suffering a fall. A spokesman for McConnell says the veteran Republican tripped during a private dinner at a hotel in Washington, D.C. last night, and that he's now receiving treatment. Right now, there are no further details on the condition of the 81-year-old senator.
New this morning, the CEO of Norfolk Southern will testify at a Senate hearing today, addressing the fallout from the East Palestine disaster. Alan Shaw's in-person testimony is expected at 10:40 a.m. According to prepared statements, the CEO will say he is, quote, deeply sorry for the impact this derailment has had on the people of East Palestine, and that the company is determined to make it right, and that they will clean the site safely, thoroughly, and with urgency. And in West Virginia, 3 people are injured after a coal train owned by CXS Transportation hit a rock slide and derailed. The company says there were no hazardous materials on board and that there is no threat to the public.
Let's turn now to the scathing new report from the Justice Department. The agency announcing the results of its nearly 2-year-long review of the Louisville Police Department. Here's NBC's Miguel Almaguer.
the Department of Justice unveiled a damning assessment of the Louisville Metro Police Department, saying LMPD has long engaged in a troubling pattern of discriminatory law enforcement practices. Investigators from the DOJ cited serious unlawful abuses, especially against black people.
Some officers have demonstrated disrespect for the people they are sworn to protect. Some have videotaped themselves throwing drinks at pedestrians from their cars, insulted people with disabilities, and called black people monkeys, animal, and boy. This conduct is unacceptable.
The troubling 86-page report cites uses of excessive force, unjustified neck restraints, and the unreasonable use of police dogs and tasers. Officers also conducted searches based on invalid warrants, unlawfully stopped, searched, and detained citizens, and violated the rights of people engaged in protected speech critical of policing. The U.S. Attorney General specifically cited a specialized unit originally called Viper.
The unit's activities were part of an overall enforcement approach that resulted in significant and unlawful racial disparities.
The 2-year review into LMPD was launched after the 2020 shooting death of Breonna Taylor. The botched raid, in which Taylor was not a suspect, helped expose what federal authorities now call a pattern or practice of conduct that deprives people of their rights.
I don't even know what to think, to know that this thing shouldn't have never happened, and that it took 3 years for anybody else to say that it shouldn't have happened.
The failure to protect and serve at the cost of community trust.
The Louisville Police Department, which is not conceding to a pattern of constitutional violations, says it's revamping its training and support services for officers. The city's also working with the DOJ to implement changes. Meantime, after the death of Tyree Nichols in Memphis, the DOJ will review that police department's use of force policies. Back to you.
All right, Miguel, thank you.
New details in last week's kidnapping and killing of American citizens in Mexico. A law enforcement official tells NBC News that a fifth person was originally part of the group of childhood friends making the trip from South Carolina to Mexico in order for one of them to obtain a medical procedure. This fifth member left the group just before they reached the border, as they did not have proper documentation to cross.
Authorities searched several hospitals for the kidnapped Americans before discovering them in a wooden shack. So far, one person has been arrested in connection with the incident, a 24-year-old man who was found guarding the victims. Law enforcement believe it was a case of mistaken identity.
Now to Virginia. The 6-year-old student who shot his teacher in January will not face charges. The Newport News city prosecutor tells NBC News the prospect of charging the child is, quote, problematic, citing he would be too young to comprehend the legal process. No decision has been made yet on whether any adults will be found criminally liable. First-grade teacher Abigail Zwerner was wounded in her chest and hand in the shooting, which led to the departure of the Rich Neck Elementary superintendent and assistant principal.
We're learning more about frustrations within Fox News in the days leading up to the January 6th riot. Evidence in the Dominion defamation lawsuit includes messages showing Fox News executives discussed a plan to move on from the unfounded claims that the election was stolen. But that stance did not make it on air. Now President Biden is calling out the network for misrepresenting the January 6th attack. Here's Kristen Welker.
For the first time, President Biden weighing in, blasting Republicans and Fox News opinion host Tucker Carlson for misrepresenting the January 6th attack after Carlson again aired select new footage. The president tweeting, more than 140 officers were injured on January 6th. I've said before, how dare anyone diminish or deny the hell they went through? I hope House Republicans feel ashamed. While Carlson showed some images of the violence, he presented an alternate reality of the day, falsely describing it as, quote, mostly peaceful chaos, airing footage of the suspect, known as the QAnon shaman, who was sentenced to 41 months in prison.
They helped him. They acted as his tour guides.
Being walked around the Capitol by police. The Capitol Police Chief not commenting on the specifics of the video, but calling the overall report filled with offensive and misleading conclusions. Carlson was given the footage by House Speaker Kevin McCarthy.
The bottom line is there's finally transparency.
But many Republicans are denouncing the Fox News host.
I think it's bullshit.
It was an outrageous act. A lot of people were injured.
Meanwhile, newly revealed evidence in the Dominion voting system's defamation suit against Fox News shows soon after the election, some at Fox News wanted to move on from former President Trump, including Carlson, who texted a fellow Fox employee, quote, "I hate him passionately." Speaker McCarthy says he released the footage to Carlson for transparency and that he'll give it to everyone eventually, but McCarthy hasn't done that so far. Back to you.
Kristen, thank you.
Fists fly on a Southwest flight from Dallas. One passenger began punching another with fellow travelers, pulling them apart. Southwest says its crew helped de-escalate the situation. On Capitol Hill, the acting chief reiterated the FAA's zero tolerance, saying that misbehaving passengers can face criminal charges and fines up to $37,000 per violation.
Police in Colorado will not press charges against Grizzlies star Ja Morant. In a statement, the Glendale Police Department said no one was threatened by the firearm Morant appeared to brandish in a live stream last week, and no gun was ever located. The Grizzlies then announced Morant would miss at least 4 more games after the 2 he was suspended for following the video. The earliest Morant could take the court is next Friday.
California appears to be making good on a threat to stop doing business with Walgreens. The state says it will not renew a $54 million contract that was set to renew in May. Governor Gavin Newsom vowed to cut ties with the company after Walgreens said it would not sell abortion medication in states where Republican attorneys general threaten legal action. A Walgreens spokesperson said the company is still seeking certification, and if they get it, they will dispense the medications in jurisdictions where it is legal.
Coming off record snowfall, Californians are bracing ahead of another storm system, this time threatening flash flooding. The National Weather Service forecasts an atmospheric river will bring heavy rain to some areas of the state today. Cities like Fresno and the Sacramento Valley have issued flood watches into the weekend as the warmer weather and intense rain is expected to melt several feet of snow.
And now to a storm brewing in the Midwest. NBC meteorologist Angie Lassman has that forecast. Hi, Angie.
Hi there, guys. Good morning. We are rolling right through the end of the work week with a couple of storm systems that we're going to track. 23 million people now under these winter weather alerts, and you can see they do stretch from the west all the way to parts of the Midwest. So let's focus on the Midwest system because that's going to bring snow from places like Montana to Michigan here as we go through the next couple of days. It'll be moderate, and in some places picking up maybe 6 to 9 inches. There's also going to be rain associated with this system and the potential for a few strong storms here into the afternoon hours today. Notice what happens by the time we get into Friday. The system moves through the Great Lakes. It brings a wintry mix of some snow and some rain. We've got it all right along that I-95 corridor just in time for our Friday into Saturday plans. Let's look at the weather across the country. Let's take a look at what's happening in your neighborhood. In parts of the south, we'll end up with temperatures in the mid-50s. Dallas hits 73 degrees with a chance for some showers and thunderstorms this afternoon. Meanwhile, some snow falling in places like Chicago, Omaha, Fargo, and Minneapolis. Couple of systems, guys. I mentioned it. We've got this Midwest one, but we've also got one on the West Coast. We're going to talk about the flooding concern for folks in California coming up.
All right, important to hear from you in just a bit. Thank you, Angie. It is the end of an era in college basketball. Jim Boeheim is out as the head coach of Syracuse's men's basketball team after 47 seasons. The 78-year-old retires with 1,015 career wins. That's the second most in Division I history. He also won a national title with the Orange in 2003. The announcement came after the Orange lost on a last-second shot to Wake Forest, eliminating them from the ACC tournament.
We're back in a minute with the child labor laws getting relaxed in Arkansas.
And a new extraterrestrial report that's out of this world.
Hey, I'm Hallie. It's good to be with you tonight. There's another legal filing today, and I want to cut through some of the weedsy stuff. And let's just get to the point. They have started to vote on the PACT Act. If you're like Hallie, stop speaking Washingtonese. This bill would basically give health care to veterans who have exposed to these toxic chemicals. So, Scott, I'm trying to make this as not DC as possible. The increased sort of anger that we've seen now in politics. I saw you searching for, I think, your microphone, Danny. You are out.
I was trying to do it on the slide.
Live TV, man. It's okay.
The day's biggest political stories with trusted insight. and expert analysis. A daily look at the politics behind the headlines. Meet the Press Now, streaming weekdays at 4 p.m. on NBC News Now. Watch NBC Nightly News with Lester Holt or listen wherever you get your podcasts.
Stay on top of breaking news and the biggest stories of the day with NBC News Daily.
Thank you so much for joining us. I'm Morgan Radford.
And I'm Vicki Lynn.
I'm Aaron Gilchrist.
And I'm Kate Snow.
Get in-depth reporting from across the country.
What's your reaction to the president's comments?
And around the world.
Are Ukrainians continuing to make advances?
And ways you can take care of your health.
Who should be getting tested? And frankly, how often?
And your wallet.
Costs are skyrocketing. How to manage soaring prices.
NBC News Daily. Weekdays from 12 to 4 p.m. Eastern on NBC News Now.
What do people need most right now? Did the state and/or law enforcement drop the ball? Migrant families now stranded in Mexico. What's the World Cup experience been like?
It's your news playlist. Top Story with Tom Yamas. Weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Hey, podcast fans. Ready to unlock our true crime mysteries? Try Dateline Premium on Apple Podcasts. You'll get early access to originals, plus bonus content, and everything is ad-free. So head to Apple Podcasts now to subscribe.
NBC News, streaming free now.
Leading the news, Arkansas Governor Sarah Huckabee Sanders has signed a law that is set to loosen child labor protections. The Youth Hiring Act of 2023 does away with a requirement where previously children under 16 needed their parents' written permission. Sanders' office said in a statement that the permit rule had placed a, quote, arbitrary burden on those parents. Last month, the Labor Department announced that it had found nearly 4,000 children working illegally in the U.S.
Well, it might sound straight out of a movie, but the Pentagon and a Harvard scientist have collaborated on a new draft report questioning if we are alone in the universe and whether we've already seen evidence of life beyond Earth. Here's Gotti Schwartz.
Move over Chinese spy balloon or whatever else U.S. fighter jet shot down last month. Out of Harvard University, a draft paper about mysterious flying objects sounding almost like science fiction.
I think it's very likely that we are not the most intelligent civilization that ever existed.
Renowned Harvard astronomer Avi Loeb teaming up with the new head of the Pentagon's UFO office, dubbed the All-Domain Anomaly Resolution Office. Together, they say that interstellar objects detected in space could be signs of extraterrestrial life, and that current sky mapping technology, like the James Webb Space Telescope, could miss such objects.
It could have been a mother ship that released some probes in the habitable region around the sun. If we have a visitor to our backyard, we should observe it at first.
Professor Loeb now leading the charge to build better arrays of sensors to capture anomalies, but saying for now everything is hypothetical, and his paper is really meant to remind UFO hunters not to forget the laws of physics.
As much as the reports from military personnel are intriguing and motivate my work right now, I want my instruments to tell me what is really happening.
Meanwhile, more videos surfacing showing odd objects have been leaked to documentary UFO filmmaker Jeremy Corbell, who recently released pictures of an orb shape over Mosul, and these images showing a cylinder flying over a rock. The Pentagon not commenting on the recent videos, but confirming prior videos released by Corbell had been filmed by service members. As for what they are, definitive explanations remain out of reach. Gotti Schwartz, NBC News.
Truth is out there. So to come, the Beatles saying that money can't buy love, but can it buy happiness? The new study coming up.
And Ford rolls out a look at how much of their Explorer is developed by women.
No windshield wipers.
This is what it looks and feels.
From the storm zone.
The bigger piece of the puzzle comes.
New numbers just out this morning.
Good evening. We begin tonight with breaking news just coming in.
We begin this hour with the latest developments.
We're coming on the air with some shakeups big time on Capitol Hill.
How much water ultimately will be forced inland?
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
For Dateline Premium, subscribe now on Apple Podcasts.
This is what it looks and feels.
With the latest
The bigger piece of the puzzle.
We begin tonight with breaking news.
How much water ultimately will be forced inland?
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
What do people need most right now? Did the state and/or law enforcement drop the ball? Migrant families now stranded in Mexico.
What's the World Cup experience been like?
It's your news playlist. Top Story with Tom Yamas. Weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Stay on top of breaking news and the biggest stories of the day with NBC News Daily.
Thank you so much for joining us. I'm Morgan Radford.
And I'm Vicki Wynn.
I'm Aaron Gilchrist.
And I'm Kate Snow.
Get in-depth reporting from across the country
What's your reaction to the president's comments?
and around the world,
Are Ukrainians continuing to make advances?
and ways you can take care of your health
Who should be getting tested? And frankly, how often?
and your wallet.
Costs are skyrocketing.
NBC News Daily, weekdays from 12 to 4 p.m. Eastern on NBC News Now.
NBC News, streaming free now.
Watch NBC Nightly News with Lester Holt or listen wherever you get your podcasts.
This is what it looks and
From the
feels.
storm zone.
Bigger piece to the puzzle comes.
New numbers just out this morning.
Good evening. We begin tonight with breaking news just coming in.
We begin this hour with the latest developments.
We're coming on the air with some shakeups big time on Capitol Hill.
How much water ultimately will be forced inland?
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
Hey, I'm Hallie. It's good to be with you tonight. There's another legal filing today, and I want to cut through some of the weedsy stuff. And let's just get to the point. They have started to vote on the PACT Act. If you're like Hallie, stop speaking Washingtonese. This bill would basically give health care to veterans who have exposed to these toxic chemicals. So, Scott, I'm trying to make this as not DC as possible. The increased sort of anger that we've seen now in politics. I saw you searching for, I think, your microphone, Dan. Yeah. You are.
I was trying to do it on the slide.
Live TV, man. It's okay.
The men's only Ford Explorer with no windshield wipers, no heater, no turn signals. Wait, no rear view mirror? No GPS? Are you kidding? Ah, it's missing all the parts created by women.
I'm liking it. To celebrate International Women's Day, Ford put a clever spin on their new ad to show just how important women were and are to the invention and development of crucial car functions. Without them, the Explorer would be pretty undrivable. That's so cool to see. I didn't know it.
I'm a big fan of Explorers, so thank you to all the women who helped make it cool what it is. All right, contrary to popular belief, it looks like money really can buy you happiness. Research by a Pulitzer-winning economist found that average contentment continues to rise with income as long as people already have a baseline happy level. It overturns previous findings that joy is capped at a $75,000 salary.
Come on.
The National Academy of Sciences study analyzed nearly 34,000 U.S. participants making between $10,000 and $500,000 a year. And while it found that money definitely makes people feel better, it is only one determinant of being happy.
Yeah. Not news, right? I mean, it is news. We're bringing it to you,
Yeah.
but it's kind of something that we already knew. Right?
Yeah, especially the key there was U.S. participants. I mean, it's a big deal here, but like as long as you kind of limit your comparisons and live within your means, you know, that's really all that would matter.
I mean, the thing about all the financial stress, at least that eliminates a lot of it. Okay, Texas will soon be the home to the second Peppa Pig theme park in North America. The popular British children's show already has a dedicated park in Orlando. And now Hasbro and Berlin Entertainment Group will build a 14-acre standalone theme park near Dallas. It'll have rides, innovative attractions, and playscapes based on the show's locations when it opens in 2024. And I just hope that all the characters will have British accents, because I remember, like, with this whole Peppa Pig phase my kids went through, that's one thing that stuck, was a British accent. Even the kids got it.
It'll be either that or it'll be a southern twang.
Yeah.
After the break, Angie's tracking the weather outside your window.
And still to come, the wheels falling off at Tesla, the new investigation into the automaker.
What do people need most right now? Did the state and/or law enforcement drop the ball? Migrant families now stranded in Mexico.
What's the World Cup experience been like?
It's your news playlist. Top Story with Tom Yamas. Weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
We begin tonight with breaking news just coming in.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
Watch NBC Nightly News with Lester Holt or listen wherever you get your podcasts.
We begin Top Story with that breaking news. This is just in. A lot of stories to get to.
What do people need most right now? Did the state and or law enforcement drop the ball anywhere?
Are we headed for a recession or a recovery? Migrant families now stranded in Mexico. What's the World Cup experience been like?
The civilian effort is not just about fighting, it's also about helping.
Every night, it's your news playlist. Top Story with Tom Llamas. Streaming weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now. The day's biggest political stories with trusted insight and expert analysis. A daily look at the politics behind the headlines. Meet the Press Now. Streaming weekdays at 4 p.m. on NBC News Now.
This is what it looks and feels.
What's the latest? The bigger piece to the puzzle.
We begin tonight with breaking news.
How much water ultimately will be forced inland?
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
Watch NBC Nightly News with Lester Holt or listen wherever you get your podcasts.
For Dateline Premium, subscribe now on Apple Podcasts.
Hey, I'm Hallie. It's good to be with you tonight. There's another legal filing today, and I want to cut through some of the weedsy stuff. And let's just get to the point. They have started a vote on the PACT Act. If you're like Hallie, stop speaking Washingtonese. This bill would basically give health care to veterans who have exposed to these toxic chemicals. So Scott, I'm trying to make this as not DC as possible. The increased sort of anger that we've seen now in politics. I saw you searching for, I think, your microphone, Dan. You are.
I was trying to do it on the slide.
Live TV, man. It's okay.
Watch NBC Nightly News with Lester Holt or listen wherever you get your podcasts.
We begin tonight with breaking news just coming in.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
Watch NBC Nightly News with Lester Holt or listen wherever you get your podcasts.
Welcome back. It's Thursday, and we've got a lot to talk about weather-wise. We've got a storm that's basically going to bring a whole lot of rain and some flooding concerns to parts of the West Coast. We've also got another storm system bringing snow and windy conditions to the northern plains and Great Lakes and Midwest through the day today, along with some strong storms as well through parts of the South. We've got it all, guys.
Yes, we do. Okay, thank you, Angie. When we come back, we'll introduce you to the grandma who got high on life, fulfilling a dream to skydive.
This is what it looks and feels.
What's the latest? The bigger piece to the puzzle.
We begin tonight with breaking news.
How much water ultimately will be forced inland?
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
The day's biggest political stories with trusted insight and expert analysis. A daily look at the politics behind the headlines. Meet the Press Now. Streaming weekdays at 4 p.m. on NBC News Now.
NBC News, streaming free now.
Stay on top of breaking news and the biggest stories of the day with NBC News Daily.
Thank you so much for joining us. I'm Morgan Radford.
And I'm Vicki Wynn.
I'm Aaron Gilchrist.
And I'm Kate Snow.
Get in-depth reporting from across the country.
What's your reaction to the president's comments?
And around the world.
Are Ukrainians continuing to make advances?
And ways you can take care of your health.
Who should be getting tested, and frankly, how often?
And your wallet.
Costs are skyrocketing. How to manage soaring prices.
NBC News Daily. Weekdays from 12 to 4 p.m. Eastern on NBC News Now.
Hey, I'm Hallie. It's good to be with you tonight. There's another legal filing today, and I want to cut through some of the weedsy stuff. And let's just get to the point. They have started a vote on the PACT Act. If you're like Hallie, stop speaking Washingtonese. This bill would basically give health care to veterans who have exposed to these toxic chemicals. So Scott, I'm trying to make this as not DC as possible. The increased sort of anger that we've seen now in politics. I saw you searching for, I think, your microphone, Dan. You are.
I was trying to do it on the slide.
Live TV, man. It's okay.
The day's biggest political stories with trusted insight and expert analysis. A daily look at the politics behind the headlines. Meet the Press Now. Streaming weekdays at 4 p.m. on NBC News Now.
NBC News, streaming free now.
In today's top stories, the personal information of hundreds of lawmakers and their Capitol Hill staff has potentially been exposed by hackers. A top House official announcing the discovery of a, quote, significant data breach at the health insurance marketplace for Washington, D.C. Chief Administrative Officer Catherine Spender added that it did not appear House lawmakers had been specifically targeted. Investigators are also trying to determine to what degree the Senate was affected as well.
Tesla is under investigation over complaints that steering wheels are falling off. The National Highway Traffic Safety Administration is looking into about 120,000 cars from the 2023 model year. The agency says there have been 2 complaints, and in both cases, Model Ys were delivered with a bolt missing from the steering column. One driver shared these photos saying his steering wheel suddenly became detached while on the highway. Messages were left seeking a comment from Tesla, which has disbanded its media relations department.
Leaping into adventure, this granny celebrated her impending 95th birthday by jumping out of a plane. Emily Ikeda spoke to the daredevil.
I love you too.
Here we go. New Jersey grandma Marge Wardensky's motto is simple: YOLO.
You only live once. Take your chances.
That's her preparing for her latest thrill at age 94, almost 95, ready to jump out of a plane last month in Hawaii. This breathtaking moment, skydiving with her granddaughter Chelsea, an early celebration of Marge's 95th birthday in August.
It really is great. You get out there and go, ah, you know.
Her thrill-seeking years didn't start until she was in her 80s, after the death of her husband, a World War II veteran.
Always wanted to do it, you know, be adventurous, and he didn't want me to do it. So he died, I did it.
Her recent daredevil activities include ziplining, hand gliding, and hot air ballooning, too.
I said, go for it. You want to do something, go for it.
She loves to poke fun at her more grounded friends.
Chicken.
I think it's wonderful that she has the courage to do what she does.
Would you do it?
No. No. I'm not that adventurous.
And she's not done. She wants to make another skydive, this time with nieces and nephews.
To see the joy on her face, there's a huge smile the whole time. People a quarter of her age are terrified of what, you know, the adventurous things that she does.
She may only be 94, but this grandma taking a leap of faith and showing us all how to keep it 100. Emily Ikeda, NBC News.
Emily, for that. You know, we do these stories on seniors like that, but I think she's one of the most vibrant ones. I want to be her when I grow up.
I mean, I think it's kind of an inverted bell curve when it comes to that. Your early 20s and after 80, go for it.
A deadly confrontation in Los Angeles. 3 officers hospitalized after being shot at by a gunman. The suspect dead after a lengthy standoff.
We're done. The governor of California takes a stance on abortion and cuts ties with Walgreens, ending a $54 million contract.
And power bombing your pockets. Why WWE is trying to get into the sports betting business. But will regulators lay the smackdown on the deal?
The buck stops here. A Utah man is behind bars for sticking up a bank and demanding just $1. The bizarre details ahead.
Plus, ushering a new chapter, how Reading Rainbow star LeVar Burton is using his platform to highlight a literary crisis. We're booking it into your Thursday. Early Today starts right now. Good morning, I'm Francis Rivera.
And I'm Philip Mena. Breaking news out of Los Angeles. Multiple LAPD officers are in stable condition after they were shot at during a confrontation in the city's Lincoln Heights neighborhood. The officers were injured while searching for someone who fled from a traffic stop before barricading himself within a residential area. Police tell NBC Los Angeles that the suspected gunman is now dead following a lengthy standoff. As of now, it's unclear how the gunman died.
Turning now to the scathing new report from the Justice Department, the agency announcing the results of its nearly 2-year-long review of the Louisville Police Department. The findings detail use of excessive force, discrimination, and invalid search warrants. Here's NBC's Miguel Almaguer.
The Department of Justice unveiled a damning assessment of the Louisville Metro Police Department, saying LMPD has long engaged in a troubling pattern of discriminatory law enforcement practices. Investigators from the DOJ cited serious unlawful abuses, especially against black people.
Some officers have demonstrated disrespect for the people they are sworn to protect. Some have videotaped themselves throwing drinks at pedestrians from their cars, insulted people with disabilities, and called black people monkeys, animal, and boy. This conduct is unacceptable.
The troubling 86-page report cites uses of excessive force, unjustified neck restraints, and the unreasonable use of police dogs and tasers. Officers also conducted searches based on invalid warrants, unlawfully stopped, searched, and detained citizens, and violated the rights of people engaged in protected speech critical of policing. The U.S. Attorney General specifically cited a specialized unit originally called Viper.
The unit's activities were part of an overall enforcement approach that resulted in significant and unlawful racial disparities.
The 2-year review into LMPD was launched after the 2020 shooting death of Breonna Taylor. The botched raid, in which Taylor was not a suspect, helped expose what federal authorities now call a pattern or practice of conduct that deprives people of their rights.
I don't even know what to think, to know that this thing shouldn't have never happened, and that it took 3 years for anybody else to say that it shouldn't have happened.
The failure to protect and serve at the cost of community trust.
The Louisville Police Department, which is not conceding to a pattern of constitutional violations, says it's revamping its training and support services for officers. The city's also working with the DOJ to implement changes. Meantime, after the death of Tyree Nichols in Memphis, the DOJ will review that police department's use of force policies. Back to you.
Miguel, thank you.
And also breaking overnight, Senate Minority Leader Mitch McConnell has been hospitalized after suffering a fall. A spokesman for McConnell says the veteran Republican tripped during a private dinner at a hotel in Washington, D.C. last night, and that he's now receiving treatment. Right now, there are no further details on the condition of the 81-year-old senator, but back in August of 2019, McConnell tripped at his home in Louisville, fracturing his shoulder.
New this morning, the Senate has passed a resolution to overturn criminal law changes that were passed by the Washington, D.C. Council. The district has adopted changes last year to remove most mandatory minimum sentences and lower mandatory maximum penalties. Democratic Mayor Muriel Bowser vetoed it, but her veto was overridden. The disapproval measure now goes to the president's desk, and he said that he will sign it. This would mark the first time in more than 3 decades that Congress has nullified the capital city's laws through this process.
The CEO of Norfolk Southern will testify at a Senate hearing today, addressing the fallout from the East Palestine disaster. Alan Shaw's in-person testimony is expected at 10:45 this morning. And according to prepared statements, the CEO will say he's, quote, deeply sorry for the impact this derailment has had on the people of East Palestine, and that the company is determined to make it right. He's also expected to say they will clean the site safely, thoroughly, and with urgency. And in West Virginia, 3 people are injured after a coal train owned by CSX Transportation hit a rock slide and derailed. The company says there were no hazardous materials on board and that there's no threat to the public.
New details emerging in last week's kidnapping and killing of American citizens in Mexico. A law enforcement official tells NBC News that a 5th person was originally part of the group of childhood friends making the trip from South Carolina to Mexico, but split from them before they crossed the border. NBC's Gabe Gutierrez has more.
Mexico, here we come. This is video inside the minivan heading to Mexico before 4 Americans were kidnapped. It was originally live streamed on Facebook. A law enforcement source familiar with the matter tells NBC News a previously unreported 5th person made the road trip, but left the group before the others crossed the border because that person did not have the proper documentation. We're blurring her face since she has not been publicly identified. Latavia Washington McGee, a mother of 6, was among the Americans captured Friday when authorities say cartel gunmen opened fire on the minivan after they crossed into Mexico for a medical procedure. McGee's cousin, Shaid Woodard, and close friend Zindel Brown were killed. McGee's mother, speaking to CNN,
she watched them die.
Another member of the group, Eric Williams, was shot in the leg and is now recovering.
Did you have any idea that he would make such a trip like this?
I was totally shocked. I had no idea he would go to Mexico.
Robert Williams is his older brother. He watched the images of the 2 American survivors being brought back across the border on television.
I was overwhelmed with emotion. I was very happy to find out he was okay. I was totally relieved.
We're also learning new details about the chilling abduction. Pictures released by Mexican authorities show the gunman trailing the white minivan. More images show travel documents, luggage, debit cards, and cash investigators found inside the vehicle. Over a tense few days, investigators scrambled to several different hospitals in the area to find the victims, discovering them in this wooden shack some 15 miles from Matamoros. Police arrested this man accused of guarding the Americans, but are still searching for the gunman. Hundreds of extra troops from the Mexican Army and National Guard arrived in Matamoros to ramp up security. Authorities continue to say that the group of Americans was mistakenly targeted by cartel gunmen, but news of a fifth person on that road trip point to a complex investigation that is only widening. Back to you.
Hey, Gabe, thank you.
A brawl broke out on a Southwest flight, this time out of Dallas. It started after a man bumped into another man's wife, and things escalated from there. Here's Tom Costello.
It happened as Southwest 117 was boarding Dallas to Phoenix. One passenger began punching another, fellow travelers pulling them apart. Southwest says its crew helped de-escalate the situation, coming days after 32-year-old Francisco Torres threatened fellow travelers on a United flight to Boston.
I will kill every man on this plane.
Then tried to stab a flight attendant with a broken spoon as fellow passengers tackled him.
We are now in an emergency aircraft.
The captain declared an in-flight emergency.
That person was subdued and is being detained right now. However, not going quietly.
One of the passengers who subdued Torres told our NBC Boston station, "We had a hard time holding him down. It was total teamwork." Unruly onboard behavior has been spiking since 2019. Last year, more than 2,300 reports, many involving physical and verbal assaults. On Capitol Hill, the acting chief reiterated the FAA's zero tolerance.
We will take every step to ensure that the action takes place against any perpetrator.
The nation's flight attendants are again calling on Congress to create a national no-fly list for bad-behaving passengers.
Airlines are banning passengers who act out badly on their airline, but that information is not shared with the rest of the industry.
The FAA's zero-tolerance policy means misbehaving passengers can face criminal charges and fines of up to $37,000 per violation. Back to you.
All right, Tom, thank you.
Coming off of record snowfall, Californians are bracing ahead of another storm system, this time threatening flash flooding. The National Weather Service forecasts an atmospheric river will bring heavy rain to the area in the state today. Cities like Fresno and Sacramento Valley have issued flood watches into the weekend, and the warmer weather and intense rain is expected to melt several feet of snow.
As we just heard, the West is in for another round of wicked weather. NBC meteorologist Angie Lastman is here tracking it for us. Good morning, Angie.
Good morning, guys. The winter alerts are up for many on the West Coast, and that's because we have more rain and more snow coming their way. So the rain prompted these flood watches that have 16 million people involved in those here as we go through the next couple of days. We're going to have this atmospheric river event kind of make a beeline for the California coast with a plume of moisture. So what does that mean? It means heavy rain, especially in those coastal ranges. You're going to see anywhere below basically 6,000 feet. We'll see heavy rain. We'll start to see places like the Sierra foothills picking up on maybe 6 to 8 more inches. And on top of that, we have rising snow levels. So that means that already some heavy rain working over some a thick snowpack. That's going to be problematic when it comes to the melting. So the flash flood concern will be there, and it extends as far south as places like Santa Barbara, where we will watch for the potential to see some of that flooding concern last into the weekend. An additional snowfall also expected in parts of the Sierras. That's a look at the weather across the country. Let's take a look at what's happening in your neighborhood. 73 degrees today in Dallas with some showers and some thunderstorms. That goes for Memphis, too, as far as the rain is concerned. Temperatures in the 60s. Meanwhile, in parts of the Midwest, 39 in Green Bay. Minneapolis at 34 with some snow showers working in. We also have a system that's moving through parts of the northern plains, and eventually we'll head to the northeast. We'll talk about that coming up in just a bit, guys.
Okay, Angie, we'll see you in a little bit. It is no sequel to Cocaine Bear, but a big cat in Ohio is receiving treatment after testing positive for the narcotic. Officials retrieved Amory and brought him to a shelter after he was discovered in a tree. So a medical team determined the serval cat, which is illegal to own in the state, was exposed somehow to cocaine. Now, that's the big question. We're trying to figure out how that happened. It's unclear where the cat came from, but the animal is now recovering at the Cincinnati Zoo. Safe to say that whoever the cat was with, whoever's taking care of the cat, had some Coke, had some blow in his house, somehow got into it, and here we are.
Yeah, I mean, Coke is the last thing I would think that it needs. I mean, cats are jumpy enough. I cannot imagine what was going on with that cat. All right, we are back in just 60 seconds with RuPaul's Call the Voters after Tennessee passed an anti-drag bill.
And a multi-million-dollar deal is officially off between California and Walgreens after an abortion medication spat.
This is what it looks and feels.
With the latest, the bigger piece to the puzzle.
We begin tonight with breaking news.
How much water ultimately will be forced inland?
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
Stay on top of breaking news and the biggest stories of the day with NBC News Daily.
Thank you so much for joining us. I'm Morgan Radford.
And I'm Vicki Wynn.
I'm Aaron Gilchrist.
And I'm Kate Snow.
Get in-depth reporting from across the country.
What's your reaction to the president's comments?
And around the world.
Are Ukrainians continuing to make advances?
And ways you can take care of your health.
Who should be getting tested? And frankly, how often?
And your wallet.
Costs are skyrocketing. How to manage soaring prices.
NBC News Daily. Weekdays from 12 to 4 p.m. Eastern on NBC News Now.
For Dateline Premium, subscribe now on Apple Podcasts. NBC News, streaming free now.
Hey, I'm Hallie. It's good to be with you tonight. There's another legal filing today, and I want to cut through some of the weedsy stuff. And let's just get to the point. They have started to vote on the PACT Act. If you're like, Hallie, stop speaking Washingtonese. This bill would basically give health care to veterans who have exposed to these toxic chemicals. So, Scott, I'm trying to make this as not DC as possible. The increased sort of anger that we've seen now in politics. I saw you searching for, I think, your microphone, Danny. You are.
I was trying to do it on the slide.
Live TV, man. It's okay.
This is what it looks and feels.
From the storm zone.
The bigger piece to the puzzle comes. New numbers just out this morning.
Good evening. We begin tonight with breaking news just coming in.
We begin this hour with the latest developments. We're coming on the air with some shakeups big time on Capitol Hill.
How much water ultimately will be forced inland?
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
New this morning, California appears to be making good on a threat to stop doing business with Walgreens. The state says it will not renew a $54 million contract that was set to expire in May. Governor Gavin Newsom vowed to cut ties with the company after Walgreens said it would not sell abortion medication in states where Republican attorneys general threatened legal action. A Walgreens spokesperson said the company is still seeking certification, and if they get it, they will dispense the medication in jurisdictions where it's legal.
RuPaul is sending a powerful message to voters in the wake of anti-drag bills in Tennessee.
Hey, look over there. A classic distraction technique, distracting us away from the real issues that they were voted into office to focus on. Jobs, healthcare, keeping our children safe from harm at their own school. But we know that bullies are incompetent at solving real issues. Drag queens are the Marines of the queer movement. Don't get it twisted and don't be distracted. Register to vote so we can get these stunt queens out of office and put some smart people with real solutions into government.
Well, he added that a social media post has never been as powerful as a registered vote.
A weird story here. There's a man in Utah. He pulled off whatever the opposite of the heist of the century is. 65-year-old Donald Santacroce walked into a Wells Fargo bank in Salt Lake City on Monday, and he told the tellers he was robbing them for $1. When police arrived at that bank to arrest Santacroce, he gave the officers that dollar bill back, and he explained to them that he pulled off this brazen robbery with the sole intent of being sent to federal prison. Santacroce said that he intends to keep robbing banks until he fulfills his goal.
That's his thing. Okay.
Good luck.
Still to come, Idris Elba making one fan's dreams come true on the Today Show Plaza.
And could sports betting be the Rock WWE undertakes next? We'll see you in a bit.
This is what it looks and feels.
From the storm zone.
The bigger piece to the puzzle comes. New numbers just out this morning.
Good evening. We begin tonight with breaking news just coming in.
We begin this hour with the latest developments. We're coming on the air with some shakeups big time on Capitol Hill.
How much water ultimately will be forced inland?
whenever it happens, wherever you are. NBC News, streaming free now.
We begin top story with that breaking news. This is just in, a lot of stories to get to. What do people need most right now? Did the state and or law enforcement drop the ball anywhere? Are we headed for a recession or a recovery? Migrant families now stranded in Mexico. What's the World Cup experience been like? The civilian effort is not just about fighting, it's also about helping.
Every night, it's your news playlist. Top Story with Tom Llamas, streaming weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
We begin tonight with breaking news just coming in.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are. NBC News, streaming free now.
This is what it looks and feels.
From the storm zone.
The bigger piece of the puzzle comes.
New numbers just out this morning.
Good evening. We begin tonight with breaking news just coming in.
We begin this hour with the latest developments.
We're coming on the air with some shakeups big time on Capitol Hill.
How much water ultimately will be forced inland?
Whenever it happens, wherever you are. NBC News, streaming free now.
Hey, podcast fans, ready to unlock our true crime mysteries? Try Dateline Premium on Apple Podcasts. You'll get early access to originals, plus bonus content, and everything is ad-free. So head to Apple Podcasts now to subscribe.
The day's biggest political stories with trusted insight and expert analysis. A daily look at the politics behind the headlines. Meet the Press Now, streaming weekdays at 4 p.m. on NBC News Now.
Hey, podcast fans, ready to unlock our true crime mysteries? Try Dateline Premium on Apple Podcasts. You'll get early access to originals, plus bonus content, and everything is ad-free. So head to Apple Podcasts now to subscribe.
NBC News, streaming free now.
What's
Yes.
up? How are you?
She was here at what, 4 o'clock in the morning?
Really?
Yes, to see you.
You came this morning to see me?
Yes.
I want to give you a hug. Is that possible?
Oh my
Come on.
gosh, it is.
Come on. Let's do
Come
this.
on over.
Yeah, let's do this.
Yeah, it's true. She was the first one there on the plaza to see Idris Elba, so you know that it made her day.
I love that. I can't stop looking at her face and her expression. All right, WWE is betting fans will smack down a few dollars to gamble on their favorite wrestler. But first, the Fed is looking into whether the wheels are coming off at Tesla. CNBC's Karen Show has the details with more on that. Hi, Karen. Good morning.
Francis, Philip, good morning to you both. Yes, from a recall the other week around loose seats to fears that steering wheels are falling off mid-drive, the quality control issues are mounting over at Tesla. The regulator is now investigating. The National Highway Traffic Safety Administration is investigating 120,000 Tesla vehicles. This does follow 2 complaints that steering wheels detached in 2023 Model Y cars while motorists were driving. This apparently happened at low mileage. Both vehicles were missing a retaining bolt that effectively attaches the steering wheel to the steering column. Tesla stock fell 3% yesterday. Now, according to sources, WWE is looking to muscle in on sports betting, with the company holding conversations with state regulators in Colorado and Michigan. All this in an attempt to legalize betting on scripted match results. WWE wants major gambling companies involved in high-profile matches. Remember, these are fixed outcomes, so WWE is working with EY to try and secure those match results to avoid any public leaks. So effectively, the wrestlers themselves would be told just hours before the matches as to what the outcomes would be. But you can imagine there could be other leaks. So quite a complex thing to try and achieve. Back to you,
Yeah,
Francis,
they can get really complicated with that.
Yeah, it can get really shady really quickly.
Okay, thank you, Karen.
All right, Angie's back with us. She has a look at our weekend ahead. That's next.
And also how actor LeVar Burton is still over the rainbow to help kids learn to read.
Hey, podcast podcast fans, ready to unlock our true crime mysteries? Try Dateline Premium on Apple Podcasts. You'll get early access to originals, plus bonus content, and everything is ad-free. So head to Apple Podcasts now to subscribe.
Hey, I'm Hallie. It's good to be with you tonight. There's another legal filing today, and I want to cut through some of the weedsy stuff. And let's just get to the point. They have started to vote on the PACT Act. If you're like, Hallie, stop speaking Washingtonese. This bill would basically give health care to veterans who have exposed to these toxic chemicals. So, Scott, I'm trying to make this as not DC as possible. The increased sort of anger that we've seen now in politics. I saw you searching for, I think, your microphone, Dan. You are out.
I was trying to do it on the slide.
Live TV, man. It's okay.
This is what it looks and feels
From the
like.
storm zone.
A bigger piece to the puzzle.
New numbers just out this morning.
We begin with breaking news just coming in.
Russia has launched another round of attacks.
What was it like when you came back and saw your neighborhood like this?
They say that in modern war, there aren't any front lines anymore. Here, there certainly are.
We begin with the breaking news. Hurricane Ian gaining in strength.
We've had some of the strongest winds here. How many of you were up there?
At least 11.
Now to the economy as Americans face the highest inflation rate in decades.
How does this all impact your wallet?
More fallout from Elon Musk's Twitter takeover.
An urgent warning this hour about the flu.
How does RSV specifically hit some kids so hard, and then it seems like it almost doesn't affect others? Can voters trust that you will be able to do this job?
Why should voters believe you?
This special election night.
We love it. We live for this.
We have a substantial team of NBC News correspondents fanned out.
This is the first time we've not been able to call control of the House on election night.
Tonight, we'll take an unflinching look at the resurgence of anti-Semitism in America.
They're waiting until Title 42 is lifted before they decide whether to cross into the United States.
What made you decide to go the medicinal healing route for what you're growing here?
Who should be accountable? The city points the finger at the state, state at the city.
Making news right now.
We are live on the ground there.
I want to show you an up-close look at what we're talking about here.
The news continues right now.
Hey, podcast fans, ready to unlock our true crime mysteries? Try Dateline Premium on Apple Podcasts. You'll get early access to originals, plus bonus content, and everything is ad-free. So head to Apple Podcasts now to subscribe.
Welcome back. On the West Coast over the next couple of days, it's going to be another big storm. Some rain, some snow, and some windy conditions will leave flooding concerns as well as some down power lines and down trees. Meanwhile, in parts of the northern plains to the south, we will see strong storms as well as some snow and some wind through the day today. We'll be right back.
We begin top story with that breaking news. This is just in. A lot of stories to get to. What do people need most right now? Did the state and or law enforcement drop the ball anywhere? Are we headed for a recession or a recovery? Migrant families now stranded in Mexico. What's the World Cup experience been like? The civilian effort is not just about fighting, it's also about helping.
Every night, it's your news playlist. Top Story with Tom Llamas, streaming weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Watch NBC Nightly News with Lester Holt or listen wherever you get your podcasts.
NBC News, streaming free now.
What do people need most right now? Did the state and or law enforcement drop the ball? Migrant families now stranded in Mexico. What's the World Cup experience been like?
It's your news playlist. Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Hey, podcast fans, ready to unlock our true crime mysteries? Try Dateline Premium on Apple Podcasts. You'll get early access to originals, plus bonus content, and everything is ad-free. So head to Apple Podcasts now to subscribe.
We begin tonight with breaking news just coming in.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
Stay on top of breaking news and the biggest stories of the day with NBC News Daily.
Thank you so much for joining us. I'm Morgan Radford.
And I'm Vicki Wynn.
I'm Aaron Gilchrist.
And I'm Kate Snow.
Get in-depth reporting from across the country.
What's your reaction to the president's comments?
And around the world.
Are Ukrainians continuing to make advances?
And ways you can take care of your health.
Who should be getting tested, and frankly, how often?
And your wallet.
Costs are skyrocketing. How to manage soaring prices.
NBC News Daily, weekdays from 12 to 4 p.m. Eastern on NBC News Now.
NBC News, streaming free now.
This National Reading Month, we are highlighting the growing push to change how kids are taught to read. Actor and famed bookworm LeVar Burton is doing his part to help kids overcome some of their major challenges in his new documentary. Aaron Gilchrist sat down with him.
What letter is it? Y. Yeah.
A new documentary laser-focused on a growing problem in America, what it calls an early reading crisis.
When I first started teaching in Oakland, there were only 2 kids in my class of 35 who could read.
In 2022, 66% of fourth graders in this country were below proficient in reading. That's according to the National Assessment of Educational Progress. 37% were below a basic reading level.
We are in a scary place for most of our kids.
LeVar Burton is an executive producer on the film. He's spent most of his life as an advocate for literacy, dating back to his time as host of PBS's Reading Rainbow for more than 20 years. Burton says this documentary speaks to an urgent need.
Kareem has been a teacher at all levels, principal on down. And he says in the documentary, imagine being in the Stone Age and you don't have any stone. Imagine being in the Bronze Age and you have no access to bronze. We're in the information age, and our kids aren't getting access to the information because they can't read.
Burton says that while the film shines a light on the problem, it also elevates what he sees as a solution.
We were asking kids to memorize words and take their cues from the pictures as to what the words on the page mean. We now know that that doesn't work. The problem, as the experts see it, is that we've been spending money in the wrong direction, right? And we can change that. What you need is the phonics. You need a really scientifically based approach to reading instruction.
Burton says the right to read explains how a turn towards structured, science-based reading tactics is creating better outcomes for children, and he encourages parents to ask questions about what's happening in their children's classrooms.
Parents can ask their school board. They can ask their child's teacher, how are you teaching my child to read? Are you using evidence-based curricula or not? Because if they're not, then there's a problem. And once you identify the problem, only then can you address it to fix.
Thanks to Aaron for that story. I mean, got to trust LeVar Burton. How many millions of kids has that guy helped to read?
And opening up a whole new world by just opening up the pages of those books. Wow, so great to see it, and really, really smart approach.
Yeah, good to see him too. Thanks for starting your morning with us. I'm Philip Mena.
And I'm Francis Rivera. Have a great Thursday. See you back here tomorrow when we celebrate Friday. Have a good one.
Good morning, I'm Joe Fryer in New York.
And I'm Zinklea Samoa in Washington, D.C., in for Savannah Sellers. Right now on Morning News Now, a difficult night. Breaking news out of Ukraine this morning, several people killed in a wave of Russian missile strikes across several key cities, targeting critical infrastructure, including Europe's largest nuclear power plant. We'll bring you the latest on Russia's most aggressive attack in weeks. Also this morning, close call. New developments in the brazen kidnapping that killed 2 of 4 Americans on a trip in Mexico. What we're learning about a 5th person who turned around before crossing the border. Hospitalized, developing this morning, Senate Minority Leader Mitch McConnell recovering in a Washington hospital after a fall last night. What we know about what happened, plus the latest on his condition. And a way with words, he's credited by many for making reading fun. Now actor LeVar Burton of Reading Rainbow is working to shine a light on what some call an early reading crisis. More on his new project and why he says everyone has the right to read. Thanks for starting your day with us. We begin our show this morning in Ukraine. The country is dealing with the aftermath of the first major wave of Russian missile strikes in weeks.
Ukrainian officials say more than 80 missiles were fired overnight, targeting infrastructure facilities across the country. Ukraine's Air Force says it shot down more than 30 cruise missiles. The barrage hit a number of major cities, including the capital, Kyiv, Odessa in the south, and Kharkiv in the east. Strikes were also reported in the western region of Lviv, where at least 5 people were killed. That's according to the local governor. He posted this video on the messaging app Telegram, which he says shows the aftermath of the attack. NBC News foreign correspondent Megan Fitzgerald joins us now with the latest on all this. So, Megan, what can you tell us about these attacks?
Well, Joe, good to be with you. As you mentioned, we're just seeing a barrage of missiles and drones raining down across the entire country of Ukraine, something that we've not seen, as you mentioned, in at least a month from now. So we've been looking at attacks in Kharkiv, the second largest city in Ukraine, all the way down in the port city of Odessa, to the west in Lviv, also in the capital city of Kyiv. Now, right now, we know that the death toll stands at least 9, but of course, officials are saying that that number is expected to rise. Ukrainian officials saying several things right now. The first is that 81 missiles, at least 81 missiles were launched, and that they're seeing this pattern, this tactic by Russia to launch a barrage of their sophisticated missiles first, followed by less sophisticated missiles and drones as a way to try and overwhelm Ukraine's air defense system. But they do say that they were able to block at least 34 of those missiles. And as you mentioned, a typical pattern that we've been seeing throughout the course of the last several months, critical infrastructure being targeted, meaning that people across the country are without heat and without power. We know first responders rushing to the scene there to try and restore power as quickly as they can. But again, we are looking at cold temperatures in Ukraine and a pattern by Russia to attack critical infrastructure. Joe?
Megan, we also understand missiles knocked out power to the Russian-controlled Zaporizhzhia nuclear power plant. That's obviously a tense situation. Yeah. What do we know about that? What's the UN's nuclear watchdog saying about it?
Yeah, you're absolutely right. I mean, this is now the 6th time that we have seen the result of missiles knocking the Zaporizhzhia nuclear plant offline, forcing it to run on those backup generators. We are hearing from the Director General of the International Atomic Energy Agency expressing frustration that we are here yet again. I want you to listen to a little bit of what he had to say.
This is the 6th time. Let me say it again. This is the 6th time that the Zaporizhzhia nuclear power plant has lost all off-site power and has had to operate in this emergency mode. How can we sit here in this room this morning and allow this to happen? This cannot go on.
And, you know, Joe, I know you and I have been talking about this a lot when we've been talking about Ukraine. I mean, the big concern here is that the plant now, Europe's largest plant, is operating on these backup diesel generators. It's our understanding now, according to the IAEA, that they have about 15-day supply of the diesel generator. The concern is if they don't get it back online and the diesel runs out, that is when we could be looking at a potential nuclear disaster where you're looking at radioactive activity being released into the atmosphere. So certainly this is a situation that we will be monitoring closely.
Yeah,
Joe.
A major concern that's hung over all this for months now. Megan Fitzgerald with the latest out of Ukraine. Thank you, Megan.
Now to the latest developments in the deadly kidnapping of 4 Americans in Mexico. NBC News has learned from a law enforcement source familiar with the matter that a 5th person was on that road trip this morning. We're getting new details on that. And just last night, a vigil for the group was held at a church in Scranton, South Carolina, a town near the victim's hometown of Lake City. The community mourned the lives lost and lifted the survivors up in prayer.
This could have been any of us. This could have been any of our children, it could have been my son or my daughter. So we didn't come here tonight to point fingers or judge anybody, but yet we're going to pray that God will hold these families, that God will bless them in this time.
NBC News correspondent Ellison Barber joins us now from Lake City with the latest on all this. Ellison, good morning. So I know you were at the vigil last night. What exactly did you hear from the people who attended?
Hayes and Clay at Lake City, which, as you said, is the hometown of all 4 victims. It's a really small community. The population here is less than 6,000, so it's not hard to find people who know of the victims or know their parents or are in some way connected to them. This is something that has hit this community very hard because it is so small, because it is so close-knit. What we kept hearing from people is just absolute shock that something like this could happen to people they know from such a small community. They say again and again that they are devastated for the families who whose loved ones went on this journey and then never came back, and they are also relieved and grateful that some of them survived. Listen.
The connections are very intertwined. We all went to school together. Lake City is a small community. It's just tragic. We're sad. The whole community is sad. Nobody could get any sleep. And we're glad for the 2 survivors, and we're mourning the deaths of the 2 that were lost.
Everyone that we have spoken to, they say again and again that these 4 individuals, they were super close. They say even from childhood, you would often see all 4 of them together. They weren't surprised that they all had taken this journey as a group, as a unit. One person said she'd seen people on social media saying, why would so many adults be going on this one trip together? And she said, look, a lot of us have Gullah Geechee heritage. And she said, what we are taught by elders in our community is that we stick together and we travel together, in part for our own safety, but just because culturally speaking, this is a community that is very tight, that tries to look out for one another. And one person said to me, if I was driving 45 minutes, I would pick up the phone. I would call a first cousin and say, hey, I'm going to this city. Will you come with me? So they weren't surprised that they were all together, particularly these 4, but they are absolutely shocked that something like this could happen to people they know. Zinclay?
I mean, truly shocking. And the big development now is that we know there was a 5th person who went along for the trip. Ellison, what information do we have on who that person is and why they were not with the group when the other 4 were kidnapped?
So a law enforcement official who is close to this case is telling NBC News that this 5th individual traveled with the group, but then did not cross into Mexico because she lacked the proper documentation. There is a Facebook Live video that one of the surviving victims, Eric Williams, who was shot in the leg, he posted on Facebook at some point during this journey, and you can see that 5th person sleeping in the back of the car as they're making this long trek to Mexico. She has since identified herself in conversations, text messages with the Associated Press. She says that she stayed at a hotel on the other side of the border and that she was actually expecting everyone to be back within about 15 minutes. She said that she thought her friends were going to take Latavia McGee to get her cosmetic procedure and then come back to the hotel. She said she had all of their luggage at the hotel, but then didn't hear from them and started to get worried and notified local police that her friends had gone into Mexico and then had not come back. Zinclay.
So devastating. A lot to follow in this investigation. Ellison Barber, thank you.
This morning, the toxic train crash in Ohio will be in the spotlight on Capitol Hill. Norfolk Southern CEO Alan Shaw is scheduled to testify before Congress today. And in information obtained by NBC News, he's expected to tell the Senate committee that he is deeply sorry about the derailment last month that has shaken that Ohio community. NBC News congressional correspondent Julie Sirkin joins us now. Julie, good morning. So besides that apology, what else can we expect to hear from Shaw? Certainly, we can expect some very tough questioning, right?
Absolutely, Joe. Look, more than a month after this tragic accident happened in East Palestine, we will finally hear from the CEO of Norfolk Southern, Alan Shaw, on Capitol Hill before the Environment and Public Works Committee in the Senate. And the 2 leaders of that committee, Chairman Carper and Ranking Member Shelley Moore Capito, know that responsibility well, and they will use it. In a press call with reporters yesterday, Capito actually expressed her displeasure at the EPA. Carper said they want to get all the facts here to make sure this doesn't happen again. And Shaw will certainly be in the hot seat. In addition to telling lawmakers how deeply sorry he is, he will tell them that the company has committed at least $20 million in investments to the community to help the some 4,000 residents recover from this accident they are still being impacted by. And he said this is, quote, just a down payment on what the company plans to do for the community. He also says that this is part of the company rebuilding their safety culture from the ground up. So that's just some of what we expect to hear from the CEO of that company.
You know, lawmakers will be asking tough questions, but the panel will also hear from a number of lawmakers whose communities have been impacted by this derailment. Senators, not just from Ohio, but also Pennsylvania as well. What can we expect there?
Yeah, exactly, Joe. To set the scene of this hearing, the first panel, before we hear from any officials involved in the cleanup or the CEO of the train company, we will actually hear from both Ohio Senators Sherrod Brown and J.D. Vance. We will also hear from Bob Casey of Pennsylvania. Of course, Fetterman, his colleague, his counterpart, is in the hospital dealing with some mental health issues. So it will just be Casey presenting the case for the residents of Pennsylvania. He will say that, look, while attention has rightly been paid to Ohio residents who have been impacted by this, remember, this happened right along the border of his state, too. And he will share some personal stories of people who were affected by this there. So that will sort of set the scene before Shaw takes the stand.
And Julie, the NTSB is already launching an investigation into the company. It's advised Norfolk Southern to start making improvements immediately. And the company says it is doing that. Real quickly, what do we know about that?
Yeah, this is the first investigation that agency has launched in a decade, and they're saying that because of all of these accidents they've seen under Norfolk Southern, they need the company to come up with a better plan. And you see some of what Norfolk Southern is already doing. They are expanding its operation awareness and response program, and the training of that regional center you see at that top bullet actually begins March 22nd. So the company says they're already addressing some of all of this criticism.
All right, Julie Sirkin. Thank you, Julie.
Also this morning in Washington, Senate Minority Leader Mitch McConnell is in the hospital after suffering a fall. A spokesperson for the senator confirms to NBC News that it happened last night at the Waldorf Astoria Hotel in Washington, D.C. His spokesperson said he was admitted to a nearby hospital to receive treatment. In 2019, McConnell fractured his shoulder in a serious fall outside his Louisville home and had to undergo surgery.
This morning, the results of a 2-year-long review by the Justice Department are revealing systemic issues inside the Louisville Police Department. That includes allegations of years of discrimination against minorities. The investigation was launched only after the shooting death of Breonna Taylor made headlines across the country back in 2020. NBC News national correspondent Miguel Almaguer has more.
Scathing report from the Department of Justice unveiled a damning assessment of the Louisville Metro Police Department, saying LMPD has long engaged in a troubling pattern of discriminatory law enforcement practices. Investigators from the DOJ cited serious unlawful abuses, especially against black people.
Some officers have demonstrated disrespect for the people they are sworn to protect. Some have videotaped themselves throwing drinks at pedestrians from their cars, insulted people with disabilities, and called black people monkeys, animal, and boy. This conduct is unacceptable.
The troubling 86-page report cites uses of excessive force, unjustified neck restraints, and the unreasonable use of police dogs and tasers. Officers also conducted searches based on invalid warrants, unlawfully stopped, searched, and detained citizens, and violated the rights of people engaged in protected speech critical of policing. The U.S. Attorney General specifically cited a specialized unit originally called Viper.
The unit's activities were part of an overall enforcement approach that resulted in significant and unlawful racial disparities.
The 2-year review into LMPD was launched after the 2020 shooting death of Breonna Taylor. The botched raid in which Taylor was not a suspect helped expose what federal authorities now call a pattern or practice of conduct that deprives people of their rights.
I don't even know what to think, to know that this thing shouldn't have never happened, and that it took 3 years for anybody else to say that it shouldn't have.
The failure to protect and serve at the cost of community trust.
The Louisville Police Department, which is not conceding to a pattern of constitutional violations, says it's revamping its training and support services for officers. The city's also working with the DOJ to implement changes. Meantime, after the death of Tyree Nichols in Memphis, the DOJ will review that police department's use of force policies. Back to you.
All right, Miguel, thank you.
Turning now to an NBC News exclusive on a story we've been covering for months. You may remember back in January, a 6-year-old boy was taken into custody after opening fire on his teacher inside a Virginia first-grade classroom. Now, prosecutors tell NBC News that they will not seek charges against the 6-year-old for the attack. Joining us now to discuss this is NBC News legal analyst Danny Savalos. Danny, good morning. So while the prosecutor has said that they will not charge the 6-year-old, they did say that once they analyze all the evidence, all the information condition, they would, quote, charge any person or persons that they believe they can prove beyond a reasonable doubt committed a crime. So who exactly could that be in this case, and why is the 6-year-old then not involved in that?
It could be the parents. It could be anyone who is responsible for giving the firearm to the child. I did not expect them to charge the child for 2 reasons. Number one, even though they theoretically could, how would a 6-year-old form the requisite intent? And secondly, is a 6-year-old competent to stand trial? And that really just tests whether or not the defendant can understand the nature of the proceedings against him and help his attorney. But the adults, to the extent there were any adults involved who participated in or facilitated this 6-year-old getting the gun, they could potentially be charged.
And Danny, hopefully, yeah, that child gets the counseling and the care they need. I know a lawsuit is expected to be filed on behalf of the teacher who was shot. What kind of lawsuit can be filed on her behalf now that we know the 6-year-old is not going to be charged?
Well, lawsuit's a different question. I mean, you could file suit against anybody who may have given the child the firearm. But in all likelihood, if you're bringing a lawsuit, you're going to want to find an insurance policy somewhere or a deep pocket to pay a judgment. And it's probably the case that the parents don't have enough money to satisfy a judgment. You may be able to reach their homeowner's policy if they have one. So part of the challenge in finding someone to sue isn't always necessarily the person who's most responsible. That's our civil justice system. You can sue the person most responsible, but they may not have any money to pay a judgment. So the search becomes for any government entity or any private entity with an insurance policy or assets to pay a judgment. And that means you have to do some creative drafting of a complaint sometimes.
So, Danny, if the Attorney General does decide to bring charges against someone in this case, how exactly would they go about doing that?
They simply determine who was the responsible party for providing the firearm to the child, and then they can charge them with some form of negligence or, well, in the criminal context, negligence is really, it's a misnomer. It's more like recklessness. Did they consciously disregard a known risk in allowing a child access to a firearm? And that could be even in the home, possibly not locking it, any kind of risk that they were aware of. It was a substantial risk, and they consciously disregarded it. That is a form of criminal negligence. It's a little misleading because civil negligence is really just asks the question whether your conduct fell below a standard of care, whereas criminal negligence is about consciously disregarding a known risk. It's a bit of a bug in the legal system that we have 2 different kinds of negligence for criminal and civil cases.
So, Danny, as our legal analyst, what do you expect to happen with this case, with this incident?
In all likelihood, I mean, law enforcement and prosecutors are going to try very hard to find an adult responsible because they recognize, and I expected they would not charge the 6-year-old, even though you hypothetically could. This is not this would be a almost certain acquittal, even if the case went to trial. So, in the prosecutor's mind, somebody has to pay for this, and they will try very hard to find the adult, to pinpoint which adult, if any, is responsible for giving the gun to this kid, because somebody has to be held accountable if you cannot hold a 6-year-old accountable. While legally you theoretically can, practically speaking, what jury in the world is going to convict a 6-year-old?
Important points there. Danny Savalos, thank you so much.
The West Coast is bracing for yet another storm this weekend.
Meteorologist Angie Lassman has more on that and the rest of your Morning News Now weather forecast. Good morning, Angie.
Good morning, guys. It's been the story, right, for the West Coast all winter long. These atmospheric river events, lots of snow, lots of rain, and we've got another one coming our way. This powerful Pacific storm is going to start inching a little closer to the coast through the day today, and with it comes just a fire hose of moisture. We're talking lots of rain, heavy rain at times, and additional snow that eventually, as the system continues tracking to the east, will spread into parts of the Rockies. But let's talk about the concerns concerns with this system. Flooding is going to be the main one. You can see already 16 million people are under a flood threat, including cities like Sacramento and as far south as Bakersfield. This does inch into parts of Nevada as well, Reno included in that too. Here's why. Sierra foothills, anywhere from 6 to 8 inches of rain. Coastal ranges will see anywhere from 6 to 8 inches of rain as well. This is on top of already pretty saturated grounds in some spots, and additional snowfall. This is going to happen more like above 8,000 feet. We'll have maybe 2 to 6 feet of snow on top of what is already there. But let's talk about what's already there. We have 200% nearly of the average snowpack that we usually see for this time of year. So it's pretty deep. We've got a lot of snow that we're dealing with, and the current snow level is about 3,000 feet. So after 3,000 feet is when you kind of see a really dense snowpack. But look what happens as we go through the rest of Thursday and into the later parts of your Friday. We start to see this snow level go up, and that means there's heavy rain falling on a snowpack that is now going to melt. We've got warming happening. We've got flooding concerns that are going to take shape, and this is going to be something that we'll deal with here. Not just snow, but wet snow at that. That means that the structural issues we saw with this last storm going to be another kind of situation that we see unfolding in the coming days. Meanwhile, more people in the northern plains and stretching to the Great Lakes are under winter weather alerts from a different system that's going to spread snow from Montana to Michigan. Eventually, we're going to see places like Ohio and stretching for a little farther into Texas dealing with the heavy rain and the potential for some stronger storms through the day today. Joe and Clay, this is eventually going to make it to the Northeast by the time your Saturday rolls around.
We just keep waiting for everything to come from the West Coast. It feels like every week this winter. All right. Thank you, Angie. Appreciate it. Coming up on Morning News Now, turbulence on the tarmac, another in-flight fight, this time between two passengers boarding a plane. After the break, what we know about the latest in a series of violent airplane incidents.
And new this morning, U.S. Defense Secretary Lloyd Austin touches down in Israel amid violence and protests. More on his trip when we come back.
Today's biggest political stories with trusted insight and expert analysis. A daily look at the politics behind the headlines. Meet the Press Now, streaming weekdays at 4 p.m. on NBC News Now.
This is what it looks and feels
With the latest film, the bigger piece to the puzzle.
We begin tonight with breaking news.
How much water ultimately will be forced inland?
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
We're back with news of another disturbance on board a flight. This one, a physical altercation between passengers. It happened just as the acting FAA chief reiterated a zero-tolerance policy for unruly behavior on board planes. NBC News correspondent Tom Costello has more.
Let go. Let go. It happened as Southwest 117 was boarding Dallas to Phoenix. One passenger began punching another, fellow travelers pulling them apart. Southwest says its crew helped de-escalate the situation, coming days after 32-year-old Francisco Torres threatened fellow travelers on a United flight to Boston.
I will kill every man on this plane.
Then tried to stab a flight attendant with a broken spoon as fellow passengers tackled him.
We are now in an emergency aircraft.
The captain declared an in-flight emergency.
That person was subdued and is being detained right now. However, not going quietly.
One of the passengers who subdued Torres told our NBC Boston station, "We had a hard time holding him down. It was total teamwork." Unruly onboard behavior has been spiking since 2019. Last year, more than 2,300 reports, many involving physical and verbal assaults. On Capitol Hill, the acting chief reiterated the FAA's zero tolerance.
We will take every step to ensure that the action takes place against any perpetrator.
The nation's flight attendants are again calling on Congress to create a national no-fly list for bad-behaving passengers.
Airlines are banning passengers who act out badly on their airline, but that information is not shared with the rest of the industry.
The FAA's zero-tolerance policy means misbehaving passengers can face criminal charges and fines of up to $37,000 per violation. Back to you.
All right, it's a lot of money. Thanks, Tom Costello, for that story.
And Defense Secretary Lloyd Austin landed in Israel this morning, but his schedule has seen some changes due to massive anti-government protests. NBC News foreign correspondent Raf Sanchez is in Tel Aviv and joins us now with the latest. Good morning, Raf. So can you tell us exactly what these protests are about? I think you're in them right now. And were they intentionally timed for Secretary Austin's visit, or are we looking at a coincidence here?
Clay, good morning. Yeah, we are in the thick of it in the heart of Tel Aviv right now. That spiky tower that you may be able to see behind me is the Israeli Defense Ministry, and that is where Secretary Austin was supposed to be this morning. But as you can see behind me, the streets are absolutely full of protesters. There was no way the Secretary was going to get through the roads here. The protests have nothing to do with Secretary Austin. He is caught up in the chaos. Instead, Israelis are out on the streets in their tens of thousands protesting against this very controversial plan by Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu to weaken Israel's Supreme Court. And the people here are worried that this could be the end of Israeli democracy. I want you to take a listen to some of their concerns.
I'm here because democracy is in danger in Israel, and we have to fight for our rights. They're trying to take our rights away from us, and we have to do something before it's too late.
We're influencing the people around him, and eventually no one is elected alone. He also has a group, and I'm pretty sure that he feels intimidated by what's going on.
Now, Zinkley, interestingly, we've heard from a lot of the protesters here that they would like President Biden to do more to put pressure on Benjamin Netanyahu to scale back these plans. Zinkley?
Clearly, protesters showing up in full force there, Raf. So right now, the secretary has changed his plans, understandably, and is holding meetings at the airport. Who is he meeting with, and what are they discussing?
So he'll be meeting with Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu. He's also meeting with the Israeli defense minister. And we're told by U.S. officials the message he's going to deliver is the U.S. understands that Israel's top priority is Iran. But the U.S. says they really need Israel to do more to bring calm to the West Bank, the occupied West Bank, where there has been so much violence in recent weeks. We were expecting the defense secretary to call on Israel to scale back these military raids they've been launching in cities like Jenin, which have led to such high casualties, but also to call on the Palestinian security forces to do more to confront Palestinian militants themselves.
Raf, you mentioned those tensions at the West Bank. All of this, of course, is happening as those tensions have been mounting between Israelis and Palestinians. What's the latest there?
Well, Zinkley, just this morning, Israeli security forces killed 3 Palestinian militants in the northern West Bank. They were members of the Islamic Jihad militant group. And just 2 days before that, Israeli forces were operating inside a refugee camp in the West Bank. They killed 6 militants then, including a Hamas operative who Israel says was responsible for gunning down 2 Israeli brothers at the end of February. Now, Zinkley, we are only 2 months into 2023, but this is already some of the worst violence we have seen in Israel, Jerusalem, and the West Bank in 2 decades. Zinkley.
Well, Raf Sanchez, thanks for your coverage. Stay safe.
On Capitol Hill, lawmakers heard from leaders in the intelligence community yesterday who laid out the biggest threats currently facing the United States. NBC News Justice and Intelligence correspondent Ken Dateline joins us now with more. Ken, good morning. So it seems like America's relationship with China was really front and center during this Senate Intelligence Committee hearing yesterday. What can you tell us about that?
Yeah, good morning, Joe. China really emerged from this assessment and in this hearing as the greatest long-term threat to the United States. And what was really interesting is that these intelligence leaders said that China views its advancement as only coming at the expense of U.S. influence. In other words, a zero-sum game, which is really a recipe for confrontation over issues like China's efforts to absorb Taiwan. Also came up was this debate over whether the COVID vaccine emerged accidentally from a Chinese lab. The intelligence community disagrees about that, but one thing they all agree on is that China has covered up the evidence. If there's any good news here, the assessment was that Chinese President Xi Jinping wants stability for now. He believes that China would benefit from easing some tensions in the short term with the U.S., but long term, they see China as a big challenge.
Again, another huge topic, our top story this hour, the war in Ukraine. What do officials have to say about Russia and the war?
The intelligence leaders said that they do not see Russia making territorial gains in the short term, say over the next year. It's really tough going for Russia right now, even as they try to mount a massive attack and seize part of the Donbas region. But they also assess that Vladimir Putin believes that over the long term, he has a good position. The longer he drags this out, the better it is for Russia. So that's really a recipe for a long-term conflict with the U.S. continuing to invest billions and billions of dollars.
And Ken, so many global concerns right now. Any other important issues come up during this hearing?
Yeah, of course. And, you know, Iran, which got more attention in years past, continues to enrich uranium and is closer than ever to building a nuclear weapon. They haven't made the decision to do that, but they could do it at a moment's notice. And, of course, North Korea is essentially a de facto nuclear power now and continues to test and perfect nuclear weapons. So both of those countries pose huge threats to the United States, even as China is getting most of the oxygen right now.
All right. Ken Delaney and Ken, thank you so much.
Turning now to Memphis, where a judge has blocked the release of footage and audio from the night Tyree Nichols was beaten by several police officers. City Attorney Jennifer Sink was set to release 20 hours of additional footage on Wednesday after announcing the city completed its investigation into the incident. But attorneys for the officers involved in Nichols' death filed an immediate protective order. The judge ruled the information could not be released until the state and defendants have time to review it. It's unclear if the Nichols family has reviewed the additional footage.
Coming up, sharing her story. Celebrity zookeeper Bindi Irwin opening up about her health struggles. More on the diagnosis that impacts millions of women all over the world.
And the right to read. Reading Rainbow's LeVar Burton working to take on what he calls an early reading crisis. His new project next on Morning News Now.
Stay on top of breaking news and the biggest stories of the day with NBC News Daily.
Thank you so much for joining us. I'm Morgan Radford.
And I'm Vicki Lynn.
I'm Aaron Gilchrist.
And I'm Kate Snow.
Get in-depth reporting from across the country.
What's your reaction to the president's comments?
And around the world.
Are Ukrainians continuing to make advances?
And ways you can take care of your health.
Who should be getting tested? And frankly, how often?
And your wallet.
Costs are skyrocketing. How to manage soaring prices.
NBC News Daily. Weekdays from 12 to 4 p.m. Eastern on NBC News Now. Stay on top of breaking news and the biggest stories of the day with NBC News Daily.
Thank you so much for joining us. I'm Morgan Radford.
And I'm Vicki Lynn.
I'm Aaron Gilchrist.
And I'm Kate Snow.
Get in-depth reporting from across the country.
What's your reaction to the president's comments?
And around the world.
Are Ukrainians continuing to make advances?
And ways you can take care of your health.
Who should be getting tested? And frankly, how often?
And your wallet.
Costs are skyrocketing. How to manage soaring prices.
NBC News Daily. Weekdays from 12 to 4 p.m. Eastern on NBC News Now.
We're back, and we're taking a look at women's health and a medical condition impacting millions of women around the world.
Endometriosis affects 11% of women between the ages of 15 and 44. That's according to the U.S. Department of Health and Human Services Office on Women's Health.
And now Bindi Irwin, Australian zookeeper and daughter of the late crocodile hunter Steve Irwin, is speaking out about her diagnosis to raise awareness. Irwin wrote in a social media post, quote, "I'm sharing my story for anyone who reads this and is quietly dealing with pain and no answers. Let this be your validation that your pain is real and you deserve help."
Joining us now to discuss is NYU Langone Endometriosis Center Director, Dr. Kathy Huang. Doctor, thank you so much for being with us. So, first of all, for those unfamiliar, can you explain what endometriosis is and how it impacts people who are diagnosed with it?
Sure. Endometriosis is a condition in which the inner lining of the uterus is elsewhere in the body. So it can be anywhere. It can be on the bowel, could be in the ovaries, could be in the lung. Anywhere that it impacts, it will create significant amount of pain. And women oftentimes will also have problems with fertility and having trouble getting pregnant.
So Bindi Irwin said that she'd been dealing with this for 10 years, and she's not alone. Why is it that it can take such a long time to actually diagnose this?
One of the things I've been mentioning, I think, throughout my entire career is that pain is not normal. And I do think a lot of women get the message that pain is normal. Even as a little girl, oftentimes when you have painful periods, you've been told that it's normal. So sometimes women are not seeking help, and sometimes physicians are not taking it seriously and continue the message that pain perhaps is normal. And one of the things about endometriosis is that it's very difficult to diagnose on imaging. However, at NYU Langone, we partner with our radiologists, and we have developed a new imaging technique for MRI that diagnoses endometriosis with accuracy of over 80%, which is amazing. And the gold standard is actually doing surgery on women just to diagnose endometriosis. In our center, we really believe that's way too invasive to diagnose a condition.
All right.
And doctor, you talked about surgery. I think generally there can be an assumption with menstruation pain that this is just how it is, right? It's just painful. But there are options, especially if it's endometriosis. So what treatments are available for people dealing with this condition to help manage it?
We really have a multidisciplinary approach to endometriosis. We don't believe surgery is the only method. We do think surgery should be the last resort. You should have medical treatments as well. We have a pain therapist. We have a sexual function therapist. We partner with our fertility specialists. Oftentimes, we would first start with medicine, and if you fail medical treatment, then we will approach surgery.
All right. Dr. Kathy Huang, thank you so much. We appreciate your time.
Thanks you
for joining us. Some important information there. It's National Reading Month, and today we're highlighting the push to change how kids are taught to read. Actor LeVar Burton is still doing his part to help kids with his new documentary called The Right to Read. NBC News Now anchor Aaron Gilchrist has the details.
What letter is it?
Y.
Yeah.
A new documentary laser-focused on a growing problem in America, what it calls an early reading crisis.
When I first started teaching in Oakland, there were only 2 kids in my class of 35 who could read.
In 2022, 66% of fourth graders in this country were below proficient in reading. That's according to the National Assessment of Educational Progress. 37% were below a basic reading level.
We are in a scary place for most of our kids.
LeVar Burton is an executive producer on the film. He's spent most of his life as an advocate for literacy, dating back to his time as host of PBS's Reading Rainbow for more than 20 years. Burton says this documentary speaks to an urgent need.
Kareem has been a teacher at all levels, principal on down. And he says in the documentary, imagine being in the Stone Age and you don't have any stone. Imagine being in the Bronze Age and you have no access to bronze. We're in the information age, and our kids aren't getting access to the information because they can't read.
Burton says that while the film shines a light on the problem, it also elevates what he sees as a solution.
We were asking kids to memorize words and take their cues from the pictures as to what the words on the page mean. We now know that that doesn't work. The problem, as the experts see it, is that we've been spending money in the wrong direction, right? And we can change that. What you need is the phonics. You need a really scientifically based approach to reading instruction.
Burton says The Right to Read explains how a turn towards structured, science-based reading tactics is creating better outcomes for children, and he encourages parents to ask questions about what's happening in their children's classrooms.
Parents can ask their school board. They can ask their child's teacher, how are you teaching my child to read? Are you using evidence-based curricula or not? Because if they're not, then there's a problem. And once you identify the problem, only then can you address it to fix.
Our thanks to Aaron Gilchrist for that report.
Coming up, teeing off, dozens of world's top golfers gathering on the green for the PGA's Players' Championship.
When we come back, a look at the competition and what's behind some of the notable names you're not going to see. This is Morning News Now.
Tonight with breaking news just coming in whenever it happens, wherever you are. NBC News, streaming free now.
Hey, podcast fans, ready to unlock our true crime mysteries? Try Dateline Premium on Apple Podcasts. You'll get early access to originals, plus bonus content, and everything is ad-free. So head to Apple Podcasts now to subscribe.
We're back now with some money news. Microsoft's Bing is seeing some success with the launch of its new AI chatbot.
CNBC's Silvana Henao joins us with this and more financial news. Silvana, good morning.
Joe Zinkley, good morning to you. Yeah, so Microsoft says Bing has topped 100 million daily active users just a month after the launch of its AI chatbot. The company says 1/3 of Bing's users are new to Bing, and the same number have been using AI chat for the searches every day. Now, by integrating AI into Bing, Microsoft has given the search engine a weapon to compete against Google, which has plans to launch its own chatbot, introducing a chat AI called Bard last month. Spotify has launched a new video feed for the app. It recommends music, podcasts, and audiobooks to users through short clips similar to that of TikTok and YouTube Shorts. The new feature called Previews prompts you to browse new content recommendations, and the clips are aimed at enticing users to save music and shows to their libraries to listen to later. Spotify says being involved in the moment someone first hears new content is ultimately the key to keeping them as a customer. Apartment hunters have seen little relief from near record rents in Manhattan this winter. Data from real estate firms Miller Samuel and Douglas Elliman shows the average rent on new leases was $4,095 in February. That's down just $2 from January. Now, average rents peaked last July and have held near that level since. That breaks with the market's traditional pattern. Costs typically drop in the cooler months as competition for apartments eases. Manhattan is the nation's largest rental market, guys.
I can confirm everything you just said about Manhattan. It is not getting that much better.
I'm staying far away. I'm going to stay on the other side of the river.
Thank you so much. And here's something you don't often hear on our show. To golf now. The Players' Championship tees off today at Sawgrass in Florida.
43 of the world's top 50 players are playing in the tournament, but what might be most notable is who won't be there and why.
Here to take a swing at this with us is Golf Channel contributor Ron Cyrack. Thank you so much for being with us, Ron. So we'll get to that notable absentee in just a moment. But first, walk us through the importance of this tournament. Who are the favorites this year, and who should we be watching?
Well, first off, this is the PGA Tour's flagship tournament. It's played at their headquarters in Ponte Vedra Beach, Florida. Traditionally, it has one of the strongest fields of the year in all of golf. And the PGA Tour coming into this tournament's in really good shape because its best players been playing their best golf this year. Jon Rahm has won tournaments. Max Homa, Scotty Scheffler. Rory McIlroy hasn't won, but he's been in contention every week. And some fan favorites like Ricky Fowler and Jordan Spieth are refinding their form. So they've got their best players playing their best golf, and they've got everything trending in the right direction. Coming into a tournament played on an iconic golf course, TPC Sawgrass, a course that the fans are very familiar with.
So, Ron, that's good news for fans. But as we mentioned, there's one player missing this year. That's the defending champ, Cameron Smith, the Australian player ineligible after joining the LIV Golf Tour. That is a huge topic right now. Many of his rivals who are participating said they hoped he'd be able to play. What do you make of this decision by the PGA?
Well, you know, I think it was a decision the PGA Tour had to make. Look, the major championships, which are considered official PGA Tour events but aren't run by the PGA Tour, have all established a criteria in which Cameron Smith's going to be able to play this year because he's a defending champion of a major. That usually gets you into the next majors for the next 5 years. He won the Open Championship last year. But this is a PGA Tour event, and as I said, they've suspended the LIV golfers from the PGA Tour, so it's only sort of consistent with what their policy is. If you're not a member of our tour, if you have chosen to rebel against our tour, then you're not going to play in our event. It makes sense in my mind that the majors have made their decisions to let the guys who've qualified from LIV play in their tournaments, but it also makes sense for the PGA Tour to block the LIV golfers.
And Ron, just last week, I know the PGA announced a series changes, including things like increased price purses and smaller fields. These are pretty similar features to the LIV Golf Tour. What do you make of the changes, and how has the introduction of LIV been beneficial to golf?
Yeah, it's going to be interesting to see how this all plays out. I think the first winner here is going to be, well, the top players are winners. Look, the first time I covered the Players' Championship was 1988. Mark McCumber won $225,000. The winner of this tournament this week is going to get $4.5 million. That's a 20-fold increase over time. So, and that money is only increasing. What the PGA Tour has done by creating designated events, these are going to be big money events. They're going to have smaller fields, no cut, and it's going to guarantee that the fans are going to see the best players playing head-to-head against each other more often. Not only is that going to happen in the 4 majors and the Players' Championship, but it's going to happen in a half a dozen other events out there. So that's going to be good. How the no-cut thing fares in all this is going to be interesting, because that's one of the features of Live Golf is that there's no cut there. But one of the things fans love about professional golf is the cut, because it's not like in team sports. You sign a multi-year lucrative contract and then you're lousy. You still get paid. But the way the PGA Tour's business model, you don't make that cut. Half the field gets cut after Friday. You don't get a check. So that's going to go away for some events.
Good time to play golf today. Ron, thanks so much.
Happy to be with you.
And coming up, iced out. We're not talking about diamonds. It's a new kind of luxury item taking over TikTok.
Yeah, we're going to explain the growing trend of designer ice cubes. Yeah, that's right. You're watching Morning News Now.
Hey, I'm Hallie. It's good to be with you tonight. There's another legal filing today, and I want to cut through some of the weedsy stuff. But let's just get to the point. They have started a vote on the PACT Act. If you're like, Hallie, stop speaking Washingtonese. This bill would basically give health care to veterans who have exposed to these toxic chemicals. So, Scott, I'm trying to make this as not DC as possible. The increased sort of anger that we've seen now in politics. I saw you searching for, I think, your microphone, Danny. You are.
I was trying to do it on the slide.
Live TV, man. It's okay.
Hey, podcast fans, ready to unlock our true crime mysteries? Try Dateline Premium on Apple Podcasts. You'll get early access to originals, plus bonus content, and everything is ad-free. So head to Apple Podcasts now to subscribe.
Welcome back. Gamblers and WWE fans alike could be in for some good news. The WWE is in talks with regulators in states like Colorado and Michigan, looking to legalize betting on scripted wrestling matches. They're working with groups to make sure that there would be no chance of match results leaking to the public. If the WWE succeeds in its bid to legalize gambling on matches, well, that could open the door for gambling on other scripted events like TV shows. I'm intrigued by this, the scripted element of this, the fact that the results are sort of secretly known going into the match. That would be very interesting in the gambling world. I'm not sure how that'll work, but we'll have to see if they can make it happen.
Something to watch for sure, Joe. Thanks. And finally at this hour, Ice Ice Baby. That's right. We're talking about a new form of luxury, ice cubes. Designer ice cubes are gaining millions of views on TikTok and a major following.
So get this. The appliance company Bosch surveyed about 2,000 people and found that among those people, 51% say they're, quote, ice obsessed. That means they're consuming up to 116 glasses of ice a month. That adds up to more than 400 pounds of ice a person a year. So what exactly is behind this new trend? Joining us now to help answer that question is senior staff editor of the New York Times Cooking, Becky Hughes, who wrote about this. Becky, good to have you with us. Talk about this trend. Why are people so ice obsessed? How on earth did this come about?
Sure. Well, Americans are sort of famously obsessed with ice. It's a bit of an ongoing joke. And when you go to Europe, if you order ice water, they'll call it American style. That's because America has the oldest ice industry in the world since 1806. And so it sort of seems like the natural progression that if any company were to any country were to commodify ice and make it, an internet trend, it should be us. So here we are. The TikTok hashtag Ice Talk has 950 million views. So it's a huge internet phenomenon. The most popular of these videos are these ice drawer restock videos, some of which you can probably see on the screen, where ice obsessives film themselves stocking their freezer with 10, 20 different types of ice.
And Becky, I gotta admit, I have actually taken part in making some of this bougie ice, and I can attest it is kind of good. But it appears people are actually making money off of it. You talked about commodifying it. They're actually selling cubes for about $14 a piece. Kind of wild. So talk to us about the business side of things. What makes ice so profitable?
Yeah, I spoke to Leslie, the owner of Disco Cubes in LA, which is a custom ice company, and she makes these perfectly clear ice cubes, which getting perfectly clear ice is a really hard thing to do. And she fills them with wildflowers or food or brand logos suspended in the ice, and those retail for $8 to $14 a cube just for starters. And people have those for parties, for weddings. That's a really popular thing right now. And also, these TikTokers making ice videos are actually making money because they all are selling ice molds at the links in their bio.
I thought a $14 cocktail was a lot of money. Now a $14 ice cube to put in the cocktail. My goodness. So, Becky, we have seen everything from flour ice we saw there, hot sauce ice. We have less than a minute here, but walk us through some of the different versions of the ice craze. Anything you've tried?
Yeah, the ones that I think are the most interesting, I love the ice molds that are long stick shapes because those fit in a water bottle. I think that's pretty smart. I love these coffee ice cubes for iced coffee, which I learned in the comments section of the story is actually not a new idea. I had one commenter say that their parents were doing that in the 1940s. And I love the pebble nugget ice. Those make drinks really cold really quickly, and I love that texture in a cocktail.
All right, the coffee ice cube, I might have to try that one. I'm not going to pay $14 for it, but I might try and make one at home. So, all right. Becky Hughes, this was fascinating. Thanks so much for joining us this morning. We appreciate your time.
Thanks.
All right, that does it for this hour of Morning News Now.
The news continues right now.
Right now on Morning News Now, violent night in Ukraine this morning. Officials say another barrage of missiles launched by Russia killed at least 5 people across the country. It's the most devastating attack on the war-torn nation in weeks, and it comes amid Russian advances in the eastern stronghold of Bakhmut. We're on the ground with the latest. We're also learning some chilling new details this morning surrounding that deadly cartel kidnapping of 4 Americans just over the U.S.-Mexico border. A law enforcement official now telling NBC News 5 people were originally inside that white minivan. We'll tell you why one of them ended up not crossing the border. Plus, startling new images of the moments right before tragedy struck as a South Carolina community mourns the loss of 2 of their own. Also this morning, to fund a nation. Later today, President Biden will travel to Philadelphia to unveil his administration's proposed budget for 2024. What we know about it so far as Republicans on Capitol Hill gear up for a showdown. Plus, we've got a real underdog story for you this morning. It might not be the university in Georgia that you're most familiar with, but the Kennesaw State Owls just punched their first March Madness ticket, thanks in part to a steadfast coach who dusted off some of the old cobwebs. Love these Cinderella stories already coming out ahead of March Madness. We'll get to that in a little bit. We're going to begin this hour in Ukraine, which is picking up the pieces after another major Russian missile attack, the biggest in weeks.
Multiple casualties were reported in several cities following the strikes that targeted the country's infrastructure facilities. NBC News correspondent Aaron McLaughlin has the very latest from central Ukraine.
Hey there, we woke to the sound of a massive explosion in Kyiv, a big boom echoing throughout the capital, part of the 15th wide-scale attack on Ukraine's energy infrastructure since the war began. This morning, thick smoke in the skies over Kyiv, signaling a massive Russian missile attack striking the four corners of Ukraine and lasting more than 7 hours. 81 missiles and drones launched from multiple Russian bases, targeting Ukraine's energy infrastructure, according to the Ukrainian armed forces, including 6 hypersonic missiles. This video apparently showing the moment one struck the capital, knocking out power to 40% of the city, according to military and city officials. In Lviv, the strikes were deadly. At least 5 killed when a rocket fell in a residential area. Rescue workers seen digging through the rubble. Overnight missiles also damaging a crucial power line to the Zaporizhzhia nuclear power plant, now being run on backup diesel generators for the 6th time in this war. It's the biggest Russian attack in weeks, while fighting in the east remains fierce and brutal. Meanwhile, Ukrainian President Zelensky speaking out on CNN, repeating his plea for F-16 fighter jets and revealing new details about his talks with President Biden.
President Biden has this position from his advisors, aides, in a military direction that what Ukraine doesn't need at the moment, and jets, according to that, were not needed. And I said, no, we need those jets. They could help us to defend ourselves. That's why we need it urgently.
It comes amid concerns about the future of the war, with one top U.S. official warning Congress time is not on Ukraine's side. Putin most likely calculates that time works in his favor and that prolonging the war may be his best remaining pathway to eventually securing Russia's strategic interests in Ukraine. Meanwhile, Zelensky unequivocal in how he sees this war ending.
They have to leave our territory, and then, only then, we can talk about diplomacy.
This morning, President Zelensky says a majority of the country is now experiencing power shortages. It's an all-hands-on-deck situation for the country's emergency services. They're working to restore Ukraine's energy systems. Back to you.
Right, Aaron, thank you so much. Now to the latest developments in that deadly kidnapping in Mexico involving 4 Americans.
This morning, we're getting new details on the group and their abduction. Their community coming together last night for a prayer vigil to honor the 2 people who lost their lives and to pray for healing for the 2 who survived. NBC News correspondent Morgan Chesky joins us now from Brownsville, Texas, with the latest. Morgan.
Yeah, Joe Zinkley, good morning. And the more evidence you see about this case, the more chilling this attack becomes. We've learned that after crossing the border here in Brownsville, new surveillance images show multiple vehicles trailing that white van with 4 Americans inside minutes before they unleashed that deadly barrage of gunfire. And this morning we've learned that a 5th American was very close to joining them. In South Carolina overnight, an emotional vigil near the victim's hometown. Family members of one survivor, Latavia Washington McGee, expect the mother of 6 back home soon after a trip to Mexico turned into a nightmare. Her mother, Barbara, telling CNN her devastated daughter watched her longtime friends die.
I hope they get all of them and put them all in jail.
In Matamoros on Wednesday, a swarm of Mexican military converging not far from where armed gunmen kidnapped the 4 Americans. This as new video unveiled a startling twist.
Mexico, here we come.
Video live streamed on Facebook before the kidnapping appears to show not 4, but 5 people inside the van. A law enforcement source telling NBC another woman also made the trip, but did not cross the border with the others because she did not have proper documentation. Cheryl Orange spoke to the Associated Press, saying that she stayed behind at a motel and they were supposed to return 15 minutes after dropping off Latavia Washington McGee for the cosmetic procedure in Mexico. But she grew worried as time went on and spoke to authorities after not hearing from them. The 4 who did cross? New images from Mexican authorities show the gunmen trailing their white minivan minutes before they opened fire. Additional images appear to show travel documents, luggage, debit cards, and cash that investigators found inside the vehicle. In the aftermath of the attack, Mexican authorities scrambled to several different hospitals for days, trying to track down victims, before finally locating all 4 inside this wooden shack. After speaking with one victim's family, South Carolina Senator Lindsey Graham promising,
"We're going to unleash the fury and might of the United States against these cartels."
Now, despite some lawmakers suggesting that these cartels should be labeled as terrorist organizations, the White House has said that doing so would not give them really a significant amount of more power or resources that they don't already have at their disposal, citing sanctions specifically designed to handle both cartels as a group and the individuals within. In the meantime, we do know that a high-level Washington delegation is in Mexico to discuss the ongoing fentanyl crisis. But that conversation will no doubt shift in light of this recent kidnapping. I'll send it back to you.
All right, Morgan, thank you so much. This morning, Ohio's toxic train crash will be front and center on Capitol Hill. Norfolk Southern CEO Alan Shaw is scheduled to testify before a Senate committee on how the company racked up 4 derailments in the last 5 months. And information obtained by NBC News tells us Shaw is expected to say he is deeply sorry about the event last month. Maggie Vespa joins us now from Springfield, Ohio, to talk about this. So, Maggie, besides his apology, what else are we expecting to hear from the CEO, Alan Shaw, this morning? He's probably facing pretty tough lines of questioning from all sides, isn't he?
Yeah, he definitely is, Clay. Senators talked to reporters on the phone yesterday ahead of this hearing, and they told us point blank that they will press Norfolk Southern to ensure that they will, quote, pay for all of it, meaning all of the cleanup and all of the damage done in East Palestine and by these other derailments. And we expect to hear CEO Alan Shaw to vow to do just that. That information that you referenced is a copy of his written remarks in which he calls the $20 million already pledged to the people of East Palestine by the company, quote, just a down payment. He says Norfolk Southern will make this right, and we expect senators to press again to make sure, Clay, that that happens.
And Maggie, you're on the ground right now. What are you hearing from people in the community in Ohio? What are they hoping to hear from Shaw today, especially when it comes to those very specific environmental safety concerns that so many families have?
Yeah, absolutely. And just to be clear, we're in Springfield. This is the site of the last derailment, the most recent one. It's almost hard to keep track at this point. This was one on Saturday. There were toxic and hazardous chemicals on board this train. Thankfully, they did not spill when this train derailed, but you can see the cleanup is ongoing. So people here are very concerned about safety and wanting to hear a plan as to how to keep these derailments from happening again, let alone at this pace. And then in East Palestine, the EPA also expected to testify, multiple EPA officials, regional and state, hopefully with a plan, again, to take care of the people of that community, especially as the cleanup of that contaminated soil and water in that community, Clay, gets underway.
And Maggie, I know Norfolk Southern is now under investigation by the NTSB as of just this week. This is their first such investigation in a decade. So now, what exactly is the company planning to do in terms of action? I understand they've already taken some steps.
Yeah, it's the most in-depth investigation in this industry, as you said, in almost a decade, I think since 2014. They're going to date back, look at incidents dating back to 2021. Norfolk Southern ahead of that, but stressing it since the investigation was announced, stressing its 6-point safety plan that they say, to implement basically right away, adding things like extra heat sensors on board their trains. After the train in East Palestine derailed when a wheel bearing, investigators say, overheated and basically failed. They also just announced, in conjunction with officials here in Ohio, they're going to invest in expanded first responder training for first responders here in Ohio, again, after they had to respond to this derailment, the toxic spill in East Palestine, and the list goes on. And again, Clay, all of this expected to be covered at this Senate hearing this morning on Capitol Hill. Starts at 10 a.m. Eastern, and it will be streamed live. Clay.
Yeah, I'm sure those families are watching. Maggie Vespa, thank you so much.
For the second time this week, we're hearing about a violent outburst on a commercial flight. This latest case involves a passenger on a Southwest flight as others were boarding the plane. Happened in the same week that the federal aviation chief faced questions from lawmakers about safety in the skies. NBC News correspondent Tom Costello joins us with the latest on this. Tom, good morning.
Is this getting old or what, Joe? You know, while cases of unruly passengers have started to trend down, the FAA still reports more than 6 cases every single day of unruly and sometimes dangerous behavior. Just days ago, we had that man allegedly try to stab a crew member on a cross-country flight, and now another violent incident while a plane was still boarding passengers.
No! Do not hit him again! Don't approach me, my friend. Do not hit him again!
It's the latest chaotic scene on a U.S. flight, this time before the plane even taxied for takeoff.
Get off of it! Stop it!
Video from a Southwest Airlines flight, Dallas to Phoenix on Monday, appears to show a man shout at and then hit another passenger. In a statement, Southwest tells NBC News in part, our flight crews are well trained in de-escalation and we commend them for managing the situation.
I will kill every man on this plane!
Just 24 hours earlier, another passenger became violent on a United flight. Investigators say that man made threats, tried to open an emergency door, and attacked a flight attendant with a broken metal spoon before other passengers subdued him. On Wednesday, the acting FAA administrator speaking to lawmakers about aviation safety.
So what would have happened if he had succeeded in opening the door mid-flight?
He would not have been able to open the door in flight while it's pressurized.
While rare, this week's episodes highlight the threats flight crews are facing. Flight attendants are routinely offered voluntary defense training led by air marshals.
Pretend like you got a bug under this foot and squash it. Squash it. There it is.
Air marshals are not on every flight, and the TSA chief says even when they are, it's not always their job to intervene.
Our concern is somebody trying to hijack an aircraft or do damage that might be catastrophic to that aircraft overall. We don't want all eyes going on somebody that's engaged in a physical assault.
The FAA has a zero-tolerance policy for unruly behavior with PSA, billboard, and meme reminders. Perhaps best summed up by Granny, don't embarrass me. I raised you better than to act that way.
Police did not make any arrests on that Dallas incident with Southwest, but anybody who acts up on a plane can face fines of up to $37,000 per violation. Criminal charges and banned for life from that airline. But Joe, the nation's largest flight attendants union, continues to push for a federal version of that ban so that if you act up on one airline and they ban you, you're going to be banned on all airlines. That's now pending before Congress. So far, they're not acting on it.
Until then, Grandma's going to have to listen to Grandma, Tom.
Yep.
All right. Thank you, Tom. You bet.
Staying in Washington, Senator Mitch McConnell is in the hospital this morning. A spokesperson for the senator confirms the minority leader suffered a fall at the Waldorf Astoria Hotel in Washington last night. He was admitted to a nearby hospital to receive treatment. NBC News Capitol Hill correspondent Ryan Nobles joins us now with the latest on his condition. Good morning, Ryan. So how serious was this fall? Do we have any updates on McConnell's condition this morning?
Yes, Zinkley, so far the only update that we've gotten this morning is that the senator is still recovering after that fall. And to answer your question as to how serious it was serious enough for him to spend the night in the hospital. No other details being released by his spokesperson right now. We do know that it came after a private dinner and after what was a pretty lengthy day here on Capitol Hill. Senate Republicans posting a rare win during this Congress, defeating, or I should say passing a bill that would nullify a controversial crime bill that was passed by the Washington, D.C. City Council. McConnell, of course, 81 years old. He's had health scares in the past, had heart surgery in 2003, suffered a fractured shoulder after a fall back in 2019. So this is something everyone's keeping a close eye on as to how soon it will be before he will be back here in the United States Senate. Zinkley.
And Ryan, you just talked about that 2019 fall McConnell had outside of his Louisville home. What was his recovery for that like?
He was back in action pretty shortly after that. Zinkley, he was walking around the Capitol for a significant period of time with his arm in a sling, but it didn't really hold him back very much at all from participating in the day-to-day machinations of the United States Senate. So even though he has had those health setbacks in the past, he has shown an amount of resiliency as it relates to that. And, you know, like many of his colleagues here in Washington, he is in his 80s, but is still a very active participant in the day-to-day activity happening here in Washington. And he may be the most important Republican senator in the United States Senate.
And Ryan, several members of the Senate have actually had absences recently due to illness. Democrats have a pretty narrow majority over Republicans, just 51 to 49. So do we know whether McConnell's absence will affect the scheduled votes?
Yeah, I don't think it will in the short term, Zinkley, and it's important to look at this in a short-term and long-term lens. You mentioned there are 2 Democratic senators right now that are not actively participating in votes on the Senate floor. John Fetterman of Pennsylvania, who's recovering from clinical depression. He's being treated at Walter Reed Hospital here in Washington. This after, of course, his stroke from last year. And Senator Dianne Feinstein is recovering at her home in California after being hospitalized for shingles. So it doesn't really impact the margins in terms of votes here in the United States Senate right now. The more long-term problem for Senate Republicans is just the outsized role that Mitch McConnell plays in these negotiations. The president is going to release his budget here today. McConnell will be a key negotiator during those talks. And then, of course, there's the looming debt ceiling issue, which Republicans in the House have threatened to use as a leverage point as part of these negotiations. McConnell often a calming presence during these negotiations because even though he is a fiscal conservative, he tends to not want to mess with the credit rating of the United States. So if he's out for a long period of time, it could certainly play a role in all of those heated negotiations, which are expected here over the next couple of months.
Lots to watch, and we're sending McConnell well wishes for a speedy recovery. Ryan, thanks so much.
Thank you.
Time now to get a check on your Morning News Now weather forecast.
Meteorologist Angie Lassman joins us now. Good morning, Angie.
Good morning, guys. We've got a big storm to track out west. We've got another storm system slicing through the midsection of the country. So let's time it all out for you so you can know just how impactful this is going to be. We continue to see an atmospheric river event setting up for the West Coast. What does this mean? It just means a whole lot of moisture is making a beeline right directly, mainly at California, and it's going to be a couple-day kind of event. It starts today. We're already seeing some of that rain working through. We're going to see it mainly focused to northern and central California, and then as we get into tomorrow, you can see Los Angeles starts to get in on that, and Southern California will add on some additional rainfall through at least Friday and start to taper off on Saturday. Some of the snow will start to shift into parts of the northern Rockies, but the most problematic place, right, is going to be in California, where we've seen ample amounts of moisture this winter, and they're already seeing the what could be a flood concern here over the next couple of days. So flood watches are up for many locations, 16 million people included in this. You can see Sacramento, San Jose, Monterey, and as far south as Bakersfield, all included in that. Reno as well for western parts of Nevada. This is going to be something that we'll watch for mudslides, the flood concern, of course, structural damage. All of these are on the table here as we go through the next couple of days. Here's the rainfall forecast where you see the yellows. That's about an inch of rain. You can see 3 to 5 inches as possible, and we could see numbers as high as 6 to 8 inches in places like the Sierra foothills and then the coastal ranges. This is going to be something that, along with some snow that's already on the ground melting, will become really difficult for driving, for maneuvering any of these streets, for flooded roadways, and again, the structural issues will be there. As far as snowfall, we're looking at mainly focused towards the higher elevation, so 8,000 feet and higher could pick up on a couple of feet of snow. Up to 6 feet of snow is possible. And on top of that, we also have windy conditions expected. Some wind alerts have been placed up, and those really stretch far into parts of Colorado. This is going to be something that we'll watch here as we go through the next couple of days, too, with these wind gusts inching closer to maybe 40, 50 miles per hour. So that means down trees. It means down power lines. All of these things, especially with the really saturated ground as well. Now, switching gears to that other storm system I mentioned, 38 million people, including folks on the West Coast, are under some sort of winter alerts. But these ones that you see focused into the northern plains and into the Great Lakes, those are from a different system. And here's that system, and here's where it tracks through the day to day. It's going going to be rain on the southern end of it, so stretching from Kentucky, Illinois, Indiana, and all the way into Texas through the day today. We could see some of those stronger storms. They'll be possible through the afternoon hours today, but I think something that will be more impactful to folks is going to be into the northern portions of this system, where we'll see snow from Minneapolis, Green Bay, Chicago, Detroit, and eventually, as we get into tomorrow, the Northeast will get in on this action. It'll be mainly rain for the mid-Atlantic, but you'll notice right along that I-95 corridor, once again, it'll be kind of a wintry mix. So some rain, some snow flurries. Interior areas, places like Buffalo and upstate New York, you'll pick up on a couple of inches of snow. The system moves offshore here as we get into the later parts of Saturday, but it's still going to be windy through your day. So just remember that if you live in those places. There's those snow totals. Anywhere maybe 3, 6, up to 8 inches of snow is going to be the highest totals across the area, guys.
All right, Angie, thank you so much. Now, that major storm out west is putting places like Monterey County on high alert. The Department of Emergency Management there issued a warning to residents saying they should have at least 2 weeks worth of supplies stocked up ahead of the storm. It's going to be the third time this year that an atmospheric river event is going to be hitting the area. So let's bring in 2 local experts for more on this. Matthew Lumadou is a fire prevention specialist for the Monterey County Regional Fire District, and Nicholas Pasculi is the Monterey County Communications Director. Thank you both for joining us. Nicholas, let's start with you. How worried are you about this, and what should people be doing today to prepare? I mean, 2 weeks of supplies, that's going to grab a lot of people's attention.
Yes, and that advisory was for the folks that live in the Big Sur area, because we are concerned about the Big Sur River rising to what we call action stage, as well as other county rivers. So what they should be doing is stocking up on necessities, of course, water, food, medication and things of that nature. Also, the County of Monterey has multiple sandbag locations for residents and businesses to pick up sandbags to help protect their property. So now is the time for preparation. The flood watch goes into effect this afternoon and goes through Sunday.
So, Matthew, if rescues are needed, and with this type of weather, there's a high likelihood of that, what makes these rescue missions in these kinds of conditions so difficult? And what's your message to people if they do need emergency help during the storm and can't get help right away?
One of our messages that we'd like to get out is preparing ahead of time. Preparing yourself, your family, and your pets ahead of a storm is a great strategy to reduce the impact of some of these storms. So preparing ahead of time. There are some sample storm preparedness plans available on the Monterey County OES website. Great place for information. Another thing that's a good idea is subscribing to some of the alert and warning systems, such as Alert Monterey County. The number 211 is also a great resource for up-to-date information, as well as community resources. So what makes the rescues and things kind of difficult? Just flowing water, and it's the same types of hazards that we want to get out to the public to be cautious of. Resist going near the edges of water. The banks of rivers could be weakened, and do not cross any roads that are already flooded. You've probably heard the term turn around, don't drown. Very true. If the water's flooded and the roads are impassable, don't try to go through them. And another good idea is just to avoid unnecessary travel altogether. Again, the roads may be flooded. Normal routes of travel could be impassable during some of these severe storms.
So, Nicholas, communication is so key when something like this happens, when bad weather happens. What's the best way for people to get information and to know when they should be staying inside, when they should be leaving?
Great question. As we heard from the fire department, 211 is a great resource. We also have very active social media. So the County of Monterey has about 30 social media accounts from various different departments, which will be posting information regarding the potential for flooding and the potential for any type of an emergency. And also the county website, it's co.monterey.ca.us. Is an outstanding way to stay up to date, because we will update the page with incident information. Additionally, folks can sign up at Alert Monterey County. Alert Monterey County is a system by which they can get notifications to their phone, reverse 911 type system, and also all the National Weather Service alerts that would come out, and also through text messaging. So there are multiple ways that our residents can stay informed, and they just need to text their zip code to 888-7777 to sign up for Alert Monterey County, or go to the Monterey County website.
So, Matthew, Monterey County was just hit by back-to-back storms in January. Both brought devastating damage to the area. How have the recovery efforts been going, and how prepared do you feel you are to experience possibly that again?
Yeah, you're right. At the beginning of the year, early January, we did have some pretty severe storms come through. So, yes, we have been preparing for further rain events. Once one comes, it's a good chance that more will follow. So, yeah, we learned a lot from the last set of storms and are preparing very similarly. This time a task force has been assembled. We've contributed 2 engines to that, and we've also upstaffed an additional engine to be prepared for this coming weekend.
All right, Matthew and Nicholas, thank you both for joining us this morning, thinking of your communities as we prepare for this storm. Take care.
Thank you for having us.
Coming up on this hour of Morning News Now, a budget battle is already brewing on Capitol Hill as President Biden gears up to unveil his administration's spending plan for 2024 later today from Philadelphia.
What we know about it so far and how some Republican lawmakers are responding to the headlines. Up next.
Podcast fans, ready to unlock our true crime mysteries? Try Dateline Premium on Apple Podcasts. You'll get early access to originals, plus bonus content, and everything is ad-free. So head to Apple Podcasts now to subscribe.
We begin tonight with breaking news just coming in.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
Welcome back. President Biden will be in Philadelphia today to unveil his proposed budget. He claims his plan will save $3 trillion over the next 10 years by raising taxes on the wealthy and large corporations. NBC News White House correspondent Monica Alba joins us now with a closer look at exactly what's in his proposal. Good morning, Monica. So some details have already been released this week. What are some of the highlights Biden is expected to reveal today?
Hi there, Zinkley. That's right. And remember, any budget from any president of either party is really a little bit more of a wish list. This is going to be a sort of statement of priorities, things that the administration would like to do, but knowing that really in many ways this is the start of negotiation points, especially given Republicans are already speaking out about some of the things the White House has put forward. So we saw the president pen that op-ed earlier in the week extending Medicare for another couple of decades. That's a big part of it. But they also are going to really be consistent, they say, with one of the president's promises, which is not to raise taxes on anyone or any household making less than $400,000. But on anybody wealthier than that, that is a big part of this proposal. And essentially, they're going to try to cut the deficit by $3 trillion by raising taxes on corporations and the wealthiest Americans. The president's proposal likely will also include some other major initiatives when it comes to pre-K and child care, and also something you saw the president talk about in his State of the Union earlier this year, capping insulin at $35 per month, which we already saw a company like Eli Lilly commit to do. So the president is hoping other companies will do the same. So again, it really ranges. It'll be spending amounts on a lot of different topics. But again, what you see put forward first here today in Philadelphia is very likely not the end product in Clay.
And Monica, as we're talking about budget, we got to talk about the debt ceiling. Does this plan address the looming debt ceiling deadline?
And that is one of the major questions and, of course, the urgent backdrop to all of this, because we know right now that if they don't raise America's ability to borrow, the U.S. could default for the first time ever come June. And that is why we had seen some of these extraordinary measures put in place by the Department of Treasury. And that's why you've had all of these warnings. So the president has been very clear in his position where he says this is not about negotiations. Republicans and Democrats need to come together, agree to lift it and move on. But exactly how they're going to do that is still a big open question. And that brings us to really this bitter battle between the two parties over almost everything right now on Capitol Hill. So when you're talking about a major budget, this is going to be a huge uphill climb as well.
And to that end, an uphill climb, how are Republicans reacting to the budget? Does it even have a chance of getting passed?
So we have seen for months now Republicans essentially saying the reason we don't want to lift the debt ceiling is because we feel like the president needs to rein in America's spending. And so, of course, now you have the president here saying, yes, we want to cut the deficit, but he wants to spend in other areas, he says, to make Americans' lives better. So this continues to be a place of huge opposition for Republicans. We haven't seen them to this point lay out their own budget proposal. They've said they're going to do that sometime this spring. And so that's where really you're going to get down to the nitty gritty of all of this. You're going to see the president lay out his in Philadelphia today, though, which is also a big point. The reason he's going there, I think, and you can say from White House officials, is because he wants to say this is not just about Washington, where this is ultimately going to be a huge fight in Congress. This is about reaching voters and Americans. And of course, he's going to go to a place where Pennsylvania is a critical state coming up in the 2024 election, ahead of what we likely expect will be his own reelection announcement sometime in the coming weeks as well. Zinkley.
Monica Alba, thanks so much.
International news now. Protests are erupting in the country of Georgia over what demonstrators are calling a restrictive new law.
NBC News foreign correspondent Claudio Lavanga joins us now from Rome for this and other global news. Claudio, good morning.
Good morning. Yes, for the second night in a row, protesters clashed with riot police in Tbilisi, the capital of Georgia, during demonstrations against what they call a Russian-style law. The police have used water cannons and tear gas to disperse the crowd and pushed back protesters who pulled down a metal barrier outside Parliament. The controversial law will class non-government and media groups as foreign agents if they receive more than 20% of their funds from abroad. Let's move to Chile, where 2 people were killed in a shootout during an attempted heist in an airport in the capital, Santiago. Authorities say that 10 heavily armed robbers evaded security measures and reached the runway where more than $32 million were set to be transferred from a plane to an armored truck. A security officer and an alleged robber were killed in the shootout. The other robbers fled. Now to Japan, where the country's largest workers' union struck agreements for hefty salary increases amid rising living costs. Workers in the service, textiles, and distribution sectors will receive a wage hike of 5%, more than the 3% increase Prime Minister Fumio Kishida have asked companies to agree to. Other groups, including automaker unions, have also announced that labor's demands for higher pay have been met ahead of the March 15 deadline. Back to you guys.
All right, Claudio, thank you so much.
And coming up, it's a nearly decade-old mystery in the skies. And now a new Netflix docuseries is exploring the many theories surrounding the disappearance of Malaysia Airlines Flight 370.
We'll revisit the baffling tragedy over the Indian Ocean 9 years later. That's next. You're watching Morning News Now.
The day's biggest political stories with trusted insight and expert analysis. A daily look at the politics behind the headlines. Meet the Press Now, streaming weekdays at 4 p.m. on NBC News Now.
We begin tonight with breaking news just coming in.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
We are back with one of the biggest mysteries in aviation history. Malaysia Airlines Flight 370 vanished 9 years ago without a trace. The still unsolved disappearance is now the subject of a new Netflix docuseries. NBC News Chief International Correspondent Keir Simmons has been taking a look at this. Joins us now. Keir, I cannot believe it's been nearly a decade.
It's incredible, right, Joe? You know, there are theories and then there are conspiracy theories about what happened to MH370. Some of them are pretty outlandish. And I watched this docuseries overnight, all of it, and they go into all of it. And you're right, you know, it's kind of surreal for someone like me, because 9 years ago, in the days after the disappearance of the plane, I was there reporting on it. And it's hard for those of us who were there then to believe that there are still so many questions. Among the greatest aviation mysteries of all time, MH370 disappeared 9 years ago. The Malaysia Airlines passenger plane and all 239 people on board never seen again.
Planes go up, planes go down.
Now, a new three-part Netflix docuseries explores the many theories surrounding what happened, ranging from the rational to the unbelievable.
What planes don't do is just vanish off the face of the earth.
A Boeing 777, MH370 was a red-eye from Kuala Lumpur to Beijing. It took off at 12:41 a.m., its last cryptic communication just 38 minutes later.
Good night, Malaysia, 370.
Then at 2:22 a.m., the plane suddenly and inexplicably went dark. In 2014, I reported on the desperate and ultimately doomed search for survivors. We're in the cockpit of a P-3 Orion, flying at about 500 feet, looking for Flight 370. And it is an extraordinary expanse of ocean out there. 9 years on, A widely accepted account is that the plane banked left, then flew south across the Indian Ocean for 6 hours before disappearing. The extensive 2.5-year search that followed, never finding any trace of it. Since then, pieces of the plane have washed up on beaches. The Netflix docuseries features devastated victims' families. It also portrays how social media, with its then expanding influence, helped fuel conspiracy theories.
We received so many reports from the social media. One claimed that the aircraft was hijacked.
One theory is that the pilot deliberately diverted the plane, having practiced on a home simulator, but the series says there is little evidence of that. The fascination with MH370 continues, a passenger jet on a routine flight. There on the radar 1 minute, gone the next. And you know, Joe, the Australian government says that it will never close the book on the disappearance of the plane. The families say they want the search to resume. Keep in mind, though, that we're talking about a piece of ocean that's larger than the continental United States. Still, those families holding out hope, Joe.
And you can't blame them. All right, Keir, thank you for that report. Appreciate it.
A Harvard University astronomer and the head of the Pentagon's UFO office have teamed up to offer a new take on extraterrestrial visitors in a draft paper. NBC News correspondent Gadi Schwartz has more on the report.
Move over Chinese spy balloon or whatever else U.S. fighter jet shot down last month. Out of Harvard University, a draft paper about mysterious flying objects sounding almost like science fiction.
I think it's very likely that we are not the most intelligent civilization that ever existed.
Renowned Harvard astronomer Avi Loeb teaming up with the new head of the Pentagon's UFO office, dubbed the All-Domain Anomaly Resolution Office. Together, they say that interstellar objects detected in space could be signs of extraterrestrial life, and that current sky mapping technology, like the James Webb Space Telescope, could miss such objects.
It could have been a mother ship that released some probes in the habitable region around the sun. If we have a visitor to our backyard, we should observe it at first.
Professor Loeb now leading the charge to build better arrays of sensors to capture anomalies, but saying for now everything is hypothetical, and his paper is really meant to remind UFO hunters not to forget the laws of physics.
As much as the reports from military personnel are intriguing and motivate my work right now, I want my instruments to tell me what is really happening.
Meanwhile, more videos surfacing showing odd objects have been leaked to documentary UFO filmmaker Jeremy Corbell, who recently released pictures of an orb shape over Mosul, and these images showing a cylinder flying over a rock. The Pentagon not commenting on the recent videos, but confirming prior videos released by Corbell had been filmed by service members. As for what they are, definitive explanations remain out of reach. Gadi Schwartz, NBC News.
Coming up, some new legal trouble for Legend of the Lynx Tiger Woods.
After the break, we'll have more on a new lawsuit brought against Woods by his ex-girlfriend surrounding a non-disclosure agreement. We'll be right back.
begin tonight with breaking news just coming in.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
The day's biggest political stories with trusted insight and expert analysis. A daily look at the politics behind the headlines. Meet the Press Now, streaming weekdays at 4 p.m. on NBC News Now.
We're back now with some financial news. It's looking like the end of the line for crypto lender Silvergate.
CNBC's Silvana Henao has that and other money news. Good morning, Silvana.
Hey, Zinkley, Joe, good morning. That's right. Yeah, crypto lender Silvergate Bank has collapsed. The company announcing it's closing down and will return deposits to customers. Silvergate has been struggling along with some of its most high-profile clients like FTX. In January, it reported it lost $1 billion in one quarter after customers pulled more than $8 billion. Silvergate had been one of the few federally regulated banks willing to do business with crypto companies, so there is concern its collapse could make them turn to banks and lenders that aren't governed by those rules. Uber is considering whether to spin off its freight business in a sale or as a separate publicly traded company to focus more on ride-hailing and food delivery, which are growing. The freight unit has struggled during a broader downturn in trucking. The division, which launched in 2017, pairs trucking companies with customers looking to ship goods in a similar model to Uber's ride-hailing business. And remember the 90s? Well, what's old is new again with a twist. Sunny D is launching a new vodka seltzer. It'll be available at select Walmart stores this weekend with a 4-pack costing about $9.99. The 12-ounce cans contain more than 4% alcohol and have 95 calories. It could be a smart move as kids raised on Sunny D commercials in the 80s and 90s can now legally drink the new boozy version, guys.
It was such a strong flavor, though.
It really was.
I'm kind of into it. It's like a new mixed
I was
drink.
never a fan of it. I don't know.
Different taste. Different taste. Silvana now.
We'll see. All right. Tiger Woods is locked in a legal battle with his ex-girlfriend, Erica Herman.
That's right. She's suing the pro golfer and asking that her non-disclosure agreement with Woods be thrown out. The lawsuit cites a law which protects victims of sexual harassment and assault. NBC News contributing correspondent Kaylee Hartung has the details.
This morning, explosive insinuations against Tiger Woods from his ex-girlfriend, Erica Herman. In a new lawsuit, Herman, who began dating Woods in 2017, asked to be released from her non-disclosure agreement with him. She claims their NDA is unenforceable and should be nullified, citing the Speak Out Act, a federal law protecting victims of sexual harassment and assault. Herman sued asked the court to void the NDA so she can share her own experiences, photographs, and recordings of herself related to various legal claims she believes she has. This comes after Herman filed a $30 million civil suit against Woods' Trust in October, alleging after they broke up, he locked her out of his Florida mansion where she'd been living, claiming by trickery his agents convinced her to pack her suitcase for a short vacation, and when she arrived at the airport, they told her she'd been locked out of her residence. The suit alleges this was a violation of an oral tenancy agreement between them that allowed her to live at Woods' home for 11 years. In court documents, Woods fired back, alleging their tenancy agreement was only good for less than a year. We reached out to Woods and Herman for comment, but haven't heard back. Herman was a former manager at Woods' restaurant in Jupiter, Florida. Over their nearly 6-year relationship, she's been by his side at golf tournaments, embracing his children, and appearing in photos with his family.
The driver of this vehicle identified as Tiger Woods.
After Woods' horrific car crash in 2021, she visited him in the hospital. Just last spring, Woods mentioned her in his speech at the Golf Hall of Fame Awards.
I just want to say thank you to my mom, Sam, Erica, Charlie.
Woods' personal life has long been under scrutiny. In 2010, his wife and mother of his 2 kids, Elin Nordegren, filed for divorce after Woods entered rehab for sex addiction. He apologized to his family upon his release.
I thought I could get away with whatever I wanted to.
Now, the golf great's personal life making headlines again, as disputes in his latest relationship play out in court.
That was Kaylee Hartung reporting, and Woods has until the end of the month to respond to Herman's latest complaint.
Coming up, history has been made on the basketball court at One Georgia University.
The Kennesaw State Owls just punched their first ever ticket to the NCAA tournament in a buzzer-beating fashion. We've got the coach and the star player who shot that game-clinching free throw next.
This is what it looks and feels.
From the storm zone.
The bigger piece of the puzzle comes. New numbers just out this morning.
Good evening. We begin tonight with breaking news just coming in.
We begin this hour with the latest developments. We're coming on the air with some shakeups big time on Capitol Hill.
How much water ultimately will be forced inland?
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
Welcome back. Swifties at Stanford University are getting to live out their wildest dreams in a new class on campus. The university is offering a new course called All Too Well, the 10-week version. It references a fan favorite, the 10-minute version of Swift's song All Too Well off her re-recorded Red album. The school says the course plans to help students analyze literature by recognizing Swift's songwriting skills. And it includes an analysis of the 10-minute song. But don't get it twisted, Stanford is not the first university to offer Taylor Swift courses. The University of Texas offers a class on her literary tropes and songwriting, and NYU teaches a course on her impacts on the entertainment industry. So, Joe, really the only question that remains, in the words of Taylor Swift, are you ready for it?
Yeah, no kidding. Can you major in Taylor Swift? That'll be the next step, all right?
Absolutely.
All right, thanks, Clay. March Madness kicks off just a few days, and one Georgia school is already making history on the hardwood. Kennesaw State University is going to the big dance for the first time ever. That's after they scored a thrilling 1-point win over Virginia's Liberty University over the weekend. Joining us now, we are so lucky, the coach of the Kennesaw State Owls, Amir Abdul-Rahim, as well as senior guard Terrell Burden. Thank you both so much for joining us. Congratulations on the big win. Terrell, I want to start with you. You scored 19 points in that final game, made the final nail-biting last-second free throw that clinched the win. Walk us through that moment and how it feels knowing that you're going to the big dance now.
I remember the timeout we had, and we talked about how we wanted to drop a play, and we wanted to get the very last possible shot. So when Coach drew up the play, he wanted to go around 6-7 seconds. So when I started, I realized I started kind of late, and so I just wanted to put pressure on the rim and either make them make a call or I could get the very last shot going into overtime.
So cool. Congratulations on that. I mean, Coach, this is your fourth year with the team. Your first full year was during the height of the pandemic, which must have been challenging. I've read when you took over the team, you know, this is a team that won a Division II championship back in the day, and you got that old banner out, dusted it off, and hung it up. Talk about how you've helped this team turn things around so much and just how proud you are of these players.
Well, good morning, and thank you for having us on. It's a great day to be a Kennesaw State Owl, a great time for our university and our community. But when we got here 4 years ago, The biggest thing for us was we've had success here at the D2 level. Coach Tony Ingle did a great job of setting a vision and giving an identity to this program. What we wanted to do was get that identity back, get that vision back. And so we started with, our environment and want to have a great one. And in that environment, we wanted to have great players like Terrell, and he was our very first recruit. And so more than anything, it's great to be able to say, yeah, you're a coach going to the NCAA tournament. But for me, it's really about the players, right? It's about our staff. We sit here because we have high character people in our program that create a great environment here.
Terrell, for you, this is your senior year. So what does it mean to be going to the big dance?
It means the world to me, mainly because I know where we started from and I know the culture that we built. And mainly because the coaching staff and the players, we've all bought in, and it's like a brotherhood. It's like a huge family to me now. So it means the world to me, especially to do it right at home, being that I'm like 20 minutes away from Kennesaw. The environment is perfect. Being that I'm just blessed as of right now. So I'm excited to do something special here, and hopefully we can continue to do that.
Terrell, I know you don't know your seed yet, but how far do you think you guys are going to go in the tournament?
I don't even know, to be honest with you. I don't really know how it works, but I'm just so happy to be there, man. It don't even matter what seed we are. We ready and excited.
Coach, on Sunday, you're scheduled to find out where you'll be playing in the tournament, what your seed is. What are you expecting? Anything specifically you would love? Any division you want to be in? Anyone you want to face?
Well, we love to be in Birmingham, which is only about a 2-hour drive from us, to be honest. But, all 68 teams that are going to be in this tournament are really good teams. So we know whoever we play, we have to bring our A game. And the one thing that's great about this group of kids, this team, is that all year, these guys have responded. We've challenged them with everything you could possibly think of as a staff. We've been challenged on the road. We played 9 of our 13 non-conference games on the road in places like Indiana, VCU, Florida, San Diego State. And these guys, every chance they had to respond, they did. And again, I'm just a proud coach, so proud of our kids, so proud of our university.
Coach, obviously you want to win, but more than anything, what do you hope is the lesson that your players and really the whole university takes away from this?
That there's strength in numbers. The thing that's great about our team is we have probably about 4 or 5 guys averaging double figures. We probably have 6 averaging somewhere between 7 points and 15 points. And, in this day and age, it's always about, you say NIL or a guy, being the man per se. Our kids have bought into being a team in every sense of the word. And that's what I want people to take away from it, is that it doesn't matter the name of your university, but if people can come together and work for one common goal, special things can happen when no one who cares who gets the credit.
Terrell, do you expect any nerves when you take the court when the tournament starts, or you're going to be all good?
Oh, no, I'm going to be great. I love environments like that, so I'm going to be excited. I'm just out there with my brothers, so I feel like we all going to embrace it as one and just take a deep breath and then just let go, let God do what he do.
And enjoy that moment. Terrell and Amir, thank you so much for joining us. Wishing you the best of luck on Sunday when you find out where you're going and then when the tournament starts next week.
Thank you for having us on.
All right, our pleasure. That's going to do it for this hour of Morning News Now.
The news continues right now.
Good morning, I'm Joe Fryer in New York.
And I'm Zinklea Asamoah in Washington, D.C., in for Savannah Sellers. Right now on Morning News Now, a difficult night. Breaking news out of Ukraine this morning, several people killed in a wave of Russian missile strikes across several key cities, targeting critical infrastructure, including Europe's largest nuclear power plant. We'll bring you the latest on Russia's most aggressive attack in weeks. Also this morning, close call. New developments in the brazen kidnapping that killed 2 of 4 Americans on a trip in Mexico. What we're learning about a 5th person who turned around before crossing the border. Hospitalized, developing this morning, Senate Minority Leader Mitch McConnell recovering in a Washington hospital after a fall last night. What we know about what happened, plus the latest on his condition. And a way with words, he's credited by many for making reading fun. Now actor LeVar Burton of Reading Rainbow is working to shine a light on what some call an early reading crisis. More on his new project and why he says everyone has the right to read. Thanks for starting your day with us. We begin our show this morning in Ukraine. The country is dealing with the aftermath of the first major wave of Russian missile strikes in weeks.
Ukrainian officials say more than 80 missiles were fired overnight, targeting infrastructure facilities across the country. Ukraine's Air Force says it shot down more than 30 cruise missiles. The barrage hit a number of major cities, including the capital, Kyiv, Odessa in the south, and Kharkiv in the east. Strikes were also reported in the western region of Lviv, where at least 5 people were killed. That's according to the local governor. He posted this video on the messaging app Telegram, which he says shows the aftermath of the attack. NBC News foreign correspondent Megan Fitzgerald joins us now with the latest on all this. So, Megan, what can you tell us about these attacks?
Well, Joe, good to be with you. As you mentioned, we're just seeing a barrage of missiles and drones raining down across the entire country of Ukraine, something that we've not seen, as you mentioned, in at least a month from now. So we've been looking at attacks in Kharkiv, the second largest city in Ukraine, all the way down in the port city of Odessa, to the west in Lviv, also in the capital city of Kyiv. Now, right now, we know that the death toll stands at least 9, but of course, officials are saying that that number is expected to rise. Ukrainian officials saying several things right now. The first is that 81 missiles, at least 81 missiles were launched, and that they're seeing this pattern, this tactic by Russia to launch a barrage of their sophisticated missiles first, followed by less sophisticated missiles and drones as a way to try and overwhelm Ukraine's air defense system. But they do say that they were able to block at least 34 of those missiles. And as you mentioned, a typical pattern that we've been seeing throughout the course of the last several months, critical infrastructure being targeted, meaning that people across the country are without heat and without power. We know first responders rushing to the scene there to try and restore power as quickly as they can. But again, we are looking at cold temperatures in Ukraine and a pattern by Russia to attack critical infrastructure. Joe?
Megan, we also understand missiles knocked out power to the Russian-controlled Zaporizhzhia nuclear power plant. That's obviously a tense situation. What do we know about that? What's the UN's nuclear watchdog saying about it?
Yeah, you're absolutely right. I mean, this is now the 6th time that we have seen the result of missiles knocking the Zaporizhzhia nuclear plant offline, forcing it to run on those backup generators. We are hearing from the Director General of the International Atomic Energy Agency expressing frustration that we are here yet again. I want you to listen to a little bit of what he had to say.
This is the 6th time. Let me say it again. This is the 6th time that the Zaporizhzhia nuclear power plant has lost all off-site power and has had to operate in this emergency mode. How can we sit here in this room this morning and allow this to happen? This cannot go on.
And, you know, Joe, I know you and I have been talking about this a lot when we've been talking about Ukraine. I mean, the big concern here is that the plant now, Europe's largest plant, is operating on these backup diesel generators. It's our understanding now, according to the IAEA, that they have about 15-day supply of the diesel generator. The concern is if they don't get it back online and the diesel runs out, that is when we could be looking at a potential nuclear disaster where you're looking at radioactive activity being released into the atmosphere. So certainly this is a situation that we will be monitoring closely.
Yeah,
Joe.
A major concern that's hung over all this for months now. Megan Fitzgerald with the latest out of Ukraine. Thank you, Megan.
Now to the latest developments in the deadly kidnapping of 4 Americans in Mexico. NBC News has learned from a law enforcement source familiar with the matter that a 5th person was on that road trip this morning. We're getting new details on that. And just last night, a vigil for the group was held at a church in Scranton, South Carolina, a town near the victim's hometown of Lake City. The community mourned the lives lost and lifted the survivors up in prayer.
This could have been any of us. This could have been any of our children, it could have been my son or my daughter. So we didn't come here tonight to point fingers or judge anybody, but yet we're going to pray that God will hold these families, that God will bless them in this time.
NBC News correspondent Ellison Barber joins us now from Lake City with the latest on all this. Ellison, good morning. So I know you were at the vigil last night. What exactly did you hear from the people who attended?
Hazen Clay at Lake City, which, as you said, is the hometown of all 4 victims. It's a really small community. The population here is less than 6,000, so it's not hard to find people who know of the victims or know their parents or are in some way connected to them. This is something that has hit this community very hard because it is so small, because it is so close-knit. What we kept hearing from people is just absolute shock that something like this could happen to people they know from such a small community. They say again and again that they are devastated for the families whose loved ones went on this journey and then never came back, and they are also relieved and grateful that some of them survived. Listen.
The connections are very intertwined. We all went to school together. Lake City is a small community. It's just tragic. We're sad. The whole community is sad. Nobody could get any sleep. And we're glad for the 2 survivors, and we're mourning the deaths of the 2 that were lost.
Everyone that we have spoken to, they say again and again that these 4 individuals, they were super close. They say even from childhood, you would often see all 4 of them together. They weren't surprised that they all had taken this journey as a group, as a unit. One person said she'd seen people on social media saying, why would so many adults be going on this one trip together? And she said, look, a lot of us have Gullah Geechee heritage. And she said, what we are taught by elders in our community is that we stick together and we travel together, in part for our own safety, but just because culturally speaking, this is a community that is very tight, that tries to look out for one another. And one person said to me, if I was driving 45 minutes, I would pick up the phone. I would call a first cousin and say, hey, I'm going to this city. Will you come with me? So they weren't surprised that they were all together, particularly these 4, but they are absolutely shocked that something like this could happen to people they know. Sinclair?
I mean, truly shocking. And the big development now is that we know there was a 5th person who went along for the trip. Ellison, what information do we have on who that person is and why they were not with the group when the other 4 were kidnapped?
So a law enforcement official who is close to this case is telling NBC News that this 5th individual traveled with the group, but then did not cross into Mexico because she lacked the proper documentation. There is a Facebook Live video that one of the surviving victims, Eric Williams, who was shot in the leg, he posted on Facebook at some point during this journey, and you can see that 5th person sleeping in the back of the car as they're making this long trek to Mexico. She has since identified herself in conversations, text messages with the Associated Press. She says that she stayed at a hotel on the other side of the border and that she was actually expecting everyone to be back within about 15 minutes. She said that she thought her friends were going to take Latavia McGee to get her cosmetic procedure and then come back to the hotel. She said she had all of their luggage at the hotel, but then didn't hear from them and started to get worried and notified local police that her friends had gone into Mexico and then had not come back. Zinclay.
So devastating. A lot to follow in this investigation. Ellison Barber, thank you.
This morning, the toxic train crash in Ohio will be in the spotlight on Capitol Hill. Norfolk Southern CEO Alan Shaw is scheduled to testify before Congress today. And in information obtained by NBC News, he's expected to tell the Senate committee that he is deeply sorry about the derailment last month that has shaken that Ohio community. NBC News congressional correspondent Julie Sirkin joins us now. Julie, good morning. So besides that apology, what else can we expect to hear from Shaw? Certainly, we can expect some very tough questioning, right?
Absolutely, Joe. Look, more than a month after this tragic accident happened in East Palestine, we will finally hear from the CEO of Norfolk Southern, Alan Shaw, on Capitol Hill before the Environment and Public Works Committee in the Senate. And the two leaders of that committee, Chairman Carper and Ranking Member Shelley Moore Capito, know that responsibility well, and they will use it. In a press call with reporters yesterday, Capito actually expressed her displeasure at the EPA. Carper said they want to get all the facts here to make sure this doesn't happen again. And Shaw will certainly be in the hot seat. In addition to telling lawmakers how deeply sorry he is, he will tell them that the company has committed at least $20 million in investments to the community to help the some 4,000 residents recover from this accident they are still being impacted by. And he said this is, quote, just a down payment on what the company plans to do for the community. He also says that this is part of the company rebuilding their safety culture from the ground up. So that's just some of what we expect to hear from the CEO of that company.
You know, lawmakers will be asking tough questions, but the panel will also hear from a number of lawmakers whose communities have been impacted by this derailment. Senators, not just from Ohio, but also Pennsylvania as well. What can we expect there?
Yeah, exactly, Joe. To set the scene of this hearing, the first panel, before we hear from any officials involved in the cleanup or the CEO of the train company, we will actually hear from both Ohio Senators Sherrod Brown and J.D. Vance. We will also hear from Bob Casey of Pennsylvania. Of course, Fetterman, his colleague, his counterpart, is in the hospital dealing with some mental health issues. So it will just be Casey presenting the case for the residents of Pennsylvania. He will say that, look, while attention has rightly been paid to Ohio residents who have been impacted by this, remember, this happened right along the border of his state, too. And he will share some personal stories of people who were affected by this there. So that will sort of set the scene before Shaw takes the stand.
And Julie, the NTSB is already launching an investigation into the company. It's advised Norfolk Southern to start making improvements immediately. And the company says it is doing that. Real quickly, what do we know about that?
Yeah, this is the first investigation that agency has launched in a decade, and they're saying that because of all of these accidents they've seen under Norfolk Southern, they need the company to come up with a better plan. And you see some of what Norfolk Southern is already doing. They are expanding its operation awareness and response program, and the training of that regional center you see at the top, well, it actually begins March 22nd. So the company says they're already addressing some of all of this criticism.
All right, Julie Sirkin. Thank you, Julie.
Also this morning in Washington, Senate Minority Leader Mitch McConnell is in the hospital after suffering a fall. A spokesperson for the senator confirms to NBC News that it happened last night at the Waldorf Astoria Hotel in Washington, D.C. His spokesperson said he was admitted to a nearby hospital to receive treatment. In 2019, McConnell fractured his shoulder in a serious fall outside his Louisville home and had to undergo surgery.
This morning, the results of a 2-year-long review by the Justice Department are revealing systemic issues inside the Louisville Police Department. That includes allegations of years of discrimination against minorities. The investigation was launched only after the shooting death of Breonna Taylor made headlines across the country back in 2020. NBC News national correspondent Miguel Almaguer has more.
Scathing report from the Department of Justice unveiled a damning assessment of the Louisville Metro Police Department, saying LMPD has long engaged in a troubling pattern of discriminatory law enforcement practices. Investigators from the DOJ cited serious unlawful abuses, especially against black people.
Some officers have demonstrated disrespect for the people they are sworn to protect. Some have videotaped themselves throwing drinks at pedestrians from their cars, insulted people with disabilities, and called black people monkeys, animal, and boy. This conduct is unacceptable.
The troubling 86-page report cites uses of excessive force, unjustified neck restraints, and the unreasonable use of police dogs and tasers. Officers also conducted searches based on invalid warrants, unlawfully stopped, searched, and detained citizens, and violated the rights of people engaged in protected speech critical of policing. The U.S. Attorney General specifically cited a specialized unit originally called Viper.
The unit's activities were part of an overall enforcement approach that resulted in significant and unlawful racial disparities.
The 2-year review into LMPD was launched after the 2020 shooting death of Breonna Taylor. The botched raid in which Taylor was not a suspect helped expose what federal authorities now call a pattern or practice of conduct that deprives people of their rights.
I don't even know what to think, to know that this thing should have never happened and that it took 3 years for anybody else to say that it shouldn't have.
The failure to protect and serve at the cost of community trust.
The Louisville Police Department, which is not conceding to a pattern of constitutional violations, says it's revamping its training and support services for officers. The city's also working with the DOJ to implement changes. Meantime, after the death of Tyree Nichols in Memphis, the DOJ will review that police department's use of force policies. Back to you.
All right, Miguel, thank you.
Turning now to an NBC News exclusive on a story we've been covering for months. You may remember back in January, a 6-year-old boy was taken into custody after opening fire on his teacher inside a Virginia first-grade classroom. Now, prosecutors tell NBC News that they will not seek charges against the 6-year-old for the attack. Joining us now to discuss this is NBC News legal analyst Danny Savalos. Danny, good morning. So while the prosecutor has said that they will not charge the 6-year-old, they did say that once they analyze all the evidence, all the information, they would, quote, charge any person or persons that they believe they can prove beyond a reasonable doubt committed a crime. So who exactly could that be in this case, and why is the 6-year-old then not involved in that?
It could be the parents. It could be anyone who was responsible for giving the firearm to the child. I did not expect them to charge the child for 2 reasons. Number one, even though they theoretically could, how would a 6-year-old form the requisite intent? And secondly, is a 6-year-old competent to stand trial? And that really just tests whether or not the defendant can understand the nature of the proceedings against him and help his attorney. But the adults, to the extent there were any adults involved who participated in or facilitated this 6-year-old getting the gun, they could potentially be charged.
And Danny, hopefully, yeah, that child gets the counseling and the care they need. I know a lawsuit is expected to be filed on behalf of the teacher who was shot. What kind of lawsuit can be filed on her behalf now that we know the 6-year-old is not going to be charged?
Lawsuit's a different question. I mean, you could file suit against anybody who may have given the child the firearm. But in all likelihood, if you're bringing a lawsuit, you're going to want to find an insurance policy somewhere or a deep pocket to pay a judgment. And it's probably the case that the parents don't have enough money to satisfy a judgment. You may be able to reach their homeowner's policy if they have one. So part of the challenge in finding someone to sue isn't always necessarily the person who's most responsible. That's our civil justice system. You can sue the person most responsible, but they may not have any money to pay a judgment. So the search becomes for any government entity or any private entity with an insurance policy or assets to pay a judgment. And that means you have to do some creative drafting of a complaint sometimes.
So, Danny, if the Attorney General does decide to bring charges against someone in this case, how exactly would they go about doing that?
They simply determine who was the responsible party for providing the firearm to the child, and then they can charge them with some form of negligence or, well, in the criminal context, negligence is really, it's a misnomer. It's more like recklessness. Did they consciously disregard a known risk in allowing a child access to a firearm? And that could be even in the home, possibly not locking it, any kind of risk that they were aware of. It was a substantial risk, and they consciously disregarded it. That is a form of criminal negligence. It's a little misleading because civil negligence is really just asks the question whether your conduct fell below a standard of care, whereas criminal negligence is about consciously disregarding a known risk. It's a bit of a bug in the legal system that we have 2 different kinds of negligence for criminal and civil cases.
So, Danny, as our legal analyst, what do you expect to happen with this case, with this incident?
In all likelihood, I mean, law enforcement and prosecutors are going to try very hard to find an adult responsible because they recognize, and I expected they would not charge the 6-year-old, even though you hypothetically could. This is not this would be a almost certain acquittal, even if the case went to trial. So, in the prosecutor's mind, somebody has to pay for this, and they will try very hard to find the adult to pinpoint which adult, if any, is responsible for giving the gun to this kid, because somebody has to be held accountable if you cannot hold a 6-year-old accountable. Well, legally, you theoretically can. Practically speaking, what jury in the world is going to convict a 6-year-old?
Important points there. Danny Savalos, thank you so much.
The West Coast is bracing for yet another storm this weekend.
Meteorologist Angie Lassman has more on that and the rest of your Morning News Now weather forecast. Good morning, Angie.
Good morning, guys. It's been the story, right, for the West Coast all winter long. These atmospheric river events, lots of snow, lots of rain, and we've got another one coming our way. This powerful Pacific storm is going to start inching a little closer to the coast through the day today, and with it comes just a fire hose of moisture. We're talking lots of rain, heavy rain at times, and additional snow that eventually, as the system continues tracking to the east, will spread into parts of the Rockies. But let's talk about the concerns with this system. Flooding is going to be the main one. You can see already 16 million people are under a flood threat, including cities like Sacramento and as far south as Bakersfield. This does inch into parts of Nevada as well, Reno included in that too. Here's why. Sierra foothills, anywhere from 6 to 8 inches of rain. Coastal ranges will see anywhere from 6 to 8 inches of rain as well. This is on top of already pretty saturated grounds in some spots, and additional snowfall. This is going to happen more like above 8,000 feet. We'll have maybe 2 to 6 feet of snow on top of what is already there. But let's talk about what's already there. We have 200% nearly of the average snowpack that we usually see for this time of year. So it's pretty deep. We've got a lot of snow that we're dealing with. And the current snow level is about 3,000 feet. So after 3,000 feet is when you kind of see a really dense snowpack. But look what happens as we go through the rest of Thursday and into the later parts of your Friday. We start to see this snow level go up, and that means there's heavy rain falling on a snowpack that is now going to melt. We've got warming happening. We've got flooding concerns that are going to take shape. And this is going to be something that we'll deal with here, not just snow, but wet snow at that. That means that the structural issues we saw with this last storm is going to be another kind of situation that we see unfolding in the coming days. Meanwhile, more people in the northern plains and stretching to the Great Lakes are under winter weather alerts from a different system that's going to spread snow from Montana to Michigan. Eventually, we're going to see places like Ohio and stretching for a little farther into Texas, dealing with the heavy rain and the potential for some stronger storms through the day today. Joe and Zinclay, this is eventually going to make it to the Northeast by the time your Saturday rolls around.
We just keep waiting for everything to come from the West Coast. It feels like every week this winter. All right. Thank you, Angie. Appreciate it. Coming up on Morning News Now, turbulence on the tarmac, another in-flight fight, this time between two passengers boarding a plane. After the break, what we know about the latest in a series of violent airplane incidents.
And new this morning, U.S. Defense Secretary Lloyd Austin touches down in Israel amid violence and protests. More on his trip when we come back.
Hey, podcast fans, ready to unlock our true crime mysteries? Try Dateline Premium on Apple Podcasts. You'll get early access to originals, plus bonus content, and everything is ad-free. So head to Apple Podcasts now to subscribe.
Watch NBC Nightly News with Lester Holt, or listen wherever you get your podcasts.
We begin top story with that breaking news. This is just in, a lot of stories to get to. What do people need most right now? Did the state and or law enforcement drop the ball anywhere? Are we headed for a recession or a recovery? Migrant families now stranded in Mexico. What's the World Cup experience been like? The civilian effort is not just about fighting, it's also about helping.
Every night, it's your news playlist. Top Story with Tom Llamas, streaming weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
This is what it looks and feels
With the latest
like.
the bigger piece to the puzzle.
We begin tonight with breaking news.
How much water ultimately will be forced inland?
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
Hey, podcast fans, ready to unlock our true crime mysteries? Try Dateline Premium on Apple Podcasts. You'll get early access to originals, plus bonus content, and everything is ad-free. So head to Apple Podcasts now to subscribe.
We begin top story with that breaking news. This is just in, a lot of stories to get to. What do people need most right now? Did the state and or law enforcement drop the ball anywhere? Are we headed for a recession or a recovery? Migrant families now stranded in Mexico. What's the World Cup experience been like? The civilian effort is not just about fighting, it's also about helping.
Every night, it's your news playlist. Top Story with Tom Llamas, streaming weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
This is what it looks and feels
What's the latest development? The bigger piece to the puzzle.
We begin tonight with breaking news.
How much water ultimately will be forced inland?
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
We begin top story with that breaking news. This is just in, a lot of stories to get to. What do people need most right now? Did the state and/or law enforcement drop the ball anywhere? Are we headed for a recession or a recovery? Migrant families now stranded in Mexico. What's the World Cup experience been like? The civilian effort is not just about fighting, it's also about helping.
Every night, it's your news playlist. Top Story with Tom Llamas. Streaming weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
For Dateline Premium, subscribe now on Apple Podcasts.
Watch NBC Nightly News with Lester Holt or listen wherever you get your podcasts.
Hey, podcast fans, ready to unlock our true crime mysteries? Try Dateline Premium on Apple Podcasts. You'll get early access to originals, plus bonus content, and everything is ad-free. So head to Apple Podcasts now to subscribe.
We're back with news of another disturbance on board a flight. This one, a physical altercation between passengers. It happened just as the acting FAA chief reiterated a zero-tolerance policy for unruly behavior on board planes. NBC News correspondent Tom Costello has more.
Let go. Let go. It happened as Southwest 117 was boarding Dallas to Phoenix. One passenger began punching another, fellow travelers pulling them apart. Southwest says its crew helped de-escalate the situation, coming days after 32-year-old Francisco Torres threatened fellow travelers on a United flight to Boston.
I will kill every man on this plane.
Then tried to stab a flight attendant with a broken spoon as fellow passengers tackled him.
We are now in an emergency aircraft.
The captain declared an in-flight emergency.
That person was subdued and is being detained right now. However, not going quietly.
One of the passengers who subdued Torres told our NBC Boston station, "We had a hard time holding him down. It was total teamwork." Unruly onboard behavior has been spiking since 2019. Last year, more than 2,300 reports, many involving physical and verbal assaults. On Capitol Hill, the acting chief reiterated the FAA's zero tolerance.
We will take every step to ensure that the action takes place against any perpetrator.
The nation's flight attendants are again calling on Congress to create a national no-fly list for bad-behaving passengers.
Airlines are banning passengers who act out badly on their airline, but that information is not shared with the rest of the industry.
The FAA's zero-tolerance policy means misbehaving passengers can face criminal charges and fines of up to $37,000 per violation. Back to you.
All right, it's a lot of money. Thanks, Tom Costello, for that story.
And Defense Secretary Lloyd Austin landed in Israel this morning, but his schedule has seen some changes due to massive anti-government protests. NBC News foreign correspondent Raf Sanchez is in Tel Aviv and joins us now with the latest. Good morning, Raf. So can you tell us exactly what these protests are about? I think you're in them right now. And were they intentionally timed for Secretary Austin's visit, or are we looking at a coincidence here?
Clay, good morning. Yeah, we are in the thick of it in the heart of Tel Aviv right now. That spiky tower that you may be able to see behind me is the Israeli Defense Ministry, and that is where Secretary Austin was supposed to be this morning. But as you can see behind me, the streets are absolutely full of protesters. There was no way the Secretary was going to get through the roads here. The protests have nothing to do with Secretary Austin. He is caught up in the chaos. Instead, Israelis are out on the streets in their tens of thousands protesting against this very controversial plan by Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu to weaken Israel's Supreme Court. And the people here are worried that this could be the end of Israeli democracy. I want you to take a listen to some of their concerns.
I'm here because democracy is in danger in Israel, and we have to fight for our rights. They're trying to take our rights away from us, and we have to do something before it's too late.
We're influencing the people around him, and eventually no one is elected alone. He also has a group, and I'm pretty sure that he feels intimidated by what's going on.
Nazinkle, interestingly, we've heard from a lot of the protesters here that they would like President Biden to do more to put pressure on Benjamin Netanyahu to scale back these plans. Zinkle?
Clearly, protesters showing up in full force there, Raf. So right now, the secretary has changed his plans, understandably, and is holding meetings at the airport. Who is he meeting with, and what are they discussing?
So he'll be meeting with Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu. He's also meeting with the Israeli defense minister. And we're told by U.S. officials the message he's going to deliver is the U.S. understands that Israel's top priority is Iran. But the U.S. says they really need Israel to do more to bring calm to the West Bank, the occupied West Bank, where there has been so much violence in recent weeks. We were expecting the defense secretary to call on Israel to scale back these military raids they've been launching in cities like Jenin, which have led to such high casualties, but also to call on the Palestinian security forces to do more to confront Palestinian militants themselves.
Raf, you mentioned those tensions at the West Bank. All of this, of course, is happening as those tensions have been mounting between Israelis and Palestinians. What's the latest there?
Well, Zinkle, just this morning, Israeli security forces killed 3 Palestinian militants in the northern West Bank. They were members of the Islamic Jihad militant group. And just 2 days before that, Israeli forces were operating inside a refugee camp in the West Bank. They killed 6 militants then, including a Hamas operative who Israel says was responsible for gunning down 2 Israeli brothers at the end of February. Now, Zinkle, we are only 2 months into 2023, but this is already some of the worst violence we have seen in Israel, Jerusalem, and the West Bank in 2 decades. Zinkle.
Well, Raf Sanchez, thanks for your coverage. Stay safe.
On Capitol Hill, lawmakers heard from leaders in the intelligence community yesterday who laid out the biggest threats currently facing the United States. NBC News Justice and Intelligence correspondent Ken Delaney joins us now with more. Ken, good morning. So it seems like America's relationship with China was really front and center during this Senate Intelligence Committee hearing yesterday. What can you tell us about that?
Yeah, good morning, Joe. China really emerged from this assessment and in this hearing as the greatest long-term threat to the United States. And what was really interesting is that these intelligence leaders said that China views its advancement as only coming at the expense of U.S. influence. In other words, a zero-sum game, which is really a recipe for confrontation over issues like China's efforts to absorb Taiwan. Also came up was this debate over whether the COVID vaccine emerged accidentally from a Chinese lab. The intelligence community disagrees about that, but one thing they all agree on is that China has covered up the evidence. If there's any good news here, the assessment was that Chinese President Xi Jinping wants stability for now. He believes that China would benefit from easing some tensions in the short term with the U.S., but long term, they see China as a big challenge.
And Ken, another huge topic, our top story this hour, the war in Ukraine. What do officials have to say about Russia and the war?
The intelligence leaders said that they do not see Russia making territorial gains in the short term, say over the next year. It's really tough going for Russia right now, even as they try to mount a massive attack and seize part of the Donbas region. But they also assess that Vladimir Putin believes that over the long term, he has a good position. The longer he drags this out, the better it is for Russia. So that's really a recipe for a long-term conflict with the U.S. continuing to invest billions and billions of dollars.
And Ken, so many global concerns right now. Any other important issues come up during this hearing?
Yeah, of course. And, you know, Iran, which got more attention in years past, continues to enrich uranium and is closer than ever to building a nuclear weapon. They haven't made the decision to do that, but they could do it at a moment's notice. And, of course, North Korea is essentially a de facto nuclear power now and continues to test and perfect nuclear weapons. So both of those countries pose huge threats to the United States, even as China is getting most of the oxygen right now.
All right. Ken Delaney and Ken, thank you so much.
Turning now to Memphis, where a judge has blocked the release of footage and audio from the night Tyree Nichols was beaten by several police officers. City Attorney Jennifer Sink was set to release 20 hours of additional footage on Wednesday after announcing the city completed its investigation into the incident. But attorneys for the officers involved in Nichols' death filed an immediate protective order. The judge ruled the information could not be released until the state and defendants have time to review it. It's unclear if the Nichols family has reviewed the additional footage.
Coming up, sharing her story. Celebrity zookeeper Bindi Irwin opening up about her health struggles. More on the diagnosis that impacts millions of women all over the world.
And the right to read. Reading Rainbow's LeVar Burton working to take on what he calls an early reading crisis. His new project next on Morning News Now.
Hey, I'm Hallie. It's good to be with you tonight. There's another legal filing today, and I want to cut through some of the weedsy stuff. And let's just get to the point. They have started to vote on the PACT Act. If you're like, Hallie, stop speaking Washingtonese. This bill would basically give health care to veterans who have exposed to these toxic chemicals. So, Scott, I'm trying to make this as not DC as possible. The increased sort of anger that we've seen now in politics. I saw you searching for, I think, your microphone, Danny. You are.
I was trying to do it on the slide.
Live TV, man. It's okay.
This is what it looks and feels
With the latest film, the bigger piece to the puzzle.
We begin tonight with breaking news.
How much water ultimately will be forced inland?
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
For Dateline Premium, subscribe now on Apple Podcasts.
Stay on top of breaking news and the biggest stories of the day with NBC News Daily.
Thank you so much for joining us. I'm Morgan Radford.
And I'm Vicki Wynn.
I'm Aaron Gilchrist.
And I'm Kate Snow.
Get in-depth reporting from across the country.
What's your reaction to the president's comments?
And around the world.
Are Ukrainians continuing to make advances?
And ways you can take care of your health.
Who should be getting tested? And frankly, how often?
And your wallet.
Costs are skyrocketing. How to manage soaring prices.
NBC News Daily. Weekdays from 12 to 4 p.m. Eastern on NBC News Now.
For Dateline Premium, subscribe now on Apple Podcasts.
This is what it looks and feels.
From the storm zone.
The bigger piece to the puzzle comes.
New numbers just out this morning.
Good evening. We begin tonight with breaking news just coming in.
We begin this hour with the latest developments. We're coming on the air with some shakeups big time on Capitol Hill.
How much water ultimately will be forced inland?
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
This is what it looks and feels.
With the latest film, the bigger piece to the puzzle.
We begin tonight with breaking news.
How much water ultimately will be forced inland?
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
We're back, and we're taking a look at women's health and a medical condition impacting millions of women around the world.
Endometriosis affects 11% of women between the ages of 15 and 44. That's according to the U.S. Department of Health and Human Services Office on Women's Health.
And now Bindi Irwin, Australian zookeeper and daughter of the late crocodile hunter Steve Irwin, is speaking out about her diagnosis to raise awareness. Irwin wrote in a social media post, quote, "I'm sharing my story for anyone who reads this and is quietly dealing with pain and no answers. Let this be your validation that your pain is real and you deserve help."
Joining us now to discuss is NYU Langone Endometriosis Center Director, Dr. Kathy Wang. Dr. Wang, thanks for joining us. So, first of all, for those unfamiliar, can you explain what endometriosis is and how it impacts people who are diagnosed with it?
Sure. Endometriosis is a condition in which the inner lining of the uterus is elsewhere in the body. So it can be anywhere. It can be on the bowel, could be in the ovaries, could be in the lung. Anywhere that it impacts, it will create significant amount of pain. And women oftentimes will also have problems with fertility and having trouble getting pregnant.
So Bindi Irwin said that she'd been dealing with this for 10 years, and she's not alone. Why is it that it can take such a long time to actually diagnose this?
One of the things I've been mentioning, I think, throughout my entire career is that pain is not normal. And I do think a lot of women get the message that pain is normal. Even as a little girl, oftentimes when you have painful periods, you've been told that it's normal. So sometimes women are not seeking help, and sometimes physicians are not taking it seriously and continue the message that pain perhaps is normal. And one of the things about endometriosis is that it's very difficult to diagnose on imaging. However, at NYU Langone, we partner with our radiologists, and we have developed a new imaging technique for MRI that diagnoses endometriosis with accuracy of over 80%, which is amazing. And the gold standard is actually doing surgery on women just to diagnose endometriosis. In our center, we really believe that's way too invasive to diagnose a condition.
All right.
And doctor, you talked about surgery. I think generally there can be an assumption with menstruation pain that this is just how it is, right? It's just painful. But there are options, especially if it's endometriosis. So what treatments are available for people dealing with this condition to help manage it?
We really have a multidisciplinary approach to endometriosis. We don't believe surgery is the only method. We do think surgery should be the last resort. You should have medical treatments as well. We have a pain therapist. We have a sexual function therapist. We partner with our fertility specialists. Oftentimes, we would first start with medicine, and if you fail medical treatment, then we will approach surgery.
All right. Dr. Kathy Huang, thank you so much. We appreciate your time.
Thanks
for joining us. Some important information there. It's National Reading Month, and today we're highlighting the push to change how kids are taught to read. Actor LeVar Burton is still doing his part to help kids with his new documentary called The Right to Read. NBC News Now anchor Aaron Gilchrist has the details.
What letter is it?
Yeah. A new documentary laser-focused on a growing problem in America, what it calls an early reading crisis.
When I first started teaching in Oakland, there were only 2 kids in my class of 35 who could read.
In 2022, 66% of fourth graders in this country were below proficient in reading. That's according to the National Assessment of Educational Progress. 37% were below a basic reading level.
We are in a scary place for most of our kids.
LeVar Burton is an executive producer on the film. He's spent most of his life as an advocate for literacy, dating back to his time as host of PBS's Reading Rainbow for more than 20 years. Burton says this documentary speaks to an urgent need.
Kareem has been a teacher at all levels, principal on down. And he says in the documentary, imagine being in the Stone Age and you don't have any stone. Imagine being in the Bronze Age and you have no access to bronze. We're in the information age, and our kids aren't getting access to the information because they can't read.
Burton says that while the film shines a light on the problem, it also elevates what he sees as a solution.
We were asking kids to memorize words and take their cues from the pictures as to what the words on the page mean. We now know that that doesn't work. The problem, as the experts see it, is that we've been spending money in the wrong direction, right? And we can change that. What you need is the phonics. You need a really scientifically based approach to reading instruction.
Burton says The Right to Read explains how a turn towards structured, science-based reading tactics is creating better outcomes for children, and he encourages parents to ask questions about what's happening in their children's classrooms.
Parents can ask their school board. They can ask their child's teacher, how are you teaching my child to read? Are you using evidence-based curricula or not? Because if they're not, then there's a problem. And once you identify the problem, only then can you address it to fix.
Our thanks to Aaron Gilchrist for that report.
Coming up, teeing off, dozens of world's top golfers gathering on the green for the PGA's Players' Championship.
When we come back, a look at the competition and what's behind some of the notable names you're not going to see. This is Morning News Now.
We begin tonight with breaking news just coming in.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
Hey, podcast fans, ready to unlock our true crime mysteries? Try Dateline Premium on Apple Podcasts. You'll get early access to originals, plus bonus content, and everything is ad-free. So head to Apple Podcasts now to subscribe.
We begin tonight with breaking news just coming in.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
Stay on top of breaking news and the biggest stories of the day with NBC News Daily.
Thank you so much for joining us. I'm Morgan Radford.
And I'm Vicki Wynn.
I'm Aaron Gilchrist.
And I'm Kate Snow.
Get in-depth reporting from across the country.
What's your reaction to the president's comments?
And around the world.
Are Ukrainians continuing to make advances?
And ways you can take care of your health.
Who should be getting tested, and frankly, how often?
And your wallet.
Costs are skyrocketing. How to manage soaring prices.
NBC News Daily. Weekdays from 12 to 4 p.m. Eastern on NBC News Now.
What do people need most right now? Did the state and/or law enforcement drop the ball? Migrant families now stranded in Mexico. What's the World Cup experience been like?
It's your news playlist. Top story with Tom Yamas. Weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
This is what it looks and feels like.
From the storm zone.
The bigger piece to the puzzle. New numbers just out this morning.
We begin with breaking news just coming in.
Russia has launched another round of attacks.
What was it like when you came back and saw your neighborhood like this?
They say that in modern war, there aren't any front lines anymore. Here, there certainly are.
We begin with the breaking news. Hurricane Ian gaining in strength.
We've had some of the strongest winds here. How many of you were up there?
At least like 11.
Now to the economy as Americans face the highest inflation rate in decades.
How does this all impact your wallet? More fallout from Elon Musk's Twitter takeover.
An urgent warning this hour about the flu.
How does RSV specifically hit some kids so hard, and then it seems like it almost doesn't affect others?
Can voters trust that you will be able to do this job?
Why should voters believe you?
This special election night.
We love it. We live for this.
We have a substantial team of NBC News correspondents fanned out.
This is the first time we've not been able to call control of the House on election night.
Tonight, we'll take an unflinching look at the resurgence of anti-Semitism in America.
They're waiting until Title 42 is lifted before they decide whether to cross into the United States.
What made you decide to go the medicinal healing route for what you're growing here?
Who should be accountable? The city points the finger at the state at the city.
Making news right now.
We are live on the ground there.
I want to show you an up-close look at what we're talking about here.
The news continues right now.
For Dateline Premium, subscribe now on Apple Podcasts. NBC News, streaming free now.
We're back now with some money news. Microsoft's Bing is seeing some success with the launch of its new AI chatbot.
CNBC's Silvana Henao joins us with this and more financial news. Silvana, good morning.
Joe Zinkley, good morning to you. Yeah, so Microsoft says Bing has topped 100 million daily active users just a month after the launch of its AI chatbot. The company says 1/3 of Bing's users are new to Bing, and the same number have been using AI chat for the searches every day. Now, by integrating AI into Bing, Microsoft has given the search engine a weapon to compete against Google, which has plans to launch its own chatbot, introducing a chat AI called Bard last month. Spotify has launched a new video feed for the app. It recommends music, podcasts, and audiobooks to users through short clips similar to that of TikTok and YouTube Shorts. The new feature called Previews prompts you to browse new content recommendations, and the clips are aimed at enticing users to save music and shows to their libraries to listen to later. Spotify says being involved in the moment someone first hears new content is ultimately the key to keeping them as a customer. Apartment hunters have seen little relief from near-record rents in Manhattan this winter. Data from real estate firms Miller Samuel and Douglas Elliman shows the average rent on new leases was $4,095 in February. That's down just $2 from January. Now, average rents peaked last July and have held near that level since. That breaks with the market's traditional pattern. Costs typically drop in the cooler months as competition for apartments eases. Manhattan is the nation's largest rental market, guys.
I can confirm everything you just said about Manhattan. It is not getting that much better.
I'm staying far away. I'm going to stay on the other side of the river.
Thank you so much. And here's something you don't often hear on our show. To golf now. The Players' Championship tees off today at Sawgrass in Florida.
43 of the world's top 50 players are playing in the tournament, but what might be most notable is who won't be there and why.
Here to take a swing at this with us is Golf Channel contributor Ron Cyrack. Thank you so much for being with us, Ron. So we'll get to that notable absentee in just a moment. But first, walk us through the importance of this tournament. Who are the favorites this year, and who should we be watching?
Well, first off, this is the PGA Tour's flagship tournament. It's played at their headquarters in Ponte Vedra Beach, Florida. Traditionally, it has one of the strongest fields of the year in all of golf. And the PGA Tour coming into this tournament's in really good shape because its best players been playing their best golf this year. Jon Rahm has won tournaments. Max Homa, Scotty Scheffler. Rory McIlroy hasn't won, but he's been in contention every week. And some fan favorites like Ricky Fowler and Jordan Spieth are refinding their form. So they've got their best players playing their best golf, and they've got everything trending in the right direction. Coming into a tournament played on an iconic golf course, TPC Sawgrass, a course that the fans are very familiar with.
So, Ron, that's good news for fans. But as we mentioned, there's one player missing this year. That's the defending champ, Cameron Smith, the Australian player ineligible after joining the LIV Golf Tour. That is a huge topic right now. Many of his rivals who are participating said they hoped he'd be able to play. What do you make of this decision by the PGA?
Well, you know, I think it was a decision the PGA Tour had to make. Look, the major championships, which are considered official PGA Tour events but aren't run by the PGA Tour, have all established a criteria in which Cameron Smith's going to be able to play this year because he's a defending champion of a major. That usually gets you into the next majors for the next 5 years. He won the Open Championship last year. But this is a PGA Tour event, and as I said, they've suspended the LIV golfers from the PGA Tour, so it's only sort of consistent with what their policy is. If you're not a member of our tour, if you have chosen to rebel against our tour, then you're not going to play in our event. It makes sense in my mind that the majors have made their decisions to let the guys who've qualified from LIV play in their tournaments, but it also makes sense for the PGA Tour to block the LIV golfers.
And Ron, just last week, I know the PGA announced a series changes, including things like increased price purses and smaller fields. These are pretty similar features to the LIV Golf Tour. What do you make of the changes, and how has the introduction of LIV been beneficial to golf?
Yeah, it's going to be interesting to see how this all plays out. I think the first winner here is going to be, well, the top players are winners. Look, the first time I covered the Players' Championship was 1988. Mark McCumber won $225,000. The winner of this tournament this week is going to get $4.5 million. That's a 20-fold increase over time. So, and that money is only increasing. What the PGA Tour has done by creating designated events, these are going to be big money events. They're going to have smaller fields, no cut, and it's going to guarantee that the fans are going to see the best players playing head-to-head against each other more often. Not only is that going to happen in the 4 majors and the Players' Championship, but it's going to happen in a half a dozen other events out there. So that's going to be good. How the no-cut thing fares in all this is going to be interesting, because that's one of the features of LIV Golf is that there's no cut there. But one of the things fans love about professional golf is the cut, because it's not like in team sports. You sign a multi-year lucrative contract and then you're lousy. You still get paid. But the way the PGA Tour's business model, you don't make that cut. Half the field gets cut after Friday. You don't get a check. So that's going to go away for some events.
Good time to play golf today. Ron, thanks so much.
Happy to be with you.
And coming up, iced out. We're not talking about diamonds. It's a new kind of luxury item taking over TikTok.
Yeah, we're going to explain the growing trend of designer ice cubes. Yeah, that's right. You're watching Morning News Now.
This is what it looks and feels
From the storm zone.
The bigger piece to the puzzle comes.
New numbers just out this morning.
Good evening. We begin tonight with breaking news just coming in.
We begin this hour with the latest developments. We're coming on the air with some shakeups big time on Capitol Hill.
How much water ultimately will be forced inland?
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
Watch NBC Nightly News with Lester Holt, or listen wherever you get your podcasts.
We begin tonight with breaking news just coming in.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
The day's biggest political stories with trusted insight and expert analysis. A daily look at the politics behind the headlines. Meet the Press Now, streaming weekdays at 4 p.m. on NBC News Now.
Hey, I'm Hallie. It's good to be with you tonight. There's another legal filing today, and I want to cut through some of the weedsy stuff. And let's just get to the point. They have started to vote on the PACT Act. If you're like, Hallie, stop speaking Washingtonese. This bill would basically give health care to veterans who have exposed to these toxic chemicals. So, Scott, I'm trying to make this as not DC as possible. The increased sort of anger that we've seen now in politics. I saw you searching for, I think, your microphone, Danny. You are.
I was trying to do it on the slide.
Live TV, man. It's okay.
NBC News, streaming free now. Hey, podcast fans, ready to unlock our true crime mysteries? Try Dateline Premium on Apple Podcasts. You'll get early access to originals, plus bonus content, and everything is ad-free. So head to Apple Podcasts now to subscribe.
NBC News, streaming free now.
For Dateline Premium, subscribe now on Apple Podcasts.
Welcome back. Gamblers and WWE fans alike could be in for some good news. The WWE is in talks with regulators in states like Colorado and Michigan, looking to legalize betting on scripted wrestling matches. They're working with groups to make sure that there would be no chance of match results leaking to the public. If the WWE succeeds in its bid to legalize gambling on matches, well, that could open the door for gambling on other scripted events like TV shows. I'm intrigued by this, the scripted element of this, the fact that the results are sort of secretly known going into the match. That would be very interesting in the gambling world. I'm not sure how that'll work, but we'll have to see if they can make it happen.
Something to watch for sure, Joe. Thanks. And finally at this hour, Ice Ice Baby. That's right. We're talking about a new form of luxury, ice cubes. Designer ice cubes are gaining millions of views on TikTok and a major following.
So get this, the appliance company Bosch surveyed about 2,000 people and found that among those people, 51% say they're, quote, ice obsessed. That means they're consuming up to 116 glasses of ice a month. That adds up to more than 400 pounds of ice a person a year. So what exactly is behind this new trend? Joining us now to help answer that question is senior staff editor of the New York Times Cooking, Becky Hughes, who wrote about this. Becky, good to have you with us. Talk about this trend. Why are people so ice obsessed? How on earth did this come about?
Sure. Well, Americans are sort of famously obsessed with ice. It's a bit of an ongoing joke. And when you go to Europe, if you order ice water, they'll call it American style. That's because America has the oldest ice industry in the world since 1806. And so it sort of seems like the natural progression that if any company were to any country were to commodify ice and make it, an internet trend, it should be us. So here we are. The TikTok hashtag Ice Talk has 950 million views. So it's a huge internet phenomenon. The most popular of these videos are these ice drawer restock videos, some of which you can probably see on the screen, where ice obsessives film themselves stocking their freezer with 10, 20 different types of ice.
And Becky, I gotta admit, I have actually taken part in making some of this bougie ice, and I can attest it is kind of good. But it appears people are actually making money off of it. You talked about commodifying it. They're actually selling cubes for about $14 a piece. Kind of wild. So talk to us about the business side of things. What makes ice so profitable?
Yeah, I spoke to Leslie, the owner of Disco Cubes in LA, which is a custom ice company, and she makes these perfectly clear ice cubes, which getting perfectly clear ice is a really hard thing to do. And she fills them with wildflowers or food or brand logos suspended in the ice, and those retail for $8 to $14 a cube just for starters. And people have those for parties, for weddings. That's a really popular thing right now. And also, these TikTokers making ice videos are actually making money because they all are selling ice molds at the links in their bio.
I thought a $14 cocktail was a lot of money. Now a $14 ice cube to put in the cocktail. My goodness. So, Becky, we have seen everything from flour ice we saw there, hot sauce ice. We have less than a minute here, but walk us through some of the different versions of the ice craze. Anything you've tried?
Yeah, the ones that I think are the most interesting, I love the ice molds that are long stick shapes because those fit in a water bottle. I think that's pretty smart. I love these coffee ice cubes for iced coffee, which I learned in the comments section of the story is actually not a new idea. I had one commenter say that their parents were doing that in the 1940s. And I love the pebble nugget ice. Those make drinks really cold really quickly, and I love that texture in a cocktail.
All right, the coffee ice cube, I might have to try that one. I'm not going to pay $14 for it, but I might try and make one at home. So, all right. Becky Hughes, this was fascinating. Thanks so much for joining us this morning. We appreciate your time.
Thanks.
All right, that does it for this hour of Morning News Now.
The news continues right now. Good Good morning. I'm Zinklea Samwa in Washington, D.C. for Savannah Sellers.
And I'm Joe Fryer in New York. Right now on Morning News Now, violent night. In Ukraine this morning, officials say another barrage of missiles launched by Russia killed at least 5 people across the country. It's the most devastating attack on the war-torn nation in weeks, and it comes amid Russian advances in the eastern stronghold of Bakhmut. We're on the ground with the latest. We're also learning some chilling new details this morning surrounding that deadly cartel kidnapping of 4 Americans just over the U.S.-Mexico border. A law enforcement official now telling NBC News 5 people were originally inside that white minivan. We'll tell you why one of them ended up not crossing the border. Plus, startling new images of the moments right before tragedy struck as a South Carolina community mourns the loss of 2 of their own. Also this morning, to fund a nation. Later today, President Biden will travel to Philadelphia to unveil his administration's proposed budget for 2024. What we know about it so far as Republicans on Capitol Hill gear up for a showdown. Plus, we've got a real underdog story for you this morning. It might not be the university in Georgia that you're most familiar with, but the Kennesaw State Owls just punched their first March Madness ticket, thanks in part to a steadfast coach who dusted off some of the old cobwebs. Love these Cinderella stories already coming out ahead of March Madness. We'll get to that in a little bit. We're going to begin this hour in Ukraine, which is picking up the pieces after another major Russian missile attack, the biggest in weeks.
Multiple casualties were reported in several cities following the strikes that targeted the country's infrastructure facilities. NBC News correspondent Aaron McLaughlin has the very latest from central Ukraine.
Hey there, we woke to the sound of a massive explosion in Kyiv, a big boom echoing throughout the capital, part of the 15th wide-scale attack on Ukraine's energy infrastructure since the war began. This morning, thick smoke in the skies over Kyiv, signaling a massive Russian missile attack striking the 4 corners of Ukraine and lasting more than 7 hours. 81 missiles and drones launched from multiple Russian bases, targeting Ukraine's energy infrastructure, according to the Ukrainian armed forces, including 6 hypersonic missiles. This video apparently showing the moment one struck the capital, knocking out power to 40% of the city, according to military and city officials. In Lviv, the strikes were deadly. At least 5 killed when a rocket fell in a residential area. Rescue workers seen digging through the rubble. Overnight missiles also damaging a crucial power line to the Zaporizhzhia nuclear power plant, now being run on backup diesel generators for the 6th time in this war. It's the biggest Russian attack in weeks, while fighting in the east remains fierce and brutal. Meanwhile, Ukrainian President Zelensky speaking out on CNN, repeating his plea for F-16 fighter jets and revealing new details about his talks with President Biden.
President Biden has this position from his advisors, aides, in a military direction, that what Ukraine doesn't need at the moment, and jets, according to that, were not needed. And I said, no, we need those jets. They could help us to defend ourselves. That's why we need it urgently.
It comes amid concerns about the future of the war, with one top U.S. official warning Congress time is not on Ukraine's side.
Putin most likely calculates that time works in his favor and that prolonging the war may be his best remaining pathway to eventually securing Russia's strategic interests in Ukraine.
Meanwhile, Zelensky unequivocal in how he sees this war ending.
They have to leave our territory, and then, only then, we can talk about diplomacy.
This morning, President Zelensky says a majority of the country is now experiencing power shortages. It's an all-hands-on-deck situation for the country's emergency services. They're working to restore Ukraine's energy systems. Back to you.
Right, Aaron, thank you so much. Now to the latest developments in that deadly kidnapping in Mexico involving 4 Americans.
This morning, we're getting new details on the group and their abduction. Their community coming together last night for a prayer vigil to honor the 2 people who lost their lives and to pray for healing for the 2 who survived. NBC News correspondent Morgan Chesky joins us now from Brownsville, Texas, with the latest. Morgan.
Yeah, Joe Zinklea, good morning. And the more evidence you see about this case, the more chilling this attack becomes. We've learned that after crossing the border here in Brownsville, New surveillance images show multiple vehicles trailing that white van with 4 Americans inside minutes before they unleashed that deadly barrage of gunfire. And this morning we've learned that a 5th American was very close to joining them. In South Carolina overnight, an emotional vigil near the victim's hometown. Family members of one survivor, Latavia Washington McGee, expect the mother of 6 back home soon after a trip to Mexico turned into a nightmare. Her mother, Barbara, telling CNN her devastated daughter watched her longtime friends die.
I hope they get all of them and put them all in jail.
In Matamoros on Wednesday, a swarm of Mexican military converging not far from where armed gunmen kidnapped the 4 Americans. This has new video unveiled a startling twist.
Mexico, here we come.
Video live streamed on Facebook before the kidnapping appears to show not 4, but 5 people inside the van. A law enforcement source telling NBC another woman also made the trip, but did not cross the border with the others because she did not have proper documentation. Cheryl Orange spoke to the Associated Press, saying that she stayed behind at a motel and they were supposed to return 15 minutes after dropping off Latavia Washington McGee for the cosmetic procedure in Mexico. But she grew worried as time went on and spoke to authorities after not hearing from them. The 4 who did cross? New images from Mexican authorities show the gunmen trailing their white minivan minutes before they opened fire. Additional images appear to show travel documents, luggage, debit cards, and cash that investigators found inside the vehicle. In the aftermath of the attack, Mexican authorities scrambled to several different hospitals for days, trying to track down victims, before finally locating all 4 inside this wooden shack. After speaking with one victim's family, South Carolina Senator Lindsey Graham promising,
"We're going to unleash the fury and might of the United States against these cartels."
Now, despite some lawmakers suggesting that these cartels should be labeled as terrorist organizations, the White House has said that doing so would not give them really a significant amount of more power or resources that they don't already have at their disposal, citing sanctions specifically designed to handle both cartels as a group and the individuals within. In the meantime, we do know that a high-level Washington delegation is in Mexico to discuss the ongoing fentanyl crisis, but that conversation will no doubt shift in light of this recent kidnapping. I'll send it back to you.
All right, Morgan, thank you so much.
This morning, Ohio's toxic train crash will be front and center on Capitol Hill. Norfolk Southern CEO Alan Shaw is scheduled to testify before a Senate committee on how the company racked up 4 derailments in the last 5 months. And information obtained by NBC News tells us Shaw is expected to say he is deeply sorry about the event last month. Maggie Vespa joins us now from Springfield, Ohio, to talk about this. So, Maggie, besides his apology, what else are we expecting to hear from the CEO, Alan Shaw, this morning? He's probably facing pretty tough lines of questioning from all sides, isn't he?
Yeah, he definitely is, Clay. Senators talked to reporters on the phone yesterday ahead of this hearing, and they told us point blank that they will press Norfolk Southern to ensure that they will, quote, pay for all of it, meaning all of the cleanup and all of the damage done in East Palestine and by these other derailments. And we expect to hear CEO Alan Shaw to vow to do just that. That information that you referenced is a copy of his written remarks in which he calls the $20 million already pledged to the people of East Palestine by the company, quote, just a down payment. He says Norfolk Southern will make this right, and we expect senators to press again to make sure, Clay, that that happens.
And Maggie, you're on the ground right now. What are you hearing from people in the community in Ohio? What are they hoping to hear from Shaw today, especially when it comes to those very specific environmental safety concerns that so many families have?
Yeah, absolutely. And just to be clear, we're in Springfield. This is the site of the last derailment, the most recent one. It's almost hard to keep track at this point. This was one on Saturday. There were toxic and hazardous chemicals on board this train. Thankfully, they did not spill when this train derailed, but you can see the cleanup is ongoing. So people here are very concerned about safety and wanting to hear a plan as to how to keep these derailments from happening again, let alone at this pace. And then in East Palestine, the EPA also expected to testify, multiple EPA officials, regional and state, hopefully with a plan, again, to take care of the people of that community, especially as the cleanup of that contaminated soil and water in that community, Clay, gets underway.
And Maggie, I know Norfolk Southern is now under investigation by the NTSB as of just this week. This is their first such investigation in a decade. So now, what exactly is the company planning to do in terms of action? I understand they've already taken some steps.
Yeah, it's the most in-depth investigation in this industry, as you said, in almost a decade, I think since 2014. They're going to date back, look at incidents dating back to 2021. Norfolk Southern ahead of that, but stressing it since the investigation was announced, stressing its 6-point safety plan that they plan, they say, to implement basically right away, adding things like extra heat sensors on board their trains. After the train in East Palestine derailed when a wheel bearing, investigators say, overheated and basically failed. They also just announced, in conjunction with officials here in Ohio, they're going to invest in expanded first responder training for first responders here in Ohio, again, after they had to respond to this derailment, the toxic spill in East Palestine, and the list goes on. And again, Sinclair, all of this expected to be covered at this Senate hearing this morning on Capitol Hill. Starts at 10 a.m. Eastern, and it will be streamed live. Sinclair?
Yeah, I'm sure those families are watching. Maggie, Vespa, thank you so much.
For the second time this week, we're hearing about a violent outburst on a commercial flight. This latest case involves a passenger on a Southwest flight as others were boarding the plane. Happened in the same week that the federal aviation chief faced questions from lawmakers about safety in the skies. NBC News correspondent Tom Costello joins us with the latest on this. Tom, good morning.
Is this getting old or what, Joe? You know, while cases of unruly passengers have started to trend down, the FAA still reports more than 6 cases every single day of unruly and sometimes dangerous behavior. Just days ago, we had that man allegedly try to stab a crew member on a cross-country flight, and now another violent incident while a plane was still boarding passengers.
No! Do not hit him again! Don't approach me, my friend. Do not hit him again!
It's the latest chaotic scene on a U.S. flight, this time before the plane even taxied for takeoff.
Get off of it! Stop it!
Video from a Southwest Airlines flight, Dallas to Phoenix on Monday, appears to show a man shout at and then hit another passenger. In a statement, Southwest tells NBC News in part, our flight crews are well trained in de-escalation, and we commend them for managing the situation.
I will kill every man on this plane!
Just 24 hours earlier, another passenger became violent on a United flight. Investigators say that man made threats, tried to open an emergency door, and attacked a flight attendant with a broken metal spoon before other passengers subdued him. On Wednesday, the acting FAA administrator speaking to lawmakers about aviation safety.
So what would have happened if he had succeeded in opening the door mid-flight?
He would not have been able to open the door in flight while it's pressurized.
While rare, this week's episodes highlight the threats flight crews are facing. Flight attendants are routinely offered voluntary defense training led by air marshals.
Pretend like you got a bug under this foot and squash it. Squash it. There it is.
Air marshals are not on every flight, and the TSA chief says even when they are, it's not always their job to intervene.
Our concern is somebody trying to hijack an aircraft or do damage that might be catastrophic to that aircraft overall. We don't want all eyes going on somebody that's engaged in a physical assault.
The FAA has a zero-tolerance policy for unruly behavior with PSA, billboard, and meme reminders. Perhaps best summed up by Granny, don't embarrass me. I raised you better than to act that way.
Police did not make any arrests on that Dallas incident with Southwest, but anybody who acts up on a plane can face fines of up to $37,000 per violation. Criminal charges and banned for life from that airline. But Joe, the nation's largest flight attendants union, continues to push for a federal version of that ban so that if you act up on one airline and they ban you, you're going to be banned on all airlines. That's now pending before Congress. So far, they're not acting on it.
Until then, Grandma's going to have to listen to Grandma, Tom.
Yep.
All right. Thank you, Tom.
You bet.
Staying in Washington, Senator Mitch McConnell is in the hospital this morning. A spokesperson for the senator confirms the minority leader suffered a fall at the Waldorf Astoria Hotel in Washington last night. He was admitted to a nearby hospital to receive treatment. NBC News Capitol Hill correspondent Ryan Nobles joins us now with the latest on his condition. Good morning, Ryan. So how serious was this fall? Do we have any updates on McConnell's condition this morning?
Yes, Zinkley, so far the only update that we've gotten this morning is that the senator is still recovering after that fall. And to answer your question as to how serious it was serious enough for him to spend the night in the hospital. No other details being released by his spokesperson right now. We do know that it came after a private dinner and after what was a pretty lengthy day here on Capitol Hill. Senate Republicans posting a rare win during this Congress, defeating, or I should say passing, a bill that would nullify a controversial crime bill that was passed by the Washington, D.C. City Council. McConnell, of course, 81 years old. He's had health scares in the past, had heart surgery in 2003, suffered a fractured shoulder after a fall back in 2019. So this is something everyone's keeping a close eye on as to how soon it will be before he will be back here in the United States Senate. Zinkley.
And Ryan, you just talked about that 2019 fall McConnell had outside of his Louisville home. What was his recovery for that like?
He was back in action pretty shortly after that, Zinkley. He was walking around the Capitol for a significant period of time with his arm in a sling, but it didn't really hold him back very much at all from participating in the day-to-day machinations of the United States Senate. So even though he has had those health setbacks in the past, he has shown an amount of resiliency as it relates to that. And, you know, like many of his colleagues here in Washington, he is in his 80s, but is still a very active participant in the day-to-day activity happening here in Washington, and he may be the most important Republican senator in the United States Senate.
And Ryan, several members of the Senate have actually had absences recently due to illness. Democrats have a pretty narrow majority over Republicans, just 51 to 49. So do we know whether McConnell's absence will affect the scheduled votes?
Yeah, I don't think it will in the short term, Zinkley, and it's important to look at this in a short-term and long-term lens. You mentioned there are two Democratic senators right now that are not actively participating in votes on the Senate floor. John Fetterman of Pennsylvania, who's recovering from clinical depression. He's being treated at Walter Reed Hospital here in Washington. This after, of course, his stroke from last year. And Senator Dianne Feinstein is recovering at her home in California after being hospitalized for shingles. So it doesn't really impact the margins in terms of votes here in the United States Senate right now. The more long-term problem for Senate Republicans is just the outsized role that Mitch McConnell plays in these negotiations. The president is going to release his budget here today. McConnell will be a key negotiator during those talks. And then, of course, there's the looming debt ceiling issue, which Republicans in the House have threatened to use as a leverage point as part of these negotiations. McConnell often a calming presence during these negotiations because even though he is a fiscal conservative, he tends to not want to mess with the credit rating of the United States. So if he's out for a long period of time, it could certainly play a role in all of those heated negotiations, which are expected here over the next couple of months.
Lots to watch, and we're sending McConnell well wishes for a speedy recovery. Ryan, thanks so much.
Thank you.
Time now to get a check on your Morning News Now weather forecast.
Meteorologist Angie Lassman joins us now. Good morning, Angie.
Good morning, guys. We've got a big storm to track out west. We've got another storm system slicing through the midsection of the country. So let's time it all out for you so you can know just how impactful this is going to be. We continue to see an atmospheric river event setting up for the West Coast. What does this mean? It just means a whole lot of moisture is making a beeline right directly, mainly at California, and it's going to be a couple-day kind of event. It starts today. We're already seeing some of that rain working through. We're going to see it mainly focused to northern and central California, and then as we get into tomorrow, and you can see Los Angeles starts to get in on that, and Southern California will add on some additional rainfall through at least Friday and start to taper off on Saturday. Some of the snow will start to shift into parts of the northern Rockies, but the most problematic place, right, is going to be in California, where we've seen ample amounts of moisture this winter, and they're already seeing what could be a flood concern here over the next couple of days. So flood watches are up for many locations, 16 million people included in this. You can see Sacramento, San Jose, Monterey, and as far south as Bakersfield, all included in that. Reno as well for western parts of Nevada. This is going to be something that we'll watch for mudslides, the flood concern, of course, structural damage. All of these are on the table here as we go through the next couple of days. Here's the rainfall forecast where you see the yellows. That's about an inch of rain. You can see 3 to 5 inches as possible, and we could see numbers as high as 6 to 8 inches in places like the Sierra foothills and then the coastal ranges. This is going to be something that, along with with some snow that's already on the ground, melting will become really difficult for driving, for maneuvering any of these streets, for flooded roadways. And again, the structural issues will be there. As far as snowfall, we're looking at mainly focused towards the higher elevation. So 8,000 feet and higher could pick up on a couple of feet of snow. Up to 6 feet of snow is possible. And on top of that, we also have windy conditions expected. Some wind alerts have been placed up, and those really stretch far into parts of Colorado. This is going to be something that we'll watch here as we go through the next couple of days, too, with these wind gusts inching closer to maybe 40, 50 miles per hour. So that means down trees, it means down power lines, all of these things, especially with the really saturated ground as well. Now, switching gears to that other storm system I mentioned, 38 million people, including folks on the West Coast, are under some sort of winter alerts. But these ones that you see focused into the northern plains and into the Great Lakes, those are from a different system. And here's that system, and here's where it tracks through the day today. It's going to be rain on the southern end of it, so stretching from Kentucky, Illinois, Indiana, and all the way into Texas through the day today. We could see some of those stronger storms. They'll be possible through the afternoon hours today. But I think something that will be more impactful to folks is going to be into the northern portions of this system, where we'll see snow from Minneapolis, Green Bay, Chicago, Detroit, and eventually, as we get into tomorrow, the Northeast will get in on this action. It'll be mainly rain for the mid-Atlantic, but you'll notice right along that I-95 corridor, once again, it'll be kind of a wintry mix. So some rain, some snow flurries. Interior areas, places like Buffalo and upstate New York, you'll pick up on a couple of inches of snow. The system moves offshore here as we get into the later parts of Saturday, but it's still going to be windy through your day. So just remember that if you live in those places. There's those snow totals, anywhere maybe 3, 6, up to 8 inches of snow is going to be the highest totals across the area, guys.
All right, Angie, thank you so much. Now, that major storm out west is putting places like Monterey County on high alert. The Department of Emergency Management there issued a warning to residents saying they should have at least 2 weeks worth of supplies stocked up ahead of the storm. It's going to be the third time this year that an atmospheric river event is going to be hitting the area. So let's bring in 2 local experts for more on this. Matthew Lumadou is a fire prevention specialist for the Monterey County Regional Fire District, and Nicholas Pasculi is the Monterey County Communications Director. Thank you both for joining us. Nicholas, let's start with you. How worried are you about this, and what should people be doing today to prepare? I mean, 2 weeks of supplies, that's going to grab a lot of people's attention.
Yes, and that advisory was for the folks that live in the Big Sur area, because we are concerned about the Big Sur River rising to what we call action stage, as well as other county rivers. So what they should be doing is stocking up on necessities, of course, water, food, medication and things of that nature. Also, the County of Monterey has multiple sandbag locations for residents and businesses to pick up sandbags to help protect their property. So now is the time for preparation. The flood watch goes into effect this afternoon and goes through Sunday.
So, Matthew, if rescues are needed, and with this type of weather, there's a high likelihood of that, what makes these rescue missions in these kinds of conditions so difficult? And what's your message to people if they do need emergency help during the storm and can't get help right away?
One of our messages that we'd like to get out is preparing ahead of time. Preparing yourself, your family, and your pets ahead of a storm is a great strategy to reduce the impact of some of these storms. So preparing ahead of time. There are some sample storm preparedness plans available on the Monterey County OES website. Great place for information. Another thing that's a good idea is subscribing to some of the alert and warning systems, such as Alert Monterey County. The number 211 is also a great resource for up-to-date information, as well as community resources. So what makes the rescues and things kind of difficult? Just flowing water, and it's the same types of hazards that we want to get out to the public to be cautious of. Resist going near the edges of water. The banks of rivers could be weakened, and do not cross any roads that are already flooded. You've probably heard the term turn around, don't drown. Very true. If the water's flooded and the roads are impassable, don't try to go through them. And another good idea is just to avoid unnecessary travel altogether. Again, the roads may be flooded. Normal routes of travel could be impassable during some of these severe storms.
So, Nicholas, communication is so key when something like this happens, when bad weather happens. What's the best way for people to get information and to know when they should be staying inside, when they should be leaving?
Great question. As we heard from the fire department, 211 is a great resource. We also have very active social media. So the County of Monterey has about 30 social media accounts from various different departments, which will be posting information regarding the potential for flooding and the potential for any type of an emergency. And also the county website, it's co.monterey.ca.us. Is an outstanding way to stay up to date because we will update the page with incident information. Additionally, folks can sign up at Alert Monterey County. Alert Monterey County is a system by which they can get notifications to their phone, reverse 911 type system, and also all the National Weather Service alerts that would come out, and also through text messaging. So there are multiple ways that our residents can stay informed, and they just need to text their zip code to 888-7777 to sign up for Alert Monterey County or go to the Monterey County website.
So, Matthew, Monterey County was just hit by back-to-back storms in January. Both brought devastating damage to the area. How have the recovery efforts been going, and how prepared do you feel you are to experience possibly that again?
Yeah, you're right. At the beginning of the year, early January, we did have some pretty severe storms come through. So yes, we have been preparing for further rain events. Once one comes, it's a good chance that more will follow. So yeah, we learned a lot from the last set of storms and are preparing very similarly. This time a task force has been assembled. We've contributed 2 engines to that, and we've also upstaffed an additional engine to be prepared for this coming weekend.
All right, Matthew and Nicholas, thank you both for joining us this morning, thinking of your communities as we prepare for this storm. Take care.
Thank you for having us.
Coming up on this hour of Morning News Now, a budget battle is already brewing on Capitol Hill as President Biden gears up to unveil his administration's spending plan for 2024 later today from Philadelphia.
What we know about it so far and how some Republican lawmakers are responding to the headlines. Up next.
We begin top story with that breaking news. This is just in, a lot of stories to get to. What do people need most right now? Did the state and/or law enforcement drop the ball anywhere? Are we headed for a recession or a recovery? Migrant families now stranded in Mexico. What's the World Cup experience been like? The civilian effort is not just about fighting, it's also about helping.
Every night, it's your news playlist. Top Story with Tom Llamas. Streaming weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now. Stay on top of breaking news and the biggest stories of the day with NBC News Daily.
Thank you so much for joining us. I'm Morgan Radford.
And I'm Vicki Wynn.
I'm Aaron Gilchrist.
And I'm Kate Snow.
Get in-depth reporting from across the country.
What's your reaction to the president's comments?
And around the world.
Are Ukrainians continuing to make advances?
And ways you can take care of your health.
Who should be getting tested? And frankly, how often?
And your wallet.
Costs are skyrocketing. How to manage soaring prices.
NBC News Daily. Weekdays from 12 to 4 p.m. Eastern on NBC News Now.
We begin tonight with breaking news just coming in.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
Watch NBC Nightly News with Lester Holt or listen wherever you get your podcasts.
We begin top story with that breaking news. This is just in, a lot of stories to get to. What do people need most right now? Did the state and/or law enforcement drop the ball anywhere? Are we headed for a recession or a recovery? Migrant families now stranded in Mexico. What's the World Cup experience been like? The civilian effort is not just about fighting, it's also about helping.
Every night, it's your news playlist. Top Story with Tom Llamas. Streaming weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
We begin tonight with breaking news just coming in.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
Hey, I'm Hallie. It's good to be with you tonight. There's another legal filing today, and I want to cut through some of the weedsy stuff. And let's just get to the point. They have started to vote on the PACT Act. If you're like, Hallie, stop speaking Washingtonese. This bill would basically give health care to veterans who have exposed to these toxic chemicals. So, Scott, I'm trying to make this as not DC as possible. The increased sort of anger that we've seen now in politics. I saw you searching for, I think, your microphone, Danny. You are.
I was trying to do it on the slide.
Live TV, man. It's okay.
Watch NBC Nightly News with Lester Holt or listen wherever you get your podcasts.
Hey, podcast fans, ready to unlock our true crime mysteries? Try Dateline Premium on Apple Podcasts. You'll get early access to originals, plus bonus content, and everything is ad-free. So head to Apple Podcasts now to subscribe.
We begin tonight with breaking news just coming in.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
Welcome back. President Biden will be in Philadelphia today to unveil his proposed budget. He claims his plan will save $3 trillion over the next 10 years by raising taxes on the wealthy and large corporations. NBC News White House correspondent Monica Alba joins us now with a closer look at exactly what's in his proposal. Good morning, Monica. So some details have already been released this week. What are some of the highlights Biden is expected to reveal today?
Hi there, Sinclair. That's right. And remember, any budget from any president of either party is really a little bit more of a wish list. This is going to be a sort of statement of priorities, things that the administration would like to do, but knowing that really in many ways this is the start of negotiation points, especially given Republicans are already speaking out about some of the things the White House has put forward. So we saw the president pen that op-ed earlier in the week, extending Medicare for another couple of decades. That's a big part of it. But they also are going to really be consistent, they say, with one of the president's promises, which is not to raise taxes on anyone or any household making less than $400,000. But on anybody wealthier than that, that is a big part of this proposal. And essentially, they're going to try to cut the deficit by $3 trillion by raising taxes on corporations and the wealthiest Americans. The president's proposal likely will also include some other major initiatives when it comes to pre-K and child care, and also something you saw the president talk about in his State of the Union earlier this year, capping insulin at $35 per month, which we already saw a company like Eli Lilly commit to do. So the president is hoping other companies will do the same. So again, it really ranges. It'll be spending amounts on a lot of different topics. But again, what you see put forward first here today in Philadelphia is very likely not the end product in Clay.
And Monica, as we're talking about budget, we got to talk about the debt ceiling. Does this plan address the looming debt ceiling deadline?
And that is one of the major questions, and of course, the urgent backdrop to all of this, because we know right now that if they don't raise America's ability to borrow, the U.S. could default for the first time ever come June. And that is why we had seen some of these extraordinary measures put in place by the Department of Treasury. And that's why you've had all of these warnings. So the president has been very clear in his position where he says this is not about negotiations. Republicans and Democrats need to come together, agree to lift it and move on. But exactly how they're going to do that is still a big open question. And that brings us to really this bitter battle between the two parties over almost everything right now on Capitol Hill. So when you're talking about a major budget, this is going to be a huge uphill climb as well.
And to that end, an uphill climb, how are Republicans reacting to the budget? Does it even have a chance of getting passed?
So we have seen for months now Republicans essentially saying the reason we don't want to lift the debt ceiling is because we feel like the president needs to rein in America's spending. And so, of course, now you have the president here saying, yes, we want to cut the deficit, but he wants to spend in other areas, he says, to make Americans' lives better. So this continues to be a place of huge opposition for Republicans. We haven't seen them to this point lay out their own budget proposal. They've said they're going to do that sometime this spring. And so that's where really you're going to get down to the nitty gritty of all of this. You're going to see the president lay out his in Philadelphia today, though, which is also a big point. The reason he's going there, I think, and you can say from White House officials, is because he wants to say this is not just about Washington, where this is ultimately going to be a huge fight in Congress. This is about reaching voters and Americans. And of course, he's going to go to a place where Pennsylvania is a critical state coming up in the 2024 election, ahead of what we likely expect will be his own reelection announcement sometime in the coming weeks as well, Sinclair.
Monica Alba, thanks so much.
International news now. Protests are erupting in the country of Georgia over what demonstrators are calling a restrictive new law.
NBC News foreign correspondent Claudio Lavanga joins us now from Rome for this and other global news. Claudio, good morning.
Good morning. Yes, for the second night in a row, protesters clashed with riot police in Tbilisi, the capital of Georgia, during demonstrations against what they call a Russian-style law. The police have used water cannons and tear gas to disperse the crowd and pushed back protesters who pulled down a metal barrier outside parliament. The controversial law will class non-government and media groups as foreign agents if they receive more than 20% of their funds from abroad. Let's move to Chile, where 2 people were killed in a shootout during an attempted heist in an airport in the capital, Santiago. Authorities say that 10 heavily armed robbers evaded security measures and reached the runway where more than $32 million were set to be transferred from a plane to an armored truck. A security officer and an alleged robber were killed in the shootout. The other robbers fled. Now to Japan, where the country's largest workers' union struck agreements for hefty salary increases amid rising living costs. Workers in the service, textiles and distribution sectors will receive a wage hike of 5%, more than the 3% increase Prime Minister Fumio Kishida have asked companies to agree to. Other groups, including automaker unions, have also announced that labor's demands for higher pay have been met ahead of the March 15 deadline. Back to you guys.
All right, Claudio, thank you so much.
And coming up, it's a nearly decade-old mystery in the skies. And now a new Netflix docuseries is exploring the many theories surrounding the disappearance of Malaysia Airlines Flight 370.
We'll revisit the baffling tragedy over the Indian Ocean 9 years later. That's next. You're watching Morning News Now.
The day's biggest political stories with trusted insight and expert analysis. A daily look at the politics behind the headlines. Meet the Press Now, streaming weekdays at 4 p.m. on NBC News Now.
For Dateline Premium, subscribe now on Apple Podcasts.
This is what it looks and feels
What's the latest development? The bigger piece to the puzzle.
We begin tonight with breaking news.
How much water ultimately will be forced inland?
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
Hey, I'm Hallie. It's good to be with you tonight. There's another legal filing today, and I want to cut through some of the weedsy stuff. And let's just get to the point. They have started to vote on the PACT Act. If you're like, Hallie, stop speaking Washingtonese. This bill would basically give health care to veterans who have exposed to these toxic chemicals. So, Scott, I'm trying to make this as not DC as possible. The increased sort of anger that we've seen now in politics. I saw you searching for, I think, your microphone, Dan. You are.
I was trying to do it on the slide.
Live TV, man. It's okay.
We begin top story with that breaking news. This is just in. A lot of stories to get to. What do people need most right now? Did the state and or law enforcement drop the ball anywhere? Are we headed for a recession or a recovery? Migrant families now stranded in Mexico. What's the World Cup experience been like? The civilian effort is not just about fighting, it's also about helping.
Every night, it's your news playlist. Top story with Tom Llamas, streaming weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Hey, podcast fans, ready to unlock our true crime mysteries? Try Dateline Premium on Apple Podcasts. You'll get early access to originals, plus bonus content, and everything is ad-free. So head to Apple Podcasts now to subscribe.
We begin tonight with breaking news just coming in.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
We are back with one of the biggest mysteries in aviation history. Malaysia Airlines Flight 370 vanished 9 years ago without a trace. The still unsolved disappearance is now the subject of a new Netflix docuseries. NBC News Chief International Correspondent Keir Simmons has been taking a look at this. Joins us now. Keir, I cannot believe it's been nearly a decade.
It's incredible, right, Joe? You know, there are theories and then there are conspiracy theories about what happened to MH370. Some of them are pretty outlandish. And I watched this docuseries overnight, all of it, and they go into all of it. And you're right, you know, it's kind of surreal for someone like me, because 9 years ago, in the days after the disappearance of the plane, I was there reporting on it. And it's hard for those of us who were there then to believe that there are still so many questions. Among the greatest aviation mysteries of all time, MH370 disappeared 9 years ago. The Malaysia Airlines passenger plane and all 239 people on board
never seen again.
Planes go up, planes go down.
Now, a new 3-part Netflix docuseries explores the many theories surrounding what happened, ranging from the rational to the unbelievable.
What planes don't do is just vanish off the face of the earth.
A Boeing 777 MH370 was a red-eye from Kuala Lumpur to Beijing. It took off at 12:41 a.m., its last cryptic communication just 38 minutes later. Then at 2:22 a.m., the plane suddenly and inexplicably went dark. In 2014, I reported on the desperate and ultimately doomed search for survivors. We're in the cockpit of a P-3 Orion flying at about 500 feet, looking for flight 370, and it is an extraordinary expanse of ocean out there. 9 years on, a widely accepted account is that the plane banked left, then flew south across the Indian Ocean for 6 hours before disappearing. The extensive 2.5-year search that followed, never finding any trace of it. Since then, pieces of the plane have washed up on beaches. The Netflix docuseries features devastated victims' families. It also portrays how social media, with its then expanding influence, helped fuel conspiracy theories.
We received so many reports from the social media. One claimed that the aircraft was hijacked.
One theory is that the pilot deliberately diverted the plane, having practiced on a home simulator, but the series says there is little evidence of that. The fascination with MH370 continues, a passenger jet on a routine flight. There on the radar 1 minute, gone the next.
And you know, Joe, the Australian government says that it will never close the book on the disappearance of the plane. The families say they want the search to resume. Keep in mind, though, that we're talking about a piece of ocean that's larger than the continental United States. Still, those families holding out hope, Joe.
And you can't blame them. All right, Keir, thank you for that report. Appreciate it.
A Harvard University astronomer and the head of the Pentagon's UFO office have teamed up to offer a new take on extraterrestrial visitors in a draft paper. NBC News correspondent Gadi Schwartz has more on the report.
Move over Chinese spy balloon or whatever else U.S. fighter jet shot down last month. Out of Harvard University, a draft paper about mysterious flying objects sounding almost like science fiction.
I think it's very likely that we are not the most intelligent civilization that ever existed.
Renowned Harvard astronomer Avi Loeb teaming up with the new head of the Pentagon's UFO office, dubbed the All-Domain Anomaly Resolution Office. Together, they say that interstellar objects detected in space could be signs of extraterrestrial life, and that current sky mapping technology, like the James Webb Space Telescope, could miss such objects.
It could have been a mother ship that released some probes in the habitable region around the sun. If we have a visitor to our backyard, we should observe it at first.
Professor Loeb now leading the charge to build better arrays of sensors to capture anomalies, but saying for now everything is hypothetical, and his paper is really meant to remind UFO hunters not to forget the laws of physics.
As much as the reports from military personnel are intriguing and motivate my work right now, I want my instruments to tell me what is really happening.
Meanwhile, more videos surfacing showing odd objects have been leaked to documentary UFO filmmaker Jeremy Corbell, who recently released pictures of an orb shape over Mosul, and these images showing a cylinder flying over a rock. The Pentagon not commenting on the recent videos, but confirming prior videos released by Corbell had been filmed by service members. As for what they are, definitive explanations remain out of reach. Gadi Schwartz, NBC News.
Coming up, some new legal trouble for Legend of the Lynx Tiger Woods.
After the break, we'll have more on a new lawsuit brought against Woods by his ex-girlfriend surrounding a non-disclosure agreement. We'll be right back.
We begin tonight with breaking news just coming in.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
Watch NBC Nightly News with Lester Holt or listen wherever you get your podcasts.
This is what it looks and feels
From the storm
like.
zone.
A bigger piece to the puzzle.
New numbers just out this morning.
We begin with breaking news just coming in.
Russia has launched another round of attacks.
What was it like when you came back and saw your neighborhood like this?
They say that in modern war, there aren't any front lines anymore. Here, there certainly are.
We begin with the breaking news. Hurricane Ian gaining in strength.
We've had some of the strongest winds here.
How many of you were up there?
At least like 11. Down to the economy as Americans face the highest inflation rate in decades.
How does this all impact your wallet? More fallout from Elon Musk's Twitter takeover.
An urgent warning this hour about the flu.
How does RSV specifically hit some kids so hard, and then it seems like it almost doesn't affect others? Can voters trust that you will be able to do this job?
Why should voters believe you?
This special election night.
We love it. We live for this.
We have a substantial team of NBC News correspondents fanned out.
This is the first time we've not been able to call control of the House on election night.
Tonight, we'll take an unflinching look at the resurgence of anti-Semitism in America.
They're waiting until Title 42 is lifted before they decide whether to cross into the United States.
What made you decide to go the medicinal healing route for what you're growing here?
Who should be accountable? The city points the finger at the state, state at the city.
Making news right now.
We are live on the ground there.
I want to show you an up-close look at what we're talking about here.
The news continues right now.
Stay on top of breaking news and the biggest stories of the day with NBC News Daily.
Thank you so much for joining us. I'm Morgan Radford.
And I'm Vicki Wynn.
I'm Aaron Gilchrist.
And I'm Kate Snow.
Get in-depth reporting from across the country.
What's your reaction to the president's comments?
And around the world.
Are Ukrainians continuing to make advances?
And ways you can take care of your health.
Who should be getting tested? And frankly, how often?
And your wallet.
Costs are skyrocketing. How to manage soaring prices.
NBC News Daily. Weekdays from 12 to 4 p.m. Eastern on NBC News Now.
Hey, podcast fans, ready to unlock our true crime mysteries? Try Dateline Premium on Apple Podcasts. You'll get early access to originals, plus bonus content, and everything is ad-free. So head to Apple Podcasts now to subscribe.
The day's biggest political stories with trusted insight and expert analysis. A daily look at the politics behind the headlines. Meet the Press Now, streaming weekdays at 4 p.m. on NBC News Now.
What do people need most right now? Did the state and/or law enforcement drop the ball? Migrant families now stranded in Mexico. What's the World Cup experience been like?
It's your news playlist. Top story with Tang Amos. Weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
We're back now with some financial news. It's looking like the end of the line for crypto lender Silvergate.
CNBC's Silvana Henao has that and other money news. Good morning, Silvana.
Hey, Zinkley, Joe, good morning. That's right. Yeah, crypto lender Silvergate Bank has collapsed. The company announcing it's closing down and will return deposits to customers. Silvergate has been struggling along with some of its most high-profile clients like FTX. In January, it reported it lost $1 billion in one quarter after customers pulled more than $8 billion. Silvergate had been one of the few federally regulated banks willing to do business with crypto companies. So there is concern its collapse could make them turn to banks and lenders that aren't governed by those rules. Uber is considering whether to spin off its freight business in a sale or as a separate publicly traded company to focus more on ride-hailing and food delivery, which are growing. The freight unit has struggled during a broader downturn in trucking. The division, which launched in 2017, pairs trucking companies with customers looking to ship goods in a similar model to Uber's ride-hailing business. And remember the 90s? Well, what's old is new again with a twist. Sunny D is launching a new vodka seltzer. It'll be available at select Walmart stores this weekend with a 4-pack costing about $9.99. The 12-ounce cans contain more than 4% alcohol and have 95 calories. It could be a smart move as kids raised on Sunny D commercials in the 80s and 90s can now legally drink the new boozy version, guys.
It was such a strong flavor, though.
It really was.
I'm kind of into it. It's like a new
Personally,
mixed
I was
drink.
never a fan of it. I don't know.
Different taste. Different taste.
Very
Silvana
different.
Henao.
We'll see. All right. Tiger Woods is locked in a legal battle with his ex-girlfriend, Erica Herman.
That's right. She's suing the pro golfer and asking that her non-disclosure agreement with Woods be thrown out. The lawsuit cites a law which protects victims of sexual harassment and assault. NBC News contributing correspondent Kaylee Hartung has the details.
This morning, explosive insinuations against Tiger Woods from his ex-girlfriend, Erica Herman.
In a new lawsuit, Herman, who began dating Woods in 2017, asked to be released from her non-disclosure agreement with him. She claims their NDA is unenforceable and should be nullified, citing the Speak Out Act, a federal law protecting victims of sexual harassment and assault. Herman's suit asked the court to void the NDA so she can share her own experiences, photographs, and recordings of herself related to various legal claims she believes she has. This comes after Herman filed a $30 million civil suit against Woods' Trust in October, alleging after they broke up, he locked her out of his Florida mansion where she'd been living, claiming by trickery his agents convinced her to pack her suitcase for a short vacation, and when she arrived at the airport, they told her she'd been locked out of her residence. The suit alleges this was a violation of an oral tenancy agreement between them that allowed her to live at Woods' home for 11 years. In court documents, Woods fired back, alleging their tenancy agreement was only good for less than a year. We reached out to Woods and Herman for comment, but haven't heard back. Herman was a former manager at Woods' restaurant in Jupiter, Florida. Over their nearly 6-year relationship, she's been by his side at golf tournaments, embracing his children, and appearing in photos with his family.
The driver of this vehicle identified as Tiger Woods.
After Woods' horrific car crash in 2021, she visited him in the hospital. Just last spring, Woods mentioned her in his speech at the Golf Hall of Fame Awards.
I just want to say thank you to my mom, Sam, Erica, Charlie.
Woods' personal life has long been under scrutiny. In 2010, his wife and mother of his 2 kids, Elin Nordegren, filed for divorce after Woods entered rehab for sex addiction. He apologized to his family upon his release.
I thought I could get away with whatever I wanted to.
Now, the golf great's personal life making headlines again, as disputes in his latest relationship play out in court.
That was Kaylee Hartung reporting, and Woods has until the end of the month to respond to Herman's latest complaint.
Coming up, history has been made on the basketball court at one Georgia university.
The Kennesaw State Owls just punched their first ever ticket to the NCAA tournament in a buzzer-beating fashion. We've got the coach and the star player who shot that game-clinching free throw next.
Hey, I'm Hallie. It's good to be with you tonight. There's another legal filing today, and I want to cut through some of the weedsy stuff. And let's just get to the point. They have started to vote on the PACT Act. If you're like, Hallie, stop speaking Washingtonese. This bill would basically give health care to veterans who have exposed to these toxic chemicals. So, Scott, I'm trying to make this as not DC as possible. The increased sort of anger that we've seen now in politics. I saw you searching for, I think, your microphone, Dan. You are out.
I was trying to do it on the slide.
Live TV, man. It's okay.
For Dateline Premium, subscribe now on Apple Podcasts.
Stay on top of breaking news and the biggest stories of the day with NBC News Daily.
Thank you so much for joining us. I'm Morgan Radford.
And I'm Vicki Wynn.
I'm Aaron Gilchrist.
And I'm Kate Snow.
Get in-depth reporting from across the country.
What's your reaction to the president's comments?
And around the world.
Are Ukrainians continuing to make advances?
And ways you can take care of your health.
Who should be getting tested? And frankly, how often?
And your wallet.
Costs are skyrocketing. How to manage soaring prices.
NBC News Daily. Weekdays from 12 to 4 p.m. Eastern on NBC News Now.
What do people need most right now? Did the state and/or law enforcement drop the ball? Migrant families now stranded in Mexico. What's the World Cup experience been like?
It's your news playlist. Top story with Tom Yamas. Weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
For Dateline Premium, subscribe now on Apple Podcasts.
We begin tonight with breaking news just coming in.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
What do people need most right now? Did the state and/or law enforcement drop the ball? Migrant families now stranded in Mexico. What's the World Cup experience been like?
It's your news playlist. Top story with Tom Yamas. Weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Welcome back. Swifties at Stanford University are getting to live out their wildest dreams in a new class on campus. The university is offering a new course called All Too Well, the 10-week version. It references a fan favorite, the 10-minute version of Swift's song All Too Well off her re-recorded Red album. The school says the course plans to help students analyze literature by recognizing Swift's songwriting skills. And it includes an analysis of the 10-minute song. But don't get it twisted, Stanford is not the first university to offer Taylor Swift courses. The University of Texas offers a class on her literary tropes and songwriting, and NYU teaches a course on her impacts on the entertainment industry. So, Joe, really the only question that remains, in the words of Taylor Swift, are you ready for it?
Yeah, no kidding. Can you major in Taylor Swift? That'll be the next step, all right?
Absolutely.
All right, thanks, Clay. March Madness kicks off just a few days, and one Georgia school is already making history on the hardwood. Kennesaw State University is going to the big dance for the first time ever. That's after they scored a thrilling one-point win over Virginia's Liberty University over the weekend. Joining us now, we are so lucky, the coach of the Kennesaw State Owls, Amir Abdul-Rahim, as well as senior guard Terrell Burden. Thank you both so much for joining us. Congratulations on the big win. Terrell, I want to start with you. You scored 19 points in that final game, made the final nail-biting last-second free throw that clinched the win. Walk us through that moment and how it feels knowing that you're going to the big dance now.
I remember the timeout we had, and we talked about how we wanted to drop a play, and we wanted to get the very last possible shot. So when Coach drew up the play, he wanted to go around 6-7 seconds. So when I started, I realized I started kind of late, and so I just wanted to put pressure on the rim and either make them make a call or I could get the very last shot going into overtime.
So cool. Congratulations on that. I mean, Coach, this is your fourth year with the team. Your first full year was during the height of the pandemic, which must have been challenging. I've read when you took over the team, you know, this is a team that won a Division II championship back in the day, and you got that old banner out, dusted it off, and hung it up. Talk about how you've helped this team turn things around so much and just how proud you are of these players.
Well, good morning, and thank you for having us on. It's a great day to be a Kennesaw State Owl, great time for our university and our community. But when we got here 4 years ago, the biggest thing for us was we've had success here at the D2 level. Coach Tony Ingle did a great job of setting a vision and giving an identity to this program. What we wanted to do was get that identity back, get that vision back. And so we started with, our environment and have a great one. And in that environment, we wanted to have great players like Terrell, and he was our very first recruit. And so more than anything, it's great to be able to say, yeah, you're a coach going to the NCAA tournament. But for me, it's really about the players, right? It's about our staff. We sit here because we have high character people in our program that create a great environment here.
Terrell, for you, this is your senior year. So what does it mean to be going to the big dance?
It means the world to me, mainly because I know where we started from and I know the culture that we built. And mainly because the coaching staff and the players, we've all bought in, and it's like a brotherhood. It's like a huge family to me now. So it means the world to me, especially to do it right at home, being that I'm like 20 minutes away from Kennesaw. The environment is perfect. Being that I'm just blessed as of right now. So I'm excited to do something special here, and hopefully we can continue to do that.
Terrell, I know you don't know your seed yet, but how far do you think you guys are going to go in the tournament?
I don't even know, to be honest with you. I don't really know how it works, but I'm just so happy to be there, man. It don't even matter what seed we are. We ready and excited.
Coach, on Sunday, you're scheduled to find out where you'll be playing in the tournament, what your seed is. What are you expecting? Anything specifically you would love? Any division you want to be in? Anyone you want to face?
Well, we love to be in Birmingham, which is only about a 2-hour drive from us, to be honest. But, all 68 teams that are going to be in this tournament are really good teams. So we know whoever we play, we have to bring our A game. And the one thing that's great about this group of kids, this team, is that all year, these guys have responded. We've challenged them with everything you could possibly think of as a staff. We've been challenged on the road. We played 9 of our 13 non-conference games on the road in places like Indiana, VCU, Florida, San Diego State. And these guys, every chance they had to respond, they did. And again, I'm just a proud coach, so proud of our kids, so proud of our university.
Coach, obviously you want to win, but more than anything, what do you hope is the lesson that your players and really the whole university takes away from this?
That there's strength in numbers. The thing that's great about our team is we have probably about 4 or 5 guys averaging double figures. We probably have 6 averaging somewhere between 7 points and 15 points. And, in this day and age, it's always about, you say NIL or a guy, being the man per se. Our kids have bought into being a team in every sense of the word. And that's what I want people to take away from it, is that it doesn't matter the name of your university, but if people can come together and work for one common goal, special things can happen when no one who cares who gets the credit.
Terrell, do you expect any nerves when you take the court when the tournament starts, or are you going to be all good?
Oh, no, I'm going to be great. I love environments like that, so I'm going to be excited. I'm just out there with my brothers, so I feel like we all going to embrace it as one and just take a deep breath and then just let go, let God do what he do.
And enjoy that moment. Terrell and Amir, thank you so much for joining us. Wishing you the best of luck on Sunday when you find out where you're going and then when the tournament starts next week.
Thank you for having us on.
All right, our pleasure. That's going to do it for this hour of Morning News Now.
The news continues right now. Good morning. I'm Zinclea Samwan in Washington, D.C. for Savannah Sellers.
And I'm Joe Fryer in New York. Right now on Morning News Now, violent night. In Ukraine this morning, officials say another barrage of missiles launched by Russia killed at least 5 people across the country. It's the most devastating attack on the war-torn nation in weeks, and it comes amid Russian advances in the eastern stronghold of Bakhmut. We're on the ground with the latest. We're also learning some chilling new details this morning surrounding that deadly cartel kidnapping of 4 Americans just over the U.S.-Mexico border. A law enforcement official now telling NBC News 5 people were originally inside that white minivan. We'll tell you why one of them ended up not crossing the border. Plus, startling new images of the moments right before tragedy struck as a South Carolina community mourns the loss of 2 of their own. Also this morning, to fund a nation. Later today, President Biden will travel to Philadelphia to unveil his administration's proposed budget for 2024. What we know about it so far as Republicans on Capitol Hill gear up for a showdown. Plus, we've got a real underdog story for you this morning. It might not be the university in Georgia that you're most familiar with, but the Kennesaw State Owls just punched their first March Madness ticket, thanks in part to a steadfast coach who dusted off some of the old cobwebs. Love these Cinderella stories already coming out ahead of March Madness. We'll get to that in a little bit. We're going to begin this hour in Ukraine, which is picking up the pieces after another major Russian missile attack, the biggest in weeks.
Multiple casualties were reported in several cities following the strikes that targeted the country's infrastructure facilities. NBC News correspondent Aaron McLaughlin has the very latest from central Ukraine.
Hey there, we woke to the sound of a massive explosion in Kyiv, a big boom echoing throughout the capital, part of the 15th wide-scale attack on Ukraine's energy infrastructure since the war began. This morning, thick smoke in the skies over Kyiv, signaling a massive Russian missile attack striking the 4 corners of Ukraine and lasting more than 7 hours. 81 missiles and drones launched from multiple Russian bases, targeting Ukraine's energy infrastructure, according to the Ukrainian armed forces, including 6 hypersonic missiles. This video apparently showing the moment one struck the capital, knocking out power to 40% of the city, according to military and city officials. In Lviv, the strikes were deadly. At least 5 killed when a rocket fell in a residential area. Rescue workers seen digging through the rubble. Overnight missiles also damaging a crucial power line to the Zaporizhzhia nuclear power plant, now being run on backup diesel generators for the 6th time in this war. It's the biggest Russian attack in weeks, while fighting in the east remains fierce and brutal. Meanwhile, Ukrainian President Zelensky speaking out on CNN, repeating his plea for F-16 fighter jets and revealing new details about his talks with President Biden.
President Biden has this position from his advisors, aides, in a military direction that what Ukraine doesn't need at the moment. And jets, according to that, were not needed. And I said, no, we need those jets. They could help us to defend ourselves. That's why we need it urgently.
It comes amid concerns about the future of the war, with one top U.S. official warning Congress time is not on Ukraine's side.
Putin most likely calculates that time works in his favor and that prolonging the war may be his best remaining pathway to eventually securing Russia's strategic interests in Ukraine.
Meanwhile, Zelensky unequivocal in how he sees this war ending.
They have to leave our territory, and then, only then, we can talk about diplomacy.
This morning, President Zelensky says a majority of the country is now experiencing power shortages. It's an all-hands-on-deck situation for the country's emergency services. They're working to restore Ukraine's energy systems. Back to you.
Right, Aaron, thank you so much. Now to the latest developments in that deadly kidnapping in Mexico involving 4 Americans.
This morning, we're getting new details on the group and their abduction. Their community coming together last night for a prayer vigil to honor the 2 people who lost their lives and to pray for healing for the 2 who survived. NBC News correspondent Morgan Chesky joins us now from Brownsville, Texas, with the latest. Morgan.
Yeah, Josie and Clay, good morning. And the more evidence you see about this case, the more chilling this attack becomes. We've learned that after crossing the border here in Brownsville, new surveillance images show multiple vehicles trailing that white van with 4 Americans inside minutes before they unleashed that deadly barrage of gunfire. And this morning we've learned that a 5th American was very close to joining them. In South Carolina overnight, an emotional vigil near the victim's hometown. Family members of one survivor, Latavia Washington McGee, expect the mother of 6 back home soon after a trip to Mexico turned into a nightmare. Her mother, Barbara, telling CNN her devastated daughter watched her longtime friends die.
I hope they get all of them and put them all in jail.
In Matamoros on Wednesday, a swarm of Mexican military converging not far from where armed gunmen kidnapped the 4 Americans. This as new video unveiled a startling twist.
Mexico, here we come.
Video live streamed on Facebook before the kidnapping appears to show not 4, but 5 people inside the van. A law enforcement source telling NBC another woman also made the trip, but did not cross the border with the others because she did not have proper documentation. Cheryl Orange spoke to the Associated Press, saying that she stayed behind at a motel and they were supposed to return 15 minutes after dropping off Latavia Washington McGee for the cosmetic procedure in Mexico. But she grew worried as time went on and spoke to authorities after not hearing from them. The 4 who did cross, new images from Mexican authorities show the gunmen trailing their white minivan minutes before they opened fire. Additional images appear to show travel documents, luggage, debit cards, and cash that investigators found inside the vehicle. In the aftermath of the attack, Mexican authorities scrambled to several different hospitals for days, trying to track down victims, before finally locating all 4 inside this wooden shack. After speaking with one victim's family, South Carolina Senator Lindsey Graham promising,
"We're going to unleash the fury and might of the United States against these cartels."
Now, despite some lawmakers suggesting that these cartels should be labeled as terrorist organizations, the White House has said that doing so would not give them really a significant amount of more power or resources that they don't already have at their disposal, citing sanctions specifically designed to handle both cartels as a group and the individuals within. In the meantime, we do know that a high-level Washington delegation is in Mexico to discuss the ongoing fentanyl crisis. but that conversation will no doubt shift in light of this recent kidnapping. Send it back to you.
All right, Morgan, thank you so much.
This morning, Ohio's toxic train crash will be front and center on Capitol Hill. Norfolk Southern CEO Alan Shaw is scheduled to testify before a Senate committee on how the company racked up 4 derailments in the last 5 months. And information obtained by NBC News tells us Shaw is expected to say he is deeply sorry about the event last month. Maggie Vespa joins us now from Springfield, Ohio, to talk about this. So, Maggie, besides his apology, what else are we expecting to hear from the CEO, Alan Shaw, this morning? He's probably facing pretty tough lines of questioning from all sides, isn't he?
Yeah, he definitely is, Clay. Senators talked to reporters on the phone yesterday ahead of this hearing, and they told us point blank that they will press Norfolk Southern to ensure that they will, quote, pay for all of it, meaning all of the cleanup and all of the damage done in East Palestine and by these other derailments. And we expect to hear CEO Alan Shaw to vow to do just that. That information that you referenced is a copy of his written remarks in which he calls the $20 million already pledged to the people of East Palestine by the company, quote, just a down payment. He says Norfolk Southern will make this right, and we expect senators to press again to make sure, Clay, that that happens.
And Maggie, you're on the ground right now. What are you hearing from people in the community in Ohio? What are they hoping to hear from Shaw today, especially when it comes to those very specific environmental safety concerns that so many families have?
Yeah, absolutely. And just to be clear, we're in Springfield. This is the site of the last derailment, the most recent one. It's almost hard to keep track at this point. This was one on Saturday. There were toxic and hazardous chemicals on board this train. Thankfully, they did not spill when this train derailed, but you can see the cleanup is ongoing. So people here are very concerned about safety and wanting to hear a plan as to how to keep these derailments from happening again, let alone at this pace. And then in East Palestine, the EPA also expected to testify, multiple EPA officials, regional and state, hopefully with a plan, again, to take care of the people of that community, especially as the cleanup of that contaminated soil and water in that community, Clay, gets underway.
And Maggie, I know Norfolk Southern is now under investigation by the NTSB as of just this week. This is their first such investigation in a decade. So now what exactly is the company planning to do in terms of action? I understand they've already taken some steps.
Yeah, it's the most in-depth investigation in this industry, as you said, in almost a decade, I think since 2014. They're going to date back, look at incidents dating back to 2021. Norfolk Southern ahead of that, but stressing it since the investigation was announced, stressing its 6-point safety plan that they plan, they say, to implement basically right away, adding things like extra heat sensors on board their trains. After the train in East Palestine derailed when a wheel bearing, investigators say, overheated and basically failed. They also just announced, in conjunction with officials here in Ohio, they're going to invest in expanded first responder training for first responders here in Ohio, again, after they had to respond to this derailment, the toxic spill in East Palestine, and the list goes on. And again, Sinclair, all of this expected to be covered at this Senate hearing this morning on Capitol Hill. Starts at 10 a.m. Eastern, and it will be streamed live. Sinclair?
Yeah, I'm sure those families are watching. Maggie Vespa, thank you so much.
For the second time this week, we're hearing about a violent outburst on a commercial flight. This latest case involves a passenger on a Southwest flight as others were boarding the plane. Happened in the same week that the federal aviation chief faced questions from lawmakers about safety in the skies. NBC News correspondent Tom Costello joins us with the latest on this. Tom, good morning.
Is this getting old or what, Joe? While cases of unruly passengers have started to trend down, the FAA still reports more than 6 cases every single day of unruly and sometimes dangerous behavior. Just days ago, we had that man allegedly try to stab a crew member on a cross-country flight, and now another violent incident while a plane was still boarding passengers.
No! Do not hit him again! Don't approach me, my friend. Do not hit him again!
It's the latest chaotic scene on a U.S. flight, this time before the plane even taxied for takeoff.
Get off of it! Stop it!
Video from a Southwest Airlines flight, Dallas to Phoenix on Monday, appears to show a man shout at and then hit another passenger. In a statement, Southwest tells NBC News in part, our flight crews are well trained in de-escalation, and we commend them for managing the situation.
I will kill every man on this plane.
Just 24 hours earlier, another passenger became violent on a United flight. Investigators say that man made threats, tried to open an emergency door, and attacked a flight attendant with a broken metal spoon before other passengers subdued him. On Wednesday, the acting FAA administrator speaking to lawmakers about aviation safety.
So what would have happened if he had succeeded in opening the door mid-flight?
He would not have been able to open the door in flight while it's pressurized.
While rare, this week's episodes highlight the threats flight crews are facing. Flight attendants are routinely offered voluntary defense training led by air marshals.
Pretend like you got a bug under this foot and squash it. Squash it. There it is.
Air marshals are not on every flight, and the TSA chief says even when they are, it's not always their job to intervene.
Our concern is somebody trying to hijack an aircraft or do damage that might be catastrophic to that aircraft overall. We don't want all eyes going on somebody that's engaged in a physical assault.
The FAA has a zero-tolerance policy for unruly behavior with PSA, billboard, and meme reminders. Perhaps best summed up by Granny, "Don't embarrass me. I raised you better than to act that way."
Police did not make any arrests on that Dallas incident with Southwest, but anybody who acts up on a plane can face fines of up to $37,000 per violation. Criminal charges and banned for life from that airline. But Joe, the nation's largest flight attendants union, continues to push for a federal version of that ban so that if you act up on one airline and they ban you, you're going to be banned on all airlines. That's now pending before Congress. So far, they're not acting on it.
Until then, Grandma is going to have to do. Listen to Grandma, Tom.
Yep.
All right. Thank you, Tom.
You bet.
Staying in Washington, Senator Mitch McConnell is in the hospital this morning. A spokesperson for the senator confirms the minority leader suffered a fall at the Waldorf Astoria Hotel in Washington last night. He was admitted to a nearby hospital to receive treatment. NBC News Capitol Hill correspondent Ryan Nobles joins us now with the latest on his condition. Good morning, Ryan. So how serious was this fall? Do we have any updates on McConnell's condition this morning?
Yes, Zinkley, so far the only update that we've gotten this morning is that the senator is still recovering after that fall. And to answer your question as to how serious it was serious enough for him to spend the night in the hospital. No other details being released by his spokesperson right now. We do know that it came after a private dinner and after what was a pretty lengthy day here on Capitol Hill. Senate Republicans posting a rare win during this Congress, defeating, or I should say passing a bill that would nullify a controversial crime bill that was passed by the Washington, D.C. City Council. McConnell, of course, 81 years old. He's had health scares in the past, had heart surgery in 2003, suffered a fractured shoulder after a fall back in 2019. So this is something everyone's keeping a close eye on as to how soon it will be before he will be back here in the United States Senate. Zinkley.
And Ryan, you just talked about that 2019 fall McConnell had outside of his Louisville home. What was his recovery for that like?
He was back in action pretty shortly after that, Zinkley. He was walking around the Capitol for a significant period of time with his arm in a sling, but it didn't really hold him back very much at all from participating in the day-to-day machinations of the United States Senate. So even though he has had those health setbacks in the past, he has shown an amount of resiliency as it relates to that. And, you know, like many of his colleagues here in Washington, he is in his 80s, but is still a very active participant in the day-to-day activity happening here in Washington, and he may be the most important Republican senator in the United States Senate.
And Ryan, several members of the Senate have actually had absences recently due to illness. Democrats have a pretty narrow majority over Republicans, just 51 to 49. So do we know whether McConnell's absence, will affect the scheduled votes?
Yeah, I don't think it will in the short term, Zinkley, and it's important to look at this in a short term and long term lens. You mentioned there are two Democratic senators right now that are not actively participating in votes on the Senate floor. John Fetterman of Pennsylvania, who's recovering from clinical depression. He's being treated at Walter Reed Hospital here in Washington. This after, of course, his stroke from last year. And Senator Dianne Feinstein is recovering at her home in California after being hospitalized for shingles. So it doesn't really impact the margins in terms terms of votes here in the United States Senate right now. The more long-term problem for Senate Republicans is just the outsized role that Mitch McConnell plays in these negotiations. The president is going to release his budget here today. McConnell will be a key negotiator during those talks. And then, of course, there's the looming debt ceiling issue, which Republicans in the House have threatened to use as a leverage point as part of these negotiations. McConnell often a calming presence during these negotiations because even though he is a fiscal conservative, he tends to not want to mess with the credit rating of the United States. So if he's out for a long period of time, it could certainly play a role in all of those heated negotiations, which are expected here over the next couple of months.
Lots to watch, and we're sending McConnell well wishes for a speedy recovery. Ryan, thanks so much.
Thank you.
Time now to get a check on your morning News Now weather forecast.
Meteorologist Angie Lassman joins us now. Good morning, Angie.
Good morning, guys. We've got a big storm to track out west. We've got another storm system slicing through the midsection of the country. So let's time it all out for you so you can know just how impactful this is going to be. We continue to see an atmospheric river event setting up for the West Coast. What does this mean? It just means a whole lot of moisture is making a beeline right directly, mainly at California, and it's going to be a couple-day kind of event. It starts today. We're already seeing some of that rain working through. We're going to see it mainly focused to northern and central California, and then as we get into tomorrow, you can see Los Angeles starts to get in on that, and Southern California will add on some additional rainfall through at least Friday and start to taper off on Saturday. Some of the snow will start to shift into parts of the northern Rockies, but the most problematic place, right, is going to be in California, where we've seen ample amounts of moisture this winter, and they're already seeing what could be a flood concern here over the next couple of days. So flood watches are up for many locations, 16 million people included in this. You can see Sacramento, San Jose, Monterey, and as far south as Bakersfield, all included in that. Reno as well for western parts of Nevada. This is going to be something that we'll watch for mudslides, the flood concern, of course, structural damage. All of these are on the table here as we go through the next couple of days. Here's the rainfall forecast where you see the yellows. That's about an inch of rain. You can see 3 to 5 inches as possible, and we could see numbers as high as 6 to 8 inches in places like the Sierra foothills and then the coastal ranges. This is going to be something that, along with some snow that's already on the ground melting, will become really difficult for driving, for maneuvering any of these streets, for flooded roadways, and again, the structural issues will be there. As far as snowfall, we're looking at mainly focused towards the higher elevation, so 8,000 feet and higher could pick up on a couple of feet of snow. Up to 6 feet of snow is possible. And on top of that, we also have windy conditions expected. Some wind alerts have been placed up, and those really stretch far into parts of Colorado. This is going to be something that we'll watch here as we go through the next couple of days, too, with these wind gusts inching closer to maybe 40, 50 miles per hour. So that means down trees. It means down power lines. All of these things, especially with the really saturated ground as well. Now, switching gears to that other storm system I mentioned, 38 million people, including folks on the West Coast, are under some sort of winter alerts. But these ones that you see focused into the northern plains and into the Great Lakes, those are from a different system. And here's that system, and here's where it tracks through the day to day. It's going to be rain on the southern end of it, so stretching from Kentucky, Illinois, Indiana, and all the way into Texas through the day today. We could see some of those stronger storms. They'll be possible through the afternoon hours today. But I think something that will be more impactful to folks is going to be into the northern portions of this system, where we'll see snow from Minneapolis, Green Bay, Chicago, Detroit, and eventually, as we get into tomorrow, the Northeast will get in on this action. It'll be mainly rain for the mid-Atlantic, but you'll notice right along that I-95 corridor, once again, it'll be kind of a wintry mix. So some rain, some snow flurries. Interior areas, places like Buffalo and upstate New York, you'll pick up on a couple of inches of snow. The system moves offshore here as we get into the later parts of Saturday, but it's still going to be windy through your day. So just remember that if you live in those places. There's those snow totals, anywhere maybe 3, 6, up to 8 inches of snow is going to be the highest totals across the area, guys.
All right, Angie, thank you so much. Now, that major storm out west is putting places like Monterey County on high alert. The Department of Emergency Management there issued a warning to residents saying they should have at least 2 weeks worth of supplies stocked up ahead of the storm. It's going to be the third time this year that an atmospheric river event is going to be hitting the area. So let's bring in 2 local experts for more on this. Matthew Lumadou is a fire prevention specialist for the Monterey County Regional Fire District, and Nicholas Pasculi is the Monterey County Communications Director. Thank you both for joining us. Nicholas, let's start with you. How worried are you about this, and what should people be doing today to prepare? I mean, 2 weeks of supplies, that's going to grab a lot of people's attention.
Yes, and that advisory was for the folks that live in the Big Sur area, because we are concerned about the Big Sur River rising to what we call action stage, as well as other county rivers. So what they should be doing is stocking up on necessities, of course, water, food, medication and things of that nature. Also, the County of Monterey has multiple sandbag locations for residents and businesses to pick up sandbags to help protect their property. So now is the time for preparation. The flood watch goes into effect this afternoon and goes through Sunday.
So Matthew, if rescues are needed, and with this type of weather, there's a high likelihood of that, what makes these rescue missions in these kinds of conditions so difficult? And what's your message to people if they do need emergency help during the storm and can't get help right away?
One of our messages that we'd like to get out is preparing ahead of time. Preparing yourself, your family, and your pets ahead of a storm is a great strategy to reduce the impact of some of these storms. So preparing ahead of time. There are some sample storm preparedness plans available on the Monterey County OES website. Great place for information. Another thing that's a good idea is subscribing to some of the alert and warning systems, such as Alert Monterey County. The number 211 is also a great resource for up-to-date information, as well as community resources. So what makes the rescues and things kind of difficult? Just flowing water, and it's the same types of hazards that we want to get out to the public to be cautious of. Resist going near the edges of water. The banks of rivers could be weakened, and do not cross any roads that are already flooded. You've probably heard the term "turn around, don't drown." Very true. If the water's flooded and the roads are impassable, don't try to go through them. And another good idea is just to avoid unnecessary travel altogether. Again, the roads may be flooded. Normal routes of travel could be impassable during some of these severe storms.
So, Nicholas, communication is so key when something like this happens, when bad weather happens. What's the best way for people to get information and to know when they should be staying inside, when they should be leaving?
Great question. As we heard from the fire department, 211 is a great resource. We also have very active social media. So the County of Monterey has about 30 social media accounts from various different departments, which will be posting information regarding the potential for flooding and the potential for any type of an emergency. And also the county website, it's co.monterey.ca.us. Is an outstanding way to stay up to date, because we will update the page with incident information. Additionally, folks can sign up at Alert Monterey County. Alert Monterey County is a system by which they can get notifications to their phone, reverse 911 type system, and also all the National Weather Service alerts that would come out, and also through text messaging. So there are multiple ways that our residents can stay informed, and they just need to text their zip code to 888-7777 to sign up for Alert Monterey County, or go to the Monterey County website.
So, Matthew, Monterey County was just hit by back-to-back storms in January. Both brought devastating damage to the area. How have the recovery efforts been going, and how prepared do you feel you are to experience possibly that again?
Yeah, you're right. At the beginning of the year, early January, we did have some pretty severe storms come through. So yes, we have been preparing for further rain events. Once one comes, it's a good chance that more will follow. So yeah, we learned a lot from the last set of storms, and are preparing very similarly. This time a task force has been assembled. We've contributed 2 engines to that, and we've also upstaffed an additional engine to be prepared for this coming weekend.
All right, Matthew and Nicholas, thank you both for joining us this morning, thinking of your communities as we prepare for this storm. Take care.
Thank you for having us.
Coming up on this hour of Morning News Now, a budget battle is already brewing on Capitol Hill as President Biden gears up to unveil his administration's spending plan for 2024 later today from Philadelphia.
What we know about it so far, and how some Republican lawmakers are responding to the headlines. Up next.
Hey, I'm Hallie. It's good to be with you tonight. There's another legal filing today, and I want to cut through some of the weedsy stuff. And let's just get to the point. They have started to vote on the PACT Act. If you're like, Hallie, stop speaking Washingtonese. This bill would basically give health care to veterans who have exposed to these toxic chemicals. So, Scott, I'm trying to make this as not DC as possible. The increased sort of anger that we've seen now in politics. I saw you searching for, I think, your microphone, Dan. You are.
I was trying to do it on the slide.
Live TV, man. It's okay.
What do people need most right now? Did the state and/or law enforcement drop the ball? Migrant families now stranded in Mexico. What's the World Cup experience been like?
It's your news playlist. Top story with Tom Llamas. Weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
For Dateline Premium, subscribe now on Apple Podcasts.
We begin top story with that breaking news. This is just in. A lot of stories to get to. What do people need most right now? Did the state and/or law enforcement drop the ball anywhere? Are we headed for a recession or a recovery? Migrant families now stranded in Mexico. What's the World Cup experience been like? The civilian effort is not just about fighting, it's also about helping.
Every night, it's your news playlist. Top story with Tom Llamas. Streaming weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now. Watch NBC Nightly News with Lester Holt or listen wherever you get your podcasts.
Hey, I'm Hallie. It's good to be with you tonight. There's another legal filing today, and I want to cut through some of the weedsy stuff. And let's just get to the point. They have started to vote on the PACT Act. If you're like, Hallie, stop speaking Washingtonese. This bill would basically give health care to veterans who have exposed to these toxic chemicals. So, Scott, I'm trying to make this as not DC as possible. The increased sort of anger that we've seen now in politics. I saw you searching for, I think, your microphone, Dan. You are.
I was trying to do it on the slide.
Live TV, man. It's okay.
Hey, podcast fans, ready to unlock our true crime mysteries? Try Dateline Premium on Apple Podcasts. You'll get early access to originals, plus bonus content, and everything is ad-free. So head to Apple Podcasts now to subscribe.
This is what it looks and feels
What's the latest development? The bigger piece to the puzzle.
We begin tonight with breaking news.
How much water ultimately will be forced inland?
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
What do people need most right now? Did the state and/or law enforcement drop the ball? Migrant families now stranded in Mexico. What's the World Cup experience been like?
It's your news playlist. Top story with Tom Llamas. Weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now. Watch NBC Nightly News with Lester Holt or listen wherever you get your podcasts.
We begin tonight with breaking news just coming in.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
Welcome back. President Biden will be in Philadelphia today to unveil his proposed budget. He claims his plan will save $3 trillion over the next 10 years by raising taxes on the wealthy and large corporations. NBC News White House correspondent Monica Alba joins us now with a closer look at exactly what's in his proposal. Good morning, Monica. So some details have already been released this week. What are some of the highlights Biden is expected to reveal today?
Hi there, Zinclay. That's right. And remember, any budget from any president of either party is really a little bit more of a wish list. This is going to be a sort of statement of priorities, things that the administration would like to do, but knowing that really in many ways this is the start of negotiation points, especially given Republicans are already speaking out about some of the things the White House has put forward. So we saw the president pen that op-ed earlier in the week, extending Medicare for another couple of decades. That's a big part of it. But they also are going to really be consistent, they say, with one of the president's promises, which is not to raise taxes on anyone or any household making less than $400,000. But on anybody wealthier than that, that is a big part of this proposal. And essentially, they're going to try to cut the deficit by $3 trillion by raising taxes on corporations and the wealthiest Americans. The president's proposal likely will also include some other major initiatives when it comes to pre-K and child care, and also something you saw the president talk about in his State of the Union earlier this year, capping insulin at $35 per month, which we already saw a company like Eli Lilly commit to do. So the president is hoping other companies will do the same. So again, it really ranges. It'll be spending amounts on a lot of different topics. But again, what you see put forward first here today in Philadelphia is very likely not the end product, Clay.
And Monica, as we're talking about budget, we got to talk about the debt ceiling. Does this plan address the looming debt ceiling deadline?
And that is one of the major questions and, of course, the urgent backdrop to all of this, because we know right now that if they don't raise America's ability to borrow, the U.S. could default for the first time ever come June. And that is why we had seen some of these extraordinary measures put in place by the Department of Treasury. And that's why you've had all of these warnings. So the president has been very clear in his position where he says this is not about negotiations. Republicans and Democrats need to come together, agree to lift it and move on. But exactly how they're going to do that is still a big open question. And that brings us to really this bitter battle between the two parties over almost everything right now on Capitol Hill. So when you're talking about a major budget, this is going to be a huge uphill climb as well.
And to that end, an uphill climb, how are Republicans reacting to the budget? Does it even have a chance of getting passed?
So we have seen for months now Republicans essentially saying the reason we don't want to lift the debt ceiling is because we feel like the president needs to rein in America's spending. And so, of course, now you have the president here saying, yes, we want to cut the deficit, but he wants to spend in other areas, he says, to make Americans' lives better. So this continues to be a place of huge opposition for Republicans. We haven't seen them to this point lay out their own budget proposal. They've said they're going to do that sometime this spring. And so that's where really you're going to get down to the nitty gritty of all of this. You're going to see the president lay out his in Philadelphia today, though, which is also a big point. The reason he's going there, I think, and you can say from White House officials, is because he wants to say this is not just about Washington, where this is ultimately going to be a huge fight in Congress. This is about reaching voters and Americans. And of course, he's going to go to a place where Pennsylvania is a critical state coming up in the 2024 election, ahead of what we likely expect will be his own reelection announcement sometime in the coming weeks as well. Sinclair.
Monica Alba, thanks so much.
International news now. Protests are erupting in the country of Georgia over what demonstrators are calling a restrictive new law.
NBC News foreign correspondent Claudio Lavanga joins us now from Rome for this and other global news. Claudio, good morning.
Good morning. Yes, for the second night in a row, protesters clashed with riot police in Tbilisi, the capital of Georgia, during demonstrations against what they call a Russian-style law. The police have used water cannons and tear gas to disperse the crowd and pushed back protesters who pulled down a metal barrier outside Parliament. The controversial law will class non-government and media groups as foreign agents if they receive more than 20% of their funds from abroad. Let's move to Chile, where 2 people were killed in a shootout during an attempted heist in an airport in the capital, Santiago. Authorities say that 10 heavily armed robbers evaded security measures and reached the runway where more than $32 million were set to be transferred from a plane to an armored truck. A security officer and an alleged robber were killed in the shootout. The other robbers fled. Now to Japan, where the country's largest workers' union struck agreements for hefty salary increases amid rising living costs. Workers in the service, textiles and distribution sectors will receive a wage hike of 5%, more than the 3% increase Prime Minister Fumio Kishida have asked companies to agree to. Other groups, including automaker unions, have also announced that labor's demands for higher pay have been met ahead of the March 15 deadline. Back to you guys.
All right, Claudio, thank you so much.
And coming up, it's a nearly decade-old mystery in the skies. And now a new Netflix docuseries is exploring the many theories surrounding the disappearance of Malaysia Airlines Flight 370.
We'll revisit the baffling tragedy over the Indian Ocean 9 years later. That's next. You're watching Morning News Now.
For Dateline Premium, subscribe now on Apple Podcasts.
This is what it looks and feels
From the storm
The
zone.
bigger piece to the puzzle.
New numbers just out this morning.
We begin with breaking news just coming in.
Russia has launched another round of attacks.
What was it like when you came back and saw your neighborhood like this?
They say that in modern war, there aren't any front lines anymore. Here, there certainly are.
We begin with the breaking news. Hurricane Ian gaining in strength.
We've had some of the strongest winds here.
How many of you were up there?
At least like 11.
Now to the economy as Americans face the highest inflation rate in decades.
How does this all impact your wallet? More fallout from Elon Musk's Twitter takeover.
An urgent warning this hour about the flu.
How does RSV specifically hit some kids so hard, and then it seems like it almost doesn't affect others?
Can voters trust that you will be able to do this job?
Why should voters believe you?
This special election night.
We love it. We live for this.
We have a substantial team of NBC News correspondents fanned out.
This is the first time we've not been able to call control of the House on election night.
Tonight, we'll take an unflinching look at the resurgence of anti-Semitism in America.
They're waiting until Title 42 is lifted before they decide whether to cross into the United States.
What made you decide to go the medicinal healing route for what you're growing here?
Who should be accountable? The city points the finger at the state, state at the city.
Making news right now.
We are live on the ground there.
I want to show you an up-close look at what we're talking about here.
The news continues right now.
What do people need most right now? Did the state and/or law enforcement drop the ball? Migrant families now stranded in Mexico. What's the World Cup experience been like?
It's your news playlist. Top story with Tom Llamas. Weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now. Watch NBC Nightly News with Lester Holt or listen wherever you get your podcasts.
We are back with one of the biggest mysteries in aviation history. Malaysia Airlines Flight 370 vanished 9 years ago without a trace. The still unsolved disappearance is now the subject of a new Netflix docuseries. NBC News Chief International Correspondent Keir Simmons has been taking a look at this. Joins us now. Keir, I cannot believe it's been nearly a decade.
It's incredible, right, Joe? You know, there are theories and then there are conspiracy theories about what happened to MH370. Some of them are pretty outlandish. And I watched this docuseries overnight, all of it, and they go into all of it. And you're right, you know, it's kind of surreal for someone like me, because 9 years ago, in the days after the disappearance of the plane, I was there reporting on it. And it's hard for those of us who were there then to believe that there are still so many questions. Among the greatest aviation mysteries of all time, MH370 disappeared 9 years ago. The Malaysia Airlines passenger plane and all 239 people on board never seen again.
Planes go up, planes go down.
Now, a new 3-part Netflix docuseries explores the many theories surrounding what happened, ranging from the rational to the unbelievable.
What planes don't do is just vanish off the face of the earth.
A Boeing 777, MH370 was a red-eye from Kuala Lumpur to Beijing. It took off at 12:41 a.m., its last cryptic communication just 38 minutes later.
Good night, Malaysia. 370.
Then at 2:22 a.m., the plane suddenly and inexplicably went dark. In 2014, I reported on the desperate and ultimately doomed search for survivors. We're in the cockpit of a P-3 Orion, flying at about 500 feet, looking for Flight 370. And it is an extraordinary expanse of ocean out there. 9 years on, a widely accepted account is that the plane banked left, then flew south across the Indian Ocean for 6 hours before disappearing. The extensive 2.5-year search that followed, never finding any trace of it. Since then, pieces of the plane have washed up on beaches. The Netflix docuseries features devastated victims' families. It also portrays how social media, with its then expanding influence, helped fuel conspiracy theories.
We received so many reports from the social media. One claimed that the aircraft was hijacked.
One theory is that the pilot deliberately diverted the plane, having practiced on a home simulator, but the series says there is little evidence of that. The fascination with MH370 continues, a passenger jet on a routine flight. There on the radar 1 minute, gone the next. And you know, Joe, the Australian government says that it will never close the book on the disappearance of the plane. The families say they want the search to resume. Keep in mind, though, that we're talking about a piece of ocean that's larger than the continental United States. Still, those families holding out hope, Joe.
And you can't blame them. All right, Keir, thank you for that report. Appreciate it.
A Harvard University astronomer and the head of the Pentagon's UFO office have teamed up to offer a new take on extraterrestrial visitors in a draft paper. NBC News correspondent Gadi Schwartz has more on the report.
Move over, Chinese spy balloon, or whatever else U.S. fighter jets shot down last month. Out of Harvard University, a draft paper about mysterious flying objects sounding almost like science fiction.
I think it's very likely that we are not the most intelligent civilization that ever existed.
Renowned Harvard astronomer Avi Loeb teaming up with the new head of the Pentagon's UFO office, dubbed the All-Domain Anomaly Resolution Office. Together, they say that interstellar objects detected in space could be signs of extraterrestrial life, and that current sky mapping technology, like the James Webb Space Telescope, could miss such objects.
It could have been a mother ship that released some probes in the habitable region around the sun. If we have a visitor to our backyard, we should observe it at first.
Professor Loeb now leading the charge to build better arrays of sensors to capture anomalies, but saying for now everything is hypothetical, and his paper is really meant to remind UFO hunters not to forget the laws of physics.
As much as the reports from military personnel are intriguing and motivate my work right now, I want my instruments to tell me what is really happening.
Meanwhile, more videos surfacing showing odd objects have been leaked to documentary UFO filmmaker Jeremy Corbell, who recently released pictures of an orb shape over Mosul, and these images showing a cylinder flying over a rock. The Pentagon not commenting on the recent videos, but confirming prior videos released by Corbell had been filmed by service members. As for what they are, definitive explanations remain out of reach. Gadi Schwartz, NBC News.
Coming up, some new legal trouble for Legend of the Lynx Tiger Woods.
After the break, we'll have more on a new lawsuit brought against Woods by his ex-girlfriend surrounding a non-disclosure agreement. We'll be right back.
This is what it looks and feels
from the storm zone.
The bigger piece of the puzzle comes. New numbers just out this morning.
Good evening. We begin tonight with breaking news just coming in.
We begin this hour with the latest developments.
We're coming on the air with some shakeups big time on Capitol Hill.
How much water ultimately will be forced inland?
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
We begin top story with that breaking news. This is just in, a lot of stories to get to. What do people need most right now? Did the state and or law enforcement drop the ball anywhere? Are we headed for a recession or a recovery? Migrant families now stranded in Mexico. What's the World Cup experience been like? The civilian effort is not just about fighting, it's also about helping.
Every night, it's your news playlist. Top story with Tom Llamas, streaming weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
This is what it looks and feels.
With the latest, the bigger piece of the puzzle.
We begin tonight with breaking news.
How much water ultimately will be forced inland?
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
The day's biggest political stories with trusted insight and expert analysis. A daily look at the politics behind the headlines. Meet the Press Now, streaming weekdays at 4 p.m. on NBC News Now.
Stay on top of breaking news and the biggest stories of the day with NBC News Daily.
Thank you so much for joining us. I'm Morgan Radford.
And I'm Vicki Wynn.
I'm Aaron Gilchrist.
And I'm Kate Snow.
Get in-depth reporting from across the country.
What's your reaction to the president's comments?
And around the world.
Are Ukrainians continuing to make advances?
And ways you can take care of your health.
Who should be getting tested, and frankly, how often?
And your wallet.
Costs are skyrocketing. How to manage soaring prices.
NBC News Daily. Weekdays from 12 to 4 p.m. Eastern on NBC News Now.
Hey, podcast fans, ready to unlock our true crime mysteries? Try Dateline Premium on Apple Podcasts. You'll get early access to originals, plus bonus content, and everything is ad-free. So head to Apple Podcasts now to subscribe.
This is what it looks and feels.
With the latest, the bigger piece of the puzzle.
We begin tonight with breaking news.
How much water ultimately will be forced inland?
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
Hey, I'm Hallie. It's good to be with you tonight. There's another legal filing today, and I want to cut through some of the weedsy stuff. But let's just get to the point. They have started to vote on the PACT Act. If you're like Hallie, stop speaking Washingtonese. This bill would basically give health care to veterans who have exposed to these toxic chemicals. So, Scott, I'm trying to make this as not DC as possible. The increased sort of anger that we've seen now in politics. I saw you searching for, I think, your microphone, Danny. You are.
I was trying to do it on the slide.
Live TV, man. It's okay.
We're back now with some financial news. It's looking like the end of the line for crypto lender Silvergate.
CNBC's Silvana Henao has that and other money news. Good morning, Silvana.
Hey, Zinkley, Joe, good morning. That's right. Yeah, crypto lender Silvergate Bank has collapsed. The company announcing it's closing down and will return deposits to customers. Silvergate has been struggling along with some of its most high-profile clients like FTX. In January, it reported it lost $1 billion in one quarter after customers pulled more than $8 billion. Silvergate had been one of the few federally regulated banks willing to do business with crypto companies, so there is concern its collapse could make them turn to banks and lenders that aren't governed by those rules. Uber is considering whether to spin off its freight business in a sale or as a separate publicly traded company to focus more on ride-hailing and food delivery, which are growing. The freight unit has struggled during a broader downturn in trucking. The division, which launched in 2017, pairs trucking companies with customers looking to ship goods in a similar model to Uber's ride-hailing business. And remember the 90s? Well, what's old is new again with a twist. Sunny D is launching a new vodka seltzer. It'll be available at select Walmart stores this weekend with a 4-pack costing about $9.99. The 12-ounce cans contain more than 4% alcohol and have 95 calories. It could be a smart move as kids raised on Sunny D commercials in the 80s and 90s can now legally drink the new boozy version, guys.
It was such a strong flavor, though.
It really was.
I'm kind of into it. It's like a new mixed
I was never a fan of it. I don't know.
Different taste. Different taste.
Very different.
We'll see. All right. Tiger Woods is locked in a legal battle with his ex-girlfriend, Erica Herman.
That's right. She's suing the pro golfer and asking that her non-disclosure agreement with Woods be thrown out. The lawsuit cites a law which protects victims of sexual harassment and assault. NBC News contributing correspondent Kaylee Hartung has the details.
This morning, explosive insinuations against Tiger Woods from his ex-girlfriend, Erica Herman. In a new lawsuit, Herman, who began dating Woods in 2017, asked to be released from her non-disclosure agreement with him. She claims their NDA is unenforceable and should be nullified, citing the Speak Out Act, a federal law protecting victims of sexual harassment and assault. Herman's suit asked the court to void the NDA so she can share her own experiences, photographs, and recordings of herself related to various legal claims she believes she has. This comes after Herman filed a $30 million civil suit against Woods' Trust in October, alleging after they broke up, he locked her out of his Florida mansion where she'd been living, claiming by trickery his agents convinced her to pack her suitcase for a short vacation, and when she arrived at the airport, they told her she'd been locked out of her residence. The suit alleges this was a violation of an oral tenancy agreement between them that allowed her to live at Woods' home for 11 years. In court documents, Woods fired back, alleging their tenancy agreement was only good for less than a year. We reached out to Woods and Herman for comment, but haven't heard back. Herman was a former manager at Woods' restaurant in Jupiter, Florida. Over their nearly 6-year relationship, she's been by his side at golf tournaments, embracing his children, and appearing in photos with his family.
The driver of this vehicle identified as Tiger Woods.
After Woods' horrific car crash in 2021, she visited him in the hospital. Just last spring, Woods mentioned her in his speech at the Golf Hall of Fame Awards.
I just want to say thank you to my mom, Sam, Erica, Charlie.
Woods' personal life has long been under scrutiny. In 2010, his wife and mother of his 2 kids, Elin Nordegren, filed for divorce after Woods entered rehab for sex addiction. He apologized to his family upon his release.
I thought I could get away with whatever I wanted to.
Now, the golf great's personal life making headlines again, as disputes in his latest relationship play out in court.
That was Kaylee Hartung reporting, and Woods has until the end of the month to respond to Herman's latest complaint.
Coming up, history has been made on the basketball court at one Georgia University.
The Kennesaw State Owls just punched their first ever ticket to the NCAA tournament in a buzzer-beating fashion. We've got the coach and the star player who shot that game-clinching free throw next.
Stay on top of breaking news and the biggest stories of the day with NBC News Daily.
Thank you so much for joining us. I'm Morgan Radford.
And I'm Vicki Wynn.
I'm Aaron Gilchrist.
And I'm Kate Snow.
Get in-depth reporting from across the country.
What's your reaction to the president's comments?
And around the world.
Are Ukrainians continuing to make advances?
And ways you can take care of your health.
Who should be getting tested, and frankly, how often?
And your wallet.
Costs are skyrocketing. How to manage soaring prices.
NBC News Daily. Weekdays from 12 to 4 p.m. Eastern on NBC News Now.
We begin tonight with breaking news just coming in.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
Watch NBC Nightly News with Lester Holt or listen wherever you get your podcasts.
Hey, podcast fans, ready to unlock our true crime mysteries? Try Dateline Premium on Apple Podcasts. You'll get early access to originals, plus bonus content, and everything is ad-free. So head to Apple Podcasts now to subscribe.
We begin tonight with breaking news just coming in.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
Watch NBC Nightly News with Lester Holt or listen wherever you get your podcasts.
NBC News, streaming free now.
For Dateline Premium, subscribe now on Apple Podcasts.
This is what it looks and feels.
From the storm zone.
The bigger piece of the puzzle comes.
New numbers just out this morning.
Good evening. We begin tonight with breaking news just coming in.
We begin this hour with the latest developments.
We're coming on the air with some shakeups big time on Capitol Hill.
How much water ultimately will be forced inland?
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
Welcome back. Swifties at Stanford University are getting to live out their wildest dreams in a new class on campus. The university is offering a new course called All Too Well, the 10-week version. It references a fan favorite, the 10-minute version of Swift's song All Too Well off her re-recorded Red album. The school says the course plans to help students analyze literature by recognizing Swift's songwriting skills. And it includes an analysis of the 10-minute song. But don't get it twisted, Stanford is not the first university to offer Taylor Swift courses. The University of Texas offers a class on her literary tropes and songwriting, and NYU teaches a course on her impacts on the entertainment industry. So, Joe, really the only question that remains, in the words of Taylor Swift, are you ready for it?
Yeah, no kidding. Can you major in Taylor Swift? That'll be the next step, all right?
Absolutely.
All right, thanks, Clay. March Madness kicks off just a few days, and one Georgia school is already making history on the hardwood. Kennesaw State University is going to the big dance for the first time ever. That's after they scored a thrilling 1-point win over Virginia's Liberty University over the weekend. Joining us now, we are so lucky, the coach of the Kennesaw State Owls, Amir Abdul-Rahim, as well as senior guard Terrell Burden. Thank you both so much for joining us. Congratulations on the big win. Terrell, I want to start with you. You scored 19 points in that final game, made the final nail-biting last-second free throw that clinched the win. Walk us through that moment and how it feels knowing that you're going to the big dance now.
I remember the timeout we had, and we talked about how we wanted to drop a play, and we wanted to get the very last possible shot. So when Coach drew up the play, he wanted to go around 6-7 seconds. So when I started, I realized I started kind of late, and so I just wanted to put pressure on the rim and either make them make a call or I could get the very last shot going into overtime.
So cool. Congratulations on that. I mean, Coach, this is your fourth year with the team. Your first full year was during the height of the pandemic, which must have been challenging. I've read when you took over the team, you know, this is a team that won a Division II championship back in the day, and you got that old banner out, dusted it off, and hung it up. Talk about how you've helped this team turn things around so much and just how proud you are of these players.
Well, good morning, and thank you for having us on. It's a great day to be a Kennesaw State Owl, great time for our university and our community. But when we got here 4 years ago, The biggest thing for us was we've had success here at the D2 level. Coach Tony Ingle did a great job of setting a vision and giving an identity to this program. What we wanted to do was get that identity back, get that vision back. And so we started with, our environment and have a great one. And in that environment, we wanted to have great players like Terrell, and he was our very first recruit. And so more than anything, it's great to be able to say, yeah, you're a coach going to the NCAA tournament. But for me, it's really about the players, right? It's about our staff. We sit here because we have high character people in our program that create a great environment here.
Terrell, for you, this is your senior year. So what does it mean to be going to the big dance?
It means the world to me, mainly because I know where we started from and I know the culture that we built. And mainly because the coaching staff and the players, we've all bought in, and it's like a brotherhood. It's like a huge family to me now. So it means the world to me, especially to do it right at home, being that I'm like 20 minutes away from Kennesaw. The environment is perfect. Being that I'm just blessed as of right now. So I'm excited to do something special here, and hopefully we can continue to do that.
Terrell, I know you don't know your seed yet, but how far do you think you guys are going to go in the tournament?
I don't even know, to be honest with you. I don't really know how it works, but I'm just so happy to be there, man. It don't even matter what seed we are. We ready and excited.
Coach, on Sunday, you're scheduled to find out where you'll be playing in the tournament, what your seed is. What are you expecting? Anything specifically you would love? Any division you want to be in? Anyone you want to face?
Well, we love to be in Birmingham, which is only about a 2-hour drive from us, to be honest. But, all 68 teams that are going to be in this tournament are really good teams. So we know whoever we play, we have to bring our A game. And the one thing that's great about this group of kids, this team, is that all year, these guys have responded. We've challenged them with everything you could possibly think of as a staff. We've been challenged on the road. We played 9 of our 13 non-conference games on the road in places like Indiana, VCU, Florida, San Diego State. And these guys, every chance they had to respond, they did. And again, I'm just a proud coach, so proud of our kids, so proud of our university.
Coach, obviously you want to win, but more than anything, what do you hope is the lesson that your players and really the whole university takes away from this?
That there's strength in numbers. The thing that's great about our team is we have probably about 4 or 5 guys averaging double figures. We probably have 6 averaging somewhere between 7 points and 15 points. And, in this day and age, it's always about, you say NIL or a guy, being the man per se. Our kids have bought into being a team in every sense of the word. And that's what I want people to take away from it, is that it doesn't matter the name of your university, but if people can come together and work for one common goal, special things can happen when no one who cares who gets the credit.
Terrell, do you expect any nerves when you take the court when the tournament starts, or you're going to be all good?
Oh, no, I'm going to be great. I love environments like that, so I'm going to be excited. I'm just out there with my brothers, so I feel like we all going to embrace it as one and just take a deep breath and then just let go, let God do what he do.
And enjoy that moment. Terrell and Amir, thank you so much for joining us. Wishing you the best of luck on Sunday when you find out where you're going, and then when the tournament starts next week.
Thanks for having us on.
All right, our pleasure. That's going to do it for this hour of Morning News Now.
The news continues right now.
Hi, everyone. Good Thursday to you. Thanks for being with us. I'm Vicki Nguyen.
And I'm Savannah Sellers. NBC News Daily starts right now.
Today is Thursday, March 9th. On the Hill, the CEO of Norfolk Southern is in the hot seat as senators question him about the Ohio train derailment. More on his apology and how he says the company will repay the East Palestine community.
Captured in Mexico, new surveillance video shows multiple vehicles tailing the car of 4 Americans who were attacked and abducted across the border. Law enforcement tells NBC News that a 5th woman also made the trip but returned home early.
Not out of the woods. The ex-girlfriend of golf legend Tiger Woods is asking a court to nullify her non-disclosure agreement, all of her explosive allegations about their split after being together for nearly 6 years.
Best Picture buzz. We're gearing up for the Academy Awards this Sunday, featuring all of Hollywood's biggest stars. Our entertainment expert is here with predictions on which film will snag the top prize.
Welcome to NBC News Daily. We have a chock-full newscast today for you. We begin on Capitol Hill, where lawmakers are grilling Norfolk Southern CEO Alan Shaw over his company's response to the train derailment and toxic chemical spill in East Palestine, Ohio. So far, he is on what appears to be an apology tour.
I'm terribly sorry for the impact this derailment has had on the folks of that community. And yes, it's my personal commitment and Norfolk Southern's commitment that we're going to be there for as long as it takes to help East Palestine thrive and recover.
Earlier this week, Norfolk Southern announced a 6-point plan to begin addressing safety concerns. The company is also being investigated by the National Transportation Safety Board for incidents that date back to 2021.
NBC News correspondent Jesse Kirsch joins us now from Cleveland. Jesse, good to have you on. So the chair and ranking member of the Senate Committee on Environment and Public Works has made it clear that they want Norfolk Southern to pay for all the damages. Now, the company has said that it will. They've committed to more than $20 million in reimbursements and investments. But did the CEO go into specifics? Are we talking about just the cost of this initial cleanup or long term as well, as these residents are going to deal with this for years to come?
Yeah, and Vicki, that's something we've heard from residents in the community that's concerned about their health down the road and also their financial footing down the road. People are worried that their properties that they've invested in this community are total losses potentially. And so that is something we've heard residents asking about. They've asked if the company will pay for their property, if they will buy them out of their homes, essentially. We haven't heard anything specifically on that so far, but one thing that a short time ago was brought up by Senator Bernie Sanders, he was asking the CEO if Norfolk Southern would pay for people's health care down the road, because there's this concern in this community that people may develop medical conditions down the road. The water and the air have been said to be safe, according to officials, both state and federally. They specifically talk about the municipal tap water, not well water. That testing is still ongoing, but the tap water and the air are said to be safe. Yet there's still this skepticism in the community about that. And so that is something that was asked about. The CEO of Norfolk Southern said nothing is off the table in terms of that. So that is a possibility, but he would not outright commit to it either. Here's part of the CEO's testimony.
You know, we're going to be there today, tomorrow, a year from now, 5 years from now, 10 years from now. I've told the community that. I've been there in person. I've looked into their eyes. I've heard their concerns. I've been in their family rooms. I'm committed to that community, and so is Norfolk Southern.
So something that we've heard from the CEO and reiterated again, this idea of what they've invested so far being a down payment. So they are trying to impress upon people that they're not going anywhere.
Hey, Jesse, so for a month now, the rail company has been monitoring the air, the water in East Palestine for these toxins. We also know now it's been removing soil and shipping it out for treatment and disposal. I mean, when you think back to the fact that these people were told that they could go home and that it was safe to do so, and then you square that with the fact that they're shipping out soil. I mean, what does that mean for the people in the community? Do they feel safe at all drinking their water, breathing the air?
Yeah, we've met people who are still skeptical of what they're hearing, both from the government and the railroad, in terms of the safety of the air and the water in that community. I can tell you, weeks after the fact, Savannah, we encountered people who are just still dealing with medical conditions. They said, we met one person who said they were dealing with bronchitis. I heard another person at a town hall talking about having to leave because their eyes were bothering them so much. So people's concerns still very much top of mind, even as they continue to be told that the air and the drinking water are safe there.
All right, Jesse Kirsch, thank you so much.
Well, Savannah, we are now learning more about what happened just minutes before cartel members attacked and kidnapped 4 Americans in Mexico. Authorities there releasing these new photos. Take a look. They appear to show several cars trailing the group's minivan after they crossed over the border. That's the white minivan there. NBC News correspondent Ellison Barber is live in Lake City, South Carolina, where both survivors are from. Ellison, NBC News has also learned that now a fifth person was traveling with this group, but that person, she didn't make it across the border. And we understand you just got some new information about how this all unfolded.
Hey, Vicki. Yeah, we just got access to the police report that this fifth woman, her name is Cheryl Orange, filed with police in Brownsville, Texas on Saturday. She said that she had last seen her friends Friday, that they had driven from South Carolina to Mexico because one of them, one of the survivors, Latavia, she was going to have a cosmetic surgery. According to this report, what Cheryl told police when she called them to report her friends missing was that she did not cross into Mexico with them because she did not have an ID on her. I'm going to read a little bit directly from this report just so you hear the language and exactly how police were describing it at the time. They say that Cheryl further stated that she did not know through which part of the port of entry her friends crossed and that she did not have any information on the doctor's office that Latavia was headed to. But she stated that she had not heard from them since they'd left the morning before to go into Mexico. She told them she has tried calling their cell phones, but they sound turned off. The report goes on to say Cheryl stated that she would not be surprised if her friends got arrested because they are known to party and use narcotics. Then she went and gave them a pretty detailed description of the clothing that her friends were last wearing when she'd seen them. She said that they had two different hotel rooms in Brownsville, Texas, and she had stayed there with all of their luggage because she was expecting her friends to come back. And then when they didn't come back and she tried to call them and her phone calls weren't going through, that's when she contacted police to say that she had concerns about why they'd not come back to Texas. Now, since this police report was filed, this is 5 days ago. In the last 24 hours, the Associated Press has texted with this woman, and she told them that she feels confident that this was a case of mistaken identity. That's what Mexican authorities have continued to say. And she says they were simply making a trip into Mexico because Latavia, one of those survivors, was going for a cosmetic procedure in this city of Matamoros.
Vicki? We know there was a vigil there in South Carolina last night, hoping those two survivors return home soon. NBC News correspondent Ellison Barber. Ellison, thank you.
Well, there are new developments in that shocking Virginia school shooting that involved a first grader. The Newport News prosecutor announced he will not seek criminal charges against the 6-year-old boy who shot his teacher. NBC's Ann Thompson has the latest.
The decision comes 2 months after the shocking event.
First grade student. I know where that student is.
A 6-year-old shooting first grade teacher Abigail Zwerner as she sat at a reading table in Rich Neck Elementary School in Newport News, Virginia.
This shooting was not accidental. It was intentional.
The boy seriously wounded 25-year-old Zwerner in the chest and hand. The shooting sparked calls for change from within the community.
We as a society are failing our teachers and our students by not offering them a safe place to work and to learn.
Despite the shock and outrage, Newport News Commonwealth Attorney Howard Gwynn telling NBC News he will not put the 6-year-old on trial. Gwynn says the prospect that a 6-year-old can stand trial is problematic, given that a child so young would not be able to understand the charge, the legal system, or adequately assist an attorney. Instead, Gwynn says he is focusing on others. Once we analyze all the facts, we will charge any person or persons that we believe we can prove beyond a reasonable doubt committed a crime. At the end of January, Zwerner filed notice of intent to sue the school board.
This should have never happened. It was preventable.
Zwerner's attorney said 3 times the school administration was warned by teachers and an employee that the boy had a gun on him. The school board told NBC News they do not have a statement at this time. Police say that gun was legally purchased by the boy's mother. After the shooting, the family said in a statement that the weapon was secured in the home. But words have done little to reassure students who've asked school administrators to do more.
Keep me safe and alive while I can do much more stuff to make the world a better place.
Ann Thompson, NBC News.
Well, we turn now to our CNBC Money Minute. More companies in the U.S. are now offering daycare to employees. One network of businesses with family-friendly policies says the number of employers providing on-site care has been on the rise since 2020. That is some good news.
Yeah, it really is very cool. Joining us now on this is CNBC Tech Check co-anchor Deirdre Bosa. Hey, Deirdre. I mean, this sounds awesome. You think about, we just had a conversation yesterday about women returning to the workforce. What is pushing employers to explore this on-site childcare?
Well, it turns out it's good business as well. Experts say that a main reason is to better recruit working parents that either shifted to part-time roles or left the labor force entirely since the beginning of the pandemic. And a lot of that was fueled by childcare issues. The number of childcare workers, by the way, is still below pre-pandemic levels. And the cost, around a third of women who dropped out of the workforce during the COVID era said the cost of childcare was a top reason. So it all goes hand in hand. Meanwhile, the U.S. International Trade Commission banning imports of video streaming fitness devices made by Peloton Interactive and Nordic Track parent iFit after a judge found they infringed on Dish Network patents. President Biden's administration has 60 days to review the import ban before it takes effect. Peloton and iFit can appeal the decision. Back over to you guys.
All right. The NBC's Deirdre Bosa, thank you so much.
Well, controlling anger before it controls you. Straight ahead, expert advice on understanding the different types of anger. You're watching NBC News Daily.
Tonight with breaking news just coming in.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
What do people need most right now? Did the state and/or law enforcement drop the ball? Migrant families now stranded in Mexico. What's the World Cup experience been like?
It's your news playlist. Top story with Tom Llamas. Weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Watch NBC Nightly News with Lester Holt or listen wherever you get your podcasts.
Welcome back. This is an interesting one. Anger, it's one of the most basic emotions we feel. But since it's such a negative feeling, we often skip talking about it altogether. We just kind of sweep it under the rug.
Right, but in order to maintain healthy relationships, we actually do need to understand anger and the different ways that anger can show up. Licensed psychotherapist and author of Boundary Boss, Terry Cole, joins us now. Terry, great to see you. So let's talk about it. You said there's 3 kinds of anger: reactive, passive-aggressive, and healthy. So let's start with reactive. What is reactive anger?
Okay, well, there's more than 3 types, but we're just focusing on 3. So reactive is when someone is goading you. This usually happens in abusive relationships, where someone is sort of torturing you, criticizing you, getting you to the brink, then you explode, and now suddenly they're like, you're the problem, you're the abusive one, it's all about you.
And it's like gaslighting.
It actually is very much like gaslighting, where now everything they did doesn't count. It's you, because you exploded. So that's reactive anger or reactive abuse.
Okay. Wow, that just hit. That makes so much sense when you're in a disagreement with somebody. What about passive aggressive? What does that look like?
Well, this is the most common, right? It looks like someone not being able to be direct. It's being vague about what their problem is. So it is them trying to get you. Do you ever have anyone who makes you late for anything? Where your husband makes you late, or you on time, or they late?
Sure.
And it's like they're disavowing their anger at you that they can't handle. And what they're doing is they're doing something that's going to make you express their anger and your own anger. So passive-aggressive anger is sarcasm, can be expressed that way. A backhanded compliment is like the perfect example of
passive-aggressive
exactly.
anger. So let's talk about healthy anger, because anger is a part of the human psyche. It's part of our emotions. We're supposed to feel it. We should feel it. How do we do it in a healthy way and model it also for our kids if we have kids?
Well, healthy anger is direct. It's transparent, but it's also appropriate. And it is not emotions-based. Right, it's like fact-based.
Really, fact-based anger.
Right, where you're talking about something like, hey, you took the car, we had an agreement that you would bring it back with a quarter of a tank, and your teenager brings it back empty, and now you're late for work because you have to fill the tank. You can say, I'm upset because we had an agreement.
Yes.
You said you would do this, you didn't keep your word, and if you can't keep your word, you will not have access to the car. That's an appropriate way of expressing your anger, rather than saying, you're an irresponsible jerk, I can't trust you. That's all emotion-based if you're name-calling or putting it on the person.
I love that. That's a great example.
If you said that to me, I'd never come back with that car on empty again.
Exactly.
So why is it hard for us? Why is it hard to just directly say what you just said instead of going to that you're a jerk, knee-jerk reaction?
Or holding it in and being passive-aggressive later?
That's exactly what mostly happens, because we were taught that anger, especially women, did anyone let you have anger when you were a child? No, it was unfeminine. It was you being a bad girl. So we were taught to suppress that emotion. A lot of family systems have anger as forbidden emotions. And then it turns into something else, like upsetness or crying, right? Because that was an acceptable emotion, but it's not accurate, because being angry is not the same as being sad.
So how do you put that in kid terms? For example, if you notice that your child is angry and it is fact-based, how do you help them understand what that feeling is and that it's okay to an extent? Like, they can't be punching a hole in the wall.
Right. Well, I think you can notice, you can name it. You can say, hey, it looks like you're having a big emotion. How does that feel? I understand you're upset. You have a right to be upset. It's like allowing them to be angry. But the biggest thing you can do is model the behavior yourself, because you know that kids are little sponges and they are watching you all the time. So if you honor your own anger and you allow yourself to be angry, and even if you, let's say, have a fight with your spouse, it is very important that they don't just witness the rupture, but they also witness the repair.
I love that so much. Let that sink in.
Absolutely.
Rupture and repair, but do it in front of them so they all see it.
Is that something, sorry to get
We try. Yeah, we're now more aware of it,
Yeah.
yes. Yeah. Because it's so easy not to. Absolutely. And you make up later, but the kids don't know.
Yeah, that's a very good point. I gotta say, I hope viewers at home are loving this segment as much as we are. I feel like it's actually, I'm learning about myself, my childhood, hearing that, like, it seems like it's helping you. It's just, it's so great to have these conversations. It really is.
Licensed psychotherapist Terry Cole. Thank you so much, Terry. Appreciate it. It reminds me of that movie Inside Out. Remember with like, all the little emotions?
Yeah, absolutely. Oh, that's so great. All right, coming up, Tiger's tails could soon be public. That's after the break. And you are watching NBC News Daily.
This is what it looks and feels.
What's the latest, Phil? The bigger piece to the puzzle.
We begin tonight with breaking news.
How much water ultimately will be forced inland?
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
We begin tonight with breaking news just coming in.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
A former female executive is suing Powerhouse Atlantic Records and legendary music producer Ahmet Ertegun after what she calls years of sexual and harassment and abuse in a toxic work environment.
Yeah, and because of a new law in New York, Dorothy Carvello is able to bring these decades-old accusations to light. Our Valerie Castro has the details.
She made history breaking the glass ceiling as a female executive at Atlantic Records, rubbing elbows with rock stars and music legends. But now she is speaking out about the culture of sexual abuse she says she was subjected to there by the men in power. Decades later, thanks to a new law in New York State, she's hoping for justice in a courtroom.
I'm not one to ever shy away from doing the right thing, and I believe in what I'm doing.
Her accusations are against Ahmet Ertegun, one of the label's founders and a legend in the industry. He's credited with partnering with some of the biggest artists in music history, including the Rolling Stones, Ray Charles, and Aretha Franklin. But behind the music, Carvello says she endured years of toxic behavior detailed in her book, Anything for a Hit, documenting her rise from Ertegun's secretary to becoming an executive. Her climb to success was an experience she says was mired in toxic behavior.
He looks at me with his one good eye. What did you expect? He says. You're a woman.
The expose, published in 2018, would lead to a lawsuit filed in December of 2022. Carvello claiming she was, quote, horrifically sexually assaulted between 1987 and 1990 by Ertegun and Doug Morris, then president of the company, according to the lawsuit filing. The allegations include a sexual attack by Erdogan at a nightclub where Carvello says he violently attempted to remove her underwear. On another occasion, she says he slammed her arm down on a table, fracturing it. She also says she and other female employees were subjected to Erdogan masturbating in front of them at work. And she says there was unwanted kissing from Doug Morris in an office culture where watching pornography at work and decorating offices with sex toys was the norm. Then, she says, came the final straw. Carvello says Executive Jason Flom, also named in the suit, demanded she sit on his lap in a meeting. She says that prompted her to complain to Morris, and she was fired as a result. Erdogan died in 2006 after falling and hitting his head at a Rolling Stones concert. The lawsuit, now filed more than 30 years later, is against Erdogan's estate, the executives named, Atlantic Records, and its parent company, Warner Music Group.
Given that it's so long ago, the chances are that evidence like emails and text messages didn't exist back then. What makes cases like this more difficult?
After a certain point, evidence becomes stale, and it's really hard to prove a case and to defend a case.
NBC News reached out to the defendants named in Carvello's lawsuit. We only heard back from Doug Morris's attorney, who told NBC News, quote, Doug Morris was shocked to be included in this frivolous lawsuit, and we have filed a motion to dismiss, which will be granted in short order.
This is something that she alleges happened years and years ago, decades ago. What is allowing for this case to be brought forward now?
Ordinarily, Carvello would be disallowed from bringing this claim because the allegations happened so long ago. But New York has created a one-year window for people to sue based on sexual assault claims, no matter how far back the alleged assault happened.
It's not too late for Dorothy to get justice. And hopefully, she will be a trailblazer.
Prominent civil rights attorney Ben Crump joining the case alongside Carvello's attorney Ann Andrews, calling for accountability they say is long overdue.
They have been tone deaf for decades, and they have silenced the women who have been assaulted and abused in these companies. We want to ensure a safe workplace, free and equal to all. And they now, in this tower, have to face the music.
Valerie Castro, NBC News.
Wow, what an in-depth, eye-opening report for sure from Valerie Castro. We'll keep tabs on that.
Straight ahead, Russia unleashes a new wave of missile attacks across Ukraine. We are live from Kyiv with the very latest for you. You're watching NBC News Daily, and you can watch us for free anytime on our streaming network, NBC News Now, 24/7. Do it wherever you stream. This includes YouTube, Hulu, Roku, Peacock. Savannah is partial to Plex and I think Zumo as well.
Oh, yeah, definitely. My smart TV, my Samsung TV Plus, there you go.
You just turn it on and we're there.
All the time.
The news continues right after this.
this is what it looks and feels.
From the storm zone.
The bigger piece to the puzzle comes. New numbers just out this morning.
Good evening. We begin tonight with breaking news just coming in.
We begin this hour with the latest developments. We're coming on the air with some shakeups big time on Capitol Hill.
How much water ultimately will be forced inland?
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
Welcome back on this Thursday. It is great to be with you. I'm Vicki Wynn.
And I'm Savannah Sellers. Thanks for joining us. Making news right now. Senate Minority Leader Mitch McConnell is in the hospital after falling at a hotel Wednesday night. A spokesperson says the 81-year-old Republican tripped and fell during a private dinner at the Waldorf Astoria in D.C. Back in 2019, McConnell suffered a shoulder fracture after he tripped and fell in his Kentucky home.
Hundreds of lawmakers and staff on Capitol Hill have been hit with a serious data breach. Officials say members of both houses were informed Wednesday that their personal information had been stolen. In a letter, House leaders say the FBI is investigating some of the hacked material, including Social Security numbers and phone numbers that are now being sold on the dark web.
And former NBA star Shawn Kemp has been charged with a felony drive-by shooting in Washington state. Tacoma police say during an argument, one of the drivers fired several rounds at passengers in another vehicle. If convicted, Kemp could face up to 10 years in prison.
To the skies now, the man who allegedly attacked a United Airlines flight attendant after trying to open an emergency door mid-flight. He will appear in federal court in Boston today.
That's right. It's 32-year-old Francisco Torres, and he's charged with interference and attempted interference with flight crew members using a dangerous weapon. And if convicted, Torres could face up to life in prison. NBC News correspondent Emily Aketa joins us now here on set on this one. Hey, Emily, I mean, scary moment, obviously, for everyone on board. Even just watching the video is scary. You imagine if you're on a plane and something like that happens, it's just terrible. It took several passengers and crew members to kind of restrain him, take him down. What can we expect today in this hearing?
Okay, so what's happening and playing out this afternoon is something called a detention hearing. So essentially, a judge will rule whether or not to grant pretrial release. So will Francisco Torres be kept in custody as this trial plays out, as the court process plays out? Earlier this week, the 32-year-old did plead not guilty to that federal charge of interference with a crew using a dangerous weapon. We saw just really the shocking video that played out. You're watching it on your screen now. He allegedly attempted to open an emergency exit door before then breaking a metal spoon in the lavatory, according to court documents, and then proceeding to strike a flight attendant allegedly 3 times with that spoon in the neck. Thankfully, we've talked about this, the fast-acting crew members and passengers who tackled him and restrained him for the remainder of the flight.
Emily, you've been on this show and other shows in the last couple of weeks talking about a number of different issues happening in the air, whether it's turbulence that turned deadly or these assaults. Another one on a Southwest plane just this morning where, passengers were caught fighting. What are lawmakers going to do about this? And is it enough to just ban someone from one airline? I mean, it seems like there should be some more uniformity here to address this problem, to make us all safer.
Yeah, these incidents have really been turning a lot of heads this week, and understandably so, especially with spring break travel right around the corner. So one of the points of discussion is this something called expanding or establishing more of a no-fly list. Traditionally, what happens is when there's kind of egregious behavior, an airline will keep an internal list of banned passengers. But since we're seeing these kinds of incidents play out, there's been renewed calls to expand that, have that information shared across airlines, so it's not just on United or just on Southwest. So there's a lot of discussion around that. Just for some background, actually, in 2022, there were more than 2,300 reports of unruly passengers. That led to more than 800 investigations. And while that is a notable downtick or downward trend from the year before during those mask mandates, it is still more than 5 times what we saw in pre-pandemic levels.
Wow. Yeah. People are just grumpy on flights these days and acting out.
People need to calm down.
Yeah, thank you.
Sure. And it seems like something, though, that even somebody just email each other the list immediately. I mean, you can't just be not able to fly on United after this happened and then just book on another airline.
Right,
It's
I know.
Keep us safe, absolutely.
All right, Emily Aketa, it. As always, thanks, Em.
Thanks, guys. Thank you. Well, now to Ukraine, where hundreds of thousands of people are without heat and power after Russia unleashed a deadly wave of airstrikes. Officials there report missiles damaged critical infrastructure across the country. They say it is the largest attack in weeks at this point. NBC News correspondent Aaron McLaughlin is live in Dnipro, a city in central Ukraine that was hit hard overnight. Hi, Aaron. So, I mean, we're told these airstrikes also knocked out power temporarily to the largest nuclear plant in Europe. What is the situation there, and tell us the ramifications of that?
Yeah, that's right, Savannah. A Russian missile struck the main power line connecting the Zaporizhzhia nuclear power plant, as you say, the largest nuclear power plant in Europe, to the Ukrainian power grid, forcing that nuclear power plant to use its backup diesel generators. Today, authorities noting that they only have enough diesel to last the plant some 15 days. This is a concerning development, even though as of now, power has been restored to that main line. The IAEA, which is the nuclear body responsible for sort of monitoring the situation here in Ukraine, raising the alarm, noting the alarming number of times this has happened in the war so far. Take a listen.
This cannot go on. I am astonished by the complacency. Yes, the complacency. What are we doing to prevent this from happening? And if we allow this to continue time after time, then one day our luck will run out.
Given that the plant is currently occupied by Russian forces, has been subject to regular shelling, that this is the 6th time that this has happened during the war. Given his outrage, it's still unclear what concrete steps are going to be taken to prevent this from happening again.
And Aaron, Ukrainian officials say that Moscow launched several new hypersonic missiles. Tell us what about this weapon, how different it is from what we've seen before, and just how concerning it is.
Yeah, that's right. There were 81 missiles and drones launched over a 7-hour period overnight at Ukrainian territory, really striking all regions of Ukraine. 6 of those missiles, according to Ukrainian officials, were believed to be hypersonic missiles. And that's significant. They're multi-million-dollar missiles that go very, very fast that currently evade Ukraine's air defense systems. There's nothing really that Ukrainians can do within their current capabilities to prevent these missiles from striking. And they can be very effective. As we saw this morning in Kyiv, we actually woke up this morning in Kyiv to the sound of what is suspected to be a hypersonic missile striking a power plant there in the capital, taking out the power to some 40% of the city. Now, power has since been restored, which also raises the question, as is the case in Dnipro, the city I'm at now, which raises the question, what was the point of this massive, expensive barrage of missiles that cost human lives when simply Ukrainians are just going from city to city, power grid to power grid, restoring the situation.
All right, Aaron McLaughlin, thank you so much. Stay safe.
Professional golfer Tiger Woods is wrapped up in a new controversy. His ex-girlfriend is suing him to get out of her non-disclosure agreement. She claims the agreement violates a law that protects sexual assault victims. NBC's Kaylee Hartung has the latest on this new legal battle.
Explosive insinuations against Tiger Woods from his ex-girlfriend, Erica Herman. In a new lawsuit, Herman, who began dating Woods in 2017, asked to be released from her non-disclosure agreement with him. She claims their NDA is unenforceable and should be nullified, citing the Speak Out Act, a federal law protecting victims of sexual harassment and assault. Herman's suit asked the court to void the NDA so she can share her own experiences, photographs, and recordings of herself related to various legal claims she believes she has. This comes after Herman filed a $30 million civil suit against Woods' Trust in October, alleging after they broke up, he locked her out of his Florida mansion where she'd been living, claiming by trickery his agents convinced her to pack her suitcase for a short vacation, and when she arrived at the airport, they told her she'd been locked out of her residence. The suit alleges this was a violation of an oral tenancy agreement between them that allowed her to live at Woods' home for 11 years. In court documents, Woods fired back, alleging their tenancy agreement was only good for less than a year. We reached out to Woods and Herman for comment, but haven't heard back. Herman was a former manager at Woods' restaurant in Jupiter, Florida. Over their nearly 6-year relationship, she's been by his side at golf tournaments, embracing his children and appearing in photos with his family.
The driver of this vehicle identified as Tiger Woods.
After Woods' horrific car crash in 2021, she visited him in the hospital. Just last spring, Woods mentioned her in his speech at the Golf Hall of Fame Awards.
I just want to say thank you to my mom, Sam, Erica, Charlie.
Woods' personal life has long been under scrutiny. In 2010, his wife and mother of his 2 kids, Elin Nordegren, filed for divorce after Woods entered rehab for sex addiction. He apologized to his family upon his release.
I thought I could get away with whatever I wanted to.
Now, the golf great's personal life making headlines again, as disputes in his latest relationship play out in court.
Our thanks to NBC's Kaylee Hartung.
Yeah, thank you, Kaylee. Well, there's an education crisis largely impacting elementary-age kids in the U.S. right now. More than 60% of 4th graders struggle with reading.
Star Trek actor LeVar Burton is on a mission to overcome this learning hurdle. He's got a new documentary called Right to Read. NBC News Daily co-anchor Aaron Gilchrist has his story.
What letter is it? Y. Yeah.
A new documentary laser-focused on a growing problem in America, what it calls an early reading crisis.
When I first started teaching in Oakland, there were only 2 kids in my class of 35 who could read.
In 2022, 66% of 4th graders in this country were below proficient in reading. That's according to the National Assessment of Educational Progress. 37% were below a basic reading level.
We are in a scary place for most of our kids.
LeVar Burton is an executive producer on the film. He's spent most of his life as an advocate for literacy, dating back to his time as host of PBS's Reading Rainbow for more than 20 years. Burton says this documentary speaks to an urgent need.
Kareem has been a teacher at all levels, principal on down. And he says in the documentary, imagine being in the Stone Age and you don't have any stone. Imagine being in the Bronze Age and you have no access to bronze. We're in the information age, and our kids aren't getting access to the information because they can't read.
Burton says that while the film shines a light on the problem, it also elevates what he sees as a solution.
We were asking kids to memorize words and take their cues from the pictures as to what the words on the page mean. We now know that that doesn't work. The problem, as the experts see it, is that we've been spending money in the wrong direction, right? And we can change that. What you need is the phonics. You need a really scientifically based approach to reading instruction.
Burton says the Right to Read explains how a turn towards structured, science-based reading tactics is creating better outcomes for children, and he encourages parents to ask questions about what's happening in their children's classrooms.
Parents can ask their school board. They can ask their child's teacher, how are you teaching my child to read? Are you using evidence-based curricula or not? Because if they're not, then there's a problem. And once you identify the problem, only then can you address it to fix.
Aaron Gilchrist, NBC News.
Wow, what a fabulous report from our friend Aaron. Very
yeah,
cool.
I love seeing LeVar, and now that Reading Rainbow song's gonna be stuck in my head all day.
Oh no, I know.
Take a look. It's in
it wasn't going to be until you said that. There we go. Keep going.
No, that's enough singing for the day.
Okay. Sure. Hollywood's golden guy gets ready for his close-up straight ahead. A preview of what could be a historic Oscars ceremony this weekend. There's more NBC News Daily right after this.
The day's biggest political stories with trusted insight and expert analysis. A daily look at the politics behind the headlines. Meet the Press Now, streaming weekdays at 4 p.m. on NBC News Now.
Hey, podcast fans, ready to unlock our true crime mysteries? Try Dateline Premium on Apple Podcasts. You'll get early access to originals, plus bonus content, and everything is ad-free. So head to Apple Podcasts now to subscribe.
NBC News, streaming free now.
Well, welcome back. We are just 3 days away from Hollywood's hottest event, and it could be one to remember for all, hopefully, the right reasons.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. Hopefully. All right, we've got Angela Bassett, Kiwi Kwan, and Michelle Yeoh. Yeah. They could all make Oscars history if they win in their respective acting categories. Everybody's so excited about all of them.
I really am. They're all so deserving.
So, exactly. For those performances. So much fun. Well, NBC News entertainment contributor and CEO of Pop Viewers, Chris Witherspoon, joins us now to break this all down. Hi, Chris.
I'm so excited, if you can't tell.
Isn't this like your Super Bowl?
Thank you.
Thank you.
Like, really working. My Super Bowl. You're right. Yes.
Fabulous. But yes, you're heading into your Super Bowl, the Oscars. Okay, so on top of everything we just said, that's very exciting, and this history that could be made. Yes. The Oscars are, not short necessarily on controversy sometimes. There's a couple things that are bubbling right now already. I know, walk us through those.
What would the Oscars do without a big scandal? It has become some kind of scandal. The first one is an Oscar voter came out in an interview with IndieWire this week and said that they hadn't seen Black Panther Wakanda Forever.
That's crazy.
So it's a really big story. The literal quote was, "I haven't seen Black Panther Wakanda Forever. I don't know why I passed it by. I always liked Angela Bassett, so I'll be prone to vote for her." And this movie was snubbed for Best Picture and also some of the major acting categories. So it's really important, though. The 9,500 members of the Academy actually watch these things that they're voting for.
Right.
This is a publicist who came on.
Wait, sorry. So just to be clear, what you're saying is that this. Yeah. Okay. Right. Well, I'm not sure who said it, but somebody said that they were going to be prone to vote for her in this role without having seen the role.
Yes. But the most important part is they haven't watched the movie. So it also, you think about the snubs that happen for the films that don't make the Best Picture. It's like if you don't watch, you don't know why she's nominated.
Right. Yeah. Absolutely. Oof. Oh my gosh.
And one more scandal kind of right now is Michelle Yeoh. She's nominated for Everything Everywhere All at Once.
Oh yeah.
There was a big story that came out in Vogue this week that I thought the story was great. Talked about how it's been 2 decades since we've had a non-white Best Actress winner. She posted this story to her Instagram on like little snippets of it where it talked about how Cate Blanchett has won 2 Oscars already and she still hasn't won one. I had to take it down right away on Tuesday because apparently there's a rule, you guys, nominee rule number 11 that says that you can't campaign against a fellow nominee.
Right.
So that post kind of could be seen as her campaigning.
Sure.
She has not broken a rule. She's not in any trouble. She still will be at the award show on Sunday.
Are they still voting or are the votes done by now?
Well, the votes weren't done by the time she posted it on Tuesday. So technically that could have been a little bit of drama.
It's also an interesting one because I think you can also just see it as, posting about what Vogue is saying
and
about
when you're at Vogue, you
post
when you
a
make it to
campaign
Vogue.
against someone.
Exactly. Yeah. All right, let's talk about Star Wars. What's happening in this galaxy far, far away?
So listen, the Force is not strong with the Star Wars film franchise, okay? There are 2 films that were meant to come out in the near future that have been scrapped, according to Variety. Rogue Squadron from Wonder Woman director Patty Jenkins and also an unnamed Star Wars feature from the president of Marvel Studios, Kevin Feige. So fans are really upset, but the good news is there's so much Star Wars stuff happening over on Disney+. The Mandalorian show that came out in 2019, 26 million subscribers joined Disney+ because of that, and I think that just shows you their attention is really focused on the Disney+ shows like the Andor, Mandalorian, Obi-Wan Kenobi, because the eyeballs are there and they're able to really bring those subscribers in.
I like how you're like, if you're upset, go sign up for Disney+.
Just
You'll get your
watch
fill.
4 episodes of Mando, and that's a movie for you.
I love it.
That's a Star Wars movie for you.
Very quickly, we've only got 30 seconds. What should we watch this weekend if we're streaming?
Okay, so the finale of Poker Face. I'm a huge fan of this series, you guys.
Yeah, a lot of people are.
I mean, it's been a big get for Peacock. And also, if you're a big fan of Scream 6 is finally in theaters this weekend. It takes place in New York City. Jenna Ortega, who's in the building right now for SNL.
That's right.
She's also going to be in this film. And this just makes New York City a little bit more scary when you
Chris
watch it.
Witherspoon, you are the best. Go Super Bowl, Oscar, man.
Yes, yes.
See you soon. Thank you, Chris.
Thank you. All right. You're watching NBC News Daily.
Hey, I'm Hallie. It's good to be with you tonight. There's another legal filing today, and I want to cut through some of the weedsy stuff. And let's just get to the point. They have started to vote on the PACT Act. If you're like, Hallie, stop speaking Washingtonese. This bill would basically give health care to veterans who have exposed to these toxic chemicals. So, Scott, I'm trying to make this as not DC as possible. The increased sort of anger that we've seen now in politics. I saw you searching for, I think, your microphone, Dan. You are.
I was trying to do it on the slide.
Live TV, man. It's okay.
Welcome back. Well, they had to leave their lives behind in Afghanistan during the Taliban's return to power. But an all-girls robotics team is now paving the way for an equal future for Afghan women. NBC News correspondent Molly Hunter has their story.
When Kabul fell to the Taliban in August of 2021, the all-girls Afghan robotics team, the so-called Afghan Dreamers, were forced to evacuate. They're now based in Qatar. We catch up with team members 19-year-olds Afsana Ahmadi, Sadaf Hamidi, and 17-year-old captain Florence Puya.
We are not just a robotics team, and we are not just building the robot. It's a way to show the other girls in Afghanistan talents and their power.
Back in Herat, back before the Taliban took over at the height of the COVID pandemic, the team built this pretty incredible, affordable ventilator prototype. But now there's a little opportunity for such innovation. The Taliban has banned girls from high school and university. UNICEF estimates 4 million girls are out of school.
I can be the voice of my friends, and I can do something from here that can help them.
And they know they're the lucky ones, safely out of the country, safe enough to dream big.
Our friends are still there, and they will be the future scientists, the future leaders, the future engineers. The one can bring a solution for the cancer.
We are also trying hard to serve our country from afar, to tell the world and show the world that Afghan girls can be amazing if they are given the opportunity.
And the Afghan Dreamers, well, they're proving that every day. Molly Hunter, NBC News, London.
That's just such an incredible report. Our thanks to Molly. Well, deserts are known for being dry, dusty, and desolate. But in California's Anza Borrego Desert, things are looking a bit different. Look how beautiful this is. Joe Little from NBC San Diego shows us the serene scenes of a wildflower super bloom.
It is so quiet here beyond the city. The only noise comes from the occasional cyclist.
How does something like that survive?
Or the visitors in awe over what the desert has created.
I remember one time when one of our grandchildren was here,
Father Michael Placon wanted to show Deacon Nick Denisenko the annual bloom. It's just a bit brighter this year.
These seeds are here all the time, and all they need is a little bit of rain and a little bit of sun.
They love sunshine.
Chish Goss and Nora Nicholson are also inspired by the purple, white, and yellow that only appear once a year.
We decided that we better get down there.
Just pops up, you know.
Yeah.
It's kind of like you're stepping into a picture.
This picture got a boost from a wetter winter, one that already brought above average rainfall to this desert floor.
It's just amazing.
You don't see that happening here. But
it's spiritual for Father Mike and Deacon Nick.
The desert is a thin place where God is always really very close.
From the ants carrying their treasure to the sun powering life from above.
This is like a gift.
It's rugged, it's natural.
When you see it ablaze in color like this, it reminds you of, just how beautiful and important it is.
And you only need the quiet to appreciate it. For NBC News Daily, I'm Joe Little.
Absolutely gorgeous to see those flowers in bloom.
A vibrant purple. It's
right,
so
in the
great.
desert.
Yeah, awesome.
All right, well, here is what's trending right now. Prince Harry and Meghan Markle's children are officially getting the royal treatment. Lilibet and her older brother Archie were listed as Prince and Princess on the royal family's website Thursday morning.
And Tonight Show host Jimmy Fallon had quite the surprise for the judges of The Voice. Take a look.
This was good.
Right now, we have an artist backstage preparing for the biggest performance of their entire life.
Fallon pranked the judges as he auditioned with the cover of Michael McDonald's I Keep Forgetting. Blake Shelton was the only judge who didn't spin his chair around until Fallon did it himself. Did you see it?
I watched the clip. It was great. And Carson Daly this morning, who was there live to witness all of it, said this was genuine, that Kelly Clarkson, like none of the judges actually knew it was Jimmy Fallon.
They liked
Kelly
his voice.
spun around. Yeah, 3 of them did anyway. Blake was, nah, he was a holdout.
You know what,
So
then
that was
unfair. Too much talent in one body,
I
Jimmy
know,
Fallon.
right?
You could have had a
Seriously.
singing career too. All right, that's hilarious. I'm Savannah Sellers.
I'm Vicki Wynn. You're watching NBC News Daily.
begin Top Story with that breaking news. This is just in, a lot of stories to get to. What do people need most right now? Did the state and or law enforcement drop the ball anywhere? Are we headed for a recession or a recovery? Migrant families now stranded in Mexico. What's the World Cup experience been like? The civilian effort is not just about fighting, it's also about helping.
Every night, it's your news playlist. Top Story with Tom Llamas, streaming weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Hey everyone, I'm Savannah Sellers. Thanks for joining us this Thursday.
It is great to be with you. I'm Vicki Wynn. NBC News Daily starts right now.
Today is Thursday, March 9th. Facing questions, the CEO of Norfolk Southern is facing lawmakers on Capitol Hill today. It's his first appearance since that toxic train derailment in Ohio. What we're learning from his testimony.
Off the hook, the 6-year-old boy who shot and injured his teacher in Virginia will not face charges from the city prosecutor. We'll explain why and who prosecutors are focusing on instead.
Filling the pantry. 32 states have recently ended their pandemic-era food benefits, leaving many Americans without the support they've come to rely on. How food banks are struggling to keep up with high demand.
Hollywood controversy as everyone gears up for the Oscars this Sunday. A now deleted Instagram post from Best Actress nominee Michelle Yeoh stirring up a little debate. We're going to discuss what happened, what's streaming, and more in our entertainment wrap later this hour.
And welcome to NBC News Daily on a Friday Junior.
Yeah, Friday Eve. I like that.
Yeah,
Friday Junior.
I know. There we go. Thursday. Well, we start with that compelling testimony on Capitol Hill from the CEO of Norfolk Southern. He's appearing before the Senate Environment and Public Works Committee, answering questions about the recent train derailment and then that chemical spill in Ohio.
Yeah, and it seems to be somewhat of an apology tour. Alan Shaw says he is deeply sorry to the people of East Palestine. He's pledged more than $20 million to cleanup efforts there. NBC News correspondent Jesse Kirsch joins us live now from Cleveland. Jesse, good to see you. So the committee coming at Shaw pretty hard. They have they're not mincing any words in the questioning. Is he making excuses or just full on taking the blame?
Yeah, so Vicki, largely more of what we've already heard from Shaw, both on camera and in statements and from other representatives from the company, expressing remorse, saying they're going to be doing right by the community, pointing to what they refer to as a down payment of investment that has already been made in East Palestine and the broader surrounding area, but not many specifics, especially when pressed on a few different things. At one point, the CEO was asked if the company would commit to paying for families to be reimbursed for financial losses on their properties down the road. He would not specifically commit to that. The CEO was also asked if he would commit to paying for people's health care moving forward amid all these concerns about potential future medical problems associated with the toxic release in that community. And he did say that that is something that is on the table. So that was a little bit more specific there. CEO was also asked, as were officials, about the safety in the community. Here's one of those exchanges.
Do you feel it's safe to continue to reside in this town, Mr. Shaw?
Senator, the EPA and the Ohio EPA have very high standards, and I trust their testing. And
would you live there, given what you've seen?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
I believe that the air is safe. I believe that the water is safe.
And we know that Mr. Shaw has visited this community multiple times. Senator Graham also at one point was calling on President Biden to go visit that community and ask the CEO to join him there as well. So that's something that we haven't seen from the president yet. However, the president has now said he would plan to go there at some point down the road.
Well, you can certainly understand the residents' questions about the safety surrounding their home. Jesse, here's another one, a third one now. A county outside Birmingham, Alabama has reported yet another train crash by Norfolk Southern. It was just this morning. Initial reports indicate that about 30 cars derailed. Luckily, no injuries. Luckily, no chemical leaks. But why does this keep happening? And each time, are we close potentially to another one happening?
Well, and this is one of those questions that is outstanding and has led to a broader investigation by federal authorities. Remember, we had the incident February 3rd in East Palestine, Ohio. Then we had Over this past weekend, at the beginning of March, we had another derailment by this company about 220 miles west in Springfield, Ohio. And then we had an employee of one of Norfolk Southern's trains, according to the company, killed in Cleveland. All this happening. Now the NTSB says it is opening a special investigation into the company's broader practices, guys.
All right, NBC News correspondent Jesse Kirsch. Jesse, thank you so much. We want to turn now to that 6-year-old boy who shot his first-grade teacher. Well, we're learning he will not face charges. The prosecutor for Newport News, Virginia, made that announcement yesterday.
Yeah, he told NBC News that the boy is too young to stand trial for himself or understand the legal system, but that any adults connected to the case are not being ruled out for partial responsibility. Joining us now on this is attorney and legal analyst Angela Senadella. Angela, always great to have you with us. So tell us, what was your reaction when you heard this, that they wouldn't charge this 6-year-old?
I was not surprised because I think it's a tragedy, but not just for the teacher, who's obviously the foremost victim, but also for this 6-year-old child. There is a responsibility that people around this child have to not allow him access to firearms. So there's a question of endangerment. There's a question of him being the victim. So I am not surprised he's not being made to stand trial.
Because as the judge rightly noted, it's not even clear he could assist in his own defense. He wouldn't understand. He's 6 years old. So that brings in the adults around him, right? His parents, who have said they had the gun locked up, the administrators potentially at that school who have reportedly been told by teachers, including the teacher who was shot, hey, there's an unsafe situation, to the point that day where they said this little boy has a gun on him. So when the prosecutor is looking around at the adults here, what are they thinking, and also what are the potential charges his parents could face?
Well, there actually is a law in Virginia that criminalizes any adult having a firearm that is loaded and unsecured around anybody under the age of 14. So pretty clearly somebody left this gun available, accessible, and loaded. So whoever that person is, if it's a parent or even like a nanny or anyone in the vicinity, could potentially be charged. Whether or not the school could be criminally charged is a high bar. We have not seen precedent for that so far, but they almost undeniably will be held civilly liable. There's already a civil lawsuit there. The standard for civil negligence is much lower, and it's basically if someone did something that they weren't supposed to do and it resulted in this. The fact that administrators were on notice 3 times that this student could possibly have a gun is huge.
Yeah, that's true. And the teacher has filed that notice saying she is going to pursue a civil action against the school. All right. Legal analyst Angela Senadella, thank you as always for your legal insight.
Thank you so much. And now to the newest controversy surrounding golf great Tiger Woods. His ex-girlfriend is suing him to try and void her non-disclosure agreement.
She claims that it violates a law that protects sexual assault victims. This is actually her second lawsuit against Woods in less than a year. It's all coming to light now, though. Here's NBC's Kaylee Hartung.
Hey there. Tiger Woods' scandalous fall from grace was well documented. But ever since a terrible car accident nearly cost him his career 2 years ago, his remarkable recovery has captured the headlines. Now, the golf legend is facing serious new challenges in court from his longtime girlfriend.
Explosive insinuations against Tiger Woods from his ex-girlfriend, Erica Herman. In a new lawsuit, Herman, who began dating Woods in 2017, asked to be released from her non-disclosure agreement with him. She claims their NDA is unenforceable and should be nullified, citing the Speak Out Act, a federal law protecting victims of sexual harassment and assault. Herman's suit asked the court to void the NDA so she can share her own experiences, photographs, and recordings of herself related to various legal claims she believes she has. This comes after Herman filed a $30 million civil suit against Woods' Trust in October, alleging after they broke up, he locked her out of his Florida mansion where she'd been living, claiming by trickery his agents convinced her to pack her suitcase for a short vacation, and when she arrived at the airport, they told her she'd been locked out of her residence. The suit alleges this was a violation of an oral tenancy agreement between them that allowed her to live at Woods' home for 11 years. In court documents, Woods fired back, alleging their tenancy agreement was only good for less than a year. We reached out to Woods and Herman for comment, but haven't heard back. Herman was a former manager at Woods' restaurant in Jupiter, Florida. Over their nearly 6-year relationship, she's been by his side at golf tournaments, embracing his children and appearing in photos with his family.
The driver of this vehicle identified as Tiger Woods.
After Woods' horrific car crash in 2021, she visited him in the hospital. Just last spring, Woods mentioned her in his speech at the Golf Hall of Fame Awards.
Just want to say thank you to my mom, Sam, Erica, Charlie.
Wood's personal life has long been under scrutiny. In 2010, his wife and mother of his 2 kids, Elin Nordegren, filed for divorce after Woods entered rehab for sex addiction. He apologized to his family upon his release.
I thought I could get away with whatever I wanted to.
Now, the golf great's personal life making headlines again as disputes in his latest relationship play out in court.
Woods and Herman have been quietly caught up in this messy legal battle for months. It's only now coming to light with these new documents. And Woods has until the end of March to respond to Herman's latest complaint. Back to you.
Kaylee, thank you so much. Time now for our CNBC Money Minute. With inflation sending prices soaring, more Americans are leaning into their credit cards to make ends meet. A report says credit card debt rose to a record $930 billion at the end of last year.
That's right. CNBC's senior markets correspondent and our friend Dom Chu joins us now on this. Hey, Dom, so a new study says households are now at this, quote, breaking point. That's the language of the study. I mean, what do cardholders need to do to tackle their debt?
All right, so Savannah, Vicky, experts say that cardholders do actually have options here. So first, try to lower the rate you're paying on the debt. Try to take advantage of no interest rate balance transfer offers. These offers can come with a 0% rate for up to 21 months. Now, beyond that, you should consider possibly refinancing existing credit card debt into a personal consolidation loan. Rates on some of these loans have risen recently, but still tend to be below the credit card rates that you normally see. Meanwhile, on the economic front, General Motors is planning to offer voluntary buyouts to a quote-unquote majority of its U.S. white-collar employees as the company aims to cut around $2 billion in costs over the next couple of years. This comes just a week after the automaker said it would terminate around 500 salaried positions globally. And finally, Roku will sell its first company-made smart TVs exclusively at retailer Best Buy. The company says the TVs will provide, quote-unquote, more choice for consumers while helping it boost active users. Roku, which has around 70 million active accounts in the U.S., also announced platform-wide updates for its operating system. Now, this is an interesting trick here, right? You think it's a good synergy type thing, but a lot of these companies don't have success with hardware, so it'll be curious to see whether Roku can succeed here where others have failed.
Well, Dom, we know one thing for sure about Roku, that it's a place where you can watch NBC News Now 24/7 wherever you stream. We only say that a couple times a day.
I see, and of course Peacock as well, guys, right? So gotta throw that in there.
Roku, baby. All right, Dom Chu, thanks so much.
Got it.
The man accused of a mid-flight attack is due in court. The charges he's now facing, plus the investigation underway to keep passengers safe in these skies. You're watching NBC News Daily.
it looks and feels.
What's the latest? The bigger piece to the puzzle.
We begin tonight with breaking news.
How much water ultimately will be forced inland?
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
For Dateline Premium, subscribe now on Apple Podcasts.
We begin tonight with breaking news just coming in.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
Investigators in Mexico releasing disturbing new photos taken just minutes before cartel members kidnapped 4 Americans. Here you can see what appears to be the group's white minivan in the the upper right, rather, and there are multiple cars following behind. There it is again. NBC News correspondent Ellison Barber live in Lake City, South Carolina, where both survivors are from. Ellison, we now know that a 5th person was actually traveling with this group, but she never made it across the border, and she filed a police report on Saturday, a day after she said her friends went missing. What else are you learning from that report?
Yeah, so this 5th person who identified herself in an interview with the Associated Press was the first one to really alert U.S. police to the possibility of there being an issue. She reached out to officers on Saturday, and according to an incident report obtained by NBC News filed with the Brownsville Police Department, she told them that her friends had headed to Mexico the prior morning at about 8 a.m., and she had not heard from the 4 of them since they crossed into Mexico. The police report says this, quote, Cheryl appeared to be worried and nervous. She has tried calling their cell phones, but they sound turned off. Cheryl stated that she would not be surprised if her friends got arrested because they are known to party and use narcotics. It goes on to say, quote, Cheryl stated that the only reason she did not cross into Mexico was because she did not have her ID with her. She told police they'd all driven from South Carolina because one person in the group, Latavia McGee, one of the survivors, was having a cosmetic procedure in Matamoros, Mexico. 2 of the friends who had taken that trip with her and actually crossed into Mexico, we now know, did not survive. Mexican authorities have said they believe this was a case of mistaken identity and the Americans were simply in the wrong place at the wrong time. But the investigation is still very much ongoing. We spoke to the wife of one of the survivors about an hour ago, Eric Williams. She told us that she knew he was going to help a friend, but she did not know he was going into Mexico until she found out all of this had happened. For now, they are still waiting for more information. U.S. authorities are investigating, as well as Mexican authorities, but that family is relieved that their loved one is alive, but just gutted and heartbroken for the families whose loved ones did not make it back. Vicki.
Truly. All right, NBC News correspondent Ellison Barber. Ellison, thank you.
The man accused of attacking a flight attendant on board a United Airlines plane. We all saw this video. He's expected in a Boston federal court this afternoon.
Prosecutors say Francisco Torres tried to open an emergency exit door just before the plane landed. Then he tried to stab a flight attendant with a broken spoon. He was actually stopped, and it's in the video, by a group of passengers and crew members who restrained him until that plane could get on the ground. We have NBC News correspondent Emily Aketa here. She's been following this from the get-go. So, Emily, if convicted, Torres could face life in prison. And here's the thing. We're learning now that this is not his first sort of brush with the law, right? He was accused of trying to rob a convenience store and also assaulting his own mother. So bring us up to speed here.
And he actually previously filed his own suit against a hospital in Massachusetts, alleging that he was misdiagnosed with a mental health disorder. And we asked the U.S. Attorney's Office, you know, is he going to be undergoing a mental health evaluation? They would not comment on that, but perhaps we'll gain more insight on his past activities, those past lawsuits in this detention hearing scheduled, actually going to be playing out in a matter of minutes this afternoon. That will determine whether he'll gain pretrial release, his status of where he will be over the course as this case plays out in court. Now, earlier this week, he pleaded not guilty to the federal charge of interference with flight crew members using a dangerous weapon. You see in the video there the commotion, the chaos on board a crowded flight. He allegedly attempted to stab a flight attendant unattended and try to open an emergency exit door.
I mean, there is so much going on right now, it feels, with airplanes, whether it's unruly passengers like this one, planes almost running into each other on the runway between landing. I know lawmakers are now looking into this. What are they thinking about doing about the fact that we have a lot of concerns right now?
Yeah, you bring up a really good point. Think about the past couple of weeks. Wings clipping each other. There was a mid-air fire on board. And then not to mention deadly turbulence at that, not to mention the unruly passengers. The FAA says they're seeing at least 6 reports of unruly passengers every day still. So it's a concern that that was addressed when the acting FAA head was on Capitol Hill earlier this week, just looking at various safety precautions that should be taken moving forward.
All right. Emily Aketa, thank you so much. And you are watching NBC News Daily.
Fans, ready to unlock our true crime mysteries? Try Dateline Premium on Apple Podcasts. You'll get early access to originals, plus bonus content, and everything is ad-free. So head to Apple Podcasts now to subscribe.
What do people need most right now? Did the state and/or law enforcement drop the ball? Migrant families now stranded in Mexico. What's the World Cup experience been like?
It's your news playlist. Top Story with Tom Yamas. Weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Welcome back. The Michigan State House of Representatives passed a bill last night expanding background checks on all firearms sales. The vote followed powerful testimony from a mother of one of the victims in February's deadly Michigan State University shooting. Maura McDonald from our NBC affiliate WDIV in Detroit has the details.
The Democratic-led legislature sped up plans to introduce new gun laws after the mass shooting at Michigan State. The mother of one of those students shot, who survived, testified in the House.
My beautiful 21-year-old son called right after being shot to tell me that he loved me. He wanted to tell me first that there was a shooter, that he had been shot, and that he loved me. He didn't want me to hear it from the police, the news, or the hospital.
Grettenberger was in her car when her son Troy called 5 minutes away from campus. She headed to Berkey Hall immediately.
There, I found Troy being loaded into the ambulance. He was as gray as cement. But I was able to tell him that I loved him and that he was strong before the ambulance sped away.
The gun law changes include universal background checks for all firearms, including long guns, safe storage laws, and red flag laws.
We won't know if this tragedy could have been prevented by universal background checks, safe storage laws, and extreme risk protection orders. But the reality is, any one of these measures might have stopped this man from shooting my son.
Our thanks to Maura McDonald from our NBC affiliate WDIV for that story. So during this National Reading Month, the new documentary is spotlighting the growing number of children with low reading levels. It's exploring a solution that may help turn things around. Here's NBC News Daily anchor Aaron Gilchrist with the push to change how children are taught.
What letter is it? Y. Yeah.
A new documentary laser-focused on a growing problem in America, what it calls an early reading crisis.
When I first started teaching in Oakland, there were only 2 kids in my class of 35 who could read.
In 2022, 66% of fourth graders in this country were below proficient in reading. That's according to the National Assessment of Educational Progress. 37% were below a basic reading level.
We are in a scary place for most of our kids.
LeVar Burton is an executive producer on the film. He's spent most of his life as an advocate for literacy, dating back to his time as host of PBS's Reading Rainbow for more than 20 years. Burton says this documentary speaks to an urgent need.
Kareem has been a teacher at all levels, principal on down, and he says in the documentary, imagine being in the Stone Age and you don't have any stone. Imagine being in the Bronze Age and you have no access to bronze. We're in the information age, and our kids aren't getting access to the information because they can't read.
Burton says that while the film shines a light on the problem, it also elevates what he sees as a solution.
We were asking kids to memorize words and take their cues from the pictures as to what the words on the page mean. We now know that that doesn't work. The problem, as the experts see it, is that we've been spending money in the wrong direction, right? And we can change that. What you need is the phonics. You need a really scientifically based approach to reading instruction.
Burton says the right to read explains how a turn towards structured, science-based reading tactics is creating better outcomes for children, and he encourages parents to ask questions about what's happening in their children's classrooms.
Parents can ask their school board. They can ask their child's teacher, how are you teaching my child to read? Are you using evidence-based curricula or not? Because if they're not, then there's a problem. And once you identify the problem, only then can you address it to fix.
Aaron Gilchrist, NBC News.
A really important program and very fascinating to think how kids are taught can really influence whether it's sticking and they're actually learning.
Absolutely.
But by fourth grade to discover that, my goodness.
And what he said there about we are now in the information age.
Yeah.
If you can access that, the type of disadvantage that you're at, is such an important point. And our thanks to Aaron for that great report. Well, the Louisville, Kentucky Police Department is slammed with new allegations of abuse. The discrimination claims detailed in a new Justice Department report next. You're watching NBC News Daily.
This is what it looks and feels.
From the storm zone.
The bigger piece to the puzzle comes.
New numbers just out this morning.
Good evening. We begin tonight with breaking news just coming in.
We begin this hour with the latest developments. We're coming on the air with some shakeups big time on Capitol Hill.
How much water ultimately will be forced inland?
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
Welcome back, and thank you very much for joining us. I'm Savannah Sellers.
Good to be with you. I'm Vicki Wynn, making news right now. At least 6 people are dead in Ukraine after a massive rocket attack by Russia. President Zelensky says the strike hit residential buildings and critical infrastructure across 10 regions of the country. This is the largest nighttime attack in 3 weeks.
In the past few minutes, NBC News has learned that Senate Minority Leader Mitch McConnell has a concussion and will remain in the hospital for a few days for observation. This is after he tripped last night during a private dinner at a Washington, D.C. hotel.
Former President Donald Trump is releasing a new book, Letters to Trump, next month. It will contain 150 private letters addressed to Mr. Trump throughout his life. Those letters written by people including Princess Diana, President Richard Nixon, and Oprah.
Well, the pandemic-era SNAP benefits, as they were called, have expired for 32 states in the last week, a deadline that is eliminating a primary food source for a lot of families.
Kentucky is one state already suffering since its benefits actually ended last year. And now food pantries there are highlighting the fallout other states should be bracing for. NBC News correspondent Marissa Parra is live in Louisville, Kentucky for us today. Marissa, you spoke to 2 people there who received SNAP benefits. Talk about the impact that their community felt when the pandemic assistance ended. What are they telling you?
Yeah, so for some perspective, so we're Sisters Visitor Center Choice Food Pantry in Louisville, Kentucky. You mentioned it yourself. Kentucky is one of the 18 states that did roll back this pandemic boost last year. And to give you some perspective, they said, the organizer said in March of last year, they were serving 1,500 people. And by August, they were serving 2,300 people. So they saw an increase, and we can't attribute that directly to the rollback of SNAP benefits, that pandemic boost, but certainly it didn't decrease. Inflation definitely a huge factor in what they say has been a steady increase in people who need assistance. And we spoke to one of the organizers of the food pantry here who told us about the difficult decisions that people who come here have to make.
My fruits and vegetables was one of the things I'd have to put back now, currently, because some of the prices on them vary. But it's getting harder and harder with prices going up each month that I'm going shopping since I've lost that lovely little boost that was helped keeping me afloat.
So that was not the organizer. You can tell that that was actually someone who received SNAP benefits, and you can hear the emotion in her voice as she describes how much more difficult it has been to grocery shop for her family. She's a mother of 3. She's providing not just for her children, but for her husband and herself. And so this is something that the reason we're here in Kentucky is because they've had some time to see how this past almost year has gone for them. And then states, those roughly 3 dozen other states, looking to states like this one, states like Maryland, looking to see what the future holds for them now that they had this big change in the last week.
So, Marissa, to put some numbers around this, I mean, what this means, the end of this, is that a lot of recipients are going to lose about $100 a month in assistance. How many people will be impacted?
Well, I think that when you look at the scope of how many people use this and the dollars and cents, remember roughly 30 states are impacted just in the last week alone. And you're going to see families with at least $95 a month less. Now, the actual dollars and cents varies on the size of the family. It depends on the state. So depending on those 2 factors, it could actually be in the hundreds of dollars less that these families are seeing per month. That's a significant amount.
All right, NBC's Marissa Parra live in Kentucky for us on an important issue. Thanks, Marissa.
Well, the DOJ has finished its 2-year review into the Louisville Police Department. It was launched after the 2020 shooting death of Breonna Taylor. Here's NBC News correspondent Miguel Almaguer with the details of what that investigation uncovered.
The scathing report from the Department of Justice unveiled a damning assessment of the Louisville Metro Police Department, saying LMPD has long engaged in a troubling pattern of discriminatory law enforcement practices. Investigators from the DOJ cited serious unlawful abuses, especially against black people.
Some officers have demonstrated disrespect for the people they are sworn to protect. Some have videotaped themselves throwing drinks at pedestrians from their cars, insulted people with disabilities, and called black people monkeys, animal, and boy. This conduct is unacceptable.
The troubling 86-page report cites uses of excessive force, unjustified neck restraints, and the unreasonable use of police dogs and tasers. Officers also conducted searches based on invalid warrants, unlawfully stopped, searched, and detained citizens, and violated the rights of people engaged in protected speech critical of policing. The U.S. Attorney General specifically cited a specialized unit originally called Viper.
The unit's activities were part of an overall enforcement approach that resulted in significant and unlawful racial disparities.
The 2-year review into LMPD was launched after the 2020 shooting death of Breonna Taylor. The botched raid, in which Taylor was not a suspect, helped expose what federal authorities now call a pattern or practice of conduct that deprives people of their rights.
I don't even know what to think, to know that this thing shouldn't have never happened, and that it took 3 years for anybody else to say that it shouldn't have.
The failure to protect and serve at the cost of community trust. Miguel Almaguer, NBC News.
Our nation's top intelligence officials are shedding new light on their top priorities for national security. Today, they're holding a hearing with the House Intelligence Committee. Yesterday, they spoke with the Senate and stressed that China is the most consequential threat at this moment. With us now is NBC News Justice and Intelligence correspondent Ken Delanian. Hey, Ken, so let's start with China. What concerns are intelligence leaders revealing to the House Committee today, and what did we hear yesterday?
Hey, Savannah. Well, look, it's no secret to anyone who pays attention to the news that China is the greatest international rival, the greatest national security threat to the United States. What stood out to me is the intelligence assessment that Chinese President Xi Jinping and the Communist Party view this as a zero-sum game. They believe that the United States is intentionally trying to hold China down, and that the only way they can make gains in power and influence is at the expense of U.S. power and influence. That is a recipe for conflict. It's pretty alarming. If there's any good news, they also assess, though, that Xi Jinping needs stability right now because he's got problems at home, and so he wants to try to keep the peace in the relationship with the United States, at least for the next year or so. But they also have designs on Taiwan, which is going to be a pain point for years to come.
Ken, I have to say from listening to some of this myself that one of the things that was interesting to me was, right along what you just discussed with China, of course, Russia and the war in Ukraine. TikTok was brought up in this, and it comes at the same time that we have this bipartisan bill that could, expand the ability for this to essentially go away, to act on this concern. Tell us what intelligence leaders said and where they seem to land on how to manage that platform and how much of a threat it is.
This is such a difficult issue. And look, my kids use TikTok every day, and so do millions of Americans. But intelligence and national security leaders say, look, this is owned by a Chinese company. There's a huge national security threat here, both in the data that they can be required to turn over to the Chinese military, but also in the ability of China to tinker with the algorithm to subtly introduce propaganda into the American populace. Now, the problem with this is they say they don't have really a lot of evidence that that's happening now, and that was discussed at this hearing. There's some things around the edges that people are concerned about, but no big evidence that the Chinese are taking advantage of this now. It's more of a theoretical problem, but it is a problem nonetheless. It's hard to imagine an out-and-out ban at this moment on TikTok, given how popular it is.
Yeah, I think it's hard for us to imagine, in our daily lives, if you are users of it, like a lot of people are, most people are, but we are seeing private entities and even on federal phones, things like that, entities take action into their own hands and decide, hey, that's not going on this phone, which is kind of interesting. Let's turn to one of the other things that I mentioned, of course, Russia. What are intelligence leaders saying about the state of the conflict in Ukraine?
So they're saying that it's unlikely that Russia is going to make territorial gains over the next year. It's really kind of a stalemated situation right now, despite this furious fighting and the attacks we saw overnight. But they say that Vladimir Putin believes that he has time on his side, that eventually the West will tire of helping Ukraine. And so what that suggests is that we're in for a long haul here as the U.S. is spending billions and billions of dollars to help Ukraine fend off that Russian invasion, Savannah.
Ken Delaney, we packed a lot in there. Thank you so much for reporting and covering it.
Thanks a million.
All right, well, former NBA star Shawn Kemp is facing a felony drive-by shooting charge. He was booked into a Washington state jail last night.
Yeah, in a video of the incident that was posted to Twitter, you can apparently both see and hear Kemp fire a shot in the middle of a parking lot. According to police, one car fled the scene while Kemp was taken into custody. There, you just heard that. NBC News has reached out to a rep for Kemp, and we are still awaiting comment. NBC News correspondent Nyala Charles joins us now on this. Hey, Nyala, so at this point, what do we know about this incident? Walk us through some of the details.
Yeah, well, Vicki, Savannah, Shawn Kemp was once a six-time NBA All-Star. He retired in 2003, and now he's arrested for a drive-by shooting outside of a Tacoma, Washington mall. No one was injured, but police say it happened yesterday afternoon where two drivers got into an altercation. One of the drivers shot at the other several times. Officers say he was booked without incident, but they did find a gun at the scene. If convicted, Kemp's looking at a possible 10 years in prison. Vicki, Savannah?
Nyala, let's talk about this. This is actually not the first time something like this involving Shawn Kemp has happened. He was arrested twice on drug charges. That happened in the early 2000s. Have we heard anything from his camp?
Right, Vicki, he now owns at least one cannabis shop in Seattle. So he appears to still be in jail, so we haven't heard from him. He appears to be awaiting arraignment, but the district attorney's office tells us they're reviewing the case to determine if he will be charged. Vicki?
NBC News correspondent Nyala Charles. Thank you, Nyala.
Now, will the Oscars make history this weekend? The biggest nominees to watch for. When we come back, there is more NBC News Daily right after this.
Stay on top of breaking news and the biggest stories of the day with NBC News Daily.
Thank you so much for joining us. I'm Morgan Radford.
And I'm Vicki Wynn.
I'm Aaron Gilchrist.
And I'm Kate Snow.
Get in-depth reporting from across the country.
What's your reaction to the president's comments?
And around the world.
Are Ukrainians continuing to make advances?
And ways you can take care of your health.
Who should be getting tested? And frankly, how often?
And your wallet.
Costs are skyrocketing. How to manage soaring prices.
NBC News Daily. Weekdays from 12 to 4 p.m. Eastern on NBC News Now.
Well, welcome back. We are just 3 days away from Hollywood's hottest event, and it could be one to remember for all, hopefully, the right reasons.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. Hopefully. All right, we've got Angela Bassett, Kiwi Kwan, and Michelle Yeoh. They could all make Oscars history if they win in their respective acting categories. Everybody's so excited about all of them.
I really am.
Yeah,
they're all so deserving.
So exactly.
For those performances.
So much fun. Well, NBC News entertainment contributor and CEO of Pop Viewers, Chris Witherspoon, joins us now to break this all down. Hi, Chris.
I'm so excited, if you can't tell.
Isn't this like your Super Bowl?
Thank you. Thank you.
Like really
It's my Super Bowl. You're right.
Absolutely
Yes.
fabulous. But yes, you're heading into your Super Bowl, the Oscars. Okay, so on top of everything we just said, that's very exciting, and this history that could be made.
Yes.
The Oscars are, not short necessarily on controversy sometimes. There's a couple things that are bubbling right now already. I know, walk us through those.
What would the Oscars be without a big scandal? It has become some kind of scandal. The first one is an Oscar voter came out in an interview with IndieWire this week and said that they hadn't seen Black Panther Wakanda Forever.
That's crazy.
So it's a really big story. The literal quote was, "I haven't seen Black Panther Wakanda Forever. I don't know why I passed it by. I always liked Angela Bassett, so I'll be prone to vote for her." And this movie was snubbed for Best Picture and also some of the major acting categories. So it's really important, though, the 9,500 members of the Academy actually watch these things that they're voting for.
Right.
This is a publicist who came on.
Wait, sorry. So just to be clear, what you're saying is that this, okay. Right. Well, I'm not sure who said it, but somebody said that they were going to be prone to vote for her in this role without having seen the role.
Yes, but the most important part is they haven't watched the movie, so it also, when you think about the snubs that happen for the films that don't make the Best Picture, it's like if you don't watch, you don't know why she's nominated.
Right.
Yeah,
absolutely. Oof! Oh my gosh.
And one more scandal kind of right now. Is Michelle Yeoh. She's nominated for Everything Everywhere All at Once.
Oh yeah,
there was a big story that came out in Vogue this week that I thought the story was great. Talked about how it's been 2 decades since we've had a non-white Best Actress winner. She posted this story to her Instagram on like little snippets of it where it talked about how Cate Blanchett has won 2 Oscars already and she still hasn't won 1. I had to take it down right away on Tuesday because apparently there's a rule, you guys, nominee rule number 11 that says that you can't campaign against a fellow nominee.
Right.
So that post kind of could be seen as her campaigning.
Sure.
She has not broken a rule. She's not in any trouble. She still will be at the award show on Sunday.
Are they still voting or are the votes done by now?
Well, the votes weren't done by the time she posted it on Tuesday. So technically that could have been a little bit of drama.
It's also an interesting one because I think you can also just see it as, posting about what Vogue is saying
and
about
when you're at Vogue, you
post
when you
a
make it to
campaign
Vogue.
against someone.
Exactly. Yeah. All right, let's talk about Star Wars. What's happening in this galaxy far, far away?
So listen, the Force is not strong with the Star Wars film franchise, okay? There are 2 films that were meant to come out in the near future that have been scrapped, according to Variety. Rogue Squadron from Wonder Woman director Patty Jenkins, and also an unnamed Star Wars feature from the president of Marvel Studios, Kevin Feige. So fans are really upset, but the good news is there's so much Star Wars stuff happening over on Disney+.
Yeah.
The Mandalorian show that came out in 2019, 26 million subscribers joined Disney+ because of that, and I think that just shows you their attention is really focused on the Disney+ shows like the Andor, Mandalorian, Obi-Wan Kenobi, because the eyeballs are there and they're able to really bring those subscribers in.
You're like, if you're upset, go sign up for Disney+. You'll get your fill.
4 episodes of Mando, and that's a movie for you.
I love it.
That's a Star Wars movie for you.
Very quickly, we've only got 30 seconds. What should we watch this weekend if we're streaming?
Okay, so the finale of Poker Face. I'm a huge fan of this series,
yeah.
guys.
A lot of people are.
I mean, it's been a big get for Peacock. And also, if you're a big fan of Stream 6 is finally in theaters this weekend. It takes place in New York City. Jenna Ortega, who's in the building right now for SNL.
That's right.
She's also going to be in this film. And this just makes New York City a little bit more scary when you watch
Chris Witherspoon, you are the best. Go Super Bowl, Oscar man.
Yes.
See you soon. Thank you, Chris.
Thank you. All right. You're watching NBC News Daily.
Hey, I'm Hallie. It's good to be with you tonight. There's another legal filing today, and I want to cut through some of the weedsy stuff. And let's just get to the point. They have started to vote on the PACT Act. If you're like, Hallie, stop speaking Washingtonese. This bill would basically give health care to veterans who have exposed to these toxic chemicals. So, Scott, I'm trying to make this as not DC as possible. The increased sort of anger that we've seen now in politics. I saw you searching for, I think, your microphone, Danny. You are.
I was trying to do it on the slide.
Live TV, man. It's okay.
This is what it looks and feels
What's the latest film? The bigger piece to the puzzle.
We begin tonight with breaking news.
How much water ultimately will be forced inland?
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
Welcome back. The age-old question, are we alone in the universe? It's being asked again. A new report released jointly by the Pentagon and Harvard-based astronomers now claiming that interstellar objects detected in deep space could be signs of intelligent extraterrestrial life. NBC News correspondent Gadi Schwartz takes a look.
Move over Chinese spy balloon or whatever else U.S. fighter jet shot down last month out of Harvard University, a draft paper about mysterious flying objects sounding almost like science fiction.
I think it's very likely that we are not the most intelligent civilization that ever existed.
Renowned Harvard astronomer Avi Loeb teaming up with the new head of the Pentagon's UFO office, dubbed the All-Domain Anomaly Resolution Office. Together, they say that interstellar objects detected in space could be signs of extraterrestrial life, and that current sky mapping technology, like the James Webb Space Telescope, could miss such objects.
It could have been a mother ship that released some probes in the habitable region around the sun. If we have a visitor to our backyard, we should observe it at first.
Professor Loeb now leading the charge to build better arrays of sensors to capture anomalies, but saying for now everything is hypothetical, and his paper is really meant to remind UFO hunters not to forget the laws of physics.
As much as the reports from military personnel are intriguing and motivate my work right now, I want my instruments to tell me what is really happening.
Meanwhile, more videos surfacing showing odd objects have been leaked to documentary UFO filmmaker Jeremy Corbell, who recently released pictures of an orb shape over Mosul, and these images showing a cylinder flying over a rock. The Pentagon not commenting on the recent videos, but confirming prior videos released by Corbell had been filmed by service members. As for what they are, definitive explanations remain out of reach. Gadi Schwartz, NBC News.
That is fascinating and certainly gets you thinking. Well, now, when most people get into their 90s, life slows down a bit, but it's not the case for everyone. NBC News correspondent Emily Aketa found a fearless 94-year-old grandmother that still enjoys living life on the edge.
I love you too.
Woo, here we go.
New Jersey grandma Marge Wardensky's motto is simple: YOLO.
You only live once. Take your chances.
That's her preparing for her latest thrill at age 94, almost 95, ready to jump out of a plane last month in Hawaii. This breathtaking moment, skydiving with her granddaughter Chelsea, an early celebration of Marge's 95th birthday in August.
It really is great. You get out there and go, ah, you know.
Her thrill-seeking years didn't start until she was in her 80s, after the death of her husband, a World War II veteran.
Always wanted to do it, you know, be adventurous, and he didn't want me to do it. So he died, I did it.
Her recent daredevil activities include ziplining, hand gliding, and hot air ballooning, too.
I said, go for it. You want to do something, go for it.
She loves to poke fun at her more grounded friends.
Chicken.
I think it's wonderful that she has the courage to do what she does.
Would you do it?
No. No. I'm not that adventurous.
And she's not done. She wants to make another skydive, this time with nieces and nephews.
To see the joy on her face, there's a huge smile the whole time. People a quarter of her age are
terrified of what, the adventurous things that she does.
She may only be 94, but this grandma taking a leap of faith and showing us all how to keep it 100. Emily Ikeda, NBC News.
We all want to keep it 100 like that, lady. Yeah, that was amazing.
Oh my gosh, amazing. All right. Well, here's what's trending now. iHeartMedia is launching a new podcast network, Outspoken, and it's dedicated to LGBTQ plus voices. The network will be backed by major stars, including JoJo Siwa, who will both host and executive produce her own show. A company statement says they are building a space for LGBTQ plus talent and listeners everywhere to celebrate who they are.
Remember Sunny D? Yeah, definitely.
100% obsessed.
Well, guess what? The juice brand is now launching Sunny D vodka seltzer, Savannah. That's hitting stores nationwide. It's going to be a tangy orange flavored beverage. It'll have 4.5% alcohol at 95 calories, 0 sugar. It will be featured at select Walmart stores starting Saturday, Savannah. So, it's out there if you're a Sunny D fan.
Wait,
it's getting a little alcoholic.
I don't normally like those things.
Yeah.
That I'm going to
might be into. All right.
Cheers.
I'm Vicky Wynn.
And I'm Savannah Sellers. You're watching NBC News Daily.
This is what it looks and feels
the latest
like.
the bigger piece of the puzzle.
We begin tonight with breaking news.
How much water ultimately will be forced inland?
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
Watch NBC Nightly News with Lester Holt or listen wherever you get your podcasts.
We begin tonight with breaking news just coming in.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
Hi, everybody. I'm Aaron Gilchrist.
And I'm Kate Snow. NBC News Daily starts right now. Today, Thursday, March 9th, 2023, breaking news under fire. Yet another Norfolk Southern train jumping the tracks hours before the company's CEO appeared before Congress. His apology to lawmakers and the promises he's making.
Air scare. The man seen in this video going on a violent rant in the sky faces a judge. The possible punishment for attacking a flight attendant.
Season for sneezing. Allergy sufferers know well spring just around the corner. Why doctors say allergy seasons are getting longer and longer and more severe.
And dropping the love bomb. First they say they love you, then they vanish into thin air. Has that ever happened to you? Well, there is a term for it, what it is, and what to do if it happens to you. It is 11 a.m. in Bakersfield, 1 p.m. in Duluth, and 2 p.m. in New York City.
We begin this hour with two breaking stories linked directly to each other. The CEO of Norfolk Southern is on Capitol Hill apologizing for the toxic train derailment in East Palestine, Ohio.
But just hours before his testimony, another Norfolk Southern train derailed, this time in Alabama. Emergency crews say there were no injuries or hazardous leaks there, but the timing is clearly putting the issue of train safety in razor-sharp focus.
NBC News congressional correspondent Julie Sirkin is following this hearing closely for us. Julie, did this latest derailment in Alabama factor into the CEO's comments today?
Well, Kate, I have to tell you, he didn't mention it until he was questioned by Senator Sheldon Whitehouse about it later on in the hearing. And even so, it was just a brief mention. And this just goes to show you how many of these derailments happen all the time, virtually across this country. We know that at least 4 have happened in Ohio alone in the last 5 months, according to Senator Sherrod Brown, who's the senior Democrat from that state. But look, this hearing was really focused on two things. One, this issue, the cleanup surrounding it. Of course, this hearing was held in the Environment and Public Works Committee. They heard from EPA officials as well. And two, this was also focused from Democrats, at least, what kind of reforms rail companies in general plan to make, not only when it comes to safety, but also when it comes to how they treat their people. Take a listen to this exchange between Senator Bernie Sanders and the CEO, Alan Shaw.
We're going to do what's right for the citizens of
What's right is to cover their health care needs. Will you do that?
Everything is on the table, sir.
Would you live there, given what you've seen?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
I believe that the air is safe. I believe that the water is safe.
Will you commit to helping those people outside of the 1 mile radius? That's my question. Yes or no?
Senator, we already are.
You already are?
Yes, sir.
All right. Well, that's not clear.
Okay.
Will you commit to compensating affected homeowners for their diminished property values?
Senator, I'm committing to do what's right.
And you heard there Senator Graham bouncing off of Senator Sanders' questioning, kind of continuing that line of thought. Markey there at the end as well. And look, in his opening remarks, Shaw said that he's committed at least $20 million to help the 4,000 plus residents there. And he said that's, quote, just a down payment.
So in terms of Congress here, Julie, what's the end game? What kind of legislation are lawmakers looking at, considering now, to try to shore up rail safety in this country?
Yeah, well, look, first understand that the rail industry has largely operated with guidelines rather than laws that are enforceable. So this bipartisan Rail Safety Act, introduced by Ohio and Pennsylvania senators as well as a few Republicans, is really meant to secure some of those provisions, such as making sure that there are at least 2 crew members per train car, making sure that this precision scheduling railroad system is on the right tracks, again, to make sure that things like this don't happen again. But its potential for passage is another question. Senator Vance said that he wants his Republican colleagues to pay attention and have the people in mind rather than the rail companies. But that's a big open question when it comes to the House, where Republicans are in charge.
All right, Julie Sirkin on Capitol Hill for us today. Thank you, Julie.
More than 30 million people are under weather alerts nationwide today. 16 states are in the path of 2 big storms. Meteorologist Bill Cairns is with us now. Bill, where are these 2 storms right now? Where are they headed?
Yeah, let's start with the one on the west coast. And this is a powerful plume of moisture that's heading onshore. Rain has already begun. It's going to pour for the next about 48 hours in different locations. And you can just see how quickly the rain is moving in. Only the snow at the highest of levels. We're concerned initially with the heavy rain in the Santa Cruz Mountains. The San Lorenzo River is expected to crest later tonight and tomorrow morning in major flood stage. That's going to be an issue. And rainfall totals, even in like Santa Maria, almost 2 inches. San Francisco, 2 inches of rain. But when we get in the mountains, that's where we could get 3 to 6 inches of rainfall. And if we get that mixed in with some snow melt, we could have some serious runoff issues. No flash flood warnings at the current time. I expect that to change later on this evening when we get a chance of mudslides and landslides. And as I mentioned, the snow levels are really high, about 2 to 6 feet at the highest levels. But that's even above some of the ski resort areas. And the winds will be strong, too. too. We will have a chance of some power outages. Later tonight is when we expect the peak of the winds throughout all these areas. Even coastal areas like Monterey could be about 51-mile-per-hour winds. And then at the same time, we have a separate storm moving through the Midwest. We have winter storm warnings in areas just north of Des Moines, right around the Milwaukee area. And it does look like we're going to see significant snow, especially Chicago northward, southern Wisconsin, tomorrow morning around Detroit. And then we're going to watch this Friday heading through areas of interior Northeast. A lot of action on the maps. Very busy week ahead.
Yeah, you've had a busy week too, Bill. Thank you so much.
We're learning new information about a fifth person who almost joined the 4 Americans who were kidnapped in Mexico. The group all grew up together, according to the wife of one of the survivors. They were from South Carolina, where the local community held a vigil last night. NBC News correspondent Allison Barber is in South Carolina, in Lake City there. So, Allison, what more are we learning about this fifth person?
Hey, Aaron, so this fifth victim has now identified herself by name in an interview with the Associated Press. And what we're learning today is that she really seems to have been the first person to alert U.S. authorities, local police, to the fact that something might be off. She told police that she had traveled from South Carolina with the 4 people who ultimately went into Mexico, friends of hers. She said they were traveling because one of the friends, Latavia McGee, was going to have a cosmetic procedure in Mexico. She said that she did not cross the border into Mexico because she did not have her ID. But when she contacted police on Saturday to say that she was worried about her friends, she told them she had not seen them since the morning before, about 24 hours before. I want to read some directly from an incident report that was filed with police in Brownsville, Texas. We just obtained this a couple of hours ago. The police report says this, quote, Cheryl, that's the woman, appeared to be worried and nervous. She has tried calling her friends their cell phones, but they sound turned off. Cheryl stated that she would not be surprised if her friends got arrested because they are known to party and use narcotics. It goes on to say that she stated the only reason she didn't cross was because she did not have her ID with her. 2 of those friends, we know they did not survive this trip. 2 others, they have survived, and they were receiving medical treatment in Texas. Mexican authorities have said they really believe this was a case of mistaken identity and that the 4 Americans did nothing to provoke this. Instead, they have said they think they were simply in the wrong place at the wrong time, but have also emphasized that this is still an ongoing investigation. In terms of the 2 who survived, one of them was seriously wounded. His name is Eric Williams. He was shot in the leg. I spoke to his wife just a couple of hours ago. She said he had a second surgery today, and she actually did not know that he was planning to go to Mexico. Listen to what she told me.
He was shot 3 times, 2 in one leg and in the other once. And I do know that the bones in his legs were shattered. I didn't know that my husband was going to Mexico. He told me he was going with another friend to help a friend, to help him with some other things.
The search for the gunman is still ongoing, but right now in this community, there's a bit of relief that some have made it home, but absolute devastation that 2 others did not. Aaron.
Allison Barber for us in South Carolina. Allison, thank you.
The man accused of a violent outburst on a United Airlines flight will have his day in court today.
The chaotic incident was caught on cell phone video. Investigators say Francisco Severo Torres attacked a flight attendant and threatened passengers on that Boston-bound flight on Sunday. NBC News correspondent Emily Ikeda joins us now. So, Emily, what can you tell us about Torres' court appearance today and what United is saying about the incident?
Good afternoon, guys. So literally just a few minutes ago, Francisco Torres entered the federal courtroom in Massachusetts. He was handcuffed. He sat down, staring straight ahead. I'm learning from our producer in the courtroom. He has a detention hearing this afternoon. Essentially, that will be a judge will decide whether or not to grant a pretrial release. Will he stay in custody as this case moves in court? Earlier this week, Torres pleaded not guilty to a federal charge of interference with flight crew members using a dangerous weapon. That's after after, as you're seeing in this video playing out, showing the chaotic moments on the plane on Sunday, the United flight. He's accused of attempting to open the emergency exit door and then allegedly, repeatedly trying to stab a flight attendant with a broken metal spoon. Thankfully, some fast-acting passengers and crew members tackled him and restrained him until the flight landed. United says that it is banning Torres from flying on its planes, pending an investigation, saying it has zero tolerance for this kind of violence, a violence that we've seen an uptick in over the past several years. More than 2,300 reports of unruly passengers just in 2022, guys.
All right, Emily Aketa, thank you.
American Airlines is prepared to give pilots a pay bump, and a classic car breaks a record at auction.
Steve Kovac joins us now with today's CNBC Money Minute. Hi, Steve.
Hey, Kate. Yeah, the CEO of American Airlines is telling pilots that the carrier will match pay increases from its rival Delta. American pilots could make up to $590,000 a year after Delta's pilots ratified a contract last week with 34% in cumulative raises. Airline labor unions are seeking big pay increases as travel demand rebounds from the pandemic. I'm going to get my pilot's license now. A classic car auction at Amelia Island, Florida, saw record prices for some rare vehicles. Total sales at the auction topped $178 million, with the top seller a 1962 Ferrari, which went for a shocking $18 million. Clear signs here that the collectible market remains strong despite recession fears and falling stocks. And new research suggests that happiness improves with higher earnings up to $500,000 a year. Previous studies had suggested that money could only buy happiness up to a point, which was around $75,000 in annual earnings. A lot of people are going to be American airline pilots now, guys.
I just want to flag all three of your stories are connected by high income.
I know. There's a whole thread there. I love it.
It is. All right. Steve Kovac.
Thanks.
Thank you. Coming up, why experts believe extraterrestrial life may be more than just science fiction. You're watching NBC News Daily.
What do people need most right now? Did the state and/or law enforcement drop the ball? Migrant families now stranded in Mexico. What's the World Cup experience been like?
It's your news playlist. Top story with Tom Amos. Weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Hey, podcast fans, ready to unlock our true crime mysteries? Try Dateline Premium on Apple Podcasts. You'll get early access to originals, plus bonus content, and everything is ad-free. So head to Apple Podcasts now to subscribe.
For the second time this week, we're hearing about a violent outburst on a commercial flight. This latest case involves a passenger on a Southwest plane as people were boarding the flight. It comes as the acting federal aviation chief faced questions from lawmakers about safety in the skies. Here's NBC's Tom Costello.
No! Do not hit him again! Don't approach me, my friend. Do not hit him again!
It's the latest chaotic scene on a U.S. flight, this time before the plane even taxied for takeoff.
Get off of it! Stop it!
Video from a Southwest Airlines flight, Dallas to Phoenix on Monday, appears to show a man shout at and then hit another passenger. In a statement, Southwest tells NBC News in part, our flight crews are well trained in de-escalation, and we commend them for managing the situation.
I will kill every man on this plane!
Just 24 hours earlier, another passenger became violent on a United flight. Investigators say that man made threats, tried to open an emergency door, and attacked a flight attendant with a broken metal spoon before other passengers subdued him. On Wednesday, the acting FAA administrator speaking to lawmakers about aviation safety.
So what would have happened if he had succeeded in opening the door mid-flight?
He would not have been able to open the door in flight while it's pressurized.
While rare, this week's episodes highlight the threats flight crews are facing. Flight attendants are routinely offered voluntary defense training led by air marshals.
Pretend like you got a bug under this foot and squash it. Squash it. There it is.
Air marshals are not on every flight, and the TSA chief says even when they are, it's not always their job to intervene.
Our concern is somebody trying to hijack an aircraft or do damage that might be catastrophic to that aircraft overall. We don't want all eyes going on somebody that's engaged in a physical assault.
The FAA has a zero-tolerance policy for unruly behavior with PSA, billboard, and meme reminders. Perhaps best summed up by Granny, don't embarrass me. I raised you better than to act that way. Police did not make any arrests in that Southwest Dallas incident, but anybody who acts up on a plane can face fines of up to $37,000 per offense, criminal charges, and banned for life by that airline. Now, the nation's largest flight attendants union continues to push for a federal version of that ban. So if you act up on one airline and they ban you, you'd be banned across all airlines. Congress right now is considering that ban. Back to you.
Well, we have long questioned whether we're alone in the universe. Well, what if we've seen evidence of life beyond Earth and just didn't know it? The Pentagon and a Harvard scientist have teamed up on a new draft report that tackles that very question. Here's NBC's Gotti Schwartz.
Move over Chinese spy balloon or whatever else U.S. fighter jet shot down last month. Out of Harvard University, a draft paper about mysterious flying objects sounding almost like science fiction.
I think it's very likely that we are not the most intelligent civilization that ever existed.
Renowned Harvard astronomer Avi Loeb teaming up with the new head of the Pentagon's UFO office, dubbed the All-Domain Anomaly Resolution Office. Together, they say that interstellar objects detected in space could be signs of extraterrestrial life, and that current sky mapping technology, like the James Webb Space Telescope, could miss such objects.
It could have been a mother ship that released some probes in the habitable region around the sun. If we have a visitor to our backyard, we should observe it at first.
Professor Loeb now leading the charge to build better arrays of sensors to capture anomalies, but saying for now everything is hypothetical, and his paper is really meant to remind UFO hunters not to forget the laws of physics.
As much as the reports from military personnel are intriguing and motivate my work right now, I want my instruments to tell me what is really happening.
Meanwhile, more videos surfacing showing odd objects have been leaked to documentary UFO filmmaker Jeremy Corbell, who recently released pictures of an orb shape over Mosul, and these images showing a cylinder flying over a rock. The Pentagon not commenting on the recent videos, but confirming prior videos released by Corbell had been filmed by service members. As for what they are, definitive explanations remain out of reach. Gotti Schwartz, NBC News.
Police have revoked the license of the venue where two women died at a rap concert in New York last weekend. Rondesha Belton and Brandy Miller were fatally injured in a crowd stampede during a show headlined by rapper Glorilla on Sunday at the Main Street Armory in Rochester. Another woman is still in the hospital in critical condition. The police chief says he made the decision to revoke the license after the venue's owner failed to attend a scheduled meeting.
Coming up, the deepening struggle for families in need of food now that emergency benefits have expired. You're watching NBC News Daily.
Stay on top of breaking news and the biggest stories of the day with NBC News Daily.
Thank you so much for joining us. I'm Morgan Radford.
And I'm Vicki Wynn.
I'm Aaron Gilchrist.
And I'm Kate Snow.
Get in-depth reporting from across the country.
What's your reaction to the president's comments?
And around the world.
Are Ukrainians continuing to make advances?
And ways you can take care of your health.
Who should be getting tested? And frankly, how often?
And your wallet.
Costs are skyrocketing. How to manage soaring prices.
NBC News Daily. Weekdays from 12 to 4 p.m. Eastern on NBC News Now.
In the aftermath of that toxic Ohio train derailment, the Association of American Railroads plans to install 1,000 new heat detectors. They are the focus of investigations into that crash in East Palestine. There's one problem, though. A key union that installs the detectors says it doesn't have the workers to do the job. CNBC's Lorianne LaRocco joins us now. Lorianne, these safety measures obviously are really critical. Why aren't there enough workers to get the work done?
Well, Aaron, the lack of labor is the result of what's called precision scheduled railroading. That's when railroad carriers run fewer and longer trains, which unions say has impacted their quality of life, and people are quitting. Michael Baldwin, president of the Brotherhood of Railway Signalmen, told me their construction workforce, which is responsible for installing these detectors, is only staffed at 40%. Baldwin says the railroads are attempting to hire, but the problem is they're only retaining 40 to 50% of people because they're leaving after training. Now, in a statement to CNBC, a Norfolk spokesman said the company has hired and trained more than 150 new employees and continues to hire.
Well, you know, Lorianne, this rail safetyness is not a new issue, right? Are we more aware of these derailments, or are they actually happening more often?
They're actually quite common, and now we're just unfortunately more aware of them. Some rail experts blame the precision railroading because trains are stacked by destination, not by weight. So when a train stops, the momentum of those loaded cars pushes into the empty cars and lifts them up off the rail. Now, the Association of American Railroads tells me over the last 10 years, less than 1% of all train accidents have resulted in a hazmat release. Aaron?
All right, Lorianne LaRocco for us at CNBC today. Lorianne, thanks.
Some mixed news when it comes to women in the workforce. More women have stepped into higher-paying jobs traditionally dominated by men, and women also continue to be overrepresented in occupations that pay less. Those findings based on new data out this month, which also shows the pay gap between women and men hasn't gone away. NBC's Vaughn Hilliard has more.
The gender wage gap in America persisting into 2023. The efforts to close it ongoing, but the reality starkly unchanged. Data from the Pew Research Center details how women in the American workforce are making 82 cents for every dollar that men make. The rate narrowing by just 2 cents since 2002. 28-year-old Cindy Sue works in costuming at Disney World in Florida.
Typically, the female roles are seen as less, and so it doesn't deserve to be compensated for the same amount as a man's job should be.
She's one of nearly 1,000 union costuming workers at Disney World fighting for a new contract and against what she says are ingrained differences in the way women's work is viewed when compared to the roles traditionally dominated by men.
I feel like when people think of what a seamstress is, they probably are like reminded of their grandma who fixed a button on their pants. And it's like at Disney, this job is not like that at all. All the machines we use are industrial machines.
Sue points to the limited pay increase opportunities compared to those working in more male-dominated positions, like rigging, tech, and lighting. Disney did not return NBC's request for comment, but has said in a 2021 report that a gender pay gap does not mean that women make less than their male counterparts doing the same job. The president of the local union telling NBC News this issue goes beyond Disney World.
Why has the narrowing of the wage gap stalled here in the 21st century?
Around the time parenthood approaches, ages 35 to 44, when you are most likely to have young children at home, we see a wage gap widen.
Is that because of the traditional views of who bears responsibility for childcare?
Yes, that has something to do with it. There are social and cultural norms at work. And in an accompanying survey we did, in fact, women are much more likely to say that they feel greater responsibility to take care of family needs.
The World Economic Forum estimates that at this rate, it would take 132 years to close the wage gap.
And guys, when we're talking about the variables at play, it is so layered. You know, in a past Pew survey, more than 40% of women in the workforce said that they felt that they had also been discriminated against, passed over for key job opportunities, promotions, but also when you're talking about childcare. So often still that resonates that traditional view of who bears responsibility for childcare. You even see it in so many companies, the difference between maternity leave and paternity leave that is offered, but then also when the child is born, the cost of childcare. This is very difficult, and when you start to really look at the layers of this here, there's a reason why, as women also get older, the gap only increases even more.
Vaughn Hilliard, thank you.
The day's biggest political stories with trusted insight and expert analysis. A daily look at the politics behind the headlines. Meet the Press Now, streaming weekdays at 4 p.m. on NBC News Now.
What do people need most right now? Did the state and/or law enforcement drop the ball? Migrant families now stranded in Mexico. What's the World Cup experience been like?
It's your news playlist. Top Story with Tom Amos. Weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Bottom of the hour now. Here are some of the stories making headlines on NBC News Daily.
Breaking news, Senate Minority Leader Mitch McConnell is being treated for a concussion after tripping and falling last night. A spokesman says McConnell tripped during a reception for a Republican Political Action Committee. He was taken to a nearby hospital where he stayed overnight. McConnell is expected to remain there for a few days of observation and treatment.
Former NBA player Shawn Kemp is under arrest and facing charges in a drive-by shooting. The incident happened at a shopping mall parking lot yesterday. Videos taken by nearby witnesses appear to show Kemp arguing with someone in a vehicle and firing multiple gunshots. Kemp was booked into a jail in Tacoma, Washington in that area last night.
Syracuse men's basketball coach Jim Boeheim is leaving the team after 47 seasons. He began playing for the Orange in 1962 and started his career as a head coach in 1976. Boeheim coached the team to a national title in 2003. Associate head coach Adrian Autry will become head coach next season. We are following breaking news out of Israel right now. Emergency services are responding to a reported shooting in Tel Aviv. NBC News foreign correspondent Raf Sanchez is in Tel Aviv. Raf, there's been a lot of violence recently. What more can you tell us tonight?
Well, Kate, in just the last few minutes, Israeli police have confirmed this was a shooting attack in the heart of Tel Aviv. They say 3 Israeli civilians were injured. One of them is in critical condition. They are saying that the gunman was neutralized by Israeli police officers. We don't know exactly what that means, whether the gunman was killed or wounded. But this is an attack that is shaken this city after what has already been a chaotic day here, Kate.
And Raf, this is in Tel Aviv that we're talking about. For people who don't know, that's separate and apart from the territories in the West Bank that we often talk about. You've got Secretary of Defense Lloyd Austin making a visit to Israel today. As all this fighting has increased in recent weeks, what did we hear from Secretary Austin?
Well, the secretary said he was deeply concerned by this violence that we've been seeing both inside Israel, as you said, and in the occupied West Bank. We are only 2 months into 2023, but this is already some of the worst violence in 20 years. Take a listen to what the secretary had to say at a press conference earlier alongside the Israeli defense minister.
We're meeting today at a time of tension. So we had a very frank and candid discussion among friends about the need to de-escalate, to lower tensions, and to restore calm. We're especially disturbed by violence by settlers against Palestinians. So we'll continue to oppose actions that could push a two-state solution further out of reach.
And Kate, just to underscore the violence, of course, the shooting in Tel Aviv earlier tonight, but this morning, Israeli security forces killing 3 members of the Palestinian Islamic Jihad militant group. Possible that tonight's shooting might have been a reaction to those killings earlier. When the secretary talks about Israeli settler attacks against Palestinians, we have seen a real uptick by Jewish extremists in the West Bank attacking Palestinian civilians, especially in this small town called Hawara in the northern West Bank. We met a Palestinian family, Kate, who earlier this week were in their car coming out of a supermarket, and an Israeli settler attacked them with an axe. The grandfather there injured in hospital. Kate.
Raf Sanchez, based in Tel Aviv for us, following it all. Thank you.
And major developments this hour in the war in Ukraine. Russia has just unleashed its biggest missile attack in that country in weeks. Dozens of missiles bombarded residential areas and targeted critical infrastructure, knocking out power to several key regions. At least 6 people were killed across the country. Now, Europe's largest nuclear power plant, which is in Ukraine, had to switch to emergency generators again. That plant was hit by shelling, which cut it off from the main power grid. Power has since been restored. NBC News correspondent Aaron McLaughlin is in eastern Ukraine for us now. Aaron, the weapons Russia used in this attack are getting a lot of attention today. Help us to understand why that is.
Yeah, that's right, Aaron. Of the 81 missiles and drones that were used to attack Ukrainian territory today, 6 of those missiles were hypersonic weapons, which raised a lot of eyebrows here in Ukraine and beyond because of the capabilities of the hypersonic missiles. They're capable of going far distances. They're very powerful weapons, travel very fast. But it's previously thought that Russia didn't have that many hypersonic weapons in its arsenal. They're extraordinarily expensive. They are also very capable of evading Ukraine's air defense systems, which it did effectively this morning. One hypersonic missile striking a power plant right in the heart of Kyiv. The whole capital seemingly woke up to the sound of a massive boom that echoed throughout the streets, cutting off power to 40% of the city, and they're still working to restore heat to the city as I speak, Aaron.
And Aaron, that nuclear power plant in Zaporizhzhia is back on the main power grid now. We know that. What are leaders saying about the risks involved here should Russia attack that area again?
You know, that was one of the more terrifying aspects of today. A missile, according to Ukrainian officials, striking one of the main power lines connecting the Zaporizhzhia nuclear power plant to the main power supply in Ukraine, forcing it onto these backup generators. And the director general of the IAEA sounding the alarm, even though they were able to restore power to the Zaporizhzhia nuclear power plant. The director general was very concerned about the overall situation, given that this is the 6th time that this has happened. Take a listen to what he had to say.
This cannot go on. I am astonished by the complacency. Yes, the complacency. What are we doing to prevent this from happening? Each time we are rolling a dice. And if we allow this to continue time after time, then one day our luck will run out.
And the fact of the matter is, Aaron, it is unclear what is being done to stop this from happening again. Very concerning, not only for people in Ukraine, but the whole of Europe, considering that Russian forces continue to occupy the Zaporizhzhia nuclear power plant. Aaron
McLaughlin live for us in Ukraine. Aaron, thank you. Back here in the U.S., since the start of the pandemic, many families have relied on extra food benefits from a program called SNAP. But that boost has now expired in 32 states and Washington, D.C. Now those SNAP households will now receive at least $95 fewer in food stamps each month. And that's leaving already strapped food banks bracing for an influx of people who need help. NBC News correspondent Marissa Parra is at a food pantry in Louisville, Kentucky today. Marissa, what are you hearing from folks there now that the SNAP program has been pulled back, the folks who need those benefits?
Hey, Aaron. So we're at Sisters Visitor Center Choice Food Pantry. You can probably see people behind me milling about getting their essentials for the week. And to your point, Kentucky is one of the 18 states that have rolled back this pandemic boost, if you will, that was a part of the SNAP benefits program. They instituted it at the start of the pandemic. And then again, there were states, Kentucky being among the 18 of them, who rolled it back, and that was last year. And now we have roughly 36 who rolled it back in the last week. So when we talk about this food pantry in particular, just to give you some numbers, some perspective here, March of last year, they said they were serving about 1,500 people a month. By August, just months later, they said they were serving 2,300 people a month. So certainly an increase, and they're not saying that that's a result of the SNAP boost being rolled back, but certainly they were not seeing a decrease as that was happening. And so people who have been on SNAP benefits since before the pandemic all the way through now that I've had a chance to speak to, including a mother of 5 who you're going to hear from in a moment, were describing the difference that they've felt, the difference in shopping, the difference in looking for food, the choices they've had to make as they fill their shopping cart.
And they make me cry. I have to tell them no on something that is healthy for them and isn't bad. But when I come here, at least I can say I can bring home a box of cookies to make their day smile a little more.
So she's ultimately grateful that she can feed her children, but obviously you can hear just one example of having to shop differently, having to make different decisions. Not everyone I've spoken to has that confidence that they'll be able to feed their families. This is a massive difference. In some states, depending on the size of the family, they're seeing a difference of hundreds of dollars here. So, Aaron, when it comes to these roughly 36 states that this went into effect, there is a sense of looking to states like Kentucky to get a sense of what's ahead for them.
All right, Marissa Parra for us in Kentucky today. Thank you.
A major data breach on Capitol Hill. A top House official says hackers have exposed the personal information of hundreds of lawmakers and staffers. Those hackers then apparently are trying to sell that data on the dark web. NBC News Justice and Intelligence correspondent Ken Delanian joins us now. Ken, what do we know specifically about the kind of information that was stolen?
Well, Kate, the Speaker of the House and the Democratic leader said in a letter that we obtained that the FBI found they could buy sensitive personal information from this breach on the dark web, including names of spouses, dependents, social security numbers, birthdays, addresses, all sorts of really personal stuff. Our colleague Kevin Collier from NBC News found that some of this information for sale himself. One hacker claimed to have the personal information of 170,000 people, including, again, names, birthdays, names of spouses. The hacker posted information from 11 users as a sample, but said that those data had been sold.
That's scary. This impacts people, I understand, who use DC HealthLink, which is a program that administers health care plans for members of Congress, for Capitol Hill staffers. How is the program responding to the breach?
That's right. It's a healthcare marketplace. And they told us in a statement that they have initiated a comprehensive investigation and are working with forensic investigators and law enforcement and are taking action to ensure the security and privacy of their users' personal information. They say they're in the process of notifying impacted customers and will provide identity and credit monitoring services. One letter we saw actually offer the option of people freezing their credit so that no one commits identity theft and messes up their credit case.
Yeah, that's a common tactic. Ken Delanian, thank you so much. Appreciate it.
Coming up, why allergy season is starting earlier and lasting longer. You're watching NBC News Daily.
Podcast fans, ready to unlock our true crime mysteries? Try Dateline Premium on Apple Podcasts. You'll get early access to originals, plus bonus content, and everything is ad-free. So head to Apple Podcasts now to subscribe.
Watch NBC Nightly News with Lester Holt or listen wherever you get your podcasts. The day's biggest political stories with trusted insight and expert analysis. a daily look at the politics behind the headlines. Meet the Press Now, streaming weekdays at 4 p.m. on NBC News Now.
In today's Daily Health, spring hasn't even officially started yet, and already allergy season's in full swing.
Yeah, according to Climate Central, allergy season is starting earlier, it's lasting longer, and it's getting more severe. Let's bring in NBC News senior medical correspondent Dr. John Torres. Dr. John, I'm dealing with it. I'm loading up on Claritin. Why is allergy season getting worse and longer, it seems to last longer?
And Kate and Aaron, just about anybody you talk to right now, they're going to tell you they're sneezing, they have itchy eyes, runny nose. It's just happening right now, and those seasons are happening more and more over the last few years. As a matter of fact, since 1970, they've been looking at it, and what's happened is the freeze-free period, that's the growing period for plants, has actually extended on the average by 15 days since 1970. That's over 2 weeks. On top of that, in some parts of the country, there are more intense growing days than other days, and they're much longer. For example, 85% of the 172 cities they looked at have extended freeze-free periods at growing season, and Reno had the highest number, 99 days extra growing season, which means that pollen can be out there, Aaron.
Yeah, I already have flowers popping up in my yard right now in March. So how does this all affect like pollen and mold and allergens?
Exactly. They go hand in hand, Kate. And what's happening is because you're having that extended growing season, you're having more pollen occur. And what they've also found out is the pollen season is 20 days more than it was back in 1970 on the average. Plus, because of all the moisture we have, we're having more plants as well. And that means that the pollen is more intense. On the average, 21% more pollen concentration now than we had just a few decades ago. So you can see how both having a longer growing period, more plants, and more pollen is affecting everybody.
So what do you recommend, Doc? I mean, what can we do to try to ward off the allergy attacks?
First and foremost, understand what you're allergic to. That's probably the biggest thing. And then look at pollen counts. If you're allergic to something that's going to be high that day, then you want to stay indoors, turn the air conditioner on. In the car, roll the windows up, use the air conditioner. And one big tip as well is when you get back home, especially before you go to bed, rinse your hair off, because it's what I call a pollen sponge. It's just going to collect a lot of pollen. You're going to put it on the pillow when you sleep. You're going to roll over and get a nose full of pollen, and that's going to make your allergies worse in the morning. And there are medicines, over-the-counter medicines you can use. They are very fantastic medications, but you want to start early. You don't want to get behind the 8 ball when it comes to your allergies. And so keep an eye on that pollen count, treat it the best you can, and again, wash your hair.
Yeah, that even counts for people who have little hair like I do. You still need to wash it. Dr. John, we appreciate it. Thanks.
A medical note for you about mental health services. The Suicide and Crisis Lifeline 988 is expanding its LGBTQ pilot program. People in the community can now text or chat online 24/7. It used to be only during certain hours. Now, users who call in, they can dial 3 to reach a crisis counselor in their area trained specifically to help LGBTQ callers.
In today's mental health check, being in love can feel really great, especially in the early stages of a relationship.
The attention, the affection can be a confidence boost, but if it becomes aggressively excessive, it could be considered what people call love bombing, a form of emotional abuse used to manipulate and control a partner. Joining us now is CEO of the National Domestic Violence Hotline, Katie Ray Jones. Katie, good to see you again. Sometimes it might be hard to distinguish between healthy statements of love and too much. When does it become love bombing?
Hello, Kate and Aaron. Thanks for having me. Certainly, the excessiveness and constant, calls, texts, the compliments that seem over the top would be concerning. The piece about love bombing is there's usually the manipulation, coercive behavior on the other side of it. So if someone is saying, gosh, you look really great today, so great, I don't want other people checking you out. How about you go change your clothes? You're hearing that compliment, but the controlling behavior following behind it. That would be the warning sign where we're beginning to see the controlling behavior that could lead to an abusive relationship.
Are there other things? Obviously, you sort of lay out the idea that it starts out seeming like it's a really good thing, but it's the follow-up, right? It's the what comes after the compliment that people need to be really looking out for as dangerous?
Yeah, absolutely. If you have someone who's constantly calling you or texting you and maybe you don't respond, how are they responding to your lack of your response? Do they become overly concerned or jealous? That would be a warning sign, absolutely. If they say something like, I just took you to a nice dinner, so don't talk to me like that, that would be something that would be certainly a red flag in the relationship.
If you think you might be in a manipulative relationship, how do you protect yourself?
I mean, certainly, I always tell people, trust your gut. 99% of the time, if something doesn't feel right in your relationship, you're probably right. You certainly want to, if you feel safe to do so, talk to the person about your expectations of the relationship and feel comfortable to set boundaries. If you don't feel safe, call the National Domestic Violence Hotline or visit our website at thehotline.org to just see what a healthy relationship looks like, what might be the signs of an abusive relationship, and speak to an advocate. If there are safety concerns, you want to create an individualized plan to ensure you can talk to your partner or exit the relationship safely.
All right, Katie Ray Jones, we really appreciate the advice. Some good tips there for folks who want to be in good, healthy relationships. Thank you.
Thanks. Good to see you.
There is more news ahead.
You're watching NBC News Daily.
Begin top story with that breaking news. This is just in, a lot of stories to get to. What do people need most right now? Did the state and or law enforcement drop the ball anywhere? Are we headed for a recession or a recovery? Migrant families now stranded in Mexico. What's the World Cup experience been like? The civilian effort is not just about fighting, it's also about helping.
Every night, it's your news playlist. Top story with Tom Llamas. Streaming weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Golf legend Tiger Woods is facing serious new legal challenges brought by his ex-girlfriend.
She's asking to be released from a non-disclosure agreement that she signed in 2017, citing a law which protects victims of sexual harassment and assault. NBC's Kaylee Hartung has the details.
Explosive insinuations against Tiger Woods from his ex-girlfriend, Erica Herman. In a new lawsuit, Herman, who began dating Woods in 2017, asked to be released from her non-disclosure agreement with him. She claims their NDA is unenforceable and should be nullified, citing the Speak Out Act, a federal law protecting victims of sexual harassment and assault. Herman's suit asked the court to void the NDA so she can share her own experiences, photographs, and recordings of herself related to various legal claims she believes she has. This comes after Herman filed a $30 million civil suit against Woods' Trust in October, alleging after they broke up, he locked her out of his Florida mansion where she'd been living, claiming by trickery his agents convinced her to pack her suitcase for a short vacation, and when she arrived at the airport, they told her she'd been locked out of her residence. The suit alleges this was a violation of an oral tenancy agreement between them that allowed her to live at Woods' home for 11 years. In court documents, Woods fired back, alleging their tenancy agreement was only good for less than a year. We reached out to Woods and Herman for comment, but haven't heard back. Herman was a former manager at Woods Restaurant in Jupiter, Florida. Over their nearly 6-year relationship, she's been by his side at golf tournaments, embracing his children and appearing in photos with his family.
The driver of this vehicle identified as Tiger Woods.
After Woods' horrific car crash in 2021, she visited him in the hospital. Just last spring, Woods mentioned her in his speech at the Golf Hall of Fame Awards.
I just want to say thank you to my mom, Sam, Erica, Charlie.
Woods' personal life has long been under scrutiny. In 2010, his wife and mother of his 2 kids, Elin Nordegren, filed for divorce after Woods entered rehab for sex addiction. He apologized to his family upon his release.
I thought I could get away with whatever I wanted to.
Now, the golf great's personal life making headlines again as disputes in his latest relationship play out in court.
Woods and Herman have been quietly caught up in this messy legal battle for months. It's only now coming to light with these new documents. And Woods has until the end of March to respond to Herman's latest complaint. Back to you.
All right, Kaylee, thank you. Let's be joined now by NBC News senior legal correspondent Laura Jarrett. Laura, good to see you. So this NDA that we're talking about protects, I'm sorry, the law that she's citing to get out of the NDA, right? Yes. To get out of the NDA says that it has to be because of harassment and assault, right?
That's right.
So does that suggest that she was subjected to that?
So that's the part that's unsaid here, but by implication, because the law that she's citing, it has no other purpose but to be used to let victims of sexual assault and sexual harassment tell their story, speak publicly about things. But she doesn't have any facts that she's offering, at least right now. There hasn't been a police report filed that we can find. There's no other complaint on record that we can find that actually talks about sexual harassment or assault. But why else are you invoking the law unless you think you have facts to support it? And that's what a judge is going to press her on.
Does the fact that she worked for him before they started dating add any complication to this whole issue?
It's not clear to me that she wasn't working for him while she was dating him, at least according to this complaint and some of the other legal filings. It appears that this is sort of all going on at the same time, which makes things messy. But legally, it shouldn't matter for her because the agreements that she's citing, these federal laws that are passed, and this is all happening in the wake of Me Too. Victims are saying we want to tell our stories. We shouldn't be bound by these NDAs and about these arbitration agreements. Those laws do not apply only in the employment context. They apply to any non-disclosure agreements, any arbitration agreements. So she should be able to get protection of in those laws, even as just the girlfriend.
So quickly, we just have about 30 seconds. What are the next legal steps then?
Watch for a judge to say, give me some facts here and tell me more about why you think these laws should apply. But again, this may be all happening under sort of behind closed doors in a level of secrecy because of the NDA.
Yeah. As Kaylee said, we didn't even know about this until we saw the file.
Exactly. Yeah.
All right. Thank you.
More to come.
Jarrett.
Sure.
I'm Aaron Gilchrist.
I'm Kate Snow. You are watching NBC News Daily. And we're also streaming for free 24/7 on NBC News Now. Can't forget to mention that. Watch us wherever you stream live. The news continues right after this.
This is what it looks and feels.
From the storm zone.
The bigger piece to the puzzle comes.
New numbers just out this morning.
Good evening. We begin tonight with breaking news just coming in.
We begin this hour with the latest developments. We're coming on the air with some shakeups big time on Capitol Hill.
How much water ultimately will be forced inland?
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
Hi, everyone. I'm Kate Snow.
And I'm Aaron Gilchrist. NBC News Daily starts right now. It's Thursday, March 9th, 2023. In the hot seat, Norfolk Southern CEO apologizes while testifying on Capitol Hill, hours after another of the company's trains derails. How he's defending the response.
Winter worries a new major storm could bring life-threatening flooding to some parts of California and feet of snow to other parts. Meteorologist Bill Cairns is timing it all out.
Behind bars, a former NBA star with the Seattle Supersonics now under arrest. What police claim Sean Kemp did that has him facing a decade in prison.
And without a trace, as new video emerges of the 4 Americans who were kidnapped, the desperate effort to find 100,000 Mexicans who are still missing. We begin this hour with 2 breaking stories linked directly to each other. The CEO of Norfolk Southern is on Capitol Hill apologizing for the toxic train derailment in East Palestine, Ohio.
But just before his testimony, another Norfolk Southern train derailed, this time in Alabama. Emergency crews say there were no injuries, no hazardous leaks there, but the timing is clearly putting the issue of train safety in razor-sharp focus. Let's bring in our senior national political reporter, Sahil Kapoor, and Jesse Kirsch, who's in Ohio for us today. Sahil, to you first. What were some of the main takeaways at that hearing today on the Hill?
Aaron, it was Alan Shaw, the Norfolk Southern CEO, in the hot seat before Congress today, facing a whole host of questions about what he intends to do for the victims in East Palestine and around that area, specifically things like financial compensation, what he intends to do about health care, provide those perhaps outside a 1-mile radius with health care, and to fix the water, the toxic water that has occurred as a result of all of this. It was a difficult day for Mr. Shaw. He faced some aggressive questioning from members. Let's play some sound about what happened at that hearing.
We're going to do what's right for the citizens of
What's right is to cover their health care needs. Will you do that?
Everything is on the table, sir.
Would you live there, given what you've seen?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
I believe that the air is safe. I believe that the water is safe.
Will you commit to helping those people outside of the 1-mile radius? That's my question. Yes or no?
Senator, we already are.
You already are?
Yes, sir.
All right. Well, that's not clear.
Okay.
Will you commit to compensating affected homeowners for their diminished property values?
Senator, I'm committing to do what's right.
As you can see there, Shaw largely refraining from making specific commitments about what happens next. Certainly, this is not going to be the end of it. The Senate is looking to advance a rail safety bill that is sponsored by the 2 senators from Ohio, the Democrat Sherrod Brown and the Republican J.D. Vance, that would include enhanced safety procedures. It would require 2-person crews for rail operators and also higher fines for wrongdoing like the type that we've seen in East Palestine. Aaron?
Jesse, let me go to you. There's been a series of town halls, right, in East Palestine over the past few weeks. The EPA is hosting an event there tonight, I understand, where officials are going to answer more questions more than a month after the disaster. What are folks saying about the response? I wonder if they're watching what's happening on Capitol Hill.
Yeah, so, Kate, I can tell you what we've heard from community members for weeks now. People continue to be concerned about their health. They continue to be concerned about their financial well-being, and they continue to express skepticism from about what they're hearing from both the railroad and from government officials. We had a town hall that we attended in recent days where an official from the EPA who actually testified on Capitol Hill today was on stage and was talking about seen results showing that the air was safe in this community, and people audibly started laughing at her and shouting comments at her. So clearly there's been frustration that continues to linger, and I can tell you about 2 of the things that people have been concerned about. We talked about their health and their financial well-being as well. Those were 2 of the things that were asked of the CEO on Capitol Hill, he would not commit to reimbursing people for property value losses, which are anticipated because of what may or may not be in the water or in the air there and the stigma associated with that community. Now, that's something people are worried about, and also about their health care costs being covered in the future. The CEO did say that is an option that is on the table. Kate.
All right. Sahil Kapoor, Jesse Kirsch, thanks to you both.
Right now, another powerful storm is eyeing northern and central California. More than 10 people are under flood watches. The big concern today is flooding. This latest system could bring dangerous amounts of rain to many of the places that are already buried under a lot of snow. Meteorologist Bill Cairns joins us now. He's tracking it all. So, Bill, walk us through the timing of this rain and how much we're expecting.
Yeah, Aaron, it's begun. We're seeing the heavy rain showing up on radar now, heading into Monterey and Santa Cruz. The high winds will accompany some of these brighter yellow radar returns. Those are the downpours. And notice how the radar just fills in. The blue is the snow, so it's very high snow levels. That's why we're primarily concerned with flooding, mudslides, landslides, sinkholes, and obviously some river flooding, especially the small stream and urban flooding. These are the rainfall totals that are expected. Some of the areas in the foothills here outside of Sacramento could get 3 to 6 inches of rain. That's a lot of rain in a short period of time tonight. We expect a lot of the rivers to crest late tonight, early tomorrow morning. So we'll wake up tomorrow morning, and that's when we'll know just how bad some of this flash flooding has been. Also, the Santa Cruz Mountain, the San Lorenzo River is one of the areas of high concern. They had a horrible flood about a month ago with a big storm. This could be the second one. And so right now, no flash flood warnings out there. This map will look a lot different late tonight, early tomorrow morning. We also, there's the snow. We will get 2 to 6 feet in the highest of elevations, and we do have to worry about roof collapse with the added weight. And then the final piece of this puzzle is the gusty winds, guys. We could have power outages from that all by itself.
So many millions bracing for this. Bill Cairns for us today. Bill, thank you.
We're learning more information now about a 5th person who almost joined the 4 Americans who were kidnapped in Mexico in that minivan. The group all grew up together, according to the wife of one of the survivors. They were from South Carolina, where the local community held this vigil last night. NBC News correspondent Morgan Chesky is near the southern border in Brownsville, Texas. He's following this for us. Morgan, we just learned that the cartel sent a letter to the Mexican police. What do we know?
Yeah, Kate, this is a wild development here that's just happening in the last hour or so. These have been photos and a picture of a letter that is now circulated on social media. I do want to credit my colleague Ken Delanian for just confirming through a senior law enforcement official who told NBC News that this letter does appear to be a statement of apology from the Gulf Cartel, which, of course, resides primarily in neighboring Matamoros, just across this international bridge, Kate. I want to read you a portion of that letter and then talk about the several photos that accompanied it. But this was a letter that appeared today on behalf of the cartel, saying in part that they strongly condemn the events of Friday, March 3rd, of course, that being the date of this horrific kidnapping last week, in which, unfortunately, an innocent working mother died. That was the Mexican national, Kate, and 4 American citizens were kidnapped, of which 2 died. For this reason, we have decided to hand over those involved and directly responsible for the events who at all times acted under their own determination and indiscipline and against the rules in which the CDG has always operated, that acronym standing for the Gulf Cartel. So, Kate, essentially the larger organization disavowing a faction within it, and we saw photos of multiple men sitting tied in front of a pickup truck. Very important to note here, Kate, we do not have confirmation that those men have been taken into custody by Mexican law enforcement at this time, but we do have a senior law enforcement official in the United States saying that he does believe this letter and believes photos released by the cartel are indeed real. Much more to come, though. Kate?
Yeah, this is really a big development, and it really raises the question, doesn't it, Morgan? If they're apologizing because of all the attention that's been on these American citizens, what about all the other people who are involved in cartel violence every single day? There are thousands of people missing in Mexico.
Yeah, there absolutely are, and I had a chance to speak with a cartel expert a short time ago. I asked him, put this in context for us. Have you ever seen a cartel essentially act as PR following a crime of this nature? He says, I have not. The only thing that makes this different is the fact that this involved U.S. citizens. And he added that, as you mentioned, Kate, there are kidnappings, killings, indiscriminate crime that takes place not too far from where I'm standing. But because it involves Mexican citizens, there would never be an apology of this nature coming from a cartel. Kate?
Morgan Chesky following it. Morgan, thank you.
Today, we're seeing the next step in the shooting case involving the movie Rust. Another court hearing is slated for this afternoon. Actor Alec Baldwin and the weapons supervisor are charged in the deadly shooting of cinematographer Helena Hutchins back in 2021. NBC News correspondent Maura Barrett is joining us now. Maura, walk us through this hearing today. What's supposed to be happening?
Well, the next step in this court process leading up to a potential trial is a status conference hearing, is what we'll see today. And basically, they're going to be scheduling those preliminary hearings, which would determine whether or not the case goes fully to trial. Now, we did just get a filing in court indicating that Alec Baldwin waived his appearance. We won't even see him virtually, and we don't expect to see the armorer who's charged with involuntary manslaughter as well, Hannah Gutierrez-Reed, virtually either. We expect to see both of their lawyers setting the dates going forward, moving this case forward. But this all comes as there's been some drama around the prosecution involved in the case. We talked a few weeks ago about how they had to pull back one of those gun enhancement charges, saying that they overcharged both Gutierrez-Reed and Alec Baldwin. And that wasn't something that could push forward with the law. But Baldwin's lawyers have also called into question whether the special prosecutor on the case, Andrea Reeb, should even be involved in the first place. They cited the New Mexico state constitution, which says that one member, somebody in one branch of government cannot operate in another branch of government. And they point that out because while she is the special prosecutor, she also serves as a Republican state legislator. But just this week, we did hear from the district attorney in New Mexico who's supporting the prosecution and the special prosecutor on the case, saying that she's kept the two roles very separate, even pulling herself away from votes on the state house floor to make sure that she's not interfering with the case or her role as a legislator. So that's something that the Baldwin's lawyers we expect to keep on fighting as they look to schedule these next sets of hearings. Aaron.
Maura Barrett for us today. Maura, thank you.
We're getting new jobless claims numbers today, and a streaming powerhouse will now be making TVs as well.
Steve Kovac joins us now with our CNBC Money Minute. Hi, Steve.
Hey, Aaron. Yeah, new weekly jobless figures show the largest increase in unemployment claims in the last 5 months. Initial claims rose by more than 20,000 and are now over 200,000 total claims. If tomorrow's jobs report also comes in below estimates, it could signal a softening of the labor market. And today, Roku will begin selling its first internally made smart TVs at Best Buy. The company has often turned losses in its hardware products, relying instead on third parties to make TVs, but now it's doubling down and making its own devices. And this is my favorite one of the bunch. And WWE is exploring the possibility of legal betting on the company's scripted matches. The company is in talks with regulators in Colorado and Michigan to legalize betting on pro wrestling. Though it seems like a lot of people, including writers, wrestlers, and other crew members, would have to know the results ahead of time. Could all of those people keep the secret? I think the real news here, guys, is wrestling is scripted.
I know. That's what I was like, wait, what? Scripted? Who knew? Steve Kovac. Thank you, Steve.
Coming up, the 6-time NBA All-Star arrested in connection with a drive-by shooting. You're watching NBC News Daily.
Houston feels.
With the latest, the bigger piece to the puzzle.
We begin tonight with breaking news.
How much water ultimately will be forced inland?
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now. For Dateline Premium, subscribe now on Apple Podcasts.
We begin tonight with breaking news just coming in.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
It is still one of the biggest mysteries in aviation history. 9 years ago, Malaysia Airlines Flight 370 vanished without a trace. Now a new Netflix docuseries is taking a closer look at what may have happened. Here's NBC News Chief International Correspondent Keir Simmons.
Among the greatest aviation mysteries of all time, MH370 disappeared 9 years ago. The Malaysia Airlines passenger plane and all 239 people on board never seen again.
Planes go up, planes go down.
Now a new 3-part Netflix docuseries explores the many theories surrounding what happened, ranging from the rational to the unbelievable.
What planes don't do is just vanish off the face of the earth.
A Boeing 777, MH370 was a red-eye from Kuala Lumpur to Beijing. It took off at 12:41 a.m., its last cryptic communication just 38 minutes later.
Good night, Malaysia, 370.
Then at 2:22 a.m., the plane suddenly and inexplicably went dark. In 2014, I reported on the desperate and ultimately doomed search for survivors.
We're in the cockpit of a P-3 Orion flying at about 500 feet looking for flight 370, and it is an extraordinary expanse of ocean out there.
9 years on, a widely accepted account is that the plane banked left, then flew south across the Indian Ocean for 6 hours before disappearing. The extensive 2.5-year search that followed, never finding any trace of it. Since then, pieces of the plane have washed up on beaches. The Netflix docuseries features devastated victims' families. It also portrays how social media, with its then expanding influence, helped fuel conspiracy theories.
We received so many reports from the social media. One claimed that the aircraft was hijacked.
One theory is that the pilot deliberately diverted the plane, having practiced on a home simulator, but the series says there is little evidence of that. The fascination with MH370 continues, a passenger jet on a routine flight. There on the radar 1 minute, gone the next. Keir Simmons, NBC News.
Well, we've long questioned whether we're alone in the universe. What if we've seen evidence of life beyond Earth and we just didn't know it? The Pentagon and a Harvard scientist have teamed up on a new draft report that tackles that very question. Here's NBC's Gotti Schwartz.
Move over Chinese spy balloon or whatever else U.S. fighter jet shot down last month. Out of Harvard University, a draft paper about mysterious flying objects sounding almost like science fiction.
I think it's very likely that we are not the most intelligent civilization that ever existed.
Renowned Harvard astronomer Avi Loeb teaming up with the new head of the Pentagon's UFO office, dubbed the All-Domain Anomaly Resolution Office. Together, they say that interstellar objects detected in space could be signs of extraterrestrial life, and that current sky mapping technology, like the James Webb Space Telescope, could miss such objects.
It could have been a mother ship that released some probes in the habitable region around the sun. If we have a visitor to our backyard, we should observe it at first.
Professor Loeb now leading the charge to build better arrays of sensors to capture anomalies, but saying for now everything is hypothetical, and his paper is really meant to remind UFO hunters not to forget the laws of physics.
As much as the reports from military personnel are intriguing and motivate my work right now, I want my instruments to tell me what is really happening.
Meanwhile, more videos surfacing showing odd objects have been leaked to documentary UFO filmmaker Jeremy Corbell, who recently released pictures of an orb shape over Mosul, and these images showing a cylinder flying over a rock. The Pentagon not commenting on the recent videos, but confirming prior videos released by Corbell had been filmed by service members. As for what they are, definitive explanations remain out of reach. Scotty Schwartz, NBC News.
You know, it's like every day it gets harder and harder to just roll your eyes at some of these things.
No, yeah.
It's entirely possible.
It's entirely possible. Why not? Coming up, newly released body cam footage and what it's revealing about the moments leading up to a deadly traffic stop in Utah. You're watching NBC News Daily.
We begin top story with that breaking news. This is just in, a lot of stories to get to. What do people need most right now? Did the state and or law enforcement drop the ball anywhere? Are we headed for a recession or a recovery? Migrant families now stranded in Mexico. What's the World Cup experience been like? The civilian effort is not just about fighting, it's also about helping.
Every night, it's your news playlist. Top Story with Tom Llamas. Streaming weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Since the start of the pandemic, many families have relied on extra food benefits from a program called SNAP. That boost has now expired in 32 states and Washington, D.C. And now those SNAP households will receive at least $95 fewer in food stamps each month. And that's leaving already strapped food banks bracing for an influx of people who need help. NBC News correspondent Marissa Parra is at a food pantry in Louisville, Kentucky today. Marissa, how much of an impact is this cutback in benefits having on folks there?
Well, I can tell you, even just in Maryland, I was in Maryland last week interviewing and talking with people, and this is one of the states. Maryland is one of the roughly 30 states that saw this rollback of this extra pandemic boost, if you will, within the last week. And we spoke to shoppers who were shopping for the very first time with this change. And so we're in Kentucky right now. This is one of the 18 states that made this change last year. And so this specifically where we are, this is a food pantry called Sister Visitor Center's Choice Food Pantry, and they were telling us that in March of last year they were serving about 1,500 people, and then months later in August they were serving about 2,300 people. And they said that the increase is, they can't chalk that up to the change in SNAP benefits. However, they certainly weren't seeing a decrease. So we spoke to the organization, we spoke to someone who helps to run this food pantry, explaining what kinds of people she was seeing as she's watched the lines get longer outside.
And many of our clients are one paycheck away from, being on the streets. And so they're really having to decide, am I going to pay my rent this month? Am I going to pay my electric bill, or am I going to put food on the table?
States looking to states like this one in Kentucky to see what's ahead. Back to you.
All right, Marissa Parra, thank you.
Another story now about COVID-era funding. Over the last 3 years, schools across the country have spent billions in COVID relief dollars from the federal government. But some are questioning now whether those resources are actually helping kids who are struggling with learning loss. Here's NBC News correspondent Stephanie Gosk.
Northumberland High School in Virginia desperately needed more space.
I think this has been 10 years in the making.
And now Principal Travis Burns finally has it.
It's a big space.
Absolutely. There'll be a partition over here so that we can do some classrooms in the afternoons and during the school day. This space actually will help with athletics.
A $1.5 million facility funded in part by the federal government's COVID rescue plan. $184 billion of emergency relief for schools. It's also the biggest federal investment in public education in a generation.
The biggest issue with many schools, I think, is facilities.
An estimated 20 to 25% of the money has already been spent on construction projects, according to education researcher Marguerite Rosa.
Many districts have already put these facilities projects in motion.
She's tracking the emergency COVID funds for schools and has some concerns.
I would say get the kids back on track first, and facilities second. So if the kids are learning, then by all means, remodel the gym and get the roof fixed.
There is dramatic learning loss from COVID. Math and reading scores for 4th and 8th graders have fallen to 20-year lows. In December, when it became clear how far behind students were, the Department of Education sent out guidance to school districts and strongly discouraged spending the relief money on new construction.
Perfect.
In part because of students like Chase Luoma. He was in 1st grade in Delaware when the pandemic hit.
What did you find difficult?
Looking at the teacher on a small screen.
Yeah, no kidding. Did you find that there was a lot of stuff in your room that was a little distracting?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I bet. Yeah, a lot of stuff.
With help from the COVID Relief Fund, his school district invested in summer school and tutoring, which is paying off.
Do you think it's just a matter of time before he's right where he needs to be?
Absolutely. His specific school and district provides all of the tools to be able to bridge that gap.
Rosa says this moment is a wake-up call to parents.
I would call the school and say, what do you have that can help get my kid back on track? Those programs are out there.
In Northumberland County, the district has also invested relief funds in tutoring and summer school, while Principal Burns says their new facility will play an important role as well.
This facility, is all about school culture, school climate, and building connection.
School districts have until September 2024 to spend the relief fund before it runs out, each one making tough decisions in the face of so much need. Stephanie Gosk, NBC News.
This is what it looks and feels
the
like.
latest film. The bigger piece to the puzzle.
We begin tonight with breaking news.
How much water ultimately will be forced inland?
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
Hey, podcast fans, ready to unlock our true crime mysteries? Try Dateline Premium on Apple Podcasts. You'll get early access to originals, plus bonus content, and everything is ad-free. So head to Apple Podcasts now to subscribe.
Bottom of the hour now. Here are some of the stories making headlines on NBC News Daily.
Senate Minority Leader Mitch McConnell is being treated for a concussion after falling. A spokesman says McConnell tripped during a reception for a Republican Political Action Committee last night. He was taken to a nearby hospital where he stayed overnight. McConnell is expected to remain there for a few days for observation and treatment.
3 Los Angeles police officers were hospitalized last night after a shootout with an armed parolee. Officers were searching for the man following a violation of parole rules. The man had barricaded himself in a shed outside an apartment building. After police released a chemical agent, the parolee opened fire and struck 3 officers. Police say the shooter died during the shootout, but it's not clear if he was shot by police.
Fans around the world are mourning the death of Israeli actor Chaim Topol. Topol was best known for playing Tevye, the milkman, in the classic musical Fiddler on the Roof. He played that role for decades on stage, as well as in the 1971 film. Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu tweeted that Topol's contributions to Israeli culture will live on for generations.
Major developments now in the war in Ukraine today. Russia just unleashed its biggest missile attack on the country in weeks. Dozens of missiles bombarded residential areas and targeted critical infrastructure, knocking out power to several key regions. At least 6 people were killed across the country. Europe's largest nuclear power plant, which is in Ukraine, had to switch to emergency generators again after the plant was hit by shelling that cut it off from the main power grid. Power has now been restored there. Let's bring in NBC News correspondent Erin McLaughlin now. She's in eastern Ukraine for us. Erin, good to see you. The weapons Russia used in this attack getting a lot of attention. What can you tell us?
Yeah, that's right. Of the 81 missiles and drones Russia attacked Ukraine with today, 6 of those were hypersonic missiles, which is raising a lot of eyebrows here in Ukraine and beyond, considering those missiles' capabilities. They're seen as being able to travel very fast, very far distances, also seen as being able to evade Ukraine's air defense systems. They're also extremely expensive and thought to be in limited supply. Russia is believed not to have many of those missiles. So the question becomes, why are they using those missiles now in an attack that Ukrainian officials say achieved very little militarily on the ground? I was speaking to one Ukrainian official in the capital, Kyiv, where at least one hypersonic missile struck in the small hours of the morning, actually woke up our entire team to the sound of a large boom in the streets of the capital, taking out a power plant, depriving some 40% of the city of heat. And he was telling me that he believes this is a propaganda ploy on behalf of the Kremlin to try and drum up support at home, and to a scare tactic, a big scare tactic here in Ukraine, especially, again, given that hypersonic missiles evade very effectively Ukraine's overall air defense systems. Kate.
Has to be scary to hear. Erin McLaughlin, thank you. Stay safe.
President Biden is in Philadelphia at this hour. He just unveiled his new budget proposal for the next fiscal year. With a razor-thin majority in the Senate and Republicans in control of the House, his plan may be dead on arrival. Let's bring in NBC News White House correspondent Carol Lee in Philadelphia today. So, Carol, what's in this proposal, and how is the president pitching it as the right plan for America?
Aaron, the president is making the case that his budget is the right thing for America, even though he's also acknowledging that what ultimately gets passed by Congress is going to be some sort of compromise. Several things that are in the president's budget. It includes a plan for reducing the deficit by $3 trillion over 10 years, raising taxes on wealthier Americans, including a minimum tax for billionaires, and raising taxes on corporations, as well as capping insulin costs at $35 a month for every American who needs insulin. Now, those are a number of things that Republicans do not support. The president said, however, that he's ready to meet with House Speaker Kevin McCarthy as soon as Republicans put forward their budget. Take a listen.
For too long, working people have been breaking their necks, but the economy's left them behind. Working people like you, while those at the top get away with everything and get everything. So I want to make it clear, I'm ready to meet with the Speaker anytime, tomorrow, if he has his budget. Lay it down, tell me what you want to do, I'll show you what I want to do, see what we can agree on, or we don't agree on, let's see what we vote on.
For his part, Kevin McCarthy, the House Speaker, has called the president's budget proposal reckless, saying there's a number of things in there that Republicans will not support. However, the White House does hope there are some elements on which the White House and Republicans can compromise, including provisions on crime prevention and national security measures, particularly defense spending, Aaron.
Carol Lee in Philly for us today. Carol, thank you.
We are getting a first look today at a deadly traffic stop in Utah where a 25-year-old man was killed 1 week ago. NBC News correspondent Stephen Romo joins us now with a look at this newly released body camera video. Hi, Stephen.
Hi, Kate. Yeah, there are a lot of questions here for this traffic stop that happened in Farmington, Utah, right outside of Salt Lake City. An important note here, this entire incident lasted less than 5 minutes. I do want to play some of this video for you, but first, we do want to warn you, some viewers may find it disturbing.
The reason for the stop today is there's no registration on your vehicle.
I don't need registration and I don't answer questions.
Sir, step out of the vehicle right now.
I am not required to.
Step out of the car. Gun, 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 gun. Ceasefire, ceasefire.
All right, you see it all happen very quickly there. Police say 25-year-old Chase Allen was pulled over for allegedly having an illegal license plate. This footage that's been released is actually a compilation of 5 body-worn police cameras and a single dashboard cameras. And as we heard in that video, the officer and Allen were talking to each other about why he was pulled over, the officer explaining to him the situation. Allen was then asked to step out of the car as the other officers arrived as backup. And as we just heard, he does appear to resist officers' commands. Police say Allen also had a gun in the car, and the officers say they started shooting when Allen allegedly reached down.
I say it's just a tragic ending to what started out as an everyday traffic stop. The proverbial routine traffic stop ended in tragedy.
Allen was given medical treatment but did not survive. His family is calling the shooting a, quote, brutal murder. The incident is under investigation. The 5 officers involved, meanwhile, have all been placed on administrative leave, which, of course, is standard procedure. Kate?
Stephen Romo for us. Stephen, thank you. A former NBA star is now under investigation in connection with a drive-by shooting. Shawn Kemp is accused of firing a gun into a car in Washington state. Kemp is best known for playing for the Seattle Supersonics in the 90s. NBC News correspondent Nayela Charles is following that story for us. Nayela, what do we know about the incident and how Kemp is connected?
Well, the prosecuting attorney's office over at the state of Washington just told us that Shawn Kemp will not be charged today, that he'll be released from jail further pending investigation from police. We do know that police did arrest him yesterday in connection to a drive-by shooting at a Tacoma, Washington Mall parking lot where they say 2 drivers got into an altercation, 1 shot at another. That person wasn't injured, but hours later they did arrest Shawn Kemp under suspicion of that, and they say they did recover a gun at the scene. Kate?
And have we heard anything from Kemp about his side of the story?
Well, we have reached out to his representatives, and after he is released from jail, we are reaching out to him personally to find out more about this incident. But again, the prosecuting attorney's office says it is still possible in the coming days or even later that Kemp will be charged depending on that investigation from the Tacoma Police Department. Kate?
All right, Nayela Charles for us. Thank you.
While the FBI and Mexican authorities scrambled to find 4 abducted Americans last week, some others say they've spent years in Mexico searching for their loved ones. And they're doing it without government help and without knowing whether the people they're looking for are dead or alive. Telemundo's Julio Vaquero joins us now from Miami. Julio, talk to us about what these mothers in Mexico are going through as they try to find their kids.
Hey, Aaron. Well, one can only imagine the pain that these families go through, right? They're looking for their loved ones who went missing, and they're doing it by themselves. For most Mexicans, there's no government help to look for their loved ones. And we're talking about thousands of people. Just last year, 14,000 people went missing in Mexico. So I think that's a bigger story behind this case of 4 Americans in Matamoros, Tamaulipas, Mexico. What is the government doing to fight criminal organizations that kill and kidnap people? And what is the Mexican government doing to help these families who have so many people missing?
I'm curious too, Julio, how big of a problem, I know you talked about the numbers from last year, but how big of a problem is this of people being kidnapped in Mexico, and why has it grown so much?
Yeah, well, according to the Mexican government, the kidnapping rates have been going down for the last couple of years. And that might be true. According to official information, the kidnapping has reduced by 68%. But the numbers are still very big. I just said 14 people went missing last year. Maybe not for kidnapping. The reality is that families don't know if they were kidnapped or if they were killed. But also, since 1960s, more than 100,000 people have gone missing in Mexico. There's no information about them. So this uncertainty is what really damages these families. And, just according to some figures, 27 people go missing every day in Mexico. So it is a big problem. We're talking about hundreds of criminal organizations that control some areas in Mexico, not the whole country, but some areas, specifically the northern part of Mexico, and the government has a big problem in front of them.
Yeah, it's just such a desperate situation for so many people there. Julio Vaquero from Telemundo with us today. Julio, thank you.
Coming up, what all women need to know about the changes coming to their next mammogram. More NBC News Daily right after this.
This is what it looks and feels.
From the storm zone.
The bigger piece of the puzzle comes.
New numbers just out this morning.
Good evening. We begin tonight with breaking news just coming in.
We begin this hour with the latest developments. We're coming on the air with some shakeups big time on Capitol Hill.
How much water ultimately will be forced inland?
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
In today's Daily Health, women who get mammograms will soon receive information about their breast density. It's part of a new government requirement for mammogram providers. NBC News correspondent Kristen Dahlgren is following that story for us. Kristen, I'm familiar with this. A lot of women are. What's the reason for the change, and why is breast density important?
Right. Hey there, Kate. So let's start with breast density. It really just means fibrous breasts, and 40% of women have them. The issue is that on a mammogram, which is the first step in screening, dense breasts appear white, and so does cancer. So it can make the cancer very hard to spot. I spoke with one patient who said she didn't find her cancer until she actually felt a lump, and an ultrasound was what ultimately confirmed it. Take a listen.
It didn't show up on the diagnostic mammogram, and I was so confused about that. And I asked the tech, and she said, "Oh, you have dense breast. That's going to be a hard find for us." And then there it was, clear as a bell, not 5 minutes later on the ultrasound. So that was my first awareness that I had dense breasts, that I had breast cancer, and that the cancer had been missed because of my dense breasts.
And I've got to tell you, I had a very similar experience with my cancer. So many women don't know that they have dense breasts. So now the FDA today said by the end of 2024, there's going to be a nationwide notification system where after a mammogram, women are told whether or not they have dense breasts. Now, what do you do with that information? Talk to your doctor. It may be that if you have dense breasts, you need additional screening, things like an ultrasound, like an MRI. Breast cancer is very treatable, Kate, if it's caught early. If it's not, the situation can be much more dire.
Yeah, and I was wondering that because some people do get both the mammogram and an ultrasound if they have dense breasts. Is that the recommendation? Is that covered by insurance?
That's a great question. So up till now, only 15 states require all or part of this additional screening to be covered by insurance. So there is, a bill that's going to be introduced in Congress that would sort of make a national coverage for women to get this additional screening. That's another big part of this. But up till now, it hasn't been fully covered for some people.
Okay. Kristen Dahlgren following that for us. Thank you, Kristen.
In today's mental health check, the conversation surrounding eating disorders usually centers around women, but we know that about 25% of all eating disorders are diagnosed in men, and that can often go overlooked and have serious effects on a person's mental and physical well-being. Let's bring in NBC News Now anchor Savannah Sellers now. Savannah, you've been looking into this. I know you spoke to a family about getting help for their 17-year-old son. So help us understand how they learned that he had an eating disorder and what his experience has been.
Absolutely. So, I think the first thing is if you just think about pop culture, this is a women's issue. This is a young girl's issue. You see it in movies. You see it in music videos all the time. You do not see it represented in males. And actually, in reporting the story, we also spoke with Ryan. That's the boy who had suffered from an eating disorder. His mom, her name is Carrie. What was fascinating to me with Carrie actually studied body image issues herself when getting a secondary degree. She said herself, I was worried about this with my daughter. I never saw it coming with my son. And it took a very long time, even with dramatic weight loss, for them to actually recognize, because he was a young boy, that that's exactly what this was. It would actually be years before he ended up hospitalized because of this, ended up in a treatment program. But I want you to listen to a little bit of what Ryan said started his experiences with an eating disorder. Take a listen.
At the school lunches, I would always get a little less. Like I would miss out on the snack they would give you, or I wouldn't get a dessert. As well as like at home, I would at least feel guilty eating snacks.
So that's how he said it started, and then a few years later in the 8th grade, he actually started restricting more and more, which resulted in this dramatic weight loss in the years between 8th and 9th grade. And he just said it was kind of this thing he never really talked about. He didn't directly say he was dealing with this. It was just something he kind of started noticing he was doing as this habit secretly.
So what about in the medical community? I mean, how is this diagnosed, eating disorders diagnosed in boys?
It is such a good question, and the answer, Aaron, is it's obviously, it's honestly not nearly enough. Doctors don't even know how. They have no roadmap to do so. Listen to this. Until 2020, in order to even be diagnosed as anorexic, you had to miss 3 periods. That means it's really only accounting for biological women and girls. I want you to listen to what a doctor had to say, though, about how we sort of miss this with young boys and why.
Especially with athletes, some of the behaviors can be normalized. They're doing the exact same things that girls, with eating disorders are doing to try to meet these weight cutoffs, but it's viewed as normal because everyone on the team is doing it.
Which I think is such a good point. There's these little things like either trying to get lean for a sports team, for for wrestling. That's exactly what happened with Ryan. Or if you even want to bulk up, because that's the image that you see on social media for young boys. Ryan actually completed a 60-day inpatient program last May. He says he now has these coping tools and is doing so much better, but it's definitely a conversation we need to keep having.
Yeah, indeed. Really important reporting, Savannah. Thank you. We appreciate it. And you can see more of Savannah's reporting tonight on NBC Nightly News with Lester Holt.
There is much more ahead. You're watching NBC News Daily. We're also streaming 24/7.
What do people need most right now? Did the state and/or law enforcement drop the ball? Migrant families now stranded in Mexico. What's the World Cup experience been like?
It's your news playlist. Top story with Tom Yamas. Weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Hey, podcast fans. Ready to unlock our true crime mysteries? Try Dateline Premium on Apple Podcasts. You'll get early access to originals, plus bonus content, and everything is ad-free. So head to Apple Podcasts now to subscribe.
A heart transplant team in California has made history in the operating room.
The 5-hour procedure was completed by a team made up entirely of women. NBC News correspondent Kaylee Hartom spoke with the team.
In the operating room, it's one of the most drastic surgeries anyone can undergo or perform. A heart transplant is usually a last resort for a patient with a damaged or failing heart. More than 2,000 of these surgeries are done every year here in the U.S. But last December, at the University of California San Francisco Medical Center, marked an apparent first, as an all-women team performed a heart transplant.
Every day, you're just waking up to do your job to save lives. And when history gets made in the process, we like to take a selfie and commemorate it.
This photo captures the moments after they completed the 5-hour procedure. The OR, occupied solely by women, including the patient. Cardiothoracic surgeon Amy Fiedler led the 5-hour surgery.
I hope that
the younger generation sees it and says, this is something that I can do too.
Surgery fellow Laura Scrimger and anesthesiologist Charlene Blake were part of the 8-woman team.
It wasn't until Dr. Fiedler said at the end of the case, we are all women. It's like, wow, we are, look at that.
When you all look at this photo, what do you see?
I think what's cool about the picture is that despite everyone wearing masks, you can see that we're all smiling.
The groundbreaking surgery defies a long-standing reality in the male-dominated field of cardiology. Despite outnumbering men in American medical schools, women made up just 6% of practicing adult cardiac surgeons in 2019.
How often are you the only woman in the room or one of just a few?
When I was in training, every time I was the only woman outside of the nursing staff, usually.
Many people tell you not to do it. Even people that love the career, they're like, if you can do anything else, do it. Because this is gonna take everything in your life to do.
Do you think there are any challenges unique to women when it comes to cardiac surgery?
Oh, undoubtedly. You can't talk about this job without speaking about the impact on your personal life, family planning.
You're a mother.
I am. I have 2 beautiful children. So like finding time to pump, that was a challenge, you know, when I came back from maternity leave for my daughter.
Now these 3 doctors are trailblazing lifesavers, and their patient is healthy and doing well post-surgery.
I think what's so amazing is that she also recognizes the impact of the moment. She gave me this huge hug and she would not let me go. And I said, I'm so proud of you. And she said to me, she's like, no, I'm so proud of you. Keep doing what you're doing.
That's nice. I know we're all familiar with, Rosie the Riveter, right? Have you all seen Susie the surgeon?
Oh, that's great.
I haven't seen that.
What emotions does it evoke for you?
Pride, strength.
Anyone that puts in the time can do this job, and I think it's really amazing. So I hope things like that encourage more women to do it, for sure.
What advice would you give to other women who are interested in this field in particular?
If this is what you love, go after it. Yeah, it's hard. You can do hard things. So do it. Do what you love.
Kaylee Hartung, NBC News.
And they are the proof, right?
Yeah, it's great advice for girls who might be thinking about this.
Well, they say revenge is a dish best served cold.
But justice might be a dish best served raw. Okay, earlier this week, we told you about a stomach-churning prank that was happening in Japan, specifically at Japan's conveyor belt sushi restaurants. Remember this? People were doing weird things to the food.
Yeah, in some videos, you can see somebody licking and then touching a piece of fish there. In another, somebody sprays food with hand sanitizer. The so-called pranksters here then post these videos on their social media feeds, and they call it sushi terrorism there.
Well, the plot appears to have unraveled, maybe, like a poorly wrapped tuna roll. Police in Japan have arrested 3 people.
Yeah, their suspects here are in their teens and early 20s. Each could face as many as 3 years in prison, which you might say is more evidence that the conveyor belt of consequences always comes around.
But is that the only 3? I hope so.
It's a trend. It's out there.
Yeah, I'm Kate Snow.
I'm Aaron Gilchrist. You're watching NBC News Daily. We are also streaming free 24/7 on NBC News Now. You can watch us wherever you stream live. The news continues right after this.
This is what it looks and feels.
From the storm zone.
The bigger piece to the puzzle comes.
New numbers just out this morning.
Good evening. We begin tonight with breaking news just coming in.
We begin this hour with the latest developments. We're coming on the air with some shakeups big time on Capitol Hill.
How much water ultimately will be forced inland?
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
If it's Thursday, Russia unleashes a barrage of missiles pummeling Ukrainian cities and piercing its air defenses with the rarely used hypersonic weapons, as Washington's top intelligence chiefs testify on global threats for a second day. Plus, new safety concerns and calls for more accountability amid a tense hearing on Capitol Hill featuring the CEO of Norfolk Southern, who says he commits to make things right in East Palestine, Ohio, as he testifies for the first time since that toxic train derailment last month. And President Biden unveils his 2024 priorities and sets the stage for a battle with the GOP as he unveils his budget in battleground Pennsylvania. Happy Thursday. Welcome to Meet the Press Now. I'm Chuck Todd reporting in Washington, and we're going to begin with one of the most sweeping aerial bombardments by Russia since the war in Ukraine began more than a year ago. Overnight, the Kremlin launched a new wave of attacks using a powerful weapon it virtually never uses in this war. According to Ukrainian officials, Russia struck Ukraine with a half dozen hypersonic missiles. They travel at least 10 times the speed of sound. Of course, Ukraine's air defenses were powerless to stop these missiles. Moscow's supply of those missiles, however, is quite limited, and it raises questions about why it's using them at this point in the war for what they're trying to do. How many missiles do they have left, and who might they turn to if they need more? According to Ukraine's president, the widespread missile barrage struck infrastructure and residential buildings in 10 different regions of Ukraine, as far west as the city of Lviv and as far south as the city of Kherson. All told, Russia launched more than 80 missiles, and according to the Institute for the Study of War, 6 different types of missiles were used and deployed in these attacks to ensure that at least some could not be struck down by what has been a fairly effective Ukrainian air defense system. Now, Ukrainian officials say at least 6 people were killed during the intense nighttime bombardment. President Zelensky says Russia chose to attack while most Ukrainians slept as a means to intimidate civilians. All of this, of course, comes as the top U.S. intelligence officials have been testifying this week before Congress on the annual Worldwide Threats initiatives. And they appeared today before the House Intel Committee. Here was National Intelligence Director Avril Haines.
The Russians are making incremental progress on Bakhmut, which is not a particularly strategic objective, but are otherwise facing considerable constraints, including personnel and ammunition shortages, dysfunction within the military's leadership, exhaustion, and morale challenges. And even as the Russian offensive continues, they are experiencing high casualty rates. Putin is likely better understanding the limits of what his military is capable of achieving, and appears to be focused on more modest military objectives for now.
Our foreign correspondent, Aaron McLaughlin, has more from Dnipro, Ukraine.
Hey there, Chuck. We awoke this morning in the capital, Kyiv, to the sound of what is likely to have been a hypersonic missile striking a power plant in the heart of the city. A big boom could be echoed throughout the streets of the Ukrainian capital. One of 6 hypersonic missiles believed to have been deployed by the Russians today, although Ukrainian officials I've been talking to say that it was deployed to very little military effect. They see this more as a propaganda tool for the Kremlin to show that it's taking action in Ukraine to a domestic audience. Still a very scary day for the people of Ukraine, especially in the region of Zaporizhia. The largest nuclear power plant in Europe lost power. Its outside supply of power today, forced to rely on backup diesel generators. At the time, Ukrainian officials say they have enough diesel to back up the Zaporizhzhia nuclear power plant for some 15 days. Nevertheless, very concerning. We heard from the IAEA Director General today sounding the alarm on the situation with the Zaporizhzhia nuclear power plant. Take a listen to what he had to say.
This cannot go on. I am astonished by the complacency. Yes, the complacency. If we allow this to continue time after time, then one day our luck will run out.
Now, that power plant has since been connected to that outside power supply, the crisis averted for now. But there is no clear answer to the IAEA Director General's question. It is unclear at this hour what is being done to prevent that kind of attack, to prevent the Zaporizhzhia nuclear power plant from being cut off from its power supply, given that the Russian forces continue to occupy the nuclear plant. Chuck?
Aaron McLaughlin on the ground for us in Ukraine, and that nuclear power plant, it seems like we have been playing with matches near a place we shouldn't be playing with matches. Joining me now is our global security reporter, Dan DeLuce. Dan, I want to talk about the use of these hypersonic weapons. We don't have them. China and Russia do. This is one of these rare cases where their technology is ahead of ours on the military front, is it not?
Perhaps,
okay.
But I think the real issue here is that Russia had to use a really sophisticated, expensive weapon, and for a means they didn't need to, for a method they didn't need to use, right? So they could use a much more simple weapon, and it does indicate, by all accounts, that they're running out of ammunition.
That's what we think here, right? That this was sort of like, hey, we got to use the good stuff. We're out of the cheap stuff.
That's the takeaway. The other thing is we're now getting into spring, and Ukraine kept the lights on just barely. The electric grid did survive, and I don't think anyone totally expected that, even the White House. They have managed to keep their grid working. They've managed to shoot down a lot of these missiles, by the way. Dozens of the missiles that were fired were shot down.
This is an air defense system that we helped them put together as well, right?
Absolutely. We've helped them a huge amount.
Is this the one way the Israelis have actually helped too?
We don't know that.
Okay.
No, the Israelis have stopped short of that so far.
Because there had been some talk that on this missile defense, they have some technology that could be helpful.
They have tremendous technology, and Ukraine has pleaded for that.
Yes, and they haven't got it. What is our status when it comes to these hypersonic missiles that travel at 10 times the speed of sound?
The administration doesn't like to talk about these things. I think it is a big focus. But, I mean, artificial intelligence, satellites, space, all of this is very much on the agenda. You're looking at a huge defense budget and now being proposed.
I was just going to say, to see a Democratic president propose the jump, I mean, that is a headline that has been buried by the politics of the budget. That says something, because that's something there will be bipartisan support
and it
for.
it will no doubt get passed as well.
And in some ways, having the Russians use this hypersonic missile probably almost motivates lawmakers to fund this request, doesn't it?
Yes. Yes.
Dan DeLuce, giving us some extra clarity there. Dan, thank you. Let me bring in, for more on the war and trying to get a better understanding of what this means for the Russia side of things. I want to bring in our retired admiral, James Stavridis is, of course, the former Supreme Allied Commander of NATO and NBC News' chief international analyst, and Michael McFaul, who's, of course, a former U.S. ambassador to Russia and is one of our NBC News national security and international affairs analysts. Jim, let me start with you. Do you see the use of these hypersonic missiles as proof, as Dan seemed to report as well, that Russia may be running out of missiles? That's why they had to go to the good stuff.
Possibly. I'll give you another explanation, which is demonstrative. Russia likes to showcase that hypersonic capability. They're in a war. Here's a chance to do it. But, you know, keep it in perspective. They only have between 50 and 100 of these total from everything I can see. So to shoot 6 of them in a single night says either A, they are really running down, like you say, Chuck. B, they are seeking to demonstrate the capability. And C, they really want to go after this electric grid, particularly during the winter months, because they feel, I think quite incorrectly, that ultimately that would be a path toward cracking the will of the Ukrainian people. I wouldn't bet against the Ukrainian people in that regard.
Well, I was just going to say, have we already passed the point of where this could have been an effective strategy by the Russians to cut Ukraine off the grid? Like the fact that we're you know, the calendar marches forward. We're getting awfully close to the official start of spring.
Indeed. And secondly, history shows us when you bombard these populations, as the Nazis did to the Brits with the Blitz in the Second World War, typically it stiffens the resistance. And I think that's what we're going to see here.
Mike McFall, if Putin is okaying the use of hypersonic missiles, should that make us nervous he might okay the use of even more powerful weapons?
No, I wouldn't jump to that conclusion, although we should always be worried about him using, I think you're implying nuclear weapons, right, Chuck?
Yeah.
But I got to say, I'm very struck that he used these weapons. I remember the speech when he rolled out this. It's called the Kinjal weapon system that you're talking about. He rolled it out back in 2018 as part of the suite of weapons that they have for nuclear weapons, Chuck. And this was supposed to be to get around our missile defense systems. He was very proud of that fact. So that he's using it for these kind of air raids, you know, killing women and children in Ukraine, I think is a sign of desperation. You don't use these kinds of weapons for the kinds of terrorist attacks that he's doing. And I just want to underscore what you just were talking about with the Admiral. It's not working. People in Kiev aren't terrified. In Ukraine, they're not terrified by Putin anymore. I was just talking to people this morning. Yeah. They're used to it. They have their generators. This is not working. It's not making people more prone to say, hey, President Zelensky, maybe we better stop fighting. Just the opposite.
Yeah, eventually Floridians figure out when it rains. And in some ways,
I'm a Floridian, and I just want to add that we were talking earlier about the distant boom. The distant boom is Vladimir Putin's head exploding in frustration at the debacle unfolding in front of him.
So let's talk about if he's depleting, if he's got a missile gap here and he's got a munitions problem, Jim, could the Iranians, North Koreans, and Chinese backfill that for them or not?
Not in the case of Iran or North Korea. Yes, in the case of China. And that's why we ought to be doing absolutely everything we can to send a message to Beijing. Overtly, we've done some of that, releasing our intelligence, suggesting they're considering it, but also sub rosa through our ambassador there, Nick Burns, a superb diplomat. We need to be flooding the zone with a message to China that is going to be crossing a line with the United States if they jump in with weapons to Vladimir Putin.
Mike, I am curious, do you think Putin had to use this hypersonic weapon as a way to prove to some of the hawks that he was willing to do whatever it takes?
Maybe, but maybe not. I think we tend to overplay the hawks. Like, who are they, right, Chuck? Prigozhin, you know.
Yeah, the chef, right? Isn't he basically the chief hawk?
Give me a break.
Yeah.
You know, he runs a paramilitary operation. By the way, his soldiers and his criminals are dying in Bakhmut. It doesn't even seem like the generals, Gerasimov, supports him. He has no political movement, and it's a dictatorship. So this idea that he's attacked by the hawks, which is, you know, we talk about it on TV and lots of commentators talk about it. I just think we overplay that. I think it's more a sign of desperation, as you were alluding to before, and he is running out of weapons. The thing that he has more of than the Ukrainians have or we have is time. He thinks, you know, if time is on his side, if he can just gut it out, keep where he's at, keep his positions now, the Ukrainians will run out of soldiers and will run out of attention, and eventually that will play to his advantage.
Jim, what do you think? He did this last night. If he does it again tonight, is it a strategy?
No.
Okay.
All it is throwing, in this case, missiles at the problem, and it's not going to fix it. And by the way, if he does it at the same pace, he'll be out of hypersonic cruise missiles in 5 to 10 days. I'd call that not a strategy, but a failure.
I'm curious, how far behind is American technology on this hypersonic front, Jim?
Not far at all. I'll leave it there for reasons of classification.
No, I understand that. Is this just something we didn't emphasize and our two chief competitors, China and Russia, did? Or why? It's rare for us to lose one of these races, that's all.
Yeah, think of it this way, Chuck. We are exploring such a wide range of technologies constantly. Perhaps we didn't put enough in this basket. On the other hand, we put a lot in space, in cyber, in quantum computing, and dozens of other things, artificial intelligence, in which we do maintain a lead. And believe me, our teams, our R&D, our defense firms are capable of closing this gap very quickly.
And what about on the defense side of it? Having missile defenses that can keep up with these hypersonic missiles, where would you say we are technologically on that?
We are approaching what will be a breakthrough, which is going to be when we stop trying to shoot down this incoming high-speed telephone pole with another telephone pole. What's coming next are laser weapons that'll be capable of doing that. Unlimited quantities, high speed, speed of light. You can go 10 times the speed of sound. You can't go faster than the speed of light. Watch for lasers.
And Mike, I want to talk about the growing intelligence out there that says perhaps Ukrainians were behind the damage on the Nord Stream pipeline. What is the diplomatic damage if that is indeed the growing agreed-upon assessment by Western allies?
Well, first, I'd say the assessments are pretty vague. Great reporting, but based on vague assessments. And that's the way it should be, by the way. I'm getting tired of somebody. I like it when the Biden administration takes the decision to declass information. I think that's brilliant. I don't like it when people in the government talk to reporters about things that are classified. So I'm glad it's that way. Second, the Ukrainians are not going to claim credit for it, and everybody's going to agree to disagree about how it was done. I think it does help to take away attention from the United States, right? The Russians are saying that the United States did it. And maybe, just maybe, I'm just guessing, but maybe the Biden administration wanted to throw this out here to suggest, in fact, that it was not us, because that plays into the Putin narrative if it was us.
I am just curious, how much of that had caught, I mean, had that gained real traction, or was that just Russian propaganda?
It wasn't just Russian propaganda. Lots of people believed it because there are very few countries that have the capabilities to do what was done, right? So, again, I want to emphasize, I'm guessing here, but it seems to me that the U.S. administration, the Biden administration, wanted to put out some information to suggest that, in fact, it was not the United States. It may have been somebody else.
Well, it was great to have you, Jim Stavridis, retired admiral, former NATO Supreme Allied Commander, Michael McFaul, former ambassador to Russia. It was a rough night last night in Ukraine. It was really helpful to have you guys explain why it might not have been a good night for the Russians. Thank you both. Coming up, hours after another train derailment, the Norfolk Southern CEO testified before the Senate for the first time since the toxic train disaster last month in Ohio. His apologies, his promises to Congress, and the fallout from his testimony are next. Plus, Senate Republican leader Mitch McConnell, hospitalized after a fall yesterday, will have the latest on his condition and that concussion and the reaction on Capitol Hill. You're watching Meet the Press Now.
This is what it looks and feels
From the storm zone.
The bigger piece to the puzzle comes.
New numbers just out this morning.
Good evening. We begin tonight with breaking news just coming in.
We begin this hour with the latest developments. We're coming on the air with some shakeups big time on Capitol Hill.
How much water ultimately will be forced inland?
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
Welcome back. The CEO of the rail company Norfolk Southern was on the Hill today, testifying in a Senate hearing on the catastrophic derailment of one of his company's trains in East Palestine, Ohio last month. Alan Shaw spoke just hours after another Norfolk Southern train, by the way, derailed in Alabama this morning. It's the company's third derailment since February. Now, Norfolk Southern has faced intense criticism for the East Palestine accident and for the response to residents of the town in the face of major health concerns potentially caused by those toxic chemicals released when the derailed cars carrying hazardous material caught fire. Now, Shaw began his congressional testimony by apologizing to the community and committing to remain present during the cleanup.
I want to begin today by expressing how deeply sorry I am for the impact this derailment has had on the residents of East Palestine and the surrounding communities. We're going to be there today, tomorrow, a year from now, 5 years from now, 10 years from now. I've told the community that. I've been there in person. I've looked into their eyes. I've heard their concerns. I've been in their family rooms. I'm committed to that community, and so is Norfolk Southern.
Not surprisingly, though, Shaw faced some aggressive questioning from lawmakers on both sides of the aisle, seeking some answers on what caused the derailment and whether the company would commit to backing new legislation that would prevent similar disasters.
Okay, so let's get back to what we're here for, is try to solve the problem in front of us. What caused this?
Senator, the NTSB report is still ongoing. I'm not waiting to act.
You noted that you have a list of safety things you'd like to implement. Will you commit no more stock buybacks until those safety improvements are completed?
Senator, I will commit to continuing to invest in safety.
In other big Capitol Hill news today, we learned this afternoon that Senate Republican leader Mitch McConnell is being treated for a concussion after he tripped and fell last night at a Senate Leadership Fund event at the Waldorf Hotel, the hotel formerly known as the Trump Hotel. McConnell's office released a brief statement late last night that the 81-year-old senator was taken to the hospital after a fall. They didn't give more details until late today. Before the concussion was confirmed this afternoon, the president and first lady had offered their well wishes. Senate Democratic leader, the Senate Majority Leader Chuck Schumer, also offered a prayer on the Senate floor this morning.
This morning, I offer a prayer of strength and healing for the leader and his family. I called the leader this morning and spoke briefly with his staff to extend my prayers and well wishes.
Mitch McConnell is the latest senator to receive hospital care for health issues. Democrat John Fetterman is currently in inpatient care for clinical depression. And Dianne Feinstein is away from Washington as she recovers from shingles. She had been hospitalized. She has since been released from the hospital for that. Ryan Nobles has the latest on both of these stories from Capitol Hill. And Ryan, I want to start with Norfolk Southern. Look, cutting through the sort of politicized questioning that can happen at these hearings, did he commit to not lobbying against new federal regulation? And what did he commit to on safety? Any specifics here? More staff, different technologies, or was it as vague as the highlights we were playing at the top?
You probably won't be surprised to know that it is the latter, Chuck. It did seem to be a lot more of promising in very vague terms to be there until the very end, to make sure that his company would do everything they could to fix this problem, but without any very specific amount of substance behind it. There is a bipartisan bill that's making its way through the Senate right now from both of Ohio's senators that would address some of these rail safety concerns. But Norfolk Southern does believe that they're not completely to blame for all of this. These cars are not necessarily owned or operated by the company. They're just responsible for transporting them.
Yeah.
That could be a cop-out, some might view. But regardless, what I think the tone Alan Shaw tried to strike here is that, yes, we want to take care of all of this. We just don't know what it's going to take care of all of it, and we don't want to promise anything that we can't deliver.
Ryan, so is he bringing another company in here? Are they passing the buck of blame that somehow the car itself, while they were the company pulling the car, that the car itself is the responsibility of another company that loaded the chemicals?
Yeah, so that, and part of that bit of sound that you played earlier when he talked about the NTSB investigation, because it has not necessarily been concluded yet as to how this accident happened, there is some thought that there was, something that went faulty with the car itself. And these cars are not owned and operated by Norfolk Southern. They basically own the car, the engine at the front and the caboose at the back, and everything in between is owned by someone else. And so that may be part of what Congress needs to address in terms of the regulatory environment as it relates to the rail companies. Should Norfolk Southern have more control over the maintenance and care of these individual cars? It does perhaps sound like there's a bit of passing the buck that's going on here as well. But that's part of the reason that I think you see members of Congress so frustrated. And the other point I'd make to you, Chuck, and you understand kind of the weedsy part of this, is that this isn't really the committee that's going to deal with these fixes. This is the Commerce Committee or somewhere else is likely going to. This was just the first committee that had an excuse to bring him in front of them so that they could ask him all these tough questions. So, we're a long way away from seeing like substantive reform come out of Congress.
Yeah, it sounds like it's the civil litigation that'll probably clear up the ownership issues and all of that before any of this. But that seems like that is quite the thicket there. Let me move to Mitch McConnell. It was, look, it was a bit disconcerting that we went as long as we went with so little information, and I know there were a lot of people nervous. It sounds like we can all breathe a bit sigh of relief. Is he on the mend or not?
Yeah, that's the sense that we're getting, Chuck, and not just from the public statements that we're getting from his office, but also from his fellow senators who were briefed on his condition. Some have actually talked to him, so he is conscious. He's been able to have conversations with them. But it does seem like he took a pretty bad fall and was beat up a bit. A concussion is no doubt a serious situation. It's especially serious for someone who is 81 years old. And, of course, it's important to point out that Mitch McConnell does have lingering problems from his childhood polio, and that could have been part of what contributed to this. His legs aren't as strong as you would like them to be in a situation like this. But I think the big question everyone has right now, Chuck, is just how long of a recovery is this going to take? They're saying right now that he's going to be in the hospital still for the next couple of days, and they're not putting a timeline on when he could return. I've been asked a lot today, how does this impact the work of Congress? In the short term, probably not that big of a deal. There's two Democrats that are currently here right now who are dealing with their own health issues, and John Fetterman and Dianne Feinstein, so the numbers really don't matter all that much. It's really the long-term issue, right? Because Mitch McConnell's the key negotiator in all these big things like the debt ceiling and the budget and things along those lines.
One important detail. Ryan, do we know, has Mitch McConnell talked with people? Is he alert? Is he dealing with Senate business? Does he know, is he, sometimes a concussion can set you way back and sometimes it doesn't. Do we have those kind of details yet?
Yeah, so we don't know if he's, being briefed on the business of the Senate, but we do know that he's had conversations with people. Senator John Barrasso, for instance, said that he talked to him, that they had a good conversation, that he expected him to make a full recovery. And of course, Barrasso is a physician. Yeah. So his expertise goes beyond just a friendship here. So yes, he is conscious, and the signs are that he'll be able to make a full recovery.
Those are important signs. I unfortunately had friends in similar situations where it was a much more dire outlook. Anyway, Ryan Nobles on Capitol Hill for us. Ryan, thank you. Up next, President Biden lays out his 2024 priorities in battleground Pennsylvania. That's next. You're watching Meet the Press Now.
today's biggest political stories with trusted insight and expert analysis. A daily look at the politics behind the headlines. Meet the Press Now, streaming weekdays at 4 p.m. on NBC News Now.
Hey, podcast fans, ready to unlock our true crime mysteries? Try Dateline Premium on Apple Podcasts. You'll get early access to originals, plus bonus content, and everything is ad-free. So head to Apple Podcasts now to subscribe.
Welcome back. A Bidenism that we've heard dozens of times from him, not just as president, as senator, as vice president, is show me your budget, and I'll tell you what you value. In fact, he said it today. So by that measure, the president just gave us a window into some of his key priorities for 2024 when he's expected to be in the heat of a presidential reelection campaign. And I will say this, at least he did something other presidents haven't done before, is that he sort of admitted that the budget is nothing more than a campaign platform, because he went ahead and unveiled it in a battleground state. He unveiled it in Philadelphia just a few minutes ago, the same city where he kicked off his 2020 campaign. So let's be clear on what this budget is and what it isn't. It isn't a realistic piece of legislation. It's not going to become law, and it's not intended to become law. It is intended to create a contrast with the other party. It is a potential roadmap for the issues that the White House wants to focus on and see if they could beat the other party over the head with these priorities. It includes a bevy of Democratic priorities. It includes restoring the child care tax credit, expanding access to pre-K and child care, cap the price of insulin at $35 a month, all of it paid by raising taxes on corporations and Americans making more than $400,000 a year, including a new tax on billionaires. And all told, the president said his plan would cut $3 trillion from the deficit over the next decade while extending the solvency of Medicare for an additional 25 years. In the near term, though, this budget would spend more money and have a bigger deficit in the coming year than it did last year. Joining me now is Susan Page, Washington Bureau Chief for USA Today, Democratic strategist Mo Alathe, and Republican strategist Doug Heye. Susan, I will say this, I at least appreciate the White House rolling it out in a campaign state. Let's not pretend this is a serious piece of legislation, and all of our inboxes are flooded with meaningless press releases about said budget. But what do you take away from it that says, okay, that's what they're focused on?
I take away from he's running for re-election. I think he's done a series of things in recent weeks on crime and on immigration and now on the budget that indicate that he is well into his re-election campaign. And he is outlining a different vision of the role of government than Republicans have. And there is almost no overlap between the priorities and approaches they would take on taxes and spending.
The budget director, she basically said, Mo, this is something to be contrasted with the other party. Here she is.
So lots of people in this town, as you've alluded to, want to talk about spending cuts. This president's actually putting forward a plan that reduces the deficit by, as you accurately state, nearly $3 trillion. On the other side of the aisle, we have a contrast, which is why it's important to put out budget plans and why we want our colleagues on the other side of the aisle to do the same. They have proposals that would add $3 trillion by giving tax cuts to the wealthy. So do you want to bring down the deficit by $3 trillion, or do you want to raise the deficit by $3 trillion?
Mo, I guess in poker terms, she's like, look, we'll show you our hand. Show me yours.
Well, and that's exactly what they're saying, right? They're saying to the Republicans who are coming out there now and attacking the president's budget, like, all right, what do you got now? Let's now go toe-to-toe and do this. Look, I think this is absolutely a statement of values and a campaign strategy. And can I just say how refreshing it is to get back to this argument than a lot of the other nonsense Washington's been arguing over the past?
Well, we'll have those.
Yeah, there's plenty.
They go away. Yeah.
But
they get diluted.
It is about sort of who we are and what government's role should be and the kinds of things we should be investing in and not investing in. And it serves dual purpose. One, it does set up the upcoming campaign, but it also sets up some legislative maneuvering that the White House is eager to get into with the Republican House as we begin this showdown over the debt ceiling. And I think that is very much on the president's mind as well.
So, Doug, I would assume the last thing any Republican presidential candidate would want is for House Republicans to put out a budget.
Absolutely.
Right?
Yes.
But they're going to have to put out a budget here, don't they? They have to. They can't sit here and not do something they promised their own voters they would do.
So I gave up Frank Sinatra for Lent and fried food. There's an old Sinatra song, I've heard that song before. And this is exactly the conversation that we had a year ago, where we didn't want to be talking about some of these things. Mitch McConnell warned us, and Rick Scott came along and made sure that Democrats were talking about these things in attacking Republicans. We're in this same situation right now. If you're running for president, you do not want to be talking about and responding to what the House Republican budget is. There won't be a Senate.
Because that House Republican budget is going to become the nominee's budget, as far as the Democratic campaign is concerned. Right?
Absolutely. That's what we saw last year in the Senate races with the Rick Scott.
Well, it's what we saw with Mitt Romney and Paul Ryan's proposal, right? It became, and of course Mitt Romney picked him but it didn't matter. It was being thrown at him.
Yeah, look, those are the unfair politics of politics. And this is what every one of these candidates is going to have to deal with, minus potentially Donald Trump, because his ability to throw people under the bus and back that bus up and back, whether it's House Republicans or Senate Republicans, is pretty legendary. He may be poised to do that.
Yeah, but who does this empower? It empowers the Freedom Caucus.
That's exactly right.
Because they will have the sway.
They're going to want to put out a budget, right?
Oh, they promised. They got a promise that they could put out a budget
that balanced in 10 years. Good luck doing that.
Regular order.
Yeah. And now they've taken Pentagon off the table. They've taken Social Security off the table. They've taken Medicare off the table. They're going to have to devastate every other spending program that the federal government has.
You pivoted to something that actually I wanted to bring up. This is a massive increase. Joe Biden, massive increase in defense spending.
Yeah.
Mo. And so if there's one part of this budget that will suddenly, this is one of those you're like, yeah, it's all a fantasy. Not that defense budget. This might actually be, and it leads to this other issue, Mo. Progressives have been pretty muted over the last few months. I'm curious if they will be muted about this.
Well, look, they're getting a lot in this budget as well, right? They're getting
but the stuff they're getting is never going to pass. This defense budget increase will.
But this is a president who hasn't had any trouble standing up to the progressives when it comes to issues like this. We saw it when it came to policing. We've seen it on any number of other issues where the progressives will say, and their hands are kind of tied because they don't have anywhere else to go. Right. This is a good progressive president. He maybe doesn't go as far as they would like, but they get far better than the Freedom Caucus does on the right.
Are you thinking that most of the progressive leaders are becoming more pragmatic?
I think they are marginally pragmatic. I think they are looking at the Republican field and know that if they do not get behind this president, a divided Democratic Party won't survive 24.
Doug, this is a slight difference. There is whatever people want to say about the progressives pulling the Democratic Party to the left, they have been more muted at attacking their guy. They're not seeing that. The Republican Party is not allowed to compartmentalize the Trump base.
No, not at all. And part of what this move on the defense budget does for Biden is it further exposes Republican divides, where on Ukraine, which ties specifically into military spending, a lot of conservatives, for the first time I can remember, going back to well before Ronald Reagan, are now talking about cutting defense spending. This is not Ronald Reagan's party anymore, and we're right at the 40th anniversary of the Evil Empire speech. And this is not this is not Ronald Reagan's foreign policy. It's not his Republican Party either.
No, and this is the part where we'll see what happens. I have no idea how they're going to come up with a balanced budget that doesn't touch defense. I assume they won't increase it by as much as Biden wants to increase it. So suddenly they're going to look. I mean, this seems like they set themselves a trap, and the White House said, "Great, let's see it."
And they're trapped because they won't raise taxes.
Right.
And if you don't raise taxes, if you don't increase revenues, you're going to have to really slash spending. But, you don't have to use all real numbers in a budget, as we've learned. And so perhaps that is a solution.
What you're saying is put out a bunch of numbers that don't add up and just say, here's my budget. I mean, that is sort of caving into the whole idea that, well, there's at least one, channel that might go ahead and buy that BS, right? Is that what you end up doing?
You do what you need to. Politicians in both parties do what they need to do. The worst situation to be in is to be the majority with a very narrow majority because you can't lose anybody. It's much easier to hang yourself together to make serious proposals. If you're in the minority, you know it can't pass. You can stand on principle. You can say, let's raise taxes by trillions of dollars. Let's impose taxes on people making more than $400,000 a year on Medicare. And you don't have to live with the consequences because it's not going anywhere for at least 2 years.
Now, though we'll see, being in the minority with a very narrow, divided minority doesn't seem to be going well for the other side either.
So. Right.
Are you at all concerned, Mo, that it is sort of, in some ways, Biden does embrace the one stereotype that, yeah, we want to tax the rich? Do you think that's an issue anymore?
No, I don't.
I mean, look, I'm old enough to remember when Bill Clinton apologized to rich people for raising their taxes.
No, look.
Right? And, I mean, remember that famous quote? He says, you probably think I raise your taxes too much. I do too.
Yeah. Look, I don't think left versus right is what dominates people anymore, dominates voters. I think front versus back is, right? And so pitting and exploiting and focusing on that divide between people who feel like the elites are screwing them is where the politics of today is.
Right.
And it's for good reason, because people do feel that way. And when people see these billionaires and trillionaires getting these tax breaks, they're done with that.
Doug, aren't we close? It is funny because Susan's right. There's no way to do this budget without raising taxes. Corporations aren't popular on the right anymore. I'm surprised there hasn't been a few more of the J.D. Vance wing of the party to say, you know what, yeah, let's tax those guys.
You know, one of the things I learned working in House leadership was that taxes are not as sacrosanct for Republicans as we thought they were. When the Bush tax cuts were expiring, 2012, 2013, Grover Norquist, Americans for Tax Reform, said, the plan Republicans are putting together is a good plan, back it. And enough Republicans said, ooh, I don't know about that. It's not what it used to be as a salient issue.
I wonder if it is, because these things poll very well across party lines, at least on that stuff.
I think imposing a huge tax on billionaires is undoubtedly popular with everyone who is not a billionaire.
Right.
And so that is probably a safe state.
It usually is. And there's, last time I checked, the billionaire caucus.
Very small.
Well, it is pretty tiny. Anyway, Mo, good to see you.
Good to see you.
Thank you, Doug. Thank you. Susan, thank you both. After the break, Defense Secretary Lloyd Austin meets with Israeli leaders as anti-government protests have been sweeping Israel's cities over the last couple of days. We'll have the latest on the ground in Tel Aviv next. You're watching Meet the Press Now.
We begin top story with that breaking news. This is just in, a lot of stories to get to. What do people need most right now? Did the state and or law enforcement drop the ball anywhere? Are we headed for a recession or a recovery? Migrant families now stranded in Mexico. What's the World Cup experience been like? The civilian effort is not just about fighting, it's also about helping.
Every night, it's your news playlist. Top Story with Tom Llamas. Streaming weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Welcome back. Secretary of Defense Lloyd Austin's shorter-than-planned trip to Israel happened today after the Israeli government asked him to delay his arrival by a day and restrict his movements once he got there on the ground. Austin met with his Israeli counterpart and with Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu, but he never left the confines of the airport. That's how bad things are right now in Israel. The purpose of this visit by Austin was to urge de-escalation in the occupied West Bank and to discuss the threat posed by Iran. But this trip's been overshadowed by the ongoing protests all across Israel. Demonstrators are holding another day of disruption today in response to the government's plan to overhaul its judicial system. Protesters blocked the roads to the country's airport. It caused Prime Minister Netanyahu to helicopter to his meeting with Lloyd Austin. Secretary Austin also had to briefly wade into Israel's domestic politics during a press conference today.
As President Biden has said, the genius of American democracy and Israeli democracy is that they are both built on strong institutions, on checks and balances, and on an independent judiciary.
Joining me now from Tel Aviv is our foreign correspondent, Ralph Sanchez. So, Ralph, obviously it's nighttime. I assume things have calmed down a little bit. But tomorrow's the Sabbath. What do we expect over the next few days?
Well, Chuck, we are seeing no signs that Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu is preparing to back down from these very controversial judicial reform plans, as he calls them. Just a reminder, under this proposed law, Israel's parliament would be able to vote by a simple majority to ignore rulings of the Supreme Court. Now, Netanyahu will tell you that that is curbing the excesses of activist judges, but the protesters we saw on the streets of Israel, on the highways of Israel today, in their tens of thousands, said they were deeply concerned about the impact that this would have on Israeli democracy. And Chuck, I thought it was really interesting that Secretary Austin, who is not a particularly political person himself, he's a former soldier, weighed in on this internal Israeli domestic issue in his prepared remarks alongside the Israeli defense minister, which I think is a really clear sign that the Biden administration wanted to lay down a marker to the Israelis that they share at least some of the Israeli protesters' concerns. One last thing, Chuck, the Israeli president, who is a largely ceremonial figure but whose words hold a lot of moral weight, was on TV a couple of hours ago saying the divisions within Israel are a disaster, and he pleaded with Netanyahu to abandon these judicial overhaul plans, replace them with some kind of compromise. But right now, this standoff continues, Chuck.
Is there any point where we think these protests will let up, or will the Sabbath provide a pause?
It's a really good question. Netanyahu is actually out of town at the moment. He's gone to Rome for the weekend. This is kind of a controversial trip. He doesn't have a very full itinerary in Rome. It is his wedding anniversary. His wife is with him. So this is not a great look, Chuck, especially because there has been a terror attack here in Tel Aviv in the last couple of hours. A Hamas gunman opening fire on Israeli civilians at a cafe on a very busy street here in Tel Aviv. The shooter was killed, 3 civilians wounded, one of them in critical condition. So Netanyahu is under a lot of pressure right now. The country so deeply divided, but also this terror attack.
Yeah, that's for sure. Ralph Sanchez in Tel Aviv for us. Ralph, thank you. Still to come, as the abortion debate continues to divide the GOP. We're going to speak with Republican Congresswoman Nancy Mace, who says she's trying to, quote, rein in some of the craziness inside her party. You're watching Meet the Press Now.
Hey, I'm Hallie. It's good to be with you tonight. There's another legal filing today, and I want to cut through some of the weedsy stuff. And let's just get to the point. They have started to vote on the PACT Act. If you're like Hallie, stop speaking Washingtonese. This bill would basically give health care to veterans who have exposed to these toxic chemicals. So Scott, I'm trying to make this as not DC as possible. The increased sort of anger that we've seen now in politics. I saw you searching for, I think, your microphone, Danny. You are.
I was trying to do it on the slide.
Live TV, man. It's okay.
Welcome back. Governor Gavin Newsom of California announced this week that his state will not renew a $54 million contract with Walgreens. Why? He's upset that the company announced it would not dispense a medication abortion pill in some states, even where abortion is legal. All of this comes as we wait for a ruling by a Trump-appointed federal judge that could pull a common abortion medication pill off the shelves nationwide. Bottom line, the spotlight on this issue of abortion in America not going away anytime soon, which arguably is probably not good news politically for the GOP as they continue to struggle to navigate this issue that has been a major political liability, particularly when you continue to look at what happened in 2022. I've seen some new data that only underscores for women that were self-described independents, abortion was the #1 issue they voted on. Joining me now is Congresswoman Nancy Mace, a Republican from South Carolina, who's criticized her party over these stricter and total bans that have been around the country. Congresswoman, it's good to see you, and we have you on today because you introduced a new bill on contraception, trying to make it more over-the-counter completely. Give me a little bit of details. If your bill passed, what do you believe it would do?
Well, particularly after Roe v. Wade being overturned, we want to make sure that women have access to birth control wherever they can get it. And this bill would speed up the application process to the FDA for approval, would cut that time in half. It would also waive the fees for companies that are applying for self-administered birth control options for women. It would waive those fees and make it more efficient and more affordable as well down the line through that application process. So it would speed it up. It still makes it safe and more cost effective because we want women to have access to it no matter where they are.
Do you believe we can make all birth control over the counter?
Well, I think for self-administered birth control, that should be an option if we can do that. In my home state of South Carolina, Chuck, we have entire counties in rural areas that don't have a single OBGYN doctor. So what are we going to do to help improve the lives of those women? If we're serious about saving lives, then certainly, especially in states where they're banning abortion, we ought to give every woman access to the birth control that they want and need.
We could sit here and talk about specifics. I could talk about the 6-week ban that's proposed in Florida. We could talk about this court case. But I want to go big picture here with you for a second. Do you feel as if anybody in your party saw their election returns in 2022? Because I look around at some of these, and I don't mean to be a bit cynical about this, but it's like there seems to be a whistling past where the public is on this, particularly with voters, with women voters on the center, right, and in the middle.
Right. We clearly buried our heads in the sand after Dobbs. And you said earlier that for independents and for women especially, that it was their #1 issue. I represent a district where we have independents, Republicans, and Democrats. Independents outnumber Republicans by double digits. Independents and Democrats outnumber Republicans in my district 2-1. But across the board, in my election, the #2 issue, #1 was inflation, but the #2 issue for everybody, regardless of politics, was abortion. And we don't have a plan. We're not working together. We're not showing compassion for women, especially women who've been raped, especially for girls who are victims of incest, especially for women in poor and rural areas that don't have access to birth control or doctors who can get them birth control. What are we doing? What's the plan? And so I decided, Chuck, that just about every week that we're in session for at least the first part of this year, I'm filing a bill addressing these issues. And this week, it was this contraception bill to speed up the process for self-administered birth control.
What do you think should happen if this federal judge decides to essentially take that one of those abortion pills off the market? What would you like to see the federal government do? What do you think state governors should do? Is there anything that can be done?
Well, I find it very difficult to believe that a medical product that was approved by the FDA could be pulled off the shelves. And so I would imagine that that would have to go through the courts and up to the Supreme Court as well. But I have a hard time seeing how that would be legal in this country, regardless of the way you felt about that medication.
And I'm not trying to bait you here, but do you think a Republican can run on the idea that they're for freedom if they're in favor of these extraordinarily restrictive laws on abortion, 6 weeks and things like that?
Well, I'll tell you, in the state of South Carolina, a state lawmaker just last week filed a bill that would allow women to be executed who had abortions. If we're going to say women can't travel out of state, if we're going to say women should be executed for having an abortion, these are not messages that we can stand behind. And we have to stand up to the extremism and show some balance, show a way that we can protect the right to life and protect women's rights. Because when you talk to women across the country and across the political spectrum, we agree somewhere in the middle. There are a number of things that we agree with on this issue, whether it's 20 weeks or 15 weeks, or looking at contraception and the right to access those things, women who've been raped, girls who are victims of incest. There are many things that we agree on, but my party's silent on these issues, and I refuse to be silent. I'm going to continue to be vocal and fight for women everywhere.
Hey, before I let you go, considering what's happened with January 6th again and it's dividing your party again, you think it was the right call for Kevin McCarthy to unilaterally give the January 6th footage to a lone host? I don't know what to call him.
I said so on February 22nd. I disagreed with that decision. I believe if we're going to release that footage, release it to every media outlet and release it to every defense attorney who said they didn't have access to it, and to the public at large, so they can make a decision after seeing that footage on their own. Right, but doing it this way sort of probably was the worst of all outcomes? Well, I don't believe in filtering it through a singular lens. This is something that happened. It was not a good day in our country, and everyone in our country should be able to see what happened that day. It was a very difficult day. You were there. Was it violent? We don't want to repeat history. Was it violent? It was. It was. And I will tell you, I had death threats leading up to that because I said I was going to certify the Electoral College. And ever since then, Chuck, I've had to carry a gun everywhere I go. And I've been very vocal about that. But at the same time, we can learn from this. We can work on ensuring it doesn't happen again, ensure that we are being honest with the American people, and heal our nation. We've got to heal. Let me ask you a quick question on presidential politics. If you decide to endorse, will their position on abortion matter to you before you make that decision? I'm thinking Nikki Haley or Tim Scott in particular. It is, and it is. And I've talked to people. This is an issue that is near and dear to my heart, and I know that it matters to my voters. It matters to my constituents. It matters to my state. And if we want to be serious about winning the White House in 24, then we've got to be serious when we're talking about this issue. Do you think Do you think Nikki Haley has the right position on this yet? We've had some very encouraging conversations about the issue. I've talked to her about it. It's one of the first subjects I brought up when I heard she's going to be running for Congress, and I was impressed with her responses, and I hope that there are others who will feel the same way. Congresswoman Nancy Mace, Republican from Charleston area in South Carolina. Appreciate you coming on, sharing your perspective with us. Always good to get it. Thank you. You got it. Thank you all for being with us this hour. I'm going to be back tomorrow with more Meet the Press Now. But NBC News Now coverage will continue with my friend Tom Costello. He's sitting in today for Hallie Jackson. And the show begins right now.
It's a Thursday, and wherever you are, it is the top of the hour. We are coming on the air with a grilling on Capitol Hill, really a grilling. The CEO of Norfolk Southern says he is committed to doing what's right by the people of East Palestine. But there is a lot of questions right now around what the heck that really means, what he is and what he's not committing to in public today. Plus, we are on the ground in California, where folks there are bracing for serious floods as the rain rolls in and the snow starts to melt. The concern now, potential landslides across the state. Also late breaking, a new hearing in the manslaughter charges against Alec Baldwin after that shooting on the Rust movie set, what we're learning from court just moments ago. Then New details tonight from the FDA. Listen up. Updating the standards for women who get screened for breast cancer. Why supporters say this could help save lives. And in the original, we are looking at new bills in Republican-led states that target gender-affirming care for minors. The impact on the trans community coming up later in the show. Good day, I'm Tom Costello in for Hallie, and right now, a new push for accountability in Ohio as this NTSB special investigation ramps up. And on Capitol Hill, the CEO of Norfolk Southern getting very sharp questions from senators demanding to know how his company will help people whose lives have been upended by the toxic train derailment last month. In the next couple of hours, people in East Palestine will get to ask questions about anything from air quality to water safety. In attendance, workers from these 6 federal agencies, including, as you see, the EPA and the company. And now Alan Shaw, the CEO, says Norfolk Southern will stick around as long as it takes, repeating this one line in particular.
I am determined to make this right. Norfolk Southern will clean the site safely, thoroughly, and with urgency. You have my personal commitment.
Now, you will hear that a few times today, but Shaw's timing really not ideal because another one of Norfolk Southern's trains went off the tracks today, derailed. This time it happened in White Plains, Alabama. You see the pictures right there. We just got these in the last few minutes. Here's the good news. The emergency there apparently is really very minor. Nobody hurt, and there was no hazmat spill, but a lot of trains off the tracks. It is part of a huge issue for the company right now. Now, you see the chart right here. Take a look at this. Norfolk Southern's accident rate has grown by 80% over the last decade. That's them right there. Well ahead of the industry average here. And Norfolk Southern has had 20 hazmat spills over 8 years. Now, Ohio's 2 senators, Sherwood Brown and J.D. Vance, a Democrat and a Republican, who both testified today, have come up with a bipartisan proposal designed to address all of these safety concerns, like requiring 2-person crews, boosting inspections and fines, and adding more sensors to the tracks and under the tracks. But the people there have concerns as well, like can families who now own homes in this town, can they eventually plan to sell for what they bought at, or might they have to sell while they're underwater? Senator Ed Markey challenged Alan Shaw, the CEO, on that.
Will you compensate that family for that loss?
Okay. Senator, I'm committed to do what's right.
That is the right thing to do.
He said that over and over again, committed to do what's right, but he wouldn't be more specific. NBC's Jesse Kirsch is in Cleveland. Jesse, you've spent a lot of time in East Palestine talking with the people there, hearing their concerns like property value, like health care. What's on their minds, and are they going to be satisfied with what they did or didn't hear today?
Yeah, and Tom, I think that exchange we just saw from Senator Markey is pretty emblematic of some of the same back and forth we've seen between community members and representatives from Norfolk Southern. In recent days, we were at a town hall there. There were representatives from the EPA, from the state, and as well from Norfolk Southern. And that was one of the chief questions that people had that night as well. Will the company reimburse people for the perceived financial losses on their properties because of concern over the values dropping over real or even just perceived health threat? Because remember, this is a community that feels that not just that they're concerned about their health and skeptical about what they're hearing from the government and the company, they're also feeling like there might be a stigma around this community and a perception that people aren't going to want to come spend time there anymore. Here's more of what we heard today.
Does that include paying for their health care needs? All of their health care needs.
Senator, we're going to do what's right for the citizens of East
What's right is to cover their health care needs. Will you do that?
Everything is on the table, sir.
Something else that a resident I've spoken with before, I was texting with him earlier, and Tom, this resident said another thing that Bernie Sanders pointed out about Mr. Shaw that resonated was Bernie Sanders apparently claiming that Mr. Shaw seemed like a politician. So it seems like hollow words to some community members tonight.
Yeah, I heard that comment as well. And he said the same thing over and over again. We're going to do what's right, but they could not pin him down. Meanwhile, there are now 18 lawsuits filed against in class action lawsuits against Norfolk Southern. But we're now hearing from a federal judge that they could actually speed up the process a bit. What's going on?
Yeah, so according to our affiliate WFMJ out of Youngstown, federal judges asked the attorneys who are filing those lawsuits to consolidate them. Obviously, we know that there are dozens, if not hundreds of people potentially out there. It could be as many as thousands because we know that there are thousands of people in this community. But, you know, there's certainly a large number of people that appear to be considering their legal options. So this would obviously factor into that. And I can tell you, Tom, we've spoken with people who were signed on for lawsuits. We've spoken with other people who are considering which lawsuit to be joining. So there's a lot of legal activity around this, and can imagine that's probably not going away anytime soon.
And there was some promising news about the chemicals on the ground, right, from this new test out of Indiana?
Yeah, so the governor of Indiana, this is just another reminder, Tom, that this is not just an issue for Ohio. It's not just an issue for Pennsylvania. There have been concerns in Michigan, in Texas, in Indiana about the waste material that has been moved out of this derailment site as well. And the governor of Indiana said that some initial testing that the state had done on the waste material that was being brought there did not show a concerning level of dioxins, which could be potentially harmful materials. So that is sort of relieving news for that community, but also just underscores, again, this is an issue that is concerning people across the country. And as you mentioned, we've had another derailment of a Norfolk Southern train in Alabama this time. This is not just an issue for one part of the country.
Yep, that's right. NBC's Jesse Kirsch. Thank you, Jesse. Tonight, California is bracing for dangerous flooding as rain and heavy winds are starting to hammer the central and the northern parts of the state. 16 million people are under flood watches. That includes the entire Bay Area. Crews are cleaning out drains, and they're also filling sandbags. Several counties are already starting to tell folks there to evacuate. On top of the floods, there are concerns of landslides, power outages, and even damage to buildings. And in a separate storm, the Midwest, getting a mix of snow and rain, making for a messy situation going into the weekend. We have meteorologist Bill Karen standing by to give us the forecast. But first, let's go to Jake Ward, our resident San Franciscan, and he's on the ground in Northern California. All right, Jake, the state still recovering from that pretty severe storm that left behind a lot of snow. So how are people getting ready now for the next blow?
Well, Tom, we are definitely seeing the beginnings of this storm as it moves into the area. Rain began a couple of hours ago, and now the wind is picking up. And really the biggest concern, the most immediate concern, is at higher elevations. At the highest elevations, we're, of course, going to see a lot more snow in areas that I can tell you from personal experience have had absolutely enough. Me and my family were almost stuck in the Sierra Nevadas the last time the snow hit. I know that those people are not looking forward to this next round of it. We already know from places like Yosemite that structures are being collapsed by the sheer weight of that snow. And then, of course, you're also going to see tremendous snow melt because the unseasonably cold temperatures had caused snow to basically collect at these lower elevations. That snow is about to melt, run off into rivers, and that's going to create a threat of flooding and mudslides. And so it's at those high elevations that we're really watching things at this hour.
Well, it's just compounding problem after problem. I got to ask you the question that everybody out here on the East Coast is asking, and I don't want to blindside you, but is this all this moisture, is it going to help the drought situation in California?
Well, it does help, of course. The difficulty is that California is not used to these enormous atmospheric rivers like we've had. I mean, let me just show you one of the reasons that this is such a big deal. I mean, where I'm standing in Santa Cruz, California, is one of these Northern California cities that is essentially the drain of a grand bathtub. California becomes a big bathtub when it drops this much moisture on the state, and it all drains to cities like this. This river mouth that I'm standing at will wind up being the place where all of that snow melt comes out. And let me show you on the beach here just why that's such a big deal. That incredible amount of water carries huge power with it and huge weight. The wood that you see collected here does not come from the ocean. That came from inland. These are, 1,000-pound pieces of wood carried out of the river. And so the thing is, you're right to ask this thing, can we catch this water? And we have certainly caught what we can. We know that big industrial-sized dams, huge water basins here are basically full at this point, but we do not have the capacity to hang on to much more than that. And so all of this water is going to come out of this river mouth, do this incredible amount of circulation in this particular bay and up and down the Bay Area. It's the power of it and the fact that we are not built to catch it in these, 7-year megastorm kind of increments like we're going to have to. We're not built for that currently, Tom.
All right, Jake, thank you. And also thanks to your photographer. Thanks, guys. I know you're getting wet out there. Appreciate it. Let's bring in meteorologist Bill Cairns. All right, Bill, first let's keep up on California. What should people be expecting out there?
Yeah, the worst is tonight, Tom, and then tomorrow. And here's what just happened in the last hour. We have the Weather Prediction Center predicts where the worst weather is going to be throughout the whole country. And they give us flood guidance. And they say, well, you're going to marginal risk, slight risk, or a moderate risk, or a high risk. A high risk are pretty rare. And they just upgraded 2 different sections here of Central California into high-risk categories. So why is that important? Well, obviously, with the threat of mudslides and landslides, sinkholes. But on high-risk days, they only make up like 4% of the calendar days, but that's about 40% of our fatalities from flooding, and 83% of our flood damage comes on these high-risk days. So there's a really good chance we are going to have significant flooding problems on hopefully not deaths, but definitely damage in the areas from the Central Sierra, where we're going to see the runoff down towards Fresno, and just south of where Jake was here, from Monterey southwards down through the San Luis Mountains. That's the area of greatest concern. And you can see on the radar, the green's light rain, the yellow is heavy rain. It has just moved in and taken over all of Central California here. Snow only at the highest of elevations. And the rainfall totals just in the next 24 to 48 hours, we're going to pick up 2 to 3 inches on the coast in the cities. Some of the cities along the Central Sierra, about 3 to 4 inches. And Tom, the mountains, of course, will get more than the cities. So water is a huge issue. Way too much, too quickly.
All right, let's go to the next one now. This big storm that's sweeping through the Midwest.
Yeah, this storm in the Midwest is going to dump some pretty significant snow. It looks like it's going to be the worst of it tonight around areas like Milwaukee and right along areas of southern Wisconsin. Tomorrow morning, Detroit, the morning commute's not going to be fun. It's only going to be about 3 to 5 inches of snow, but it's going to be difficult. And then during the day tomorrow, we'll watch that snow from Cleveland to Erie heading through central Pennsylvania, and a little bit Friday night. New York City's not going to get much at all, but northern Jersey and the Hudson Valley will get a little bit. But you see the highest snowfall totals here in Wisconsin. And Tom, giving everyone a heads up in New England, all of our long-range computer models are hinting at a chance for our first nor'easter, maybe even a blizzard, come Tuesday of next week. We'll talk more about that once we get past these storms.
All right, Bill, thank you very much. We appreciate it. Other news now, Senate Minority Leader Mitch McConnell is still in the hospital suffering from what we now know was a concussion after a fall at a D.C. hotel. The Republican Minority Leader tripped at an event for the Senate Leadership Fund, which was held at the Waldorf Astoria here in Washington. A spokesperson for Leader McConnell says he will remain in the hospital for a few days of observation and treatment. NBC Sahil Kapoor joins me now. All right, Sahil, what else do we know about how this happened and how serious is this concussion? Because he is 80, 81?
He's 81, Tom, and there are limited details we know so far. We know that Senate Minority Leader Mitch McConnell had a concussion at an event last night at the Waldorf Astoria Hotel, which is barely a mile from Capitol Hill. It was an event hosted by the Senate Leadership Fund, which is a prominent Republican super PAC that McConnell supports. Now, these are big players in Senate elections. Let's put up on the screen here what they did last cycle in the 2022 elections. They spent and raised about $290 million, and they are expected to be big players again in the fight to try to take back the Senate for Republicans in 2024. As you just mentioned, Senator McConnell's office mentioned that he had a concussion. He's expected to remain in the hospital for a few days of observation and treatment, unquote.
Well, this is a rough sport, politics, and with McConnell gone, Republicans are without the captain of their team, right? So how does that affect their ability to get business done in the Senate?
Well, on the Senate floor, there have been several absences. It's not just McConnell. He adds himself to a list of multiple senators who have been out for different reasons. Let's put it on the television here. You see McConnell, of course, he had a fall. There is Senator Dianne Feinstein, who's been at home recovering from shingles. That has forced Democrats to delay some committee meetings, particularly in Judiciary, where they have a one-seat majority. Senator John Fetterman checked himself into the hospital recently to get treatment for clinical depression. Now, on the Senate floor, as one Republican Republican I spoke to earlier, they're not exactly breaking a sweat. There's not a whole lot of activity happening, and one senator or even a few senators being absent are not having a huge impact on the floor. The big question is more in committees. Democrats have a one-seat majority. A little absence here, a little absence there can have a major impact on business going forward. Tom.
Hey, Sahil, can I ask you, what do we know about Senator Fetterman? How is he doing? I know he's still at Walter Reed, right?
That's correct. He is still at Walter Reed. His chief of staff, Adam Jentelson, tweeted some photos of him talking to Fetterman at Walter Reed, looking at some paper, going over business, particularly that train derailment in East Palestine, which is right on the border to his home state of Pennsylvania. His office insists that he will be back soon, and even as he is at Walter Reed getting treatment for clinical depression, he continues to be engaged in the work of serving his constituents, his office says.
All right. Well, we wish all three of them well. Sahil, thank you very much. All right, here's a story you will not believe. Turn up the volume. The Mexican drug cartel, believed to be responsible for kidnapping 4 Americans, appears now to be apologizing. 2 of those Americans are now dead. The Gulf cartel reveals in a letter obtained by the Associated Press that it turned over its own cartel members who are responsible. It says the cartel respects, in its words, the life, tranquility, and integrity of the innocent. Yeah, digest that. A senior law enforcement official tells NBC News U.S. authorities believe that this apology letter is actually real. NBC's Morgan Chesky is in Brownsville, Texas. Morgan, you cannot make this stuff up. What else more do we know about the letter, and what happens next?
Yeah, Tom, an absolutely stunning twist here in this kidnapping case that began almost a week ago now, that little by little has just taken one turn after another. You mentioned that U.S. senior law enforcement official believes that this letter is real, as are the photos of men sitting on Mexican pavement with their hands tied, the majority of them shirtless. Important to note, what we're still waiting to verify here, Tom, is if these individuals have actually been taken into custody by Mexican authorities, and also if they are believed to be true suspects of this crime that left 2 Americans dead and had all 4 in Mexico detained for the better part of 4 days before they were found in a wooden shack about 15 miles outside the city of Matamoros. And I do want to read another portion of that letter, Tom, if we can, just sharing the words allegedly of the Gulf cartel, saying in part that they condemned the events of Friday, in which, unfortunately, an innocent working mother died. 4 American citizens were kidnapped, of which 2 died. And that is why they believe they needed to hand over those individuals. And as you can see, they're asking the society to remain calm because they're committed to ensuring that these errors caused by indiscipline aren't repeated. And they end this letter, Tom, by saying the guilty parties will pay regardless of who they are. Very ominous ending there. Of course, this investigation still very much ongoing.
All right. Well, listen, I used to work on the border also in El Paso, and I read that as a layperson. I read that as, oh, my goodness, we screwed up, and now the Americans may come for us, or we're about to get a hammer on our head from the Mexican military. How do you read that, Morgan?
Well, we have calls out to federal investigators. Of course, this letter alone, these photos, will not stop what has essentially risen the profile of cartel violence over the last several days. We do know that there was a high-level delegation of Americans in Mexico to discuss the ongoing fentanyl crisis. And we do believe that, of course, this kidnapping was at least part of that conversation. As for any continued efforts against the cartels, that will definitely be front and center going forward. We know that there have been a number of lawmakers suggesting to potentially label them terrorist organizations or even enable the military to go into Mexico. But as of right now, that remains just only discussions and not actual policy changes. Tom?
Yeah, interesting story. Morgan, thank you for staying on it. In the last couple of hours, we are learning that a man who had a violent outburst on a United flight this last week, that he will remain in jail pending a competency hearing. There's the suspect, 32-year-old Francisco Torres, facing life in prison if convicted. The video shows him allegedly trying to stab a flight attendant with a broken spoon. He broke it in the lavatory as part of an incoherent rant after he tried to open an exit door mid-flight. And you're looking at the moment that other passengers jumped him and restrained him. He's being charged with interfering with a flight crew while using a dangerous weapon, and that is a federal felony. Emily Ikeda joins me now. In court today, Emily, it sounds like he tried to speak out against the advice of his attorney. What did he say?
So we had a producer inside that courtroom, Adam Reese, and that's right, Francisco Torres actually interjected at one point saying that he wanted to speak, at which point the judge advised him not to. He said, quote, Father, Son, and the Holy Spirit told me to speak before eventually settling back into his chair. At the detention hearing this afternoon, we learned more about his past, the prosecutor describing a history of making threats to his mom. She also said that Torres punched a guard in the face this week while being held in a detention center in Rhode Island. If convicted, as you mentioned, Torres could face life in prison after he allegedly struck a flight attendant this week with a broken metal spoon. The terrifying altercation, you're watching it play out on camera there. Prosecutors also pointed out that Torres can also be heard on the video making threats to other passengers. Next is a competency hearing. We're told that he will also be undergoing a mental health evaluation, Tom.
And Emily, we also have some of the radio traffic with the pilot, the captain of that United flight, declaring an in-flight emergency, I understand.
Yeah, that's right. The air traffic control audio really captures the chaos in real time. You can hear the pilot declaring the plane an emergency aircraft. Take a listen here.
Person is detained, attempted opening of external door, emergency door. That person was subdued and is being detained right now. However, not going quietly.
Well, thankfully, fast-acting passengers jumping to action, helping restrain Torres through the remainder of the flight. Tom, I know this is something that you have covered extensively. This is just the latest in a string of mid-air scares. More than 2,300 reports of unruly passengers in 2022. That led to more than 800 investigations, and that is a notable improvement from the year before during the mask mandates. But still, it's something like more than 5 times what we saw some pre-pandemic levels. Tom.
And that means there are about 6 a day, 6 of these cases a day. Now, the vast majority are not violent, but 6 unruly passengers a day. It's a real problem. Emily, thank you very much. All right, just before we came on the air, defense lawyers in the Rust shooting said the gun at the center of the case was destroyed by the state. Now, that revelation is happening at a virtual status hearing today. Actor Alec Baldwin also supposed to show up virtually as well, but his appearance was waived. Lawyers for Baldwin and Hannah Gutierrez-Reed, the armorer on set, worked with prosecutors today to lay out the next steps in the case that authorities are making against them. It's been more than a month since New Mexico authorities charged both Baldwin, the producer of the movie, and Hannah Gutierrez-Reed, the movie's armorer, with involuntary manslaughter. That, of course, for allegedly the deadly shooting of the cinematographer, Ms. Hutchins, on set back in 2021, Helena Hutchins. Baldwin and Gutierrez-Reed have both pleaded not guilty to the charges. NBC's Maura Barrett joins me now. She's on the story. Maura, talk to me more about what we heard today in this hearing and what happens next.
Well, Tom, there are so many steps leading up to a trial date, so many pre-trial hearings that are necessary. And today it seemed like it was just going to set a few dates moving forward to see if the case would move to trial. But we did learn that pretty shocking revelation, that firearm, the gun that Alec Baldwin was allegedly holding at the center of this entire case, had been destroyed by the state. This is something that both Baldwin's lawyers and presumably the jury would want to see at a trial. And the Baldwin's lawyer did say, we'll want to see what's left of that gun. So presumably there is some issues with the gun, considering all the testing that they've done on the firearm. We've also learned on the state's end that they've expanded their list of witnesses to include more than 46 people potentially. So a long list of potential witnesses. This all as there's a lot of consideration about whether this will even go to trial. There have been some issues with the prosecution. They had to walk back one of the charges that they had put against both Alec Baldwin and Hannah Gutierrez-Reed about a gun enhancement charge. So right now, both people in question facing involuntary manslaughter cases. But in terms of next steps and a timeline, we're going to be looking at March 27th as a deadline for a motion for disqualification, and then April 17th is the deadline for the state to then identify which witnesses they plan to call. And this all leads up to a May 3rd start for preliminary hearing. Now, both the lawyers and the judge said that this expects to be about 2 weeks long, because that's when they're going to introduce evidence for the court to consider whether or not this is something that makes sense to go to trial. So starting in early May, that's when we'll see more details from both sides of the prosecution and the defense about whether or not this is something that can hold up in a trial. But obviously a lot of attention on this case and all the step-by-step process, Tom.
You got to wonder if they can go forward if they've destroyed the gun. I mean, I'm just stunned that the state destroyed the most important piece of evidence.
And it's unknown whether this was intentional or if it's something that they did too much testing on, or what exactly happened here. Obviously, I'm not a legal expert, Tom, but that does seem like a key piece of evidence that the jury and everyone in the courtroom would want to see.
Yeah, you got to wonder. All right, Maura, thank you very much. Coming up on News Now, we are following breaking news out of Germany, where we are learning about a deadly shooting in a church. Plus, the super popular cooler brand Yeti is recalling nearly 2 million products. What we're going to tell you about what you have to know if you have one, and that's coming up in the 5 Things. Stay with us.
This is what it looks and feels.
From the storm zone. The bigger piece of the puzzle comes.
New numbers just out this morning.
Good evening. We begin tonight with breaking news just coming in.
We begin this hour with the latest developments. We're coming on the air with some shakeups big time on Capitol Hill.
How much water ultimately will be forced inland?
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
Bottom of the hour, we're back, and we have some very important news here. The FDA is setting some brand new standards for mammograms, asking providers to tell women who have dense breast tissue that their cancer screenings, that they may be hard to read, and suggest that they talk to their doctors about getting even more tests. Dense breast tissue is tied to a higher risk of breast cancer. The FDA says about half of women over 40 have denser breasts. Supporters of this new move from the FDA say these new standards will help save lives. NBC News correspondent and breast cancer survivor Kristen Dahlgren joins me now. I say that, Kristen, because, first of all, we celebrate that, and you have some credibility on this issue. It matters deeply to you. 38 states already require providers to tell women if they have dense breasts. So what does this announcement then from the FDA mean for women on a practical level?
Right. And so let me say first off the bat, what we're talking about is exactly what happened to me. In April of 2019, I had a clean mammogram. I had no idea that I had dense breasts and that it would make that mammogram harder to read. 5 months later, I was diagnosed with stage 2 breast cancer. And so right now, yes, 38 states have some type of patchwork notification. Sometimes it's to the woman, sometimes it's to their doctor. In my case, after my cancer diagnosis, I read about it in that mammogram report, but I didn't really know what it meant. And so that's what we're talking about. Women now, according to the FDA, and this goes into effect in the next 18 months, are going to get notified whether or not they have dense breasts. They'll also be recommended that they talk to their doctor, who then may suggest additional screening, because it's very hard to see cancers when you have dense breasts, which is a radiological term, just so people understand. It's not abnormal. It just means that some breasts have more fibrous material and glands than other breasts, Tom.
And what do people need to know then about the risks associated with this?
Right. And so if you have dense breasts, not only is it harder to see a cancer on a mammogram, but it also makes you 4 times more likely to have breast cancer. So you have an elevated risk, and then you do have a harder time of seeing it. It's been compared to finding a snowball in a snowstorm. So, in a more fatty breast, you might see a spot of cancer. It comes up as white. But in a dense breast, almost everything looks white. And so it's really hard to see where the cancers are. And that's why in many cases, doctors will recommend an additional screening, an ultrasound or an MRI. Congress will also soon be considering an act that would make insurance pay for all of the additional screening, because that's another part of it. So now we do have where people are going to be notified of whether they have dense breasts, but whether or not they're able to pay for additional screenings will be the next step in this process.
And we ask because we love you. How you doing?
I'm doing great. I feel really good. I do have to have another surgery coming up. So, it is a constant battle, and it's been a long road. I wish that I had caught it earlier. When cancers are caught early, Tom, 99% of breast cancers are treatable. It makes it much harder when you get into, like my case is stage 2, and then of course, even further along. And so it's so important that women have these facts and get diagnosed early.
Kristen, thank you. Kristen Dahlgren, always a class act. You can catch more of Kristen's reporting on NBC Nightly News tonight with Lester Holt, 6:30 p.m. Eastern, and across the country in your time zone. All right, let's get you over now to the 5 things that our team thinks you should probably know about tonight. Number 1, a Palestinian gunman opened fire on a crowded street in Tel Aviv tonight. 3 people were wounded, one of them critically. The shooting comes hours after an Israeli military raid killed 3 Palestinian militants in the occupied West Bank. Now, these incidents are the latest in a string, a long wave of Israeli-Palestinian fighting. Number 2, stocks today took a tumble as investors brace for tomorrow's jobs report. The S&P dropping by 1.8%. There you go. And the Nasdaq down 2%. The Dow fell below its 200-day moving average for the first time since early November. Number 3, General Motors today said it is offering to buy out a majority of its employees to leave the company. GM says it will cost them about $1.5 billion, and it comes as GM is working to cut down costs. Number 4, the popular cooler company Yeti is recalling nearly 2 million soft coolers and gear cases. The magnets in the lining that close the products, they could fall off. And if somebody swallows them, especially a child, it could cause serious injury or death. So customers are being told to stop using these recalled products immediately and to contact the company for a refund or a replacement. Number 5, all right, red alert. A shortage of cookies. Girl Scouts USA says it's frustrated with one of its main baking partners, Little Brownie Bakers, because of a shortage of cookies. Power outages in the Kentucky factory reportedly stopped production for a time after the company had already reported production delays back in January. So the owner of the Little Brownie Bakers, Ferrero, says its bakery teams have been working overtime to make sure that orders get filled. I should hope so. When we come back, President Biden revealing his new budget plan, why it could be a sneak peek at his 2024 re-election campaign. So stay with us. This is what it looks and feels
What's the latest, the bigger piece to the puzzle?
We begin tonight with breaking news.
How much water ultimately will be forced inland?
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
What do people need most right now? Did the state and/or law enforcement drop the ball? Migrant families now stranded in Mexico. What's the World Cup experience been like?
It's your news playlist. Top story with Tom Yamas. Weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
37 minutes after the hour, we are back with some breaking news out of Germany. Police say several people are dead, many more are injured after a shooting in a church in the northern city of Hamburg. NBC's Megan Fitzgerald is following all of this. Megan, what do we know?
Well, Tom, what we know right now is that this happened at around 9 o'clock local time. Hamburg police are saying that at this point, as you mentioned, we know several people are dead. Several others have been critically injured. We know that a gunman or more, they say, walked into this church and opened fire. Now, we're just getting this video coming into our newsroom showing the moments that police officers, this heavy police presence around this church, walking into the church, guns drawn. And then we're also seeing the moments that they are taking people outside. So obviously, it looks like there was plenty of people inside of this church because we can see them walking outside, some of them with their hands on top of their head. But there's still a lot that we don't know here. Police have not yet confirmed how many people were killed, how many people are injured, and whether or not they have detained that suspect or those multiple suspects. So, of course, this is still a very developing story that we will be monitoring closely, and we'll be back with you as soon as we get more information, Tom.
All right, Megan, thank you. Megan Fitzgerald in London. Today, Russia launched its biggest aerial attack on Ukraine in weeks. The head of Ukraine's armed forces says Russia launched dozens of missiles and drones, many hitting critical infrastructure and residential buildings, and striking while people were sleeping. This video shows the devastation in Lviv. At least 5 people were killed there. And in Kyiv, explosions hurt several people, and the attack left about 40% of residents there without heat. NBC's Aaron McLaughlin reports from Dnipro.
Hey there, Tom. We awoke in the Capitol this morning to the sound of a massive explosion echoing throughout the streets of the Capitol. Ukrainian authorities say they believe that that may have been a hypersonic missile. Video captured of the moment the missile shot down from the sky, striking a nuclear plant, which deprived some 40% of the Ukrainian capital of heat for the day. A Ukrainian city official telling me they are still working to restore the heating situation for the city, although noting that it was around 55 degrees Fahrenheit in Kyiv today, which he says is less of a concern given that the frigid temperatures that the capital can sometimes see this time of year. Nevertheless, concerning that Russia would choose this moment in the conflict to launch not one but 6 hypersonic missiles towards Ukraine. Big question here as to why. It is unclear they chose this moment to do so. It is worth noting that Kyiv, in particular, the capital, has strengthened its air defense systems in the last year, though the air defense systems are incapable to carry out these kinds of attacks because from a military standpoint, they seem to be pretty ineffective. Tom.
Aaron McLaughlin, thank you very much. President Biden was out on the road pushing his new budget proposal this afternoon. The plan has a large focus on American families, going after the wealthy and big corporations to pay for some big increases in government spending. Now, the president argues this is a long time coming for some of the country's biggest earners.
No billionaire should be paying a lower tax than somebody working as a school teacher or a firefighter or any of you in this room. So my plan is to make sure the corporations begin to pay their fair share.
All right, well, here's just a piece of the wish list, anyway, from the president. It's Congress' call on how much he gets and what's he going to spend it on. And a lot of these things are simply a non-starter for Republicans. So NBC's Ali Rafa joins me now. All right, let's go through this a little bit. He wants what he is likely to end up with here. How much is he going to end up with? And it seems to me that some of this may be wishful thinking as he goes for a 2024 presidential run.
That's exactly right, Tom. It really is not lost on the president or this administration how low the chances are of this budget proposal passing in this newly divided Congress, especially when you remember that some of the proposals that have been re-upped in this budget failed even when Democrats controlled not just the White House, but also both chambers of Congress before the midterm elections. So this is definitely more of a wish list, more of a blueprint for what we expect to hear from the president when he announces this expected re-election run. But for now, it puts the onus on Republicans. It puts the ball in Republicans' court to start negotiations that OMB Director Shalonda Young told my colleague Carol Lee are possible, that this is the start of a dialogue where bipartisan agreement can be made on several things in this budget, on things like raising funding, boosting funding for more police officers in communities, for more border security, more border agents, also for more money for rail and transportation, aviation safety even. So right now, this is putting the ball in Republicans' court. That is technically not how House Speaker Kevin McCarthy is seeing this. He, shortly after this budget was unveiled, put out a statement calling it in part, quote, a reckless proposal, doubling down on the same far-left spending policies that have led to record inflation and our current debt crisis. So again, the White House giving Republicans something to work with and off of while we wait for their budget proposal that in just the last few minutes, Speaker McCarthy has said because President Biden's proposal was delayed, now Republicans' proposal is going to be delayed, Tom.
All right, and also the president is calling for trillions of dollars in new spending with a big debt limit fight already looming over all of this. So how does that complicate things?
Well, it raises the stakes in a couple ways. The main way is because the means by which the president plans to pay for these things are things that Republicans have been staunchly opposed to, things like raising taxes on the extremely wealthy and big corporations in this country. So you add that opposition to demands that the Republicans have already suggested they'd make in their budget proposal. And right now, it looks like these two parties are on complete opposite ends of the spectrum of agreement here. Despite all of that, the president said during the speech today he is willing to sit down again with House Speaker Kevin McCarthy and come to some sort of agreement as soon as possible. Listen here.
I want to make it clear, I'm ready to meet with the Speaker anytime, tomorrow if he has his budget. Lay it down. Tell me what you want to do. I'll show you what I want to do. See what we can agree on. If we don't agree on, let's see what we vote on.
That debt limit deadline coming very quickly, as soon as June. So if Democrats don't agree to some spending cuts or Republicans don't agree to raise the debt limit, we could be in a major crisis where the U.S. will, for the first time, default on its debts, Tom.
NBC's Ali Rafa, thank you very much. We have some more breaking news at this hour. Lawyers for Alec Murdaugh are appealing his double murder conviction. We're just now getting our hands on this notice of appeal in the last few minutes. The bottom line, it was submitted by his defense attorney, Dick Harpootlian. It's summed up pretty simply, no specifics on why they're filing this appeal. But in the last week, his lawyers told our Craig Melvin that they had questions about the judge's decision to allow evidence about the nearly 100 financial charges against Murdaugh as possible motive. Now, Murdaugh is currently at a holding facility in Columbia, South Carolina, as he waits to find out where he will serve out a double life sentence for murdering his wife, Maggie, and his son, Paul, back in June of 2021. Coming up, a number of Republican states are trying to ban transgender health care for young kids. We've got more on that in tonight's original. Plus, imagine if your traffic stop ended up on TikTok. The lawsuit against a Dallas police officer coming up in the local. Stay with us.
The day's biggest political stories with trusted insight and expert analysis. A daily look at the politics behind the headlines. Meet the Press Now, streaming weekdays at 4 p.m. on NBC News Now.
We begin tonight with breaking news just coming in.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
We want to bring you now tonight's original in-depth reporting on a topic we've been keeping an eye on around here. In just the last 24 hours, lawmakers in Iowa passed a ban on gender-affirming care for minors, sending the measure over to the Republican governor's desk. And in Arkansas, legislators there just passed their own bill making it easier to sue doctors who provide this treatment to people under the age of 18. Now, the latest states to move toward restricting hormone treatment and other surgeries for transgender youth are also on the board there. NBC's Vaughn Hilliard has the story.
Republicans this year pushing in states across the country to restrict transgender minors' rights to access hormone treatment and surgeries as part of their transition process.
So-called gender-affirming care. Ridiculous.
They talk about these very young kids getting gender-affirming care.
Right-wing voices calling for an end to transgender care on the GOP's biggest stages.
Transgenderism must be eradicated from public life entirely.
When 17-year-old Elizabeth Knight was close to starting the process of accessing hormone treatment last year, Arkansas banned the care for minors like her.
They're taking away some of the only medication
or routes that we have to really feel at home in our bodies.
They were the first state to do so. As a nearby Tennessee resident, Knight says she knew her politically conservative state would follow.
I actually decided to wait until I was 18, where there wouldn't be as much legal pushback. I didn't want to have to start hormone treatment and then immediately have to stop it again because of the bill.
And she was right. Last week, Tennessee's governor signed a ban on treatment for minors like her.
They don't understand that what they're doing is actually causing so much more harm than what they think is causing more good.
Veronica Takanaka is a junior in high school in Utah. She was prescribed hormone blockers a few months before the state's governor signed a ban of their own. She is grandfathered in, but access to gender-affirming care for other Utah youths now out of reach.
I feel just really hurt and saddened for this future generation.
Demonstrations across the country.
We are queer, and we will not disappear!
As now 8 states have implemented similar bans, and more than 20 state legislatures are debating whether to follow suit. This week, Georgia Congresswoman Marjorie Taylor Greene introduced a federal ban of such transition-related care.
Before they're old enough to make adult decisions. This is an important bill that Congress must pass.
Conservative political leaders citing the need to safeguard children against what they say are hasty decisions that may impact life in later years.
But you cannot undo those procedures.
Some backers of these type of laws lift up stories of individuals who say that they've opted to detransition. How prevalent is this and how viable of an argument?
It's extraordinarily rare. Regret rates for any type of gender-affirming care at any age are between 1% to 2%, which is far, far lower than for most medical interventions.
Former President Donald Trump is also calling for the punishment of doctors who perform gender-affirming care for minors.
It's invaded our schools, our colleges, and our workplaces.
And former Vice President Mike Pence campaigning against an Iowa school district allowing students to identify by the gender of their choice without their parents' consent.
We are all human beings, and we all deserve to have that right to be ourselves and embrace our identity.
Let's bring in Vaughn Hilliard, who has been reporting on this. Vaughn, these bills against transgender health care are picking up really across the country, right? So where does this go next, and how is this going to affect real people?
And Tommy, you've really seen Republicans around the country on a national and state level really pick up this issue and try to galvanize the conservative base of support around it. And now the issue here is that, you know, oftentimes this gets framed in the realm of being a culture war, but this is not an instance of culture. Trans individuals are individuals who have forever existed in history. And yet when we're talking about, you know, the type of care that we're providing, Dr. Baker laid it out here, when there are concerns about young people and their lives going forward into adulthood, giving them the support, the affirmation, and the type of health care necessary at a young age provides them the opportunities as adults to be the best positioned as healthy humans. And, you know, Elizabeth was quick to say, this is a long process. These are not decisions that are made in haste. These are individuals who are trans individuals have these, seek care over a long process, going to psychologists and then getting diagnosed with gender dysphoria, and then to the point of determining whether to go forward with the hormone treatment or not, and then surgery at another point. These are very difficult